He had hit the jackpot. He never expected to encounter this, making him feel disgusted. He grimaced in displeasure, saying, "What are you talking about?" Rushua gradually got straight to the point. "You have Big Francis, a cunning thief, the Bjemis summoning relic. This is a relic related to him." Chijun couldn't catch up and was confused. Why use this relic? This relic is very weak in combat. Before setting foot in here, Rua had already prepared thoroughly. He flashed a sinister smile, affirming, "I'm not using it to fight." Besides that, there was something that Josa was even more certain about. "If I teach you about it, you'll use it more usefully. It can not only summon objects, but also summon people. That way, they could eliminate each member of Se Hoen, or use them as hostages." Just as Jua was enthusiastically explaining, Turn interrupted again. "Alright." He resisted, his eyes full of suspicion. "But you're a bit different today. You usually attack your opponent's weaknesses by predicting them in advance." Tae-dun asked naively, "Why aren't you doing what you usually do?" Hearing this, Rushua broke out in a cold sweat, thinking helplessly. "You really are an idiot." At this point, he seriously said directly, "I really want to do that, but I can't predict his future." Once again, Tae-jun fell into a moment of shock. "What?" Seeing that, he recounted the scene from then. "Of course, I used the relic to access the file before." Standing before the glamorous magic, Rushua kept muttering, "You'll regret messing with me." He shouted the incantation clearly. "Relic, listen to my command. Quickly display all information about Se Du Hoen." Immediately, Rosua was placed into the virtual world of Duhen. He strode confidently around the room space, then casually lay down on the bed, as if wanting to enjoy himself. "Alright, let's see what's up." At that moment, Jua was closing his eyes as leisurely as possible. Suddenly, an emergency alert flashed, startling him, and making him open his eyes wide. When sleeping in the prophecy room, future goals will appear in dreams. Sua's expression at that time was extremely bewildered. Strangely, he didn't see any information at all. I've tried it many times. No matter how many times Rotshua did it, it was all meaningless. That was why he used this method. Long Rushua must have been full of resentment and determination. I can't forgive him. My power is useless now. His expression suddenly darkened with worry. I don't know if my subordinates have the ability to capture Sihoin, so I have to come here to cooperate with you two. Seeing the enthusiasm from the other party, and with both having a common enemy, Turn didn't hesitate to agree. Alright, we'll support you. Seeing the situation progressing smoothly, Ruo Shua also perked up considerably. That's right, let's have a pleasant cooperation. He smirked as soon as he achieved his goal. Pleasant cooperation. The sky that day displayed a spectrum of colors, like a vibrant rainbow, when suddenly, from the distance, a shocking explosion erupted. The explosion scattered the demon spirits in all directions. Within the dust and smoke were the figures of the victorious Yu Huan and Irin. Excellent! He suddenly smiled in satisfaction. This harvest is quite bountiful. Yu Huan held a pile of gold, silver, and jewels in his hands, while instructing Jin a few words. This is the last time. Quickly put everything into the vanishing relic. But he, himself, wasn't pleased, thinking it was an insane thing to do. The valuable object Jin was holding at this moment emitted a dazzling light. He whispered to himself, I didn't think this would end so quickly. Even Yu Hoan agreed with this. I think so too. With the battle concluded successfully, he didn't forget Irin's contribution. Yu Hoan turned his head, smiling gently as he spoke. Thank you, Irin. It's all thanks to your help. But she was inherently willing, and didn't calculate. Irin happily replied, I'm very happy to help you. Let's not linger here any longer. Let's head back now. There's a forest fire, boss. That evening, everyone returned to the apartment safely. At this time, Yu Hoan was focused on examining the valuable items he had just collected. At the same time, Jean stepped out and curiously asked, Boss, you've been busy all day. Seeing him buried in work made Jean a little surprised. Are you planning to inspect everything right now? Yu Hoan, relying on his position as boss, retorted, What about it? Is it not allowed? Ji then subtly declined. It's a big problem. The house is getting very cramped. Yu Ho, not wanting him to keep nagging, jumped to a good idea. If you want to be comfortable, quickly help me check it out. Jaha was kind and didn't mind helping. I have plenty of enthusiasm. What can I do? Yu Ho looked at the messy pile and said a few words to motivate him. There are a few relics that match your appraisal level. Hurry up. Jaha looked over and was instantly disgusted. He knew Yu Hoan's intentions, so his face fell. It's more like arranging these things. While arranging, Jiha conveniently asked, Is there anything useful? Yu Ho picked up an item and replied with pride. Almost all the relics are from grade A to S and above. Everything was neatly arranged, and they were all categorized. JHA was hauling the offensive relics. Yu Hoan slowly introduced each set of items in detail, and in front of him were the medical relics, as well as some versatile relics. The best part is that there are a lot of defensive relics. The little pig's brick house, and the dragon's blood reversed by Sigrun. Yu Ho carefully recounted the entire event. Before, there were no defensive relics, and before that, I could only run away from the opponent's attacks. And if there's this dragon, Yu-Ho sighed. But his expression remained cheerful. That's a worrying problem. Hearing this, Jin understood better. He confidently concluded. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore. Suddenly, Yu-Ho displayed a look of panic, as if he had seen something. In his hand, he held a Cruden tear of Moonin. However, it was completely different from the others, causing him to wonder. The level of this relic is unclear. From that, Jen secretly made an inference. This might be a gift from the crow. Odin is a god of Norse mythology, and he seeks wisdom. He has 2 crows used to gather news from the world every day. One of them is Hugin, which means mind, and the other is Moonin, which means memory. At this moment, there were still many unresolved questions in his heart. Since this is Moonin's tear, could it be related to memories? Thinking this, Yu-Ho bluntly asked, "Hey crow, can you tell me how to use it?" However, things didn't go as expected. The crow flew past, sending a disappointing answer, like, "I fucking know." Seeing this, Yu-Ho had no choice but to accept it. But he didn't feel discouraged or give up. Alright, just keep it for now. The more relics, the higher the performance they bring. Yu-Ho blankly sat looking at the pile of valuable items and sighed. There's no time to rest because the work of arranging the relics takes quite a lot of time. But a second later, he consoled himself. I'm not complaining about this because everything has its reason. A moment later, they watched the news on the phone together. A tomb had appeared in Syria. According to Pandora, this was the 3rd tomb out of 7. They all watched intently, eyes glued to the screen. Many excavation teams had set up bases around the tomb. Only Dong-hun, as always, blankly asked some silly questions. Why did this tomb suddenly appear? Yu-Ho hadn't finished categorizing the relics and hadn't prepared anything for this tomb, and it was too late even if he went there now. Until now, Yu-Ho could arrive first and defeat any tomb that appeared. But he couldn't do that this time. Faced with the urgent situation, JHE was the most flustered. What should we do? Should we go to it? Even Urin hurriedly offered to help Jen. I'll prepare a flight for you. But all she got in return was a blunt refusal. No, Yu-Ho hadn't stopped exploring more information, and later enthusiastically called out to Dong-hun. There's still a lot to do. Look, he calmly calculated. If someone conquers this tomb, we can snatch it back from them. Yet Jae sighed helplessly. Right now you look like a real robber. Yu-Ho didn't leave immediately. He paid attention to the situation. This time, the military report was very detailed and useful. The most popular news was that there was a conflict between the excavation teams. Perhaps it was the effect of the relic, so they couldn't restrain their emotions. Until midnight, Yu-Ho diligently followed the news, his heart constantly speculating and asking himself questions. So, is the tomb that appeared this time Wrath? The next morning, Jae seemed to have discovered something new, so he hurriedly called out, "Boss, look at this!" Yu-Ho confusedly turned his head and immediately asked, "What is it?" He held a phone in his hand, answering worriedly. "This is a report saying that the tomb in Syria has been successfully identified." Yu-Ho frowned, considering the situation based on what he knew. They say this is the tomb of envy. He carefully read each word to grasp the content, then thought to himself, envy. This meant Yu-Ho didn't hesitate to state his initial guess. Yesterday, when I read it, I thought it was wrath. Considering it now, there's been a bit of a change. But if it's envy, it's also very reasonable. Jae, who didn't think deeply, was also a bit surprised. In the end, Yu-Ho still sat still, without any anxiety. Then we don't need to rush. This made Jae even more confused. Why did Yu-Ho have his own appropriate calculations? The difficulty of the tomb was quite high, and the competition between the excavation groups would also be more fierce. He looked straight at Jae and gave a smile full of conspiracy, directly targeting the plan. Therefore, we should prepare everything, quickly repair the relic. When Bu heard this, his face darkened, and he put forward many hypotheses. Is it necessary? What if the tomb is conquered before we even start? Yu-Ho nonchalantly, with a cold face, assigned the task. That's why you need to hurry up. Being exploited for labor made Jae want to cry out loud. He scratched his head in grievance. I don't even have time to rest. Suddenly, Irene walked in, equally panicked. Yu-Ho, quickly look at this news. And then a new event continued to unfold. News? Her expression was extremely agitated as she recounted, Jing Richard is being interviewed, and he said that the tomb in Syria is almost conquered. Immediately, Yu-Ho focused on investigating the person named Jing Richard. He stared intently at the guy's interview. This time, we will definitely conquer the tomb! The companions beside Yu-Ho were constantly panicking. Boss, how can he do that? Irin then offered an idea. Something must have happened in the tomb. I think someone is helping him. Jin Richard's excavation team will conquer this tomb. Next, we will explore the process of Jin Richard's conquest. Seeing Yu-Ho expression a bit tense, Irin glanced over. This is beyond his expectations. Will they really succeed? His voice was quite tired as he spoke. The reporters there are also experiencing envy because of the nature of the tomb. I need to see news that is practical. because we don't know what the situation is like there. However, an unusual light flashed in Yu Hoen's eyes. But things seemed to be too much. Before long, it was dark again, only brightly lit by the streetlights. Inside the room, Jae-hee was busy carrying out the task that the boss had assigned that morning. He stayed up late, exhausted and depressed. Damn it, when will I finish this pile of stuff? Jae-ha felt that the boss seemed to be making things difficult. At this moment, a surge of dark energy surrounded him. The next second, Jae-hee unconsciously became vigilant. Even Yu Hoen, who was glued to his phone, noticed something was off. Moments later, the whole space began to shake, like an earthquake was coming, and cracks started spreading across the walls. Everyone panicked, except Irin, who Yu Hoen pulled into his arms. She screamed incessantly, "Yu Hoen, is this an earthquake?" Dong-hun shrieked in utter terror. "Yu Hoen, if this keeps up, the house will fall apart." At the same time, the system suddenly reported that someone was trying to summon. Upon hearing the word summon, he couldn't shake his confusion. Summon? Bricks were falling one by one, but then everything went eerily silent. Seeing this, Dong-hun tentatively asked, "Is it over?" According to Ikrin's calculations, it seemed to be, and no one was hurt. But things weren't that simple. Yu Hoen seemed to realize something, his eyes turning menacing, and he hastily flung open Yek's room door. The cracked room was empty. Yu Hoen was a step too late. Damn it, that idiot got taken. At that moment, the space on the other side was shifting. As Yu Hoen suspected, Jae-ha had indeed been transported to another place. He landed with a thud that nearly knocked him out, his head spinning. As soon as he sat up, he realized where he was and gasped in shock. "Where am I? Is this underground? What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a voice snapped from nowhere. "Human, you can't just barge in here like a child." Faced with the situation, Jae-ha tried to stay calm. "This is the boss's relic." He carefully picked up the relic with a glimmer of hope. "Luckily, I still have this picture. Come on in, BUM. Well, given that things aren't looking good, and there's no cell signal, I'm hoping I can use the flashlight." Jae-ha then reasoned that it must be a tomb, which is why cell phones didn't work. "I hope I'm not talking crap." Then, a dazzling light shone before him. "There's light, okay, I'll go there." Still, being lost in a strange space like this was bound to be frightening. Suddenly, a relic rope appeared next to Jae-ha. Moments later, it spoke, startling him. "Where do you think you're going?" In that instant, Jae-ha was scared witless. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" the kind rope tentatively asked. "Do you want to go there?" Hearing this, he felt a glimmer of hope. "Can you help me find a way out?" And then the rope directly smacked Jae-ha a few times for good measure, while scolding and judging. "Coward, you coward!" He tried to dodge the blows and retorted, "No, that's not it." A while later, Jae-ha calmly walked inside, the rope becoming his personal companion. The space inside was surprisingly luxurious and magnificent. An underground palace. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, nearly bursting Ye's eardrums. His eyes rolled back as he covered his ears, unable to escape the terror. And then Jae-ha collapsed to the floor. "What the? It's Salieri!" He was sawing away on his violin, making a racket, and demanding, "Who's tired of living and dares to enter here?" Jae-ha remained on the floor, feigning death and refusing to answer. Seeing this, the rope loudly snapped. "No time for games, get up!" it whispered in Jae-ha's ear, offering advice. "Don't let him beat you." Still, he cowered in fear, and the rope angrily tied him up in multiple loops. "You really are a useless waste, I'll save you." At this moment, the rope and Saori are facing off. He arrogantly and provocatively asks, "You think you can escape from me?" A moment later, Jae-ha suddenly wakes up and freezes, wondering, what exactly is going on? The sound of the piano echoed louder and louder. Seeing how Saori used the prop transformation, he could predict. Seno, piano, Kribon, I don't know, but he seems to be related to music. Following that, he switched to using a trumpet. A series of props were used by Saori all at once. Standing there, Jae-ha began to fall into a state of powerlessness. The first person he thought of at that moment was none other than Do Hoen. "You look so scary, boss, save me!" The space around them was now spinning out of control. The whole thing seemed to be falling into an endless, lingering sound. What the hell is going on? The door outside automatically opened from there. The next second, the rope desperately pulled Jae-ha to escape, and then tightly closed the door itself. Because of the rush, he stumbled and fell flat on his face again. Ja sat up and grumpily yelled at the rope, "Hey, that hurts!" The rope, on the other hand, didn't care, even angrily speaking over him. "Shut up, shut up!" At the same time, Saori was trying to find their whereabouts. "Where are you, Diu? Come out, human!" As soon as he heard the familiar call, Jae-ha covered his mouth to avoid making a sound. The chuckles and voices echoed outside mockingly. "Let's see how long you can run." And just like that, Saori walked right past the door. Ja curiously peeked through the door, revealing one eye. He left. "I thought I was going to die." To avoid alerting him, the rope continuously reminded him, "Don't be noisy. He might come back now." For now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. He lay down and relaxed, feeling like he had regained his life source. However, he couldn't help but wonder, why are there such weirdos here? Why is it like this? I'm in boss's room. Hearing this, the rope was somewhat surprised. You are in boss's room? Jaha's face turned pale with worry. How do we get out of here? Damn it, this is so pointless. He raised his phone in despair. The phone still doesn't work. I still can't contact boss for him to come and save me. After that, Jaha suggested asking the rope for an idea. Rope, can you contact boss? You are boss's holy relic. Surely you can use telepathy? Sayori's voice continued to approach. Hello, hello. He decided not to give up. Come out now. Jaha sat up, full of determination. Is that possible? He tried every way to return to reality. So can you contact the other holy relics near boss? Or something similar? Suddenly Jaha seemed to realize something, his eyes instantly lighting up as if seeing through the material world. Unable to contain his excitement, he enthusiastically shouted, That's right! Using the Holy Relic Communication Network, I'll think of the content, and you send it the way the earthworm did. Due to his uncontrolled excitement, he unintentionally created a trail for Sayori to find. You're so unlucky. He was standing right behind them, making them sweat with fear. Jaha closed his eyes and screamed loudly, Boss, come and save me! Returning to reality. That evening, in that room, only one man and one woman remained. Only he and she were here. Duhoen checked and realized that some of his holy relics had also disappeared. It seemed they were also pulled by the energy flow. Not only that, but some other holy relics he was using had also disappeared. Rainbow, golden axe, silver axe. The most regrettable thing of all was that the rope had also disappeared. Irin's expression was complex and hard to describe. What should we do? These are the holy relics you use the most, right? You can't let them get here. And then he began to use his cyan energy to follow through with the plan. You're right. We should summon them back here. Unfortunately, the holy relics are in an area where you cannot summon. The power is too strong. Duhoen suddenly paused. What? Then he carefully took hold of the map. Duhoen scrutinized the map, realizing he'd neglected it for too long. I haven't used this thing in ages. After observing the terrain for a while, he slowly issued an order to her. Irin, prepare to go to the tomb in Syria. Irin immediately rushed to comply. Yes, sir. Duhoen held up the strange jacket from the mysterious person, and assigned Chenghua the task of finding the owner of this hoodie. Just then, a call came in. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, this is Seo Duhoen. A scheming voice echoed. What's wrong, Seo Duhoen? Are you in trouble? He immediately sensed that something was off. This voice. Richard didn't even bother to hide his identity, speaking plainly in his real voice. Where's Joe? Hearing just that one question, Duhoen immediately recognized him. Ring Richard. His tone was arrogant and overbearing. Do you know what will happen if there's no relic restorer on the excavation team? It means none of your relics will work. Seizing the opportunity, Duhoen tensely asked, Are you the one who captured Joezeja? Unexpectedly, Richard admitted it without hesitation. That's right. He even elaborated on his plan. I sent him to the Tomb of Envy. Hearing this, Duhoen froze, his face darkening. Every word Richard uttered made him worry about Joe more than ever. He was there, alone. Duhoen anxiously hoped. I hope that idiot is okay. At the same time, the mini golden orb reacted slightly, foreshadowing some misfortune about to occur. Richard smirked. Do you want him to die? Furthermore, he seized the chance to threaten and bargain. If you accept my offer, believe me, I'll get him out of the tomb. If you don't make the right decision, that kid might die. With no time to waste, saving Joe was more important. What do you want? The answer pleased him greatly, and then Richard got straight to the point. You can conquer all the tombs with just 3 people. He'd subtly guessed it, and was zeroing in on it to make things difficult for Duhoen. So you must have a secret. Give it to me. Hesitating for a moment, he paused, but immediately burst out laughing at Richard. This, inadvertently, made him embarrassed and flustered. Why? Why are you laughing? Disgusted by the mockery, Duhoen questioned him sternly. Even though you threw that idiot into the Tomb of Envy, you can't conquer it, so what guarantee do you have that you can get him out? Richard gritted his teeth in anger, speechless. You! He leaned against the closet door, gloatingly expressing. You're right. My group is much smaller than Pandora's. Compared to tomb-conquering companies around the world like Pandora, Richard's people have nothing but relics. To be honest, you guys have been searching for information about Duhoen, right? But there's nothing. You think there's some secret in the relic that I use? Every firm word he uttered made Richard tremble. If I had such powerful relics, I would have dominated the world already. I also went through life and death to get them, he stammered. So? Duhoen smirked hesitantly. Should I tell you this? Do you believe that there are special relics that can only be used by certain people? I don't even know the answer because I don't know what the truth is behind that thing. Even the old monster, a pillar in Pandora, was no match for Anubis. At that moment, Joe weakly confessed the truth. I don't know which relic is my secret. I don't know what will happen if I share it with you. So, I won't give it to you. More like, I can't use it. Currently, Yu Hoen was sure of his victory, his voice growing more confident, using the capture of Joezejaha as bait in this negotiation. A question that really knows how to shake the opponent, and separate that idiot from me and everything will end. On Joe's side, he was still trying to escape. Saliori and the others seemed to be playing hide-and-seek. Yu Hoen dared to assert that from the very beginning, they couldn't get Joezejaha out of that tomb. But when things had reached this point, Richard stubbornly tried to bluff. We can get Joezejaha out of the tomb, and Pandora will clear the Tomb of Envy. From the phone he heard Joe's clear reply. Really? You can get Joe out of there? At least Pandora should join the Facebook group for coffin enthusiasts, then it won't be too late. And then he sealed the deal, leaving Richard in boiling oil, or the Tomb of Envy would become Pandora's tomb. The guy was seething mad at that point. Just you wait, Yu Hoen. Click. Yu Hoen coldly cursed Richard. Idiot. The silent space was suddenly broken by a soft voice calling, Say Du Hen. Nero excitedly continued. Say Du Hen, you wrote an introduction for a new novel. He held it out, puzzled. When will the novel be released? Yu Hoen looked at it and felt utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? What novel? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up, as if he had seen something exquisite. This was teased in the novel with a few lines. Shoen's super special new work. A stingy, hairy boss, like a joke. Target. Si Du Hen. Network of contacts, achievements. Nero placed his hand on his chest, full of pride. I'm so happy that you're releasing a new novel. It excites me so much. So, when will you release this work? Suddenly, Yu Hoen flashed a scheming smile. You've given me something that makes me ecstatically happy. Scene change. Syria. This is the location near the Tomb of Envy. Yu Hoen had a backpack on, and he spoke as he walked. Alright, let's go. He explained to Irin as he walked. According to the original Van Relic, there's a huge gap in the tomb. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. The Relic of Greed is expanding its energy. You are within range of the Relic of Greed's scouting relics. Yu Hoen recalled someone in his mind. The Relic of Greed. Jin CHW is here. Damn it. Immediately afterward, he told Irin. We need to stop for a moment. She was surprised. Yes? What's wrong? Pausing briefly, he continued. If we keep rushing in, we'll be discovered. He explained to her. Everything around the entrance is probably within the detection range. Irin was a little worried. So, you can't go in there? Yu Hoen quickly responded. No. We don't need to go into that area. According to my calculations, we can enter after destroying the tomb's detection ranges. Just a moment. Yu Hoen said again. To find the tomb's weakness, we need to avoid the areas within the tomb's detection range. The problem is going around and finding the right place. I'd be happy if we could find it quickly, but it probably won't be that easy. Then, Yu Hoen immediately turned around. Let's go back to the car. Irin quickly responded. Okay. From a distance, someone was using binoculars to monitor their movements. Huh? Where are they going? Are they turning back? The young man looked at the sniper rifle. What should I do? Should I shoot him? Are those two also from the Chinese alliance? Seeing her hesitation and anticipation, he quickly urged, Make a decision, SUA. She finally agreed. Okay, attack them before they leave. The person in charge with the sniper rifle immediately responded. Okay. Pausing, SUA said. But don't destroy the relics. He was surprised, not understanding why she would do that. What? Why? SUA quickly explained. Not long ago, he ambushed Pandora. At that time, the relics were stolen, including ours. She recounted. A superior of ours, an undercover agent inside Pandora, said he has a very important relic, and she asked us to bring it back to her. Stopping for a moment, a hint of jealousy inexplicably flashed in Sua's eyes. Professor Jin Cheon. And then the other person excitedly said, Well, that doesn't matter. I'll end his life with this shot. Right now, he doesn't have any defensive relics. He was extremely smug. And this is a gun of Chen Yin. No one can escape from God. On the other side, Yu Hoen walked with heightened vigilance, as if he had realized something. The closer the murderous aura got, the clearer it became to him, causing Yu Hoen to stop abruptly. He secretly turned around, telling himself, The sacred relic's energy is this way. Immediately, Yu Hoen took out the Aegis relic, and pulled Irin over, hiding behind him. Irin, are you startled? Yu Hoen smirked. It's time to use the defensive relics we just acquired. Instantly, the bullets all aimed straight at them, making Irin jump. The Aegis relic grumbled annoyedly. Hey human, that hurts. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth. It's hard to stop the first time because the proficiency isn't very high. He immediately said to her, Irin, I'll give a signal. I'll wait for you behind the rock. Irin obediently replied. Okay. After Yu Hoen finished his arrangements, he took out an item from his bag. A smoke bomb. The clone technique. And just like that, he threw the smoke bomb out in front of the enemy. As soon as they saw him start to counterattack, the group became anxious. Kill him quickly! But it seemed they were a step too slow. The smoke from the bomb billowed up. obscuring the vision of the allied soldiers. Now even his shadow couldn't be seen, making Exxon annoyed. Damn it, he disappeared. The young man gritted his teeth. Damn it, I lost track of him. Sua became anxious. He had aimed carefully. He then said to her, there's no problem with aiming, but the moment right when the bullet touches him, there's something. At this moment, the system immediately announced. Nero establishes an empire, turning a radius of 50 meters into an inviolable zone of Nero. Nero's ability to silence and do anything is activated in that area. Sua was startled when an earthquake occurred around them at this time. Huh? What happened? Before long, smoke and fire immediately rose, as if it were war. The soldiers panicked. A bombing! From within the large flames, a blurry figure appeared, carrying a cold voice. How dare you attack an artist? You will pay the price for doing that. It turned out that the figure was him, but that voice was from a sacred relic. Now respect this genius artist. Following Yu Hoen silently stood next to the Nero relic, before the astonished eyes of the allied soldiers. Naga, he looked over at Nero with some annoyance. You're too flashy, he replied calmly. This is the stepping stone for your sublimation. At the same time, a female soldier fiercely pointed a gun at him, shouting, Shoot him! Yu Hoen immediately took out the Yis relic to block in front of him. All of you. But suddenly a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at the opponent. You. Looking at the red-haired girl from the Chinese excavation team again. We meet again. Yu and Nero angrily blocked in front of him. Damn it, I will chase you until I know what art is, Yu Hoen ordered. Nero, deal with them. He coldly channeled his internal energy. I understand. How dare you lowlifes attack us? And in less than 5 minutes, on the high-rise castle, a large fire immediately erupted, along with screams of terror. From within the fire, his figure appeared and disappeared, incredibly eerie. After a while, when he felt the time was ripe, a smug smile appeared on Yu Hoen's lips again. All right now. He walked closer to the girl. Long time no see. Lua, how could you leave me without saying a word? A doting smile bloomed on his lips as he said, Before, I thought you would run away again, but it seems I was wrong. Not giving her a chance to explain, he interjected. You've been working with the Sino-Russian Alliance and Jin CHW, haven't you? He paused, a touch of sorrow flashing in Yu Hoen's eyes. This isn't your fault at all. It's your family's fault. Seeing her silence, he continued. Am I wrong? Sua gritted her teeth. How did you know? In her past life, Sua told me she suffered a lot of abuse, especially from her father and brother. She's so different now compared to when I first met her. Her talent is truly extraordinary. Yu Hoen moved closer. I know a lot about your weaknesses too. Sua's face darkened. What? Yu Hoen continued. Do you want to join me? Isn't this a good offer? She said nothing, but he pressed on. How much do you want? Just name your price, and I'll meet it. Sua clenched her fists, her body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Sua mustered her courage and spoke. Don't joke with me. She channeled her inner energy and drew out her sacred relic. I don't trust people like you, especially those who know my weaknesses. Yu Hoen felt helpless in the face of this stubborn girl. So, what am I supposed to do? Sua glared at him, her face dark. Don't say another word, or you'll ruin my mood. Die! With that, Sua charged towards Yu Hoen as if to take his life right there. At that moment, the system appeared. Munin's tear has found a target to demonstrate its ability. From his pocket, a small vial emitted a constant light, surprising him slightly. Munin's tear. And the system reminded him. You can use Munin's tear. Yu Hoen parried her sword while saying, Is this the time to use it? Now the system displayed a notification again. Use it on the target. You need to act fast. The battle raged on, his and Sua's fire clashing continuously, with Yu Hoen focusing solely on defense, not attack. He simply couldn't bring himself to harm his past-life teammate. Yu Hoen knew Sua wasn't a bad person, but she certainly didn't think the same. The sword in her hand continued to strike at him relentlessly. With each strike, the sacred relic Aegis cried out in pain. Finally, it couldn't take it anymore, and immediately scolded. Hey human, you're hurting me! Yu Hoen nonchalantly replied. You're a shield, so don't talk so much. But of course, he wouldn't let her attack him forever. Yu Hoen spoke to the sacred relic. I'm waiting for the opportunity. Perhaps this is the moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pushed Aegis towards Sua, causing her to be slightly stunned. The other hand forcefully exerted more strength, and a violent storm surged along with it. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Hoen quickly took out the Munin sacred relic from his pocket and splashed it directly at Sua. And just like that, a drop of water shot out, heading straight for Sua. She cried out in alarm, and the slashing motion quickly stopped. Seeing Sua in obvious pain, he felt secretly pleased. Munin's tear seems effective. At the same time, her whole body seemed to be struck by electricity. Sua couldn't bear the pain and dropped her weapon, clutching her face. And immediately afterwards, Lisua suddenly fainted. She seemed to have no resistance left. Yu Hoen was extremely surprised, but it seemed very painful. What exactly is the effect of this Munin's tear? Now, seeing Sua lying on the ground, writhing in pain, he began to worry. Is she gonna die? Unable to suppress his worry any longer, he immediately rushed towards her. Sua, on the other side, kept clutching her head, inwardly panicking. What exactly is this? Now, an image of herself taken for an employee ID card flashed in Sua's mind. Around her were numerous collected relics. Sua couldn't understand this memory at all. It was the first time she had ever seen it. Then, she saw Julian and Yu Hen arguing incessantly. Sua was even more surprised. Why does this feel so familiar? Pausing for a moment, she suddenly felt as if they had stopped arguing and were looking towards her. At this moment, Sua even saw Jen smiling at her. Yes, this man was her team leader, and it was possible that she once had a special relationship with him. The reason she thought so was because an image of the two of them happily embracing suddenly appeared like a slow-motion film. Images kept flashing one after another. Her team was always left behind and discriminated against. But their actual achievements were always at the top. That was the result of the hard work of all the team members. Then the memory took Sua to the previous life's tomb that everyone had arrived at in the final tomb, and they had to face the final boss. It was also the one who killed him. At this moment, Sua saw herself. The team members died one by one, even herself. As the memory reached this point, Sua's eyes gradually became a little more clear. Wait a minute. What about the team leader? Immediately afterwards, she abruptly sat up and looked at him. Team leader, are you okay? How's your leg? As soon as she finished speaking, Sua continued to clutch her head. You're not the team leader. Yu Hen immediately looked at her, in the wrong direction. But at this moment, he also paused, inwardly muttering. She called me team leader. She even knew that my leg was cut off. Yu Hen then looked over at the Munin Tear relic. Is this a relic to restore memories of a past life? And this relic is named Munin, meaning memory. The system immediately announced that the number of uses for this tear relic was 10 times. Sua had used it once, so he now had 9 uses left. He looked at the relic in his hand and was extremely surprised. The number of uses is so strange. Is this the number of members in the team from the previous life? Is it to restore the memories of the members in my team? Thinking of this, he let out a sly smile. I will revive their memories. But in any case, he was very concerned about her. Yu Hen immediately asked again, Sua, are you okay? Seeing her constantly clutching her head without answering him, he worriedly said again. Li Shu? Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Xa threw herself into his arms, crying, team leader, as if afraid that he would leave her again. Her hand tightened around Yu Hen's neck even more. How could this be? At that moment, his voice was gentle and extremely warm. You have to calm down first and tell me what you still remember. Sua pushed Yu Hen away. Then she said, the tomb is very different from other tombs. She began to recount what she had seen earlier to him. First, Ilya died. Then, pausing for a moment, she said painfully, you tried to save us, but your legs. As a result, we were also killed by that monster. No, the snake. Yu Hen reassured. Calm down, because I'm here now. What else do you remember? When did we first meet? Sua said. All I remember is on Christmas Eve. That was the first day I joined Team 13. An image of a beautiful cake appeared in her mind. We bought Santa Claus donuts to eat together. Yu Ho smiled faintly and continued. I also remember that working on Christmas Eve, we had no right to resist the president's orders at that time. Then he asked again, is there anything else? Sua paused, lost in thought. Then she continued. Jean gets drunk during meetings and pees in the closet. I don't even know why I'm thinking about that. Yu Hoan flashed a warm, bright smile, just like in her memories. I had almost forgotten these memories. Seeing Sua now, he was overwhelmed with happiness. Turns out I wasn't the only one who got a second chance. Sua asked in surprise. But what happened? Was I just dreaming? Yu Hoan didn't hide anything from her. You died, and I was almost killed by that snake. Just then, a relic appeared out of nowhere and time reversed. Hearing this, Sua exclaimed in shock. What? Then he told her about the Black Raven, Yu Hoan said, and it helped me get reborn. Sua started counting on her fingers, utterly astonished. And now it's July 2025? Yu Hoan added, exactly. Seeing her disbelief, he continued. And we really shouldn't have met. The future has been changing bit by bit ever since I was reborn. Then, Yu Hoan showed her Munin and said, your memories were revived thanks to this relic. Sua immediately replied, I understand now. She paused, something still bothering her. Sua said, but Yu Hoan cut her off. That was then, and this is now. In reality, everything is very different from before. He said, honestly, I don't intend to force your loyalty, because this life is your life, and it's different from the last. On the contrary, as he said this, his tone instantly changed, becoming colder. Never appear before me again. The aura emanating from Yu Hoen made Sua flinch. He was no longer the warm guy from before. He continued. Next time we meet, we will no longer. Then, Sua's lips suddenly curled into a gentle smile. Sua's slender finger touched Yu Hoen's lips, a reaction that surprised him. After a pause, as if she had been thinking for a long time, Sua decided to say these words. Honestly, what should I do as your subordinate? Yu Hoen replied, That's Jin Chan. I don't want her to benefit. Sua laughed loudly. You want me to betray her? It seemed that her reaction made him unable to understand for a moment how a girl could change her face so quickly. Sua looked at him with satisfaction. Very good. You have restored all my memories. This is the kind of captain I can trust. Yu Hoen also promised her, I'll give you all the money when I get back. Inside the catacomb, the Alliance members were sprawled on the ground, dizzied by Nero. Suddenly hearing a strange noise, he immediately stopped his movements and turned to look. Seeing him and Sua together, Nero couldn't help but be surprised. He stammered, This is... But looking at their reaction, Nero also knew that there was nothing tense going on, but he was curious. Are you two done talking? Yu Hoen glanced over. How are they? Nero quickly replied, Nothing compared to my strength. He asked about Sua. And this woman? Yu Hoen introduced. She is now my partner. Nero was amazed. The changes in human nature were incomprehensible. Ignoring the relic, Sua asked, What should we do now? Yu Hoen continued, I'm going to the tomb because we need to save an idiot. She asked in surprise. An idiot? Yu Hoen explained. He's a relic restorer. Hearing this, Sua turned pale with speculation. If he is a restorer, then, Yu Hoen didn't let her wonder for long. He immediately replied, You guessed it. It's none other than him. And this side is facing a danger. Right after, he brought Sua to meet Irin and said, Now, get acquainted. Yu Hoen introduced Irin. She is Lua. From now on she is a member of our team. After saying that, he looked over at Sua again. Sua, this is Irin. She has helped me a lot. Hearing the introduction, Sua was startled. Wait a minute. Irin Hen, Sua, seemed a little prejudiced. She continued. She is Irin, the god of bankruptcy. How can you cooperate with the god of bankruptcy? She is the one who likes to destroy everything and cause economic panic in all countries. Yu Hoen added, That's true, but aren't you being a bit rude saying that in front of Irin? Basically, she is a good person, she was in her previous life, but I prevented it this life. Irin looked at Sua. She said to herself, I don't understand what they are saying because it is Korean. Trisk. Irin's eyebrows furrowed. Even though she's a teammate now, I still don't like her for some reason. Thinking of this, Irin approached him, then whispered, Yu Hoen. He leaned in. Irin immediately whispered, Isn't she the enemy? You said she attacked you many times at the tomb in Korea. Yu Hoen reassured Irin. The situation is different now. I guarantee we can trust her. Standing in front of the two girls, Yu Hoen made a suggestion. It would be great if we talked to each other a little more, but we don't have time now. We need to go rescue that idiot, no problem, right? And after that greeting, now his car started speeding down the road towards Deha's location. Sitting in the car, Irin worried. Is Deha okay? Yu Hoen replied. He is fine and has used his own method to contact me. Yu Hoen recounted that Deha could describe the inside of the tomb and the abilities of the relic he came into contact with. And according to Hoen's speculation, the owner of the Envy tomb could be Saliori. Irin was surprised. Saliori? According to Juan Antonio Saliori's memory, he was a musician from Italy and also famous in Austria. Saliori was a great musician who successfully nurtured students like Beethoven and Sub. He was also famous for being envious of M.A. At first, it was just a rumor, but then the story was often brought up in many TV series. Then, there was a term called Salieri syndrome. And now, after piecing everything together, he secretly felt it was very logical that he was the owner of the Envy tomb. Even the name became a separate term. At the same time, Nero suddenly spoke up. Yu Hoen, a new message from the novel has appeared not long ago. He was surprised. Really? Read it out. Nero continued. This episode will have a very dramatic chase. Yu Hoen was curious. What does that mean? Tell me more. And according to his words, Nero continued to read what he had just learned. Suddenly, a soldier that you would never think of, there is actually another relic. The main character was finally caught. It seems there are still many things hidden from the enemy, was his last sentence. Irin worried. Will he be okay? Starting to steer, he sped up and reminded Irin behind him. Hold on tight! Inside the tomb, Deha was being chased, running as fast as he could. Those relics kept yelling, chasing after him. Don't run! Come here, you stupid human! He was panting, unable to understand. This is crazy! Where did they come from? Looking at the three people chasing him, Deha wondered. Saliori should only attack with his voice. Moreover, their clothes are not very suitable. Before he could finish wondering, a rope suddenly appeared from somewhere? Deha looked at it in surprise. He didn't expect that in this place there were still other relics. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, the rope tightly wrapped around Deha's body and pulled him away. The three shouted and chased after him. "Human, don't run!" Just like that, it dragged him into an empty room and decisively threw him hard on the ground. Immediately after that, it repeatedly slapped Deha's face hard and questioned, "Why are you going alone?" He whimpered, "It hurts." Looking at it frustrated and unable to do anything, Deha frowned. The rope growled, "What?" Once again frustrated by his attitude, the rope tightened around his neck as it shouted, "You should listen to your big brother." The rope kept yelling, "Resisting is for fatties." Sheep Haha cried out in fear, "Stop it! Are you trying to scare me to death?" Then, Sheep Haha explained, "I ran away because the relics are terrifying. They could kill me instantly." Sheep Rope suddenly spoke softly, "Really? Sorry, big brother was wrong." Sheep Ha, Tang I Ning, so twisted. Why are you suddenly being nice? At the same time, hearing the commotion of their argument, the others caught up. "You can't escape, kid." Sheep Ha startled. "What?" Now he couldn't run in time. He was pinned to the ground by them, like a trussed chicken, unable to react. Sheeprope still struggled fiercely, attacking the enemies while saying, "There are too many of them! They're taking you to Saliori!" He smirked. Finally, the intruder is caught. Sheep Ha was shocked. "Why are you here?" Sheep Ha looked at him and shouted in panic, "Are you crazy? What did I do wrong? Let me go back." Saliori growled, "Anyone more talented than me must die." Sheep Ha still didn't understand what was happening. "What do you mean? What did I do to you?" Saliori looked at him and laughed. "You've said too much. Write your will and die." Ja cried, tears streaming down his face. "Save me!" And just then, on the ceiling, large cracks began to appear, affecting the interior structure. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred, startling Saliori. He didn't have time to react at all. At the same time, Yu Hoen suddenly appeared. He nonchalantly looked down at him. "You don't hit a dog without looking at its owner, you crippled pig. Prepare to be punished." Saliori seemed very angry at being challenged by an intruder. He now continuously plucked at the instrument in his hands. "Die!" These sounds echoed like crashing waves. Yu Hoen felt a sharp pain in his ears and turned to Sua. "Finish him off quickly." She quickly replied, "Okay." With that, she took something out of her hands, creating fire. Looking at the achievements before her, Yu Hoen scornfully said, "You play the instrument too badly. You need a fiery stage to play better." After his words, a terrifying fire was about to engulf Saliori, and just like that, he continuously unleashed terrifying firestorms, startling him for a moment. Faced with this overbearing attack, Saliori didn't have time to react. He could only stand there and take it. Now, because of his attack, everywhere was flooded with fire, looking like a war zone. Saliori was burnt black like a charcoal briquette. He writhed in the great fire, constantly screaming, "It's so hot!" And of course, after completing the task, he turned and left, leaving him screaming about the heat. Sua, standing nearby, immediately noticed someone intending to attack Yu Hoen from behind, and of course, she wouldn't let him harm her teammate. Sua immediately rushed forward, slashing at him, startling him. Next was Sua's chain of sword strikes. He could only stand still and take it, unable to resist cursing. "Damn it!" Noticing that there were more and more of them, Sua began to summon her relic. Her relic was as powerful as its owner. Sua shouted the order, "Judd-Du, strike them down!" With cold eyes, Judd-Du swung his sword mercilessly towards the opponent. And just like that, in the air, Saliori's subordinates were scattered and defeated. Some had their souls scattered. None of them dared to step forward to confront Sua anymore. Seeing the person who just approached him, Jeha was startled and wary. "It's not you. Aren't you a Chinese mole? Why are you here?" Sua was a little disappointed. He doesn't remember her. Looking at Jeha, a warm feeling suddenly emerged in Sua. She secretly sized him up. He's still an idiot, just like a child. Looking at Jeha's bewildered expression, she had another guess. Or maybe he hasn't regained his memories yet. Thinking of this, Sua immediately reached out and grabbed his hand. "This big sister will help you. Stand up." He was startled. "Why should I trust you?" 1 second later, Sua burst into anger. She raised her fist and glared at him. "You want to rumble?" Jeha seemed to scream, "Look, how can I trust you?" Without letting him say more, Sua directly grabbed Jeha's hand and pulled him away. "Follow me quickly, you'll be safe." Jeha was still a little doubtful. Can she really be trusted? Seeing her enthusiastically helping him like that, Jeha felt extremely surprised. This is really hard to understand. On Yu Hoen's side, it seemed that the Saliori relic was not dead yet, just writhing in the flames. His whole body was charred black. Saliori growled, "Damn it!" He contentedly sneered and mocked him. "With this flame, your concert will be very lively. Never before has he been ridiculed by humans to this extent." Saliori roared, "How dare you!" As soon as he finished speaking, he also broke free from the control of his flames, and his form returned to normal. Saliori was satisfied. The flames had died out, and all the wounds had healed. "This is a great assistant," a strange voice rang out. "I couldn't conquer him." Yu Hoen was startled. "Is there another relic?" Now Saliori's whole body was constantly writhing. His whole body exuded a strange purple energy. And in the sky at this moment, the chess pieces on the chessboard also fell down involuntarily. The voice came from the chessboard. "How dare you disturb me? Foolish humans." He looked up at it and speculated that he seemed to have succeeded in provoking the relics. At the same time, Sua and Jeha also quickly arrived at the rendezvous point. She ran towards him and said loudly, "Captain." Sua quickly handed out a small painting and said, "Jeha, give this to him." Yu Hoen was satisfied. "Good job." Immediately afterwards, he took out a weapon from the painting, ready to fight. Yu Hoen smiled faintly at his opponent. "It's time to work. Sua is also ready to fight." Looking at the chessboard and Saliori, Yu Hoen said to Sua, "That thing is not necessarily just a relic. Now Sua and he are fighting together against that group of relics. Let's start." As his relic finished speaking, a chess piece on the chessboard suddenly emitted a strange blue light, and that light shone directly towards Yu Hoen, making him a little dazed. The chess pieces began to fly around in confusion. "No artistic talent in you. You don't like the relics, dissing my novels." It looked at him and said, "You're just a destroyer." Yu Hoen smirked and said, "You are also my fan. You don't know what respect is?" Saliori replied, "Art. I will unleash more power and kill everyone." Now he roared with a savage smile. "I am full of power, my musicians. This will be history. The greatest orchestra ever." As soon as the words fell, the musicians rushed towards Yu Hoen and forced him back. Looking at them, he was so annoyed that he clenched his teeth. "You guys are so noisy." Now the system immediately notified that the opponent's relic's power was strengthened, and the opponent's relic began to move. Holding the music controller in his hand, Saliori was smug. "Let's begin." On the conductor's orders, the musicians now began to blare out deafening sounds. They relentlessly played their deathly symphony. The atmosphere was gradually intensifying. Yu Hoen used his shield and sword to parry the attacks. He seemed to be struggling. "Damn it!" Sua hid behind him. She covered her ears tightly with both hands to protect her eardrums. Aegis was also secretly sweating. It spoke up, "Damn it, this is too powerful, I might get destroyed." Saliori continuously manipulated the music, laughing gleefully. "This is my favorite song, enjoy the music you pigs over there." Yu Hoen gritted his teeth tensely. "Damn it, if you like it so much, listen to it yourself." Yu Hoen wasn't giving in either. "I'll return it to you, an eye for an eye. Enjoy your own music." A powerful surge of energy emanated from his body, and suddenly, his musicians stopped playing. Saliori was startled. "What?" Bound by that surge of inner energy, Saliori didn't seem afraid. He smirked. "How interesting." But as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes suddenly froze. A jolt of pain made Saliori flinch slightly. Because before he could even recover, Yu Hoen had swung his sword down forcefully in front of him. His eyes carried a thick aura of murderous intent as he looked at his opponent. And of course, he showed no mercy to these damn relics. Yu Hoen slashed his sword, severing one of his heads. The remaining heads screamed in shock. "Brother." But fortunately, the slash only grazed his arm. Now, looking at his arm that was bleeding profusely, he yelled in frustration. "My luck," Saliori yelled at him. "You bastard, don't you know that a musician's hands are more precious than their life?" Yu Hoen smiled faintly. "You don't have to worry about that." Saliori was surprised. "What?" He turned his head to look at him and said, "I'm not good at this, but I know a few things." Saliori grew impatient. "What do you know? Damn it." He thought. After thinking about him, he had a very good plan. Now he realized, although this guy doesn't look like Saliori, all the information about him is related to Saliori. I'll make him unstable and envious. This is like the way to defeat Nero. And at this time, Irin and Nero are waiting in the car. Turning back to Yu Hoen, he looked at him and said, "I know a little about the music of Beethoven, Schubert, and Haydn." Those relics were confused. "What are you trying to say?" Yu Hoen continued. "By the way, I know Mozart is more talented than you." It seemed that hearing these words of his, he was truly provoked. "You!" And now he was going crazy. "Human! You've made a mistake, you shouldn't have mentioned him." At the same time, a piano suddenly fell straight towards him from mid-air. But fortunately, with his agility, Yu Hoen successfully jumped up and dodged this attack. Musical instruments were constantly falling on him. Yu Hoen ran and complained. What kind of musician throws his own musical instruments? Watching him keep running and dodging his attacks, he almost went insane. "Die!" Sua said to him, "I'll try to stop his attack." Yu Hoen was a little surprised. Sua. But in the end, there was no other way, he had to let her be the bait. "All right." Seeing Yu Hoen running towards him, he roared angrily. Mozart didn't care about his anger and crazy eyes. Yu Hoen kept rushing forward, unwilling to lose to the musician Mozart. He screamed in madness, wondering why, and then he kept punching the ground hard, Why does everyone acknowledge that damn thing? Blinded by fury, he didn't see Yu Hoen flying towards him with his sword. That relic shouted. Oh heavens! It seems this relic is unwilling. Why am I not acknowledged? Where is the justice? Ignoring those meaningless questions, he nonchalantly slashed across its body. That relic felt a surge of pain, never expecting to be defeated like this. Yu Hoen glanced over, disgusted. You're too noisy. When the thing below was killed, the chessboard above was somewhat affected. A tremor ran through, accompanied by terrified sounds. Hey, Yu Hoen, look at this. I'll give you a favor. I won't use this sword. I'll only attack you once. And now, suddenly, another earthquake appeared, surprising him a bit. The system simultaneously announced suitors and the greedy relic. Looking at the system panel in front of him, he bit his lip. Greedy relic. Sua looked at him blankly, panicked. She immediately yelled, Boss, this place is collapsing. Yu Hoen snapped back to reality. We've saved everyone. Let's go. Sua pointed ahead. The exit is that way. But before they could leave, that insane voice echoed again. Stop! And just like that, Yu Hoen and the others were bound by a strange power. And that voice echoed again. You incompetent fool! You can't even defeat a human! The greedy relic was surprised. He glared and asked, What? The voice came from the chessboard and now it said, Let me control this tomb! The damned musician yelled, No way! And that chessboard struck him hard. Shut up! I told you to give me your power! The system immediately announced. The greedy relics are dominating this tomb. The tomb's traps have been redesigned. The tomb's difficulty has been increased. The relics panicked. This is too much. All my power has been taken away. Seeing them fall to the ground helplessly, he couldn't help but worry. Relic. And then the voice of the greedy relic rang out. Yes. Now Yu Hoen became wary. This is bad. I can't move my body. The greedy relic was satisfied. This power is truly useful. Ua was also anxious. I can't move my body. The greedy relic said again. Now I will try the power of envy. This is one of the worst qualities that everyone has, and the system quickly warned. Intense envy erodes the mind. Everyone around you is starting to envy everything. You can't get along with your friends. Now, hollow words kept echoing in his head. I am very envious of him, and have a desire to kill him. I must endure it, or I will be in danger. Yu Hoen worried secretly. The difficulty of this tomb is really high. People who enter this tomb will die because of their friends. Before he could finish his thought, Sua lost control. She held the sword and directed it toward him. Du Hoen! Du Hoen yelled out, Snap out of it! Sua. Looking at her, he immediately realized she was being controlled. Sua trembled. I will kill you! Sua was now like she was cursed. I'm very jealous of Du Hoen, she began to murmur. She was completely controlled. He immediately turned to the Luochao backpack. I have to find a relic that can control her. As soon as he opened the bag, the relics started arguing. Why are you guys crowding? I'm the relic he needs. I'll kill you all. But the more important thing here was that none of the relics were useful. Shu A, on the other side, kept charging to kill. Du Hoen was startled. Hey, calm down. Having no choice, he could only pick up his sword to fight. I've been driven into a corner! Right at that moment, Sua also aggressively rushed over. Her body was now completely controlled. On this side, Denyi looked at the crumbled relics and was scared. What happened? God save me. More and more rubble fell. And Ayi was also hit hard on the head. With tears streaming down, he clutched his head and grit his teeth. Boss said he would come to save me. Wait, how is Boss doing? Before he could finish his sentence, a large rock fell from above towards Deyi, causing him to exclaim in shock. What? After that, smoke and dust flew everywhere, but the rocks in the air didn't stop and continued to fall rapidly. Deyi closed his eyes in fear. His body was scraped everywhere. Has this stopped? Am I dead? Opening his eyes, Jihai sweated profusely. He looked around and then drew a conclusion. He didn't feel like he was intact, not flattened by the rocks. Denyi rejoiced. I'm still alive. I'm okay. Thank God I'm still alive. Touching his head now, he wondered, I don't feel any pain. I don't know why, but I feel very happy. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling Jihai. Calm down, he wondered in surprise. Isn't that Boss's voice? Over on Du Hoen's side, Sua was still holding her sword, constantly charging towards him. Die! Du Hoen dodged while worrying. I'm in trouble. My relic isn't here either. Shu A flew in and madly slashed. Die! At the same time, the relic's voice rang out. Why aren't you affected by the envy? You are quite good. Stopping for a moment, a flame appeared in front of him. It burned and was intensely hot. Then it spoke. But what if I increase the power? Let me see how long you can resist. As soon as the words fell, an alchemical cauldron appeared from the air. Seeing the layer of purple smoke radiating from it, he immediately covered his mouth, secretly speculating. Incense smoke, is that the master here? It seems the greedy relics have left this room. Immediately, Du Hoen gritted his teeth and charged forward. meaning that if he destroyed it, the relics spoke up. It's useless. Now the system announced that the intensity of the envy was continuously increasing. Another form of powerful envy arising. Envy-inducing quality maximized. You become envious of yourself. Now, Du-Hoan felt that his feet seemed to be stopped by an invisible force, making it impossible for him to proceed. Feeling his body becoming increasingly sluggish, he was so angry he grit his teeth. Damn it. Looking at his hands, he was a little anxious. Damn it, I can't move. Realizing that his hands were involuntarily moving, he panicked. What? It's controlling me! The relic was immensely pleased. It smugly teased, "It looks like you're about to give up." Looking at the sword being held by his own hands right up against his neck, he was frustrated. Damn it! The happy relic said again, "Goodbye, QM." Du-Hoan was now sweating profusely. He was a little pessimistic. Is this my end? I'm going to kill myself. Immediately, Yoon-ho looked around, desperately searching for something to hold on to. What to do? He glanced at his teammate, feeling lost. Exu, she was in a similar situation. The pain intensified, and he squeezed one eye shut, struggling to resist being controlled. Just before it was too late, Jin-ha rushed over, looking at Yu-Hoan with the eyes of a madman, shouting, "Boss, what are you doing?" Seeing him frantically clutching the sword, Jin slapped Yu-Hoan's face in frustration. "Why are you trying to kill yourself?" He was shocked. Jen. After snatching the weapon from Yu-Hobian's hand, Jin-ha turned to Sua, striking her hard on the head. "Redhead, why are you trying to off yourself too?" Sua exclaimed in surprise. "That idiot isn't being controlled." Immediately after, Jean looked over at him. What's going on here? Why were you trying to kill yourself? Seeing his distorted face and shifty eyes, Jean immediately deduced. You can't speak. Jean was confused by his unusual behavior. What's really wrong with you? What are you trying to glance at? Instantly, Jean finally realized what his boss was trying to say. Then he looked at the cauldron that was constantly emitting toxic fumes. You mean this thing? Seeing that he was still calm, the relic couldn't help but be surprised. Why can you move? In that case, I'll increase the power. With those words, it continuously emitted even more fumes. Jehal cursed, annoyed, covering his face with his hand. Damn, the heat is making Jenha sweat. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the cauldron. What is this smoke? Seeing it constantly spewing smoke, Jenha finally lost his temper. Breathing smoke is bad for the lungs. I'm cutting it. After the two on the other side had regained consciousness and broken free from control, Yu Hoan helped Shu A up, but his eyes fell on the relics on the ground. These relics are just taking advantage of the situation. With that thought, Yu Hoan bent down and picked up several of them. Then he looked over at that lunatic. Jen, run now before things get worse. Jenha responded. Okay, boss. Before leaving, Yu Hoan instructed. Don't forget to bring the bag. At the same time, the relic hadn't given up and began to provoke. Why do you listen to him? Why is he holding girls while you're carrying bags? He's just an arrogant and nasty person. Suddenly, Zhenha's expression changed slightly. Jeha thought in surprise. What does he mean? Is he trying to sow discord? Yu Hoan urged. Come on, hurry up. He quickly replied, okay. Just as the two of them finished talking, a voice suddenly echoed from inside the backpack, carrying a green glow that startled Zhenha into transforming. Not giving him time to be bewildered, the voice continued. Come and play. Jeha was startled. He hugged the backpack tightly, watching something fly out. Yu Hoan, seeing this scene, was also shocked. What is that? But it seemed two relics were talking to each other. No, you can't go. The fleeing relic shouted, Get out of the way! The other one continued, How dare you? That voice continued to echo, Run my ass. Suddenly, a rope appeared from somewhere next to Yu Hoan, as if wanting to say something. He looked at it in surprise. Yu Chaoge asked, What are you doing? The rope spoke. Master, look at this. With those words, the rope dropped a coin, surrounded by a leaf pattern, into his hand. Yu Hoan quickly recognized the Emosin memory coin. Jeha was astonished. We have relics like this? He explained to Jeha. These are the relics I took from Pandora. Jeha nonchalantly replied. Oh, I see. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to process what he had just heard. What? What was that? Being spoken to by the boss again, Emosin is a Greek goddess of memory. In other words, this is a relic with a very good memory. In her previous life, Jin Chuan was the owner of this relic. It seems she still possesses it in this life. What's strange is that Jin Chu's relics are all in Pandora's hands. Maybe Jin Chu sent someone into Pandora. Looking at the relic in your hand, it's clear that that foolish woman has been watching me from the start with this thing. She definitely knew I would appear at the 7 tombs. Sua then added, That's the truth. Jin Chuan did this. She wanted to take the relic and then kill you. Jia asked curiously. Jin Chuan, who is she? Yu Hoan explained. She's a conqueror in China, quite troublesome. At the same time, Emosin in his hand suddenly spoke up. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Hoan showed no mercy, clenching his fist tightly. You damn pig! Now his face became cruel. A moment of silence for the relic of days past? Emerson screamed. It hurts! Yu-Ho laughed triumphantly, while lifting the relic and exclaiming, to escape from here, we need a good exit. We have a bomb to open the door here. Jinha was startled. Boss, didn't you say this was a useful relic? Why are you destroying it? He looked indifferent and said, if we keep this relic, Jaegon will always be able to track me. Also, he paused for a moment, then continued, I have many other relics. And immediately after, Emerson, now in pain, screamed in despair. No. Very quickly, a massive explosion with fire erupted, and the ground began to shake. Irin was outside at this time. She couldn't help but worry. An explosion. Yu-Hoin is in there. Is he all right? Immediately, she sped off in her car towards the explosion. I'm coming to get you, Yu-Hoin. Inside, the relic Emerson continued to scream. No way! This tomb can be easily crushed by humans. No way! While it was screaming hysterically, the three of them vaguely made their way out of the store. Emerson saw him and shouted resentfully after him. You can't leave, human! Yu-Hoin looked back annoyed. What the hell? Yu-Ho turned his head and looked back. The greedy relics initially here? I'll be safe if I get out of their detection range. Daha was also surprised at this time, and immediately asked, Are there any relics that can track us without being near us? Yu-Ho quickly replied, Of course there are. According to Yu-Hoen, Daha learned that it's not a normal relic, so we need to hurry. Derek quickly obeyed. Yes. Then, the three of them ran away together. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light immediately caught their eyes, startling the three of them. The three of them stood still, and the car sped towards him. The window lowered. Irin looked at him cheerfully, flashing a gentle smile. Yu-Hoen. Yu-Hoen was surprised. Irin, after getting into the car, he immediately tried to win over the beauty. Thanks to you, we can leave here safely. Irin was surprised. What happened? Yu-Hoen happily smiled and explained to her. There was an incident, but it's okay now. Then Yu-Hoen took out the relic and said to Irene, I also got a relic of envy. She happily exclaimed, That's great. Looking at the book in Yu-Hoen's hand, she asked curiously, What kind of relic is this? This is Salieri's score, a grade S relic, a legendary glass relic. Then he brought the fork in his hand up again, looked at it, and said hesitantly, and this one, according to the information provided by the system, this is the spoon from the Sindahaji house, a grade S relic, a legendary class relic. Yu-Ho was a little surprised. I didn't think the original shape of the chessboard was like this. Sindahaji is a famous person in France. She became the Queen of France, and subsequently the temporary ruler. During that era in France, religious conflicts were intense, and she implemented a policy of coercing both new and old religions. Ultimately, many disagreed with these mandatory rules. The largest religious war in French history made her seem like a ruthless woman. His gaze remained fixed on the spoon in his hand. Yu-Hoen pondered silently. Although this is related to envy, Bandora couldn't claim there were two relics of envy. Speaking of Sindahaji, her husband was attracted to a woman named Diane, triggering her jealousy. Irin then asked him, What abilities does this relic possess? Yu-Hoen replied, I don't know anything since I haven't been able to commune with it. Zhao recounted. The Saliori relic attacks with sound, and that's all it attacked me with. Yu-Hoen responded, perhaps. He looked at the relic, speculating. If this spoon has an ability, it's probably some kind of corn. Irin cheerfully said, Really? Yu-Hoen continued. I saw it use this ability at the tomb. They continued to sit in the car, driving forward. Suddenly, for some reason, many cars ahead were heading towards Jingha. Irin was startled and exclaimed, What? Why are there so many cars? Looking at the symbol on those cars, she couldn't help but wonder, what is that? Jinha quickly recognized it and cried out in panic, The TV station logo. Sua speculated. I think it's because of the explosion earlier. Jinha glanced over. Right? They're probably gathering news, wondering what they're thinking. He said to her, Irin, turn the car around. This surprised Irin. Huh? Yu-Hoen explained, I'll tell them that we've conquered this tomb. Irin was a little puzzled. Oh, you're doing things differently than usual. Yu-Hoen replied to her, Yeah. Appearing on TV is a bit annoying, this time it's to help this kid. Zhang, surprised, couldn't help but ask, Yu-Hoen explained. This is a fatal blow for Jing Richard. Jeha flinched. Why all of a sudden? Yu-Hoen said, He's the one who put you on the tomb. Jeha was still dazed. Isn't it Jin Chan? Yu-Hoen continued. That woman has a personal grudge against me. Hearing this, Jeha speculated. Jing Richard threatened you over the phone? Yu-Hoen cut him off. I know what he's doing now. Yu-Hoen plotted again. Will appear on TV. Then you have to tell the truth that he copied your work. Jeha was startled again. What did you say? Yu-Hoen glanced at him, annoyed, and asked, Why are you reacting like that? Jeha honestly replied, I'm still scared. Yu-Hoen smirked. You were fine at the Pandora party. Jean said in a nervous tone. It's because you were by my side then. Pausing for a moment, Jen continued. But do you think I've changed since then? I haven't changed at all. Seeing him so uneasy, Yu Hoen gently reassured him. Calm down. I'll be by your side. These words carried a warm smile that made people feel at ease. For some reason, Suaa, sitting next to them, also unconsciously revealed a slight smile. Looking at Jinha and then at Yu Hoen, a sense of familiarity unconsciously returned to Sua's heart. At this time, Yu Hoen recalled why the envy tomb didn't affect him. I think it's probably related to his self-esteem. Yu Hoen knew that he had put his heart and soul into his work, but it all became a stepping stone for others. Thinking about the past, even when he became his subordinate, Yu Hoen suggested to Jae-ha, you work for me, I'll get back all the reputation for you. On the other side, the reporter whispered excitedly, Hey, don't you know we're on the air? One of his colleagues spoke up. There's breaking news. He quickly announced that a large explosion occurred at the envy tomb, and then there was a large hole. The tomb conquerors have also appeared. Suddenly, Yu Yu's image was quickly broadcast. He spoke with a sneer. Hey Jin Richard, you're doing an interview about the tomb right now. I'm on the screen too. On the other side of the screen, Yu Yu held up the holy relic book. Sorry, the tomb's relic is already mine. Richard was surprised. Then Yu Yu said, well, it's not surprising that I conquered this tomb. Right? Let me say one more thing. Now a truth is being revealed. Everyone is watching the broadcast. Listen to me. Jin Richard kidnapped and wanted to kill my bro, Jae-hae. He went deep into the Tomb of Envy because he wanted to corner Jae-hae there. Hold on a sec, he continued. There's a man named Francisco. He has the kidnapping relic. How do I know this? That guy is in the news studio. Hearing this, the other person was a little startled. Yu Yu casually added, that's why Jae-ha is in this tomb, and I know Francisco's face. The reporter, sweating, asked him again, are you serious? Of course. As far as Yu Yu knows, cornering holy relic restorers happened a lot in his previous life, and it was a method used by the Destiny King. Is this just a coincidence? Or is he behind Jing Richard and Francisco? But it doesn't matter right now. Immediately, he declared loudly. From now on, what I'm saying is the truth. I'll only do it once, so record it well. Yu Yu then recounted everything. There's a reason why Jing Richard wanted to make Jae-hae disappear. Just listen to the explanation from this person. Then he turned to his teammate. Jae-ha, this way. Jae-ha blushed shyly, and finally he bravely said, Jing Richard plagiarized my painting. This happened when I was a student, and he was a teacher. Gathering all his courage, Jae-ha shouted, he's a bastard, that's the truth. Yu Yu chimed in. And he tried to kill the owner of the paintings he plagiarized. How disgusting. Over here, the reporter turned to ask him, is that true? Richard was sweating. No, that is, the reporter continued. There was a similar scandal before. These words made his face turn pale, trembling with anger. On the other side of the screen, he smiled smugly. Now you're silent, right? Just as Yu Yu had guessed. Richard was now as quiet as a clam, not knowing what to say. Once again, Yu Yu was in a superior position. He looked arrogantly straight into the camera, speaking with a very contemptuous tone. Checkmate. On the other side of the screen, he continued. Squawk, son. Squawk louder! Richard now looked like a statue. He clenched his trembling fists, stammering. Not knowing how to refute anymore, he finally stood up frantically and shouted, he's a bastard, he's lying, don't believe him. The TV station staff spoke up. Are you saying he's not telling the truth? Richard immediately replied, of course. Hold on a sec, he said. If so, then try to give some evidence. But these words made him choke. What? At the same time, the young man continued to speak. You have the right to remain silent, but what you say will be evidence in court. Now, public opinion from all sides is focused on Richard. The truth is still the truth, and he can't deny it anymore. Looking from all sides, the camera is focusing on Richard's face to capture close-ups of his emotions and words. Looking back at the people from the TV station, Richard bit his teeth in frustration and thought to himself, damn it, this guy is cornering me. He started to stiffen up, and internally he cried out, I'm gonna die if I don't say anything. Sweat started to uncontrollably run down his forehead. But if I say something wrong, I'm screwed. Having no other choice, Richard tried to calm himself down and sat down, saying, all right, I'll talk. At first, I went to the tomb to conquer it, but I was defeated, so I had no choice. The TV station staff felt intrigued and exclaimed in surprise. He continued to ask, so, what about now? They conquered the third tomb before you. Richard, sweating, replied, it's no problem. I will definitely respond to him with another tomb. Switching to another piece of information that Yu Yu provided, Richard said, leaving that aside, I'll talk about the fact that someone said I plagiarized. He gritted his teeth, trying to defend himself. In essence, none of it is true. On the contrary, Jae-hae is the one who plagiarized my painting. The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment complex. It's late at night, but the lights are still brightly lit inside. Jae-ha is wearing a strange outfit. He looks at Yu Yu. Boss, what the heck is this for? But at this moment, Yu Yu is holding a bottle of something, aiming to pour it on him. Yi-ha starts to feel anxious. What are you doing? Hand over that relic. Yu explained. These are all defensive relics, including the dragon blood wilt relic. Pausing for a moment, Yu brings it closer to him. Asked enough questions? Yeeha startled. Wait, why do I have to use these things? Yi complains. Even though I just returned to the hotel after a long trip, can't you let me rest? Yu continued. Sounds good, but we need to do some things first. After all, they returned to the hotel, and Jiha recovered Cinda and Saliori, but were not fully recovered until they swore an oath. Each swearing an oath under the power of the main character. Then, looking at the mess in front of him, Yi Hao asked, You're doing this again? Don't mention it. Pausing, he paled and guessed, You told me to draw this so that every time I get kidnapped, I can come back? Yu exclaimed with interest. Bingo! And Yu's people can kidnap you at any time. We need to be prepared. Furthermore, I just provoked Richard. Jae-ha teared up. Oh no, I'm done for. Yu quickly reassured his subordinate. Just stay calm. I'll always be by your side when you get kidnapped. Yu carefully instructed again. But you must always be ready if you are taken away. Prepare defensive relics, and escape using the painting. Let's take it slow for now. With that, Yu quickly poured the bottle of relics on Ye's head. Although still confused, he obediently cooperated. Okay, I feel less worried now. But pausing for a moment, Yi is worried again. No, what if they kidnap me repeatedly? Yu said nonchalantly. Then you must always be ready to escape. Jae-ha almost screamed. Is your brain filled with water, boss? Yu continued. Don't say much. Old Richard is probably preparing to kidnap you. Yu then instructed. But is this enough? If you get stuck in the tombs. And so he generously took out a large axe, bringing an attack relic along as well. Then Yu continued to rummage. Let's see. Holding a pile of weapons in his arms, Yi-ha panicked a bit. No way, I've never used relics before. Yu replied, if you haven't used them, use them now. Not stopping there, Yu threw the book towards Jae-ha. Alright, take Salieri with you. It's yours. At the same time, an earthquake rose, making both of them extremely surprised. Jae-ha flinched. Boss, is it starting? Yu reassured him. Alright, if we invited them, they have to come. But at this moment, Yu suddenly pounced and hugged Yi-ha tightly, causing him to scream, Why are you hugging me? He finished speaking, and at the same time, Yu's building resounded with a shocking explosion. At this moment, Richard's group also rushed in with a murderous aura. He hurriedly asked his men, Have you found him yet? Francisco quickly replied, Yes, I've got him. Richard's rage hadn't subsided. He gritted his teeth. Good, I'm gonna put a hole in that bastard's head. Instantly, a strong light burst forth, startling the whole group. Yu Hoen suddenly appeared, saying casually, Look, it's a success. Jae-ha cheered. You were right. Pausing, he turned to Richard. Did you think I didn't know your plan? Seeing his nonchalant reaction, Richard trembled with anger. Damn it. Richard's eyes went wild. He looked at him and shouted the order to fire. Even with the Aegis relic defending him, Jae-ha was terrified. He hid behind Yu Hoen and screamed, Mommy, save me! Yu Hoen glanced at Jae-ha, then said, I'll defend. You attack. He was stunned. Me? He glanced at Francisco, then continued. And make sure you hit that guy. He has the angle grab relic. At the same moment, a huge surge of power from his side struck Aegis, shattering it. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth. Damn it. Richard's men immediately surrounded him. If guns don't work, then go hand to hand. Don't let him get away. Jae-ha squeezed his eyes shut, as if wanting to scream, I'm going to die. Buddha, have mercy on me. Just then, a strange light appeared from behind Yu Hoen, startling him slightly. This smoke startled Richard's subordinates. They shouted in confusion, What? What is this smoke? The men covered their faces. Where are these arrows coming from? Where's the armor? From afar, Saliori finally appeared. You stupid humans, let the show begin. Jae-ha was already lying unconscious on the ground, while the others covered their ears and screamed after hearing the noises. Damn it, it hurts! Yu Hoen glanced at his teammate with a bit of unease. He fainted from using too many relics at once. Immediately, he quickly searched Jae-ha's person. I need to find the drawing, let's get out of here. After a moment, Yu Hoen finally found it. His expression turned serious. Flipping over the paper in his hand, he cried out in delight. Here it is. Now I just need to draw the final stroke. On the other side, Richard clutched his arm, shouting, Francisco, wake up! Seeing that his man wasn't responding, he stubbornly pointed his gun at him. At least I have to kill you. Die. Holding the pen in his hand, Yu Hoen gave Richard a contemptuous smile. Too late, he said, quickly putting the pen down and drawing the final missing stroke on the paper. The golden light instantly appeared, and as he was helpless to do anything else, he said, Goodbye. Richard stood motionless, watching him slowly disappear, unable to do anything more. Finally, he quickly disappeared before Richard's eyes. He screamed helplessly. No, never had someone made him so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Richard roared. Damn it, can't do anything to him. He knelt on the ground, roaring like a wild beast. I'll kill you, Yu Hoen. Instantly, he and Jae-ha were finally back in their room. Looking at his junior lying collapsed on the ground, Yu Hoen chuckled. He's knocked out. Soon after, the news reported that Francisco had to go to the hospital. Saliori attacked him continuously. As he watched the news, he sighed inwardly. He's stronger than I thought. The reporters are still reporting. Jean Richard is trying to explain this incident. He's afraid this will affect the previous scandal. Hearing this, Du Hoen smirked cunningly and calculated. What should I do now? This is just the beginning. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was morning. At Du Hoen's house, he pushed the paper over to Sua, then said to her, "Look at this." Holding the contract in her hand, she was surprised. "What's this?" Du Hoen explained. "A contract agreement to join my group." As Sua read it, she wondered, "Isn't this just a grave robber's name?" Du Hoen replied, "This is more visual and better than a name like Team 13 in my previous life." He explained to her that this was a contract for reference. When you sign the form, you will be sworn in with the Hammurabi relics. Seeing her blank expression, he continued, "If you break the contract or betray me, then watch Hammurabi's achievements torment you. It's a standard contract when I deal with people who have nowhere to go." Sua was a little surprised. She couldn't help but ask him, "Why are you telling me everything?" Du Hoen quickly continued without thinking, "I just think you'll never stab me in the back. I don't want to lie to you." At the same time, the character who was sound asleep finally woke up. Just hearing this conversation, Jaha was a little unwilling. "Then it's different now if you give it to me to sign." Du Hoen looked at him. "Are you awake?" Then he looked at his bewildered junior. "I made breakfast. Hurry up and eat." Jaha was confused. "What happened?" "My taste," Du Hoen quickly explained. "It seems like it's affected because you use a lot of relics at the same time." Holding a hot cup of coffee in front of him, Du Hoen nonchalantly complained, "You're so useless. Maybe you need training." Immediately after, Du Hoen urged him, "Go eat." Jaha immediately obediently dragged his tired body towards the kitchen. Sua saw Jenha's reaction and whispered curiously, "Boss, you haven't restored his memory yet. Is there no problem like that?" 15 years of experience. Du Hoen looked at Jaha. "You're right." Then he was a little confused and said, "But the problem is, I can't restore his memory. Jha is good at drawing." After the incident, he gradually lost his confidence, and his precious ability was only used for scams. As a result, the adverse effects increased, and Pandora recognized him as the king of scammers. His personality is getting worse and worse. Thinking back, Du Hoen really didn't want him to have such a personality. Of course, he is still a weak person, and now he just needs a little training. In addition, Du Ho-chen was determined to overthrow Jing Richard and restore his honor. So, Du Ho-chen was thinking about whether to restore his dark memories to him or not. While drinking coffee, he meditated. Seeing this, these are all better conditions than in my previous life. I hope this is the right choice. Seeing him silent for a while, Sua immediately spoke up. "Boss!" Du Hoen was startled. "Ah? Where were we?" She continued to whisper. "In Jaha's case, it seems like restoring his memory is a problem." Du Hoen was surprised. "You still remember his personality before?" Due continued. "I understand. It seems like you made the right choice." Du Hoen asked in surprise. "Really?" Then Sua quickly agreed. "Okay, I'll sign the contract." But her decisive action surprised Jen. "This is a contract, but why don't you read it?" Pausing for a moment, he said, "I'll ensure your safety first." Jinchon Sua happily. "Oh, thank you." At the same time, suddenly Dae-thung rushed towards Jaha. "Found the person!" He jumped. "You startled me," Dae-thung excitedly said. "Playing with you is so fun." Jae-ha immediately rejected him. "Today I'm on my period. I'm not feeling well." Dae-thung pouted and said, "Promise me." Jae-ha waved his hand. "Okay, I'll play with you next time." Although he affirmed that, for some reason Dae-thung suddenly became filled with anger. Quick as lightning, it wrapped around Dahaha, leaving him no time to react. Dae-thung, annoyed, tightened his grip and yelled, "You're lying!" Daha struggled to speak. "You're hurting me!" Sua watched the chaotic scene unfold, feeling a bit helpless. Things like this happened often. Yu Hoen chuckled. "You'll get used to it soon." Switching back to Richard's place, a loud and angry voice boomed, "How are you going to take responsibility for this?" Turns out, the caller was Tun, and that old geezer, constantly scolding him. Francisco was hospitalized and became a cripple. Holding the phone away from his ear, Richard clutched his head, frowning. "My head!" Tizun shouted from the other end. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you deaf?" Richard immediately put the phone back to his ear. "I'm listening, but there's nothing I can do about this." Tezun didn't hold back and cursed directly. "You idiot!" Tezun didn't stop there. The old geezer continued to berate him. Now there's no chance to catch him anymore. You couldn't control your anger and messed everything up. On the other end, Tarn, hands on his hips, roared, "Besides, you used it twice! How can an idiot like you even exist in this world?" Through gritted teeth, Tezun scolded, "Why do you always do such stupid things? If this keeps up, it's going to be very difficult." Immediately after, he quickly ordered, Find a way to fix this mess. Richard flinched slightly. I understand. With that said, Tae-zoon hung up abruptly, not wanting to talk to Richard for another second. Meanwhile, Richard's face darkened with frustration. Fix it, my ass. I've already been screwed over by that bastard. Looking at the phone, Richard felt like he was going insane. That old bastard, I can't do anything. Who can I even trust now? After much thought, he finally decided to pick up the phone and call Jasine Kron. She's the only one. Cut to Damascus, Syria. A city shrouded in quiet simplicity with its unique architecture. Inside a grand, high-rise hotel, a loud voice announced, I have a report. The subordinate continued. 2 tombs have been successfully excavated in Lebanon. The young man next to him quickly added, an agreement has been established with the relic merchant here. Leaning back in her chair, Chae-woo said with satisfaction, very good. Everything is as usual. Now, only the envy tomb remains unresolved. At that moment her subordinate rushed in, panicking. Chairwoman Jane Kwan, urgent news! Seo Hohen has escaped the envy tomb. Upon hearing this, Kwan's face immediately changed. She turned around, frowning. What? The subordinate further reported. During the process, the tomb was destroyed, and the relics inside were stolen. A mysterious inner power emanated from Kwan's body. She smiled cunningly. How strange. Isn't that the tomb being monitored by my relics? Seemingly, the voice belonged to Kwan's relic. It spoke up. That kid is right, but he has a trick up his sleeve. It's a strange and annoying skill. I followed your instructions. However, he did something to your relics. Hearing this, Chae-gun finally lost her composure. What? Then she immediately asked her people, did you find my relics in the tomb? The young man quickly responded, no ma'am. We didn't see anything. The voice reported to Kron once again. The relic has been destroyed. It sounded full of regret. We could have stopped him if we were there. Chuan stood up angrily. Shut up! I have a task for you. Walking away from her desk, she said. You said you could monitor all relic users? That all relic users leave an aura? The voice hesitated slightly. But Seo Hohen is a strange one. We must stop him immediately. Looking out at the main street, Chae-guo said nonchalantly, how interesting. Her relic, confused, asked, interesting? What do you mean? Chae-gwen stood still and said aloud, Saint Relic, I've lived a life where I could have everything I wanted. This is a challenge for me. Now, a thick murderous aura appears on her face. How dare you bother me? What kind of man is he? How to use him I want to know. As she spoke, Chu pervertedly licked her lips. Should I eat him slowly? Is that so? At the same time, another soldier immediately stepped forward to report. Chairman Jean Kwon, Professor Jin Richard is calling. Just as she regained her composure, Chu immediately ordered, connect it and report back to me. He quickly bowed his head. Yes, understood. Saint Relic quickly dissuaded. There's no time for someone like that. But it seemed Chu had other plans. Wait a minute, I'll check out that old guy first. As soon as she picked up the phone, Chu Guen spoke. It's so easy to observe the envy tomb. Thanks, Jing Richard. We have to maintain minimum courtesy. She paused for a moment, then continued. But I won't fulfill your stupid requests. A murderous glint flashed in Kwan's eyes on this side. Right now I have to focus on a guy named Soen. Hearing Kwan's words, he was a little confused and retorted, no. Richard then immediately told her his thoughts and calculations. What we need to do is conquer the 4th tomb. Saying this, he thought to himself that when the tomb was conquered, his scandal would also be forgotten. Richard completely didn't understand why this woman wouldn't do as he wanted. On the other end of the line, Chae W spoke. Professor Jing Richard, we don't have time to make a plan. And pausing for a moment, she continued. Doesn't Professor Richard have a problem that needs to be solved first? Not believing his ears, he asked, what? Chu didn't hesitate to directly expose him. I heard that you're a plagiarist. Richard broke out in a sweat and immediately retorted. That's all made up nonsense. Ignoring his excuses, Chae-go nonchalantly said, you should find a way to cover up this rumor before it becomes a nail gun straight to your head. Richard was stunned. What? Seeing that he kept wanting to deny his bad habits, Chi was completely impatient. I'll contact you later. Now? Richard was finally anxious. He immediately shouted. Just listen to me for a moment. Before he could say anything, she hung up the phone. Richard was so insulted he went crazy. Damn it! Although conquering with you can help me cover this up, you're looking down on me too much, you bitch. You think I can't do it without you? But of course, these crazy words were only heard by him alone. As for Zhu Yen, he left Syria and returned to New York. There were many things to do, but answering interviews was a top priority. News, newspapers, radio, and the internet. Edward connected with all of them, and they had interviews. This will make old Jin Richard die quickly. Du Hohen must increase the level of news to the highest level, because this is a rare opportunity. If Du Ho didn't remember wrongly, he has a troubling Saint Relic that is the new Saint Relic of the legendary detective novelist Conan Doyle's Mirror Mask. His stories have inspired many writers. He has created a famous character that everyone knows, namely Slockholes. Perhaps because of his work, his saint relic is a secret. By using that saint relic, he can excellently transform into a target. But he has one fatal flaw. To draw in the style of Jihai, he has to transform into one. Therefore, he has never been seen painting his target. He has always kept it hidden. And right after his interview ended, he quickly declined further questions from the reporters. "I'm done talking, I'm leaving." They swarmed the two like a disturbed beehive. Wait a moment. Duhoen and Jihai were quickly surrounded and bothered by the reporters. Just answer one more thing. After both of them managed to escape the encirclement, Jihai sighed in helplessness. This is truly tiring. Duhoen now immediately said to him, "I think this is enough. We've said many things to the media." Finally hearing this, Dayi quickly spoke up, with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Boss, do we really need to do these things?" Seeing his subordinate in such a dilemma, Duhoen was slightly annoyed. "Are you reverting to pessimistic mode? I've made a plan. Do you think I'll fail?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu quickly said to Jia, "Pull up our interview videos." He quickly took out his phone. While reading the comments, Yu summarized for JH. "We're getting a lot of different perspectives and opinions, because this is a hot topic." But suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes stop. "Ah!" Yu exclaimed in surprise. He wondered, why did our first interview disappear? Jeha also exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Seeing Yu's reaction, Jeha couldn't believe it. He quickly asked again, "Are you kidding me?" Yu was silent, thinking to himself, "This is the truth. Jin Richard did it." Immediately after, Yu quickly stood up. "This is unacceptable. I'll arrange the next interview." Jeha was dumbfounded. "What? I haven't finished eating yet." After all, Yu's interviews disappeared. Something happened. Jin Richard's scandal wouldn't be publicized. He sat scrolling on his laptop thinking, "I'm sure of it. Jin Richard did something, and he intends to restore his reputation." Interviews avoiding the scandal began to appear everywhere. Yu also knew that bringing him down probably wouldn't be easy. From the start, he had been a person with many connections. He also admitted this was the difference between Yu and him. He easily received the attention of many people. Shaking off his thoughts, Yu quickly went towards Jia. "I can't let this continue to happen." Even though things weren't going smoothly, Yu said nonchalantly, "That old man is manipulating public opinion. I'll go all out against him." Jeha was stunned. "What are you going to do?" Not letting him wonder for long, Yu took out that relic, Marie Antoinette's necklace. This is a relic that can create negative rumors about opponents. Speaking of which, Marie Antoinette, the queen of the French Revolution, lived with many bad rumors. Her most famous saying was, "I don't think it's too difficult to buy expensive diamond necklaces." Looking at the necklace in his hand, Yu said with a dark expression, "This is a relic born from that story. In situations like this relic is perfect." He paused for a moment and said to Jeha, "The problem is, to use this relic, you need to meet the target directly, but this little brother isn't quick at all." "Huh? Who will do it?" Yu smiled smugly, and then said, "Fortunately, we now have a spy." He quickly looked over at his reliable associate. Sua also quickly came over when she heard Yu call. The boss handed the relic to Sua. Yu then said, "Approach Jing Richard, then use this relic on him. Can you do it?" With a face full of confidence, Sua smiled smugly. "Of course." Putting complete trust in her, Yu smiled brightly, and then said, "All right, go." And just like that, Jing Richard was constantly being interviewed, making it easy for Sua to disguise herself. Then the report came in. At that moment, Sua called him and said, "I succeeded." After hearing her report, Yu immediately opened his laptop. "Let's check the results." Jeha glanced over at it and was startled. There were many articles about Jing Richard, but he wondered, why isn't there anything about plagiarism? Yu pointed to a post on it. "It's here. The original Jing Richard is trash." Jeha became even more anxious. "Boss, what's going on?" He darkened. "Damn it, I didn't think about it." Looking at that news, Yu quickly calculated. There were indeed many bad rumors, but the topic wasn't plagiarism. On the contrary, the plagiarism case might be forgotten. Finally, he hung his head, Yu now feeling a bit helpless. Damn it, it's really not easy. But it's true that when one door closes, another opens. At the same time, a notification appeared on the laptop, a strange email account, sending something that surprised both Yu and Jeha. He quickly opened the email to see. JH was surprised when he read the content inside. What? The gist of the email was that the sender found what you were doing interesting and wanted to help. No strings attached, just remember you owe them a favor. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After reading through this cooperation offer, Yu Honen became a little wary and pondered for a long while. Then Yu Honen wondered. He asked himself, "Who is this?" Jeha was also curious. A stranger? And not long after receiving the email from a stranger, something extraordinary happened. News about Jing Richard's plagiarism suddenly surfaced everywhere. It seemed to have become the hottest trend in the world. And this was beyond his expectations. Not only in the United States, but also in China and Europe, everything was about Jing Richard. Yu Huiyan wondered, how did this happen? But I guess who did this? Pausing for a moment, his eyes suddenly darkened. As far as Yu Huiyan recalled, it was W. Haman, the rumor king. He can control all kinds of media. The information about Jin Richard's plagiarism scandal had exploded. Although he had been helped, Yu Huiyan was sure he wasn't a good person. He was someone who wouldn't hesitate to turn on anyone. Jeha was a little curious. Then why would someone like him help us? He even said he'd meet you later. Yu Huiyan replied, perhaps he's attacking Richard rather than us, because he's that kind of person. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Yu Huiyan continued. However, this is a great opportunity for us, isn't it? And just like that, the media war continued to turn the tables, and bad rumors about Richard began to increase. Yu Huiyan knew that it was related to the rumor king. Perhaps he would use this opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yu Huiyan immediately increased the interview schedule. He demanded that Jin Richard prove himself by drawing in front of everyone, and immediately the number of people following this case also increased. Everyone was anxious to know the truth, and Yu Huiyan began to do something else to consolidate Jin Richard's scandal. Then he called someone, cheerfully opening his mouth. Hello? Yes, Yan, right? Aren't you a former student from the same university as Jeha? Hearing this, Jeha choked on his water. Jeha wanted to spit out all the water. How did you know the phone number of a former student? Yu Huiyan stopped the troublesome young man next to him. Quiet. I'm on the phone. And then Yu Huiyan replied again. Yes, tell me. Pausing for a moment, Yu Huiyan continued. What I want to ask is, how is that matter going? Do you understand what I mean? While on the phone, Yu Huiyan asked the other party, have you seen the news? Isn't it better to boldly speak the truth? Jeha was sweating. You are threatening the former students of the school. Alas, Yu Huiyan shamelessly replied. No, I'm just pushing. Looking at the naive Jeha, he gave a cunning smile. The more witnesses, the better, right? Jeha resentfully said again. They won't help. If they were on my side, they would have helped me a long time ago. Yu Huiyan interrupted. Before, they were afraid of Jin Richard's power and reputation. Jeha was surprised. What's different now? He explained to Jeha. Right now, all the news is against Jin Richard. They must be wanting to take revenge on Jin Richard, one by one. And as he spoke, Yu Huiyan demonstrated by calling a former student all the way in France. As expected, there are many people following them in New York. Yu Huiyan is also currently looking for former students. Immediately after that, he showed a long list. Look, how much evidence is there to accuse him? Jeha was stunned and exclaimed, so much. Jeha's face was radiant. I never thought this would happen. Seeing his teammate happy, Yu Huiyan was also secretly happy for him. He looks very happy. Yu Huiyan was also very happy. He didn't have to follow in the footsteps of his previous life. Yu Huiyan couldn't help but ask, are you happy thinking Jing Richard is going to bite the dust because of this? Jeha blankly asked back. So? Yu Huiyan quickly followed up. This is just the beginning. We'll give him a fatal blow. In this life, Jing can consider himself to have met a good teammate. On Richard's side, he was extremely flustered holding his phone. All of this is driving me crazy. Why are the media targeting me? I already bribed them. Richard immediately ordered his subordinates, asking them why they did this. The young man fearfully replied, yes, sir. Just opening the door, Richard was extremely annoyed. Even my old students are opposing me. This is terrible. Damn it. Before even stepping out the door, a noisy sound made Richard freeze for 5 seconds, shocked to see the reporters and journalists in front of him. Richard's staff urgently tried to control the chaos. This isn't the time for interviews. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. I brought them here. Happy? Richard was furious. Yu Huiyan, you? He coldly said. Stop avoiding the issue. The whole world knows you plagiarized Jeha's painting. Pausing for a moment, Yu Huiyan continued. If you want to prove it's false, then prove it. So angry he couldn't do anything. Richard kept growling like a mad bull. Yu Huiyan? Fine. Trying to regain his composure, Richard said to him. Conversely, if all those unfounded accusations are untrue, you must hand over all the sacred relics to me. Yu Huiyan feigned surprise and asked, why are you being accused if it's you? Richard angrily retorted. Because you're driving me crazy. Smirking under the sunlight, he said to him, you've threatened the honor and career I've achieved in my whole life, so I must threaten you in the same way. What do you think? As Shoen said this, Richard's eyes seemed to want to kill someone. Yu Huiyan calmly agreed. Whatever you want. Behind him, Jen worriedly whispered, Boss, we're betting too irrationally. But in response to his concern, Yu Huiyan smiled triumphantly with a cold face. Okay. Jean seemed like he wanted to scream. He tried to keep himself calm and said, Boss, you're crazy. Yu Huiyan quickly covered the annoying guy's mouth. He continued, You've already mentioned the stakes, so I'll choose the time. How about now? Richard stuttered in shock. Now? On this side, the reporters also hurriedly chimed in. Speak! Choose quickly! The crowd reacted so fiercely. Richard gritted his teeth and said, Damn it! I need to prove it right now. And soon after, the place for the competition was immediately prepared. There were many people there, from reporters to the National Art Organization. On this side, Jin was scratching his head. You're being a bit reckless. We should stop. Yu Hohan glanced over. What are you saying? Jing Ha panicked. Think about it. This bet isn't beneficial to us at all. Yu Hoan quickly said. He won't use his sacred relics in this situation. Jen was confused. Have you thought about that? He can draw without the sacred relics. Yu Hoan smirked and interrupted. Don't. Yu Hoan advised Jaya, don't be too stressed. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I've planned it all out carefully. It's very safe. Pausing for a moment, Yu Hoan said again. But I completely trust you. If you're worried, I can be by your side when you draw. How does that sound? Feeling of worry was overwhelming him, but faced with Yu Hoyan's determination, he finally sighed, looking over at the reporters. Finally, Jin had no choice. He had to agree to do as Yun Hoan said. Okay. The referee immediately opened the cloth covering the painting. The theme was Professor Jin Richard's work, Magnificent Park Landscape. Just by repainting a similar painting, seeing him still constantly worried, Yu Hoan encouraged, Focus! Bro! On this side, Richard was also extremely tense, looking at Yu Hoan still smiling and talking, which made him even more uneasy. Richard disdainfully thought to himself, Fools, do they think I'll lose? He confidently put pen to paper. He could still paint without the sacred relic. He had seen this painting thousands of times. Richard, while painting, couldn't help but feel pleased. Looks like this is my victory. This playground is mine. Behind him, the reporters were snapping photos non-stop, while Richard maintained his contemptuous demeanor. Suddenly, his inner voice cried out in anguish. I can't complete it to the fullest extent, but if I make it look similar, it might be alright. Meanwhile, over here, he was also focusing intently on recreating his work to perfection. After a while, Yu Hoan could hear the sound of the brush moving. Everyone was silent to allow the two artists to concentrate. This will be Jin Richard's victory if he can paint it. If not, then we will win. Good! After a long time, it's finally here. At this moment, Richard's face looked like he had lost his rice bowl. Looking at his painting, the reporter stirred. What is that? What did he paint? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Richard's body trembled. It's strange. Why can't my arm move as I want it to? The observers were starting to lose patience. Professor, this isn't the time to play around. Seriously, use it. Yu Hoan immediately mocked. He is being serious, but not as expected, huh? I guessed right. Ring Richard said this, a triumphant look appearing on his face. Pausing for a moment, Yu Hoan then loudly declared, he used a sacred relic to plagiarize the painting. Everyone was shocked and stirred. What? He used a sacred relic. Richard was startled by this. He continued to accuse the cunning old man. The sacred relic that you used to steal JHA's painting style is the Conan Doyle mirror mask. By the way, didn't you think about its side effects? If you keep changing yourself into someone else, you will become more and more like that person. You will lose yourself. The reporters quickly took photos and recorded all of Yu Hoan's words. He continued. And you painted in someone else's style. You have lost your ability to paint. Richard was stunned. Now his mind couldn't work anymore. Richard could only repeat endlessly. No, impossible. Yu Hoan pressed his advantage. This is the truth. Sacred relics are like that. Standing before the public, he now asked a fatal question. What do you want to do? You can't avoid it anymore. Plagiarist. At the exhibition, Yu Hoan stood beside the painting, with his hand propped up, delivering his accusation. What are you going to do? You can't escape the truth anymore. You plagiarist? He flashed a smug smile, forcing him to confess the crimes he had committed. Now you can only admit everything. It's too late to do anything else. Yu Hoan looked towards Jae-ha, who was silently biting her lip in annoyance, and asked Richard, Is everything you have gotten from Jae-ha behind him? At this moment, there was a flurry of press reporters taking photos to report the news. Hot news! I have to report this to my superiors. This is extremely hot news. Meanwhile, a photographer was pushed by someone, causing his equipment to be knocked over. The person stood silently. Richard, with both hands full of paintbrushes, faced them and shouted, denying what he had done. It's all lies! It's all slander! Seeing his actions, he smirked at his stubbornness. You want to resist until the end? Alright, do whatever you like. Yu Hoan didn't mind. He directly insulted Richard. You're going to jail anyway. He gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket, pulling something out. Damn it, you bastard! Richard raised the weapon he was holding in his hand, a burst of light blinding everyone. Everyone around had to cover their faces because of its brightness. What is it? It's too bright. I can't see anything. Over here, Yu Hoan slightly covered his face with his hand, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, he's too stubborn. Without hesitation, he raised his hand high, summoning the rope and ordering it. Don't let him go. Rope, Obey my command. It kept wrapping tightly around the doorknob. I squinted. Just a few seconds later, that blinding light completely disappeared. The guy behind me muttered, "Seems less bright now." Along with that came Richard's traceless disappearance, which made me quite angry. "Damn it, he's gone." Yu Huang turned to the interviewers. A reporter raised a hand to calm them down. "Everyone, stay calm. Let's make sure everything isn't a hoax." The next words he spoke made everyone in the room fall into anxiety and panic. He could turn into someone in this room, or he could turn into someone else he knows. Yu Huang then made a suggestion to them. "Everyone needs to take a test." One of the female reporters nervously asked, clutching her hands, "How are you sure he's still here?" Yu Huang quickly smiled and analyzed clearly. If he wanted to escape using a teleportation artifact, he wouldn't need to use a glowing artifact to blind everyone. He quickly pointed to the door where the rope was tightly binding the handle. Initially, the door wasn't open, and now it's tightly closed thanks to my artifact. No one can leave this room. With a satisfactory answer given, Yu Huang glanced at the group. "If we cooperate a little, maybe I can catch him. Everyone, don't act rashly. I'll interrogate everyone to see who he is." And so, one by one, people stood facing him, answering the questions Yu Huang asked. In addition, to ensure every detail, the reporters filmed the interrogation. However, Jie still had some worries. He asked, considering the possibilities, "Are you sure, boss? What if he has another escape artifact?" His question had barely finished when the reporters started clamoring. "Where is he now? Did he disappear? Do you suspect any of us are him?" Yu Huang's face was covered in sweat, but he still tried to reassure everyone. "Impossible. He's definitely hiding somewhere." Just as Yu Huang predicted, he turned his head to look around. If I re-examined, his eyes suddenly stopped on a series of portrait busts, one of which looked very similar to Richard. Yu Huang looked at the statue with a fiery gaze that didn't leave it for half a second. Seeing that gaze slowly fixed on him in statue form, he began to panic. His eyes widened as much as possible, his red eyes scrutinizing Richard, who was turning into a statue. Sweat completely revealed itself. That evening, at a magnificent high-rise building, the information was quickly updated. Jing Richard has been arrested. Pandora headquarters, New York. On the TV screen, a news report showed 2 police officers escorting him. Swen, who was present at the scene, was credited with arresting Jin Richard. A person with a hood covering their head stood in front of the screen, seemingly disliking this. "This is absurd." Ruo Shua shrugged, throwing his hands up to express his frustration about Yu Huang. How did Yu Huang put Francis in the hospital, and now he's arrested Richard? He ran his hand through his hair, clenching his teeth, making the bodyguard next to him a little scared. Besides, the artifacts in the 7 tombs have appeared. 3 appearances. I'll definitely conquer 3 times. Wasting no time, Ruo Shua ran quickly towards the gate in the conference room. "I have to prepare another plan. I can't be defeated by him so many times." Gripping the doorknob tightly, he quickly swung it open. Outside, a man was already standing, one hand holding the door, calling out to him, "Hey buddy?" Ricky, his face revealing a clear threat, lowered his voice to remind Ruo Shua to slow down. The voice and face made him lose a few seconds, regaining consciousness due to extreme fear. "Monster, sorry." As if remembering something, Ruo Shua, despite being scared, frowned and asked him, "Wait a minute, are you a member of Pandora?" A series of words were thrown out by him, accompanied by actions warning Ricky. "How dare you scold me? You're a bodyguard, right? How dare you be so rude to me? Do you know who I am?" Before receiving an answer, he was questioned in return, surprising Ruo Shua. "I know you, you're Ruo Shua, right?" Ricky's eyes showed clear anger, his face darkened, and he lowered his voice several tones. "Did you help Austin JF kill my parents? I know exactly who you are." Hearing this, he instinctively stepped back. What the hell? Beside him, the bodyguard whispered in his ear, "He's Ricky Han." Jua just heard the information and immediately turned to question, "What? Why is he here?" The sweating bodyguard reported back, "Leave immediately." The thing is, he was just appointed as a senator. The information made him gape, completely stunned. What the heck? What does that mean? The trembling security guard quickly recounted the events. The organization has lost quite a few people recently, so they need new members. Not wanting to waste any words, standing on this side, Ricky smiled smugly and began, "No matter what you say, I am now a Pandora senator." His entire face clearly showed his triumph, flashing a smile that hid an ulterior motive. "I'm hungry. Let's have a late-night meal and socialize." Rut stood motionless like a stone statue, not saying a single word. Late at night, at a high-rise building glowing with bright lights. Cheers. 4 glasses of beer clinked together loudly. The whole group yelled boisterously, "Cheers to slave number 1!" Du Hoen held his beer glass, turning to congratulate Zhenhe. "Congratulations to you." He happily bowed his head to thank them. "Thank you, everyone." Inran, also holding a glass of beer, quickly asked a few things about Jeha's work. "Will you start your new job right away?" The person standing next to him quickly cut into her words. "Should I call you an artist now?" Hearing the 2 of them say that, he put his hand up to scratch his head, looking completely awkward. "Artist? This won't change anything at all. Zhen's actions made Du Hoen, who was observing nearby, frown in confusion. What is it? The anxious way he's holding the beer glass can't be hidden from my eyes. Why is he still not confident? As if he remembered something, he quickly pointed towards Sua and ordered, I intended to give this to you later, but it doesn't matter anymore. Sua handed over to her. He happily complied immediately. Okay, boss. Quickly, Sua grabbed a stack of documents and handed them over. Here, boss. What documents are these? Standing behind, Du Hoen quickly urged him to open it. Open it! While opening, he was also excitedly wondering, what's so secret? He quickly showed clear surprise, making Du Hoen standing next to him smirk. Inside that portfolio was an invitation to an exhibition. Holding the invitation in his hand, Zhenhaha couldn't believe his eyes, mouth agape. An art exhibition for my painting in New York. Standing next to him, he smiled softly and offered words of encouragement. He needs to be more confident. You've shed the burden in your heart. You must become a real artist. I'll pay for everything. All you need to do is paint. Glancing over at Jin, he also reminded him of one more thing. Of course, the top priority is recovering your performance record. Du Hoen turned around and saw that tears were streaming down his face for no clear reason. Jia cried out in sheer happiness mixed with non-stop tears. Thank you, man of my life. I will never forget your kindness. I will serve you for life. Boss, being a slave is fine too. Luckily he likes it. A series of notifications appeared from the purple panel. You have gained absolute loyalty from slave number 1. Your subordinate's loyalty increases your appeal, and the ability to use military relics also increases. You have achieved the feat of softening the relics that hate you and gained training skills. Oh, well done. Receiving this information, he immediately turned to look at Jean and added, Don't react like that. Listen first. Crying, he was a little deflated. There's more? The next words from Du Hoen made Jin, who was crying, immediately stop. The exhibition revenue will be split according to a 1-to-9 ratio. Hearing those words, Iron and Sua next to them were completely stunned. You get 1, and I get 9? Du Hoen looked at Jen, then pointed at the contract paper, telling him to read carefully. Look here, it says in the contract that the pages JA marked are all wrong. He quickly told him to flip the page. No, not that page, keep going. Not this one. The next page here. Here. Finally, they reached the section of content that Du Hoi was referring to. The moment he saw it, he frowned. The whole building echoed with a shout from Jaha's angry mouth. Boss, are you kidding me? In the morning, under a sunny blue sky, the next day, they returned to the high-rise building. After that, Edward called me back. Inside the room, Du Hoen held the phone, calling someone. Boss, I have important news for you. I just sent an email. Check it right away. Hearing the voice from the other end of the line, he quickly moved towards the computer. All right, is it that important? You sound rushed, and the person on the other end is getting more impatient. You'll find out soon enough. This is genuinely crucial information. On the computer screen beneath Du Hoen's Gmail was a message sent from the other end. User ranking assessment. What does that mean? Just read it all. Clicking on the content revealed some kind of ranking. Saint Relic user rankings. Rank 1 King can use their powers to start a world war. Rank 2 Pro, professional Saint Relic use can create global disasters. Rank 3 Expert, proficient in using Saint Relics, can cause national disasters. Rank 4 Amateur, ability to use ordinary Saint Relics can create city-level disasters. I get it now. After skimming the content, he understood the problem, his mind racing. Bandora? They want to establish standards for everyone. A mountain erupted, with waves of purple smoke engulfing the city. Bandora set ranking standards on tombs and Saint Relics. Now they're setting standards for Saint Relic users too. Seeing Du Hoyang's silence, Jaha and Sua looked on blankly, quickly asking, What's wrong, boss? Take a look. He chuckled, showing them the information he'd just received. Bandora is starting to create ranking rules for Saint Relic users. Let's see what rank we are. Du Hoen quickly tapped away at the keyboard, searching for ranking information. He looked on, confused. Are we on the ranking list? While searching, he explained. They have a very extensive information network. As if finding something, the three of them huddled together, peering intently at the screen. Let's see. Just as Du Hoen predicted, a series of ranking lists appeared. Number 1, Bankruptcy King Irene Hen. Number 2, Destiny King Joshua. Number 3, Thief King Scene. Number 4, Conquest King Tuan. Number 5, Rumor King Wayman. I'm not there? Boss's name is here. After skimming the name, Jaha clutched his stomach, silently shaking with laughter. Thief King! Sua, seeing this, shouted loudly, causing him to burst out laughing as well. Boss, you're on the king ranking. That's right. Looking at him, she began to praise him with admiration. This is a good start for us. But it doesn't seem to be Toon Thief King, huh? Du Ho heard this and was slightly confused. It's just a nickname. What can I do? He frowned, closed his eyes, his face covered in sweat, frustrated with his own nickname. My nickname. You're a jerk, boss. Suddenly, a challenging question echoed around the tall building. Like making a scene? Jaha held his swollen face. On this side, Dahoen was searching for something on his phone. Thief King sounds so weird. Living peacefully, with a passion for speed. Why thief? A purple announcement board appeared in front of him. I will contact Ricky Han. The board showed the lines of text one after another. You have received the title Thief King. I think this nickname is a bit off. Do you want to change this result? After reading the information, Dahoen turned green with anger, smoke practically rising from his head. Are you kidding me? The lines of information continued to appear. This title suits you quite well. If you change the title, skills may disappear. I just want to change the nickname. Another version continued to appear. Instead, you will have new skills depending on your title. Do you want to change the title? On this side, at Ricky's office, he was on the phone talking to him. What's up? By the way, congratulations on becoming the Thief King. On this end, Dahoen angrily asked. I want to ask who gave me that nickname. The words from Ricky on the phone made his face darken. The Pandora Saint relic used that day. The senators ultimately voted. So you? On this side, he picked up a piece of paper, chuckled, and asked about Dahoen's expression. You don't like it? I think it's very fitting. Thief King, you should be glad your name isn't Pickpocket King or Dirty Harem King or something else disgusting. Holding the phone, he questioned the nickname. Why didn't you write Nameless King or Shadow King, for example? But Ricky immediately retorted. Doesn't suit you at all. Just like that, he rattled off a long speech and quickly hung up, leaving him standing there staring blankly. I can't change it. I have an interview coming up. I'm very busy. Goodbye. Thief King, holding the phone in his hand, Dahoen was fuming. I will bury you alive when I get the chance. Jae-hae came up from behind and suggested. Boss, we can continue looking at the ranking list. He quickly returned to his desk, tapping on the computer to search for both their nicknames. Ah, here it is. Both of you are actually on it. SUA had an extremely mysterious nickname, which was SUA is a spy. And his next nickname startled him. And he is innocent as hell. After skimming his nickname, Dahoen chuckled with praise. This nickname isn't too bad, is it? Only he stood behind him with an expression of obvious anger. What the heck? What kind of ridiculous nickname is this? Seeing Jinha being too annoying, he quickly made a suggestion. Number 1 slave, can't you be quiet? But he still argued noisily. How can I be quiet? What a ridiculous nickname. Shut up. He quickly received a warning glare from Dahoen. You should be happy your name is on here. Jiha looked at him and muttered. I think the Devil King nickname suits you better, doesn't it? So scary. Devil Dahoen, hearing this, lowered his voice. Innocent as hell, Jiha. While tapping away at the keyboard, he began to soothe his spirit. At least you're ranked as an expert to professional. But Jean still seemed dissatisfied with the nickname. What's so great about it? Who the heck gave me that name? Hearing Yu Yu's words, Jae widened his eyes, drenched in sweat. And above all, he doesn't want to be a king, right? He just needs his title to sound cooler. What do you say, Yu Yi? King of Thieves? He abruptly stood up from his chair, slamming his hand on the table, a smirk on his face. No, the king that Pandora gave me is nothing, because in the end, I'll become the Lord of Achievements. Yu Yu crossed his arms, leaning against the table, explaining further to the two. Besides, those titles aren't just names. There's something called the King's Treasure. You need to find it if you want to become a king. He looked towards Jamei, continuing to explain. This is the first time I've been called a king, so I don't really know what it means. Because the treasure is a very powerful relic. As if remembering something, he suddenly stuttered. Wait. A series of questions were asked directly by Gensha to Yu Yue facing him. You've become a king? So what relic have you conquered? Yes. By the way, after becoming a king, what will you do? Dominate territory? Build an army? He crossed his arms, looking up at him, nodding in praise of the question. Great idea. Consolidate the position. Dominate the world. Even so, the tall, triangular rocks beside them, the shattered slabs in the smoke-filled desert. Perhaps only the relics want to dominate the world. Humans will sink into suffering if they let the relics control them. Secret lessons take place in a large hall full of high-ranking officials. The Pandora system has a great impact on the decisions of the Pandora organization. I know that the Pandora system is an achievement. At this point, Yu Yu closed his eyes tightly. He affirmed. When that relic chooses the strongest king, it will cause suffering to humans. Jack, listening, was bewildered. Evil relic. Regaining his spirit, Yu Yu spread his arms, holding onto the shoulders of the two, confiding. So, if we want to ruin its plan, we also need to become kings. The more the better. We'll take the treasure together. The figures of the people who own the relics appeared in his head. It is said that there are 15 king's treasures. Currently there are only 5 people, so there are still plenty of opportunities for him. Jekka confusedly called out, asking for detailed information. How many people are in the professional rank? Hopefully, not many. As if remembering something, Sua hesitated and continued. Currently, there are 180 people in the professional rank, making him scream out loud, shocked beyond what he could do. How can I overcome them all? To comfort Jay, Yu Yu pointed strongly at his chest, with a smug smile. Don't worry, I'm here, I'll do everything to make you a king, making him confused and not understanding the issue. Guessing. Are you planning to kill someone to usurp the throne? He touched his chin, pondered for a moment, then spoke to Jeme. Of course not. For example, Wan Tun, the image of Wan Tun who used to be a superior, chatting with Yu Yue in the high-level room before. Just like that. Wan Tun. The two of them looked at him with eyes full of suspicion and worry. No. Wan Tun seems to have gotten the name wrong. Yu Yue immediately corrected. Maybe it's Wan Jirun. His words made the two laugh with embarrassment. What are you talking about? Beside the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Yu Yue reflexively. He turned his head to look at the phone, quickly grabbing the device. A call appeared. No name was visible. Strange number. Without hesitation, Yu Yu brought the phone close to his ear, listening to the call from the other end. Who is it? Don't you know me? A rather familiar voice teased him in a flirtatious way. You think you can handle Jing Richard alone? I helped you. Listening for just a few seconds, Yu Yu recognized the voice immediately. Ah, it's him. The other end of the line was a person wearing a military uniform with a high rank, wearing a hat, speaking. Are you curious to know who I am? You speak so coolly. Too easy for Yu Yu. In a few seconds he smiled slightly and accurately guessed his name. I know you, Whackman. As soon as the words were spoken, Whackman threw the phone away, launching it onto the chair, covering his mouth. Oh my God! He regained his composure, he pressed the phone to his face, and asked Yu Yu, Hey, how do you know my name? He smiled mockingly and retorted. Ah? Knowing is knowing. Although I'm saying something unnecessary, thank you for your help. Yu Yu's eyes looked towards J and Sua, who were dumbfounded before his eyes. Now, goodbye. But Wasteman stopped him, interrupting quickly. Wait, so the rumors are true. You're very strange. He quickly made a proposal to Yu Yu. I called you because I want to form an alliance with you. But he was decisively rejected. No. Watman was furious. Horny pig. He held the phone in his hand, starting to erupt with the suppressed anger from before. Hey you. Do you know how hard I worked to write an article accusing Jing Richard? But Yu Yu gave him a sentence, revealing his indifference. Jerk. You do what you want. Why tell me? Standing outside the call, Jeffa looked at him questioningly. What's wrong, boss? He didn't hide anything, explaining the whole story. King of Rumors? He's inviting us to form an alliance. He quickly guessed. We're going to ally with him? This is crazy. Yu Yu's hand pressed the phone, facing Sua, who was watching in silence. Personally, I don't like his relic, an image of a soldier next to Hitler in the past. He raised his hand high, full of solemnity. King of Rumors. He has the relic of Joseph Goebbels. He was Hitler's henchman and minister in Nazi Germany. On the ground, along the path where soldiers tread, were people wounded or gone forever. Propaganda was extraordinary when in power. The result was World War II and the massacres. Not wanting to dawdle, Yu Hohan bid farewell to W. Heyman. Don't expect us to be allies. Goodbye. Making him flustered, he hurriedly interjected. Wait, hear me out. He was immediately cut off. If you're planning to give the sacred relic, I don't want it. I have plenty. W. Heyman was seething. Grabbing the phone and opening his mouth wide, he yelled fiercely into the device without mercy. I want an alliance to excavate the 7 tombs. You have intelligence, but you lack information, don't you? His next words made Yu Hohan seem to remember something. His eyes suddenly widened as he glanced at the screen. I'll tell you everything about Pandora, the King of Fate, and also about the King's treasure. The King's treasure? He leaned back against the table. Opposite him, Sua and Jeha listened silently. You know information about the King's treasure? W. Heyman on the other end laughed. Do you want to know what the King's treasure is? He pressed his face to the phone, a smile blooming, as if he had achieved his persuasive goal. I know a lot of things. How about it? Do you want to form an alliance? Seeing it as a good option for himself, Yu Hohan smiled and was ready for the agreement. I suppose so. A very good choice. Whackman's voice echoed. What he said was heard by both Jesh and Sua. Oh right, do you know who we're about to face? I need your help with the excavation. Hearing this, his expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and questioned. Is this the real purpose? Who is that person? W. Heyman on the other end didn't hide anything, explaining clearly. He's a very strange sacred relic user. A portrait appeared with a rather handsome face wearing square glasses on his nose, named Julian Miller, making Yu Hohan dumbfounded. The image of a man named Richard being arrested by police at an art exhibition in the past is the key. King Rumor is involved in the arrest of Jin Richard. He is helping me not just for fun, he wants me to form an alliance with him. Sitting leaning against the table, Yu Hohan was still continuing that conversation. But surprisingly, his exchange conditions were quite simple. In exchange for information about the King's treasure, he wanted information about Julian Miller. He was surrounded by a group of people grabbing his sleeves in that auction house. The last time I saw Miller was when I played a trick on him at the auction house. After that incident, I haven't heard anything about him. He sat by the table listening to Wackerman's story. Do you know the Sep sacred relic? The question made Yu Hohen confused, trying to search his memory. The Sep sacred relic? I've never seen him use it directly. His eyes turned to Jeha and Sua, who were blankly listening in silence.
That's the information I just heard. If you want to know more details, you can come and meet me in person.
Holding the phone, Yu Hohen said, Meet Juan directly in the next few days. Okay, I'll come meet you. The information made him happy. Really? He added. You're really very interesting. Okay, we'll meet in 2.
On the other side, Walkman happily jumped up in delight.
He immediately shouted into the phone, suggesting, Wait a moment, I'll determine the meeting location. All right, no problem.
After a while, the call ended. Sua looked at him with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say earlier that you didn't like him?
Hearing that, Yu-ho smirked. A smile full of scheming that he was hiding from everyone was revealed. We just do what's beneficial, right?
He turned to look at both of them and said,
All right, prepare to go. Making both Deha and Shu'ei guess something, their faces full of dismay. Not again. The sky was covered in a dark color, surrounded by buildings with bright yellow lights everywhere. Above, an airplane was stretching its wings, circling around. Echoing around were shouts of blame.
We're meeting in the sky! You really went through with it!
Inside the airplane cabin, Walkman stood there blankly looking around. He was full of panic. Is your house on the plane? Are you trying to trap me? Mom and Dad, I'm on a plane, save me!
If that's the case, how can I trust you?
From a distance, Yu Hohen stepped forward and commented, You're different from what I thought, huh? So this is King Rumor. He, along with Jae and Sua following behind, were approaching Walkman. You don't need to act so exaggerated? Do you like my plane? Making him clutch his head even more blankly. What the hell? Not wanting to waste time, Yunho glanced at Wakama and ordered him, Sit down, we'll discuss serious matters. Making him nod his head and obey immediately. Oh, on the ground. An explosion shattered the earth. Fire flooded the place. People ran around. Julian was the one who caused everything. He raised his hand, radiating dangerous golden smoke. Yu Hohen held a computer, carefully observing the replay. Behind him, Jeha and Sua gasped in astonishment. Amazing! He's so strong! On the opposite side, seeing that he had finished watching, W. Haman sat with his arms crossed and lowered his head to ask, Yunhao, do you know what that sacred relic is? A madman. A terrorist. He raised both hands, telling him more about that named Julian, what he did. Miller attacks excavation teams when they least expect it, and destroys their sacred relics. In addition, several of my teams were ambushed by him. Placing both hands on the table, W. Heyman leaned forward opposite Yu Hohen, discussing the upcoming plan. We must eliminate him first. Then the tomb will be conquered very easily. I'm sure you can finish him off easily, right? Looking at him, talking about dividing everything after the battle concludes.
Of course, the rewards after conquering the tomb will be divided equally. What do you say?
No problem, right? In just a few seconds, Yu Hen's response made W. Hangman chuckle. All right, I'll ally with you. Hearing that, he nodded his head excitedly. Really? That was easy. Yu Huai added. Okay, now I'll explain my plan. Only Jeha and Sua stood silently, listening. To make the conversation more comfortable, looking towards Walkman, he suggested with a smile, Don't you find it strange that we're discussing this on the plane? We'll go straight to where the tomb is located. Hearing his suggestion, he raised both hands, showing his agreement, with absolutely no resistance.
Yu Hoen is excellent, just as I expected.
A few hours later, the plane arrived in a new land, surrounded by thick smoke, Syria. On the crowded road, Yu Hohen, Sua, and Jaha were walking. Sua glanced around, looking at the surroundings, confused. How many times have we come to Syria again? He smiled softly. What else could I do? The tomb is here. A region map appears, showing the colored divisions. The borders are clearly visible. Pandora holds Europe and the Americas. The Sino-Russian alliance controls East Asia. The islands of the African continent and West Asia have formed small to medium-sized excavation groups. Looking around, Sua turned to Yu Hoen and asked, But isn't this the area of the preacher king Ali? He walked ahead, smiling and assuring her,
There won't be a preacher king anymore, because I've already taken his main relic.
Yu Hoen walked and shared more new information with Sua. Even though he doesn't have the main relic, he still exists, making her look at him with amazement. Boss? When did you take it? A group of soldiers wrapped tightly in cloth, holding guns, wearing all kinds of advanced weapons. He won't be as strong as he was in the past, but he still has a lot of subordinates.
3 images of the groups controlling this area were listed by Du Horian without omission.
Currently, there are 3 groups in this area. Julian Miller's team, Ali, and the teams under Wasman. Hearing this, Jaha touched his chin, voicing the question he had. It seems like Miller is our toughest opponent. You want to prepare everything really well, don't you? Walking ahead of Jaha, Duho smiled and nodded in agreement. Yeah, the other groups aren't a big obstacle. Remembering something, he looked at Sua and asked about the item. So what about the lightning relic?
Images of the explosion sending rocks and dust flying flashed through Yu Hoen's memory. Everyone in it was running around in chaos. Well, through Heyman's video, I probably know what Miller's relic is. What relic? Then he smiled softly. The image of a god appeared in his mind at this moment. It's a lightning relic originating from India. The war god, Indra. I've seen this relic in the past. The image of the relic riding an elephant, holding a sword in one hand and a blazing golden lightning bolt in the other. Indra is a very powerful god, and his relic is as well. Luckily, he also has a weakness. Walking ahead of the two, Yuho continued to tell what he knew. Indra is known as the god of war, the son of the earth god and the sky god. A very powerful relic, Daya immediately questioned. So, isn't that relic very scary? But the question was immediately dismissed by him. Powerful is powerful, but it still has a weakness. The conversation of the three echoed around the parking lot. So, if we exploit this weakness, we can win. Bingo! Suddenly, Sua walked quickly to Yu Hoen. She looked at him, her eyes full of joy. We finally meet the vice captain again. Yu Hoen's words made Sua pause for a few seconds. Don't be so happy. Her face looked confused. Huh? Why? Being questioned by Sua, Yu Hoen touched his chin. He recalled the loud conversation from the other day. That's not what I meant. So, what do you mean? Without a satisfactory answer, Yu Ho turned and walked away. Forget it, I'm sorry. Leaving her standing behind, looking after him thoughtfully. Nani, is there something wrong between the boss and the vice captain? At a vacant lot, tents were stretched out around. Next to them were heavy trucks. A container engulfed in flames was smoke. A group of people knelt down, their voices pleading with the person in front of them. Please spare us. We haven't even set foot in the tomb. Julian stood there, his face down, clearly annoyed, raising his hand full of blazing golden smoke. I'm not doing this just because you're wandering around in the tomb. Think about the damage you've caused by carrying the relics. Forgive us. Standing between the two, Julian listed a series of violations committed by the group. Murder, setting up camp, robbing in this area. You don't have the right to keep the relics. Looking at them, he said in a stern voice without compromise and ordered, all of these relics will be confiscated. What? Julian's subordinate standing next to him raised his hand in protest, shouting a warning to the people in front of him. Didn't you hear Captain Miller say that? Hurry up! A series of relics, from low to high, were dumped on the ground by the group. It turned out they had a lot of relics. Another subordinate took one item, and his greed was obvious. It wouldn't hurt to steal a few, right? Don't be crazy. But the person next to him poked him in the arm, reminding him. Be careful. He signaled for the other to look towards Julian, who had his hands behind his back, walking forward. You should respect Captain Miller. He's trying to fight for the oppressed with relics. I'm great too, right? Making him nod his head in admiration. Yeah, that's right. During this time, he has fought against the bad guys. The words the two behind him said were heard by him, without missing a word. Julian blushed with embarrassment. Our captain is a great person. I'm very proud to be a subordinate of the captain. He is a hero of justice. Oops, can I hear what they said? Damn it, the next sentence pushed him straight into the abyss. Julian turned pale, drenched in sweat. But why is the captain only operating in this area? Is this area not affected by Pandora? Doesn't he know? The captain is wanted. That guy looked at his teammate, explaining the whole situation. He was framed in a scam, which left the other speechless. Completely shocked, really? From afar, Julian walked up to stand in front of them both, reminding them, don't talk too much. Seeing him, they nodded. Ah yes, Captain. From afar, another subordinate quickly ran over, looking towards Julian. Captain Miller! He slowly reported information about the Excavation Alliance to him. Julian frowned upon hearing this. Speak! The next words from his subordinate made his face contort, revealing clear annoyance without saying anything. There are rumors that someone named Scene has joined the alliance. Seeing this, he began to tell more information he received. Because he is an acquaintance of the captain, so I immediately reported this to you. Julian nodded, showing praise. Very good. He touched his chin, thinking of the boy's image, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Du Hoen, nearby, the subordinate who spoke earlier, looked at his teammate, wondering, who is Se Duhen? He was a little surprised, but also told him about Du Hoen. Don't you know? I'm not sure either. It seems related to the captain's scam. Over here, the two were chatting lively. What is that? Does that mean the captain is a professional con artist? Back to Julian, he looked at him and asked, how much of this rumor is true? Which made the subordinate confused, only knowing to tell the origin of the information heard. I heard it directly from a senior member of the Excavation Alliance. The information he gave made him know where the problem lay. I understand. Without hesitation, Julian put his hands on his hips. He raised his head and ordered the soldiers. Let's move out! We must quickly attack the next target. A group of people quickly surrounded Julian, listening to his orders. Before facing Scene, we must complete our work first. One of them hurriedly raised an opinion from their own side. Do we need to rest for a bit? But he was immediately rejected, making him smile in pain.
No, we don't have time. Ouch. So cruel.
Julian clenched his fist tightly, his voice full of the majesty of a commander. Starting from here, we must act quickly. We are facing one of the most dangerous excavation teams. Looking towards the group of excavators,
he expressed his deep gratitude to them through his words. I know you guys are tired, but please try a little harder. We will make this world a better place. Just like that, a land full of erected tents echoed with everyone's loud shouts. Yes, Captain. A large explosion occurred at the land full of excavation tents, making everyone panic. From afar, Julian slowly walked over. The crowd seeing this were extremely terrified and warned each other loudly. It's Miller Julian. We are surrounded. He walked with a face full of anger, his eyes burning red with hatred. He came to steal our relic. How did they appear so suddenly? Back the day before yesterday, on a clear, sunny morning, inside a high-rise building in the city, another report came from the Anderson Group. Damn it! They are becoming rampant. Excavation Alliance headquarters. Inside a room, a group of excavators were arguing loudly with each other about something. What is going on? What is Se Duhoen doing? Didn't he say he wanted to help us? Hasn't he signed the contract yet? Outside the hallway, the sound of arguments echoed everywhere nonstop. Damn it, what does he want? I don't know. At another place, in the closed room, the man sat opposite Duhoen's group of three. Holding the paper, Sua observed something very seriously. On this side, Jae was just like her. Next to Du Huai Li. What are you reading? Sorry, did I bother you? Jin sat there, unable to wait any longer. He shouted loudly, jumping out of his chair in a hurried tone. But you have been reading this paper for so long. We are in an emergency situation. Please make a decision quickly. Holding the stack of papers in his hand, Duhoen smiled slightly. He replied disapprovingly to him. That is your problem. I don't care. I have the right to review the contract that I am about to sign. You should know that. But Jin still tried to persuade Duhoen through his words. But this contract is very good for you. Why think so much? Suddenly a voice rang out. Ah, here it is. Taking the stack of papers, Shuei looked up at her and began to question the agreement he gave. All benefits after conquering the tomb will be divided 7/3. Does 7/3 here mean you get 7 while we only get 3? Jin heard this. His mouth dropped open as he shouted loudly at Sua, affirming, Yes, that's it. So what's the problem? His attitude made Sua turn to remind Duhoen immediately. Boss, isn't that unfair? He nodded in agreement with her opinion. I think so too. Jin couldn't stay still any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, yelling at the group opposite him. How is that unfair? There are only 3 of you. Getting 30% of the profits is already huge for the 3 of you. With a confident look, Yu smirked and said to him in a mocking tone, Numbers don't matter. I'm sure my team will carry this whole game. His next words made Jin's face turn pale. I want a 9/1 split. Of course, we get 9, you get 1. Before the words finished, Jin shouted straight at his face. Are you crazy? Hearing Jin scold Yu, that offer was ridiculously absurd. 9/1? I feel that's a little too much. This is a very interesting negotiation. Both Jae and Shu-ah could only watch, with a look of dismay at him. Suddenly from outside the door, a group of people burst in, furrowing their brows and asking Jin, Hasn't the contract been signed yet? What's taking so long? Then looking straight at his group, the leader asked with an annoyed attitude, Do you know how many of our excavation teams have been ambushed? Do you really want to help us or not? Holding a stack of agreement papers, Yu smirked, still maintaining the same opinion as before. If you agree to the contract the way I said, we will cooperate. I don't want to waste time here. The next thing that happened was the whole group stood up. I just want to split the profits according to the 9/1 ratio. I get 9, and you get 1. 9/1. One of the group blurted out, cursing straight to his face. You, are you crazy? Just like that, the whole group looked at each other and discussed. They are questioning W Han's choice of people. Why would W ally with this guy? I like the way they argue. Although he is very strong, but screw it, kick this guy out of here. From the front door, one of them didn't mince words and asked directly about the opinion he wanted. Is there any other way for you to agree to sign the contract with us? Well, what I mean is, Julian Miller is constantly attacking our excavation teams right now. His voice revealed hesitation and confusion. So now we are. But Yu just sat there laughing and ignored him? That's your problem. Suddenly in the group, a person with a beard gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. He pointed straight at Yu opposite him, deciding to agree with what he wanted. Damn it, 9/1 it is then. Sign it for me. And in return, you must try to conquer the tomb, even if you are buried alive. Jin was furious at Misu's rash decision. He immediately grabbed his collar tightly. You can't just say whatever you want. Do you really want to sign it? Making that guy confused. Is there another way? With that contract, we won't get any profits. After that, the 3 gathered and discussed it one more time. What do you mean? No way. After, Yu stood up and left. Hey, hurry up you fat guys, I'm thirsty. The next morning, in the vast desert, a car was speeding across it. They finally agreed to Yu Yu's request. After that, they went straight to the area that called for help. We have to move quickly.
Sitting in the car, Yu Yu smirked, the sunlight shining through the window straight onto his face before Miller moves to the next target.
Next to him, Shu A was holding the steering wheel controlling the car. Behind was Jae-ha pointing forward. Boss, there is a huge black cloud over there. It's very likely Miller's relic power. As expected, they had arrived at the location of the excavation camp, surrounded by radiant golden sparks. How can we deal with this? Yu Yu suggested. We'll try one of my plans. If it fails, we'll run away with the relic. The boxes containing the items were burning fiercely, impossible to extinguish.
Julian stood there, his hand pointing forward, ordering a member of the excavation team to take inventory of the relics we collected. I will go to the next target.
Understood. After getting out of the car, Yu Yu slowly walked over. He raised his voice and called out to him. Running away to where? The voice was familiar. Julian turned around and looked straight at Yu Yu. What, Yu Yu? You appeared sooner than I thought. Hands on his hips, he replied.
The allied excavators have informed me of your location. Looking straight ahead, Yu Yu smirked, surrounded by floating sparks of fire.
So I came to say hello to you. Why are you attacking the small camps? Julian began to retort the words he said earlier. You wouldn't understand. You don't have a conscience. Those from the allied excavators have used relics to threaten the people around. Just like that, the two looked at each other face to face amidst a scene full of smoke and fire. I want to help the people around there. Oh, you're playing the superhero game. The next words from Yu Yu made him look down, his eyes revealing clear annoyance in them. Don't you realize that you are throwing the baby out with the bathwater? There are people who are not involved in the threatening of the people. Without hesitation, Julian raised his hand. A flash of golden light instantly appeared on it. As if sensing danger, Yu Yue immediately went on alert. As he predicted, a golden light from Julian attacked, shattering the ground. He jumped and dodged in time. Dodging backward, Yu Yu nodded his head, loudly praising Julian's ability. Your power has increased significantly, but the use of the relic powers is still lacking. The statement made him even more angry, his face twisting, the power soaring even higher. Shut your mouth over there! In his hand, Yu Hoen held a mini-house, smiling faintly. Oh my, he's gone crazy. In a flash around him and Sua, bricks stacked upon each other formed a solid wall. Now, the third house formation. A sturdy house was completed in just a few seconds, protecting Yu Hoen and Sua inside. With this artifact, we won't be struck by lightning. Inside the house, he grabbed his phone and called JHA. Initiate the next phase of the plan. I've successfully lured him. Proceed to phase 2. Not far away, he was driving a pickup truck, looking up and observing the excavation camp. A moment later, JHA nodded, beginning the next step. All right, I'll do it right away, he ordered. Release them now, all right? An artifact in JHA's hand, the vanishing original painting, and a purple smoke appeared. He commanded, Come out now, ladies. From the smoke, a group of women emerged, each confused and wondering why they were here. Remembering their purpose, the group looked around asking where Yu Hoen was. Where is this? Where is Oppa Yu Hoen? Did you hide Oppa Yu Hoen? No. Making him flustered, he pointed away. It wasn't me. Yu Hoen is over there. Just like that, the whole crowd scrambled forward, leaving JHA sighing, Oppa Yu Hoen. In the past, Yu Hoen used something to spray purple smoke in the faces of the women he met. On the way here, Boss gathered and cornered all the women we encountered. Boss lured them with the Casanova artifact and brought them into the vanishing original painting. Just like that, a large group of women controlled by purple smoke was formed in an instant, from which many women were gathered. After receiving the call from Boss, JHA would release them and let them go to Boss. Back on this side, Julian floated high above, firing golden rays to shatter the roof of J-Ho's, breaking the protective layer. They'll definitely go to Boss no matter how difficult the situation. And that was Boss's plan. From inside the house, a red speaker appeared. Hello, can anyone hear me clearly? A familiar voice. Yu Hoen uttered words full of mockery at him. Is this your realm? So weak, you can't even destroy this small house. Hearing the insult, Julian lowered his head, his resentment reaching its limit. You seem even weaker than Pikachu. Aren't you ashamed? In the space, something was running past as fast as the wind. All of it was the release of energy from Julian. Golden rays slammed straight down on the house. Come out here! Damn it! The roof trembled violently. Rocks and stones resounded everywhere, extremely dangerous. Inside, both of them were covered in falling debris. Sua looked worriedly at Yu Hoen. It looks like it's about to break. Boss, why did you provoke him? He turned to her, smiled slightly, and explained the plan he was implementing. He'll have to keep attacking us so he won't realize there are many women here. As he predicted, not far ahead, a group of women was gathered completely. Seeing the strange scene, 2 people in the excavation team stared blankly, quickly reporting to Julian above. Captain, look there. Not a small group of women but a large group of hundreds rushed over. There are so many people. One excavator saw them approaching. He spread his arms to block them and warned, Everyone, this area is very dangerous. That action angered a girl. She gritted her teeth, glared at him, and growled. Get lost. Above, Julian observed, his face full of worry, not expecting this to happen. Hey, don't push. Who are these women? He quickly moved closer to the roof, shouting and questioning Yu Hoen inside. So Yu Hoen, what are you doing? How would I know? I'm innocent. In the house, hearing Julian's reproachful words, he smiled slightly, smugly retorting. That's because they like to come. Who's stopping them? Now, both his and Julian's faces were completely opposite. One angry, one happy. Should we begin? A group of women saw Yu Hoen's figure and were excited, their hearts pounding wildly with infatuation. The plan is going very smoothly. These women have been affected by the Casanova artifact. Come to me. Julian floated in the air. The golden light in his hand also stopped attacking the house covering him. According to the plan, Miller won't be able to use his powers anymore. He won't be able to attack any of them. Just like that, Yu Hoen and XA confidently raised their heads and walked out of the house door, not worried about being attacked. Now it's time to get out of here. Let's continue the plan. The air outside is great. Seeing him, the group of women burst into a frenzy. A girl rushed forward, her eyes wide and bright. Oppa Du Hoen! Du Hoen immediately snapped. Don't be so thirsty, people are judging. He raised his hand, pointing a finger to signal everyone around to stop. If anyone makes a move to get closer, don't even think about seeing me again. Making them bewildered. Why? From above, Julian looked at Du Hoen, as if realizing something, and quickly asked loudly. You're the one who brought them all here? Below, he looked up and denied. Huh? I don't know anything. I'm innocent. Du Hoen's words made Yuen turn red with anger. He started cursing him loudly. Habitual liar! As for Du Hoen, he smirked, revealing his scheming nature in front of him. Believe it or not, your choice. Above, Julian emanated golden sparks all over his body, bursting with frustration. Huh? They couldn't have come here on their own. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed. There are so many beautiful girls here. The voice made him bewildered, turning his head around to search for the owner of that tone. How could these beautiful girls come here? What? A crimson sky appeared above Julian's head. The scene amused Du Hoen. The moment Ming had been waiting for had finally arrived. The group of women below had been in a frenzy all this time, attentively caring about him. All the women here are in danger. What is that? Oppa Hoen. And there is a hero here. What is he going to do? Unexpectedly, Julian turned his head to look down at him, questioning. So this is your plan. You know about my sacred relic. Raising his head high, Du Hoen smiled mockingly at Julian. Sometimes you're just unlucky, bro. Without hesitation, a crimson ray of light shot straight down from the sky decisively. Sweet girls, come here. Julian quickly used his own sacred relic. A series of golden rays countered. What? As the two faced off, a voice echoed throughout the sky, warning him. Get out, human! I lent you my power. Why are you stopping me? But he only received a frown. Julian's face contorted. Get aside! No way! Seeing that he was too stubborn, a fiery red light attacked. Julian shot straight down, smashing everything. So you've chosen death. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he lay on his back on the ground, muttering, Damn it! The voice chuckled reproachfully. You brought it on yourself. Observing the situation, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Du Hoen's mouth as he covered his face to avoid the smoke. That looks a bit rough. And now, he looked towards the group of beautiful women. A proposition is made by him. While he can't move, I need you to seduce him. Some women, upon hearing this, loudly protested angrily. I don't want anyone other than Oppa Du Hoen, but being reassured by Du Hoen, I will date the person who does this the best. With the agreement completed, the group of women rushed towards Julian, who was staggering to his feet, like hungry tigers. A date with Oppa Hoen! They swarmed in a chaotic scramble for him for the sake of the agreement. Let me go first. Let me seduce him first, he's mine. Julian stood amidst the sea of women, panicking, not knowing what to do. Everyone, wake up! This wave is rare to have so many women cover us. Outside, Du Hoen held up his phone, recording the memorable moment. Upload this to Pornhub, the guys will love it. Boss Du Hoen. From afar, a familiar figure made him call out the name. Ah, number one slave. Yi ran over, asking about the situation. How's everything going? Still good? The women rushing in made him excitedly tell the very successful plan. They came at just the right time, just as I thought. He will never attack women under any circumstances. I'm going to date Oppa. Oppa Taein. He heard it and was pleased, comparing. Why do I feel like we're some kind of criminals? Julian gritted his teeth, his face revealing anger towards Juhan. He began to unleash a golden light, causing the women around him to writhe in pain. Observing from the side, he couldn't help but be surprised by Julian's actions. What? He's attacking innocent people! Impossible! Sua looked at the people lying on the ground, bodies filled with electrical fire, guessing. It seems like they're just paralyzed, without a single wound. On this side, he was trying to pry off the hand of a person who was unconscious. It seems like he's been able to control his power.
Looking at the events unfolding before his eyes, Duhonin flashed a smug smile. It's only natural that he can control it. Breaking away from the crowd, Julian walked towards him.
Only you would use such underhanded tactics?
Yu Huang lightly extended his arms, shrugging in response.
Well, what can I say? All's fair in war. Unable to restrain his anger, he pointed a finger directly at him, cursing, "You really are a scoundrel!"
But only received a soft reply from Yu Huang.
Whatever.
He smirked, turning his head back to order Sua to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Grasping the information, she nodded in agreement.
Understood. Aegis, along with Hammurabi, 2 sacred relics summoned by Yu Huang. I'll fight you seriously. Let's fight! Looking at Julian's appearance at this moment, he frowned, affirming, "But you don't seem to be doing too well right now. You used a lot of energy to block the attack from the god Indra, didn't you?" Having his weak point exposed, his face was covered in sweat, Yu Huang's voice echoing in his ears.
Want to take a break? I'm very generous, you know.
Unable to endure Yu Huang's mocking attitude, Julian clenched his fist and charged forward. He immediately raised the Aegis shield to block the attack, causing it to wail miserably.
That hurts.
I just expressed his feelings to Jen. Although it doesn't affect me, it still hurts.
Hiding behind it, his expression was a little confused.
Although you are a defensive sacred relic, why are you so afraid of pain? He clenched his fist on this side, attacking forward once again. Julian struck hard towards Yu Huang, but the sacred relic Aegis blocked it. Damn it! The force of the blow was so strong that it made him, hiding behind it, have to bend his knees. A golden light appeared on his body at this moment. Looking towards him, Julian let out a mocking remark. You're just like a punching bag, utterly useless.
Peeking his head out from behind the cracked Aegis, Yu Huang revealed a smile. Not at all. The words from him made him a bit confused.
He just attacked you. Behind Julian at this moment was the sacred relic Silo. He was clinging tightly, not letting go. Ding dong, mission complete. Silo, clinging on, mocked. God of thunder, you are truly weak. He on this side tried to use his hands to pull him down. What the hell? That's right. Useless garbage sacred relic.
Standing opposite, observing, Yu Huang wore a smile filled with scheming, quickly explaining, "This might not affect you, but it will impact the unstable emotions of the sacred relic."
As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light radiated around Julian, accompanied by Silo's angry voice.
How dare a low-level sacred relic like you mock me? You will regret this.
That golden light slowly moved towards his face. Damn it, don't do it. A beam of light struck directly at Jung, instantly jolting him amidst the shattered rocks on the ground. Feel this, damn it! Jung's whole body instantly turned a dazzling golden color, enduring each ray of light attacking from the sacred relic. Even if I'm just a low-level sacred relic, how dare you look down on me? Is it as good as being high on drugs?
Standing outside, Yu Huang watched and chuckled, speaking his doubts aloud. He's been struck by lightning twice already. I wonder if he'll turn into a piece of charred meat. After a while, having tormented him enough, Yu Huang ordered the rope to bind him.
And just like that, Jung's whole body was tightly wrapped. A voice warned him. Miller, you should leave here. I think this guy is treacherous. He spread his hands, smiling in question. Hold on. I heard you like women.
Yu Huang looked sideways, making a deal with the sacred relic that had reminded him. If you agree to sit still so I can negotiate with Miller, I will introduce you to a few girls. Very interesting. You have to keep your promise. Just like that, Yu Huang stood in front of Julian, gleefully mocking him. Your failure this time is truly laughable, Miller. You were attacked by your own sacred relics.
And he, listening to his words, lowered his head, not daring to say anything. For sacred relics as strong as these, you should conquer them first, whether you use power or social skills. A sentence from Julian made Yu Huang freeze for a few seconds in astonishment. Are you gonna kill me? Huh? He looked up at him, making a proposition. If you want to kill me, at least release my teammates. Yu Huang chuckled, reaching into his coat to take something out. What are you talking about? Who wants to kill anyone? A stack of papers was held in front of Julian. Here. Yu Huang's words made his eyes become a little somber. This is a contract so you can join my team. Then Julian picked up the paper to read. Next to him, he crossed his arms, proud of himself for being too good. Hey, you feel shocked that I'm so good, right? You should be happy. Yu Huang turned his head to glance at him, his face full of scheming. If you see it, you can join the group. I can't. Looking towards him, Julian bluntly refused, with a voice full of anger. I will never sign such a crappy contract. You want me to be your slave? His voice made Suaj ha, and the two excavators stare blankly at him. When he calls me, I must always be present in any situation. I must do whatever he wants. Our boss is so despicable, and this contract is bound by the sacred relic covenant. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian looked at Duhoshin with unwavering eyes, and bluntly decided, you might as well kill me. So, that's your answer. Hearing what he said, he just laughed briefly and retorted, is your pride more important than your life? Sorry, but I have many ways to force you. A phone filled with pictures of Dugum being caressed and kissed by a group of women appeared. If you don't sign, I'll upload this video to dark websites. Julian Miller. Fake 500 wives. This is the hottest clip of the century. You can't threaten me with that. Why is my life like this? Not stopping there, Du-hoen's hand kept squeezing, making him tremble all over. I have many more interesting things, Julian stammered. How did you get these things? Seeing his plan working, he gave him one last chance. Now think carefully. Julian fell into contemplation again, silently pondering. Just look at the annual salary. It's not that bad. Shut up. Just like that. For a few seconds, Julian's voice echoed across the desert region. I will do it. Just like that, quickly, a contract agreement between Du-hoen and Julian was signed, complete with fingerprints and signatures. You finally agreed to sign. Holding the paper in his hand, he turned to smile at him, who was tied tightly with rope. Happy cooperation. Don't be so rich. Cooperating with me isn't as bad as you think. Hearing Du-hoen's tone, Julian gritted his teeth with a face full of resentment. Not bad at all? I'm cooperating with a criminal like you. He stood facing him with hands on his hips, laughing inquisitively. A villain? Am I a bad guy? The rope that was tying him also spoke up to protect him. My master is not a villain. Julian turned his face away and added to Du-hoen. The Excavation Alliance is a bad connection. You might not know that. The words he spoke made his expression a bit stunned. They are all a group of people who don't care about ordinary people. They are very greedy and selfish. Du-hoen crossed his arms and looked at Julian, questioning him to the end. What do you know about them? Making him raise his head, looking puzzled. Can I tell you here? He nodded in agreement immediately. No problem. According to Julian's account, a group of people belonging to the Excavation Corporation appeared in his mind. The Excavation Alliance had displaced people in places with tombs and started excavating them. Although there are strict laws prohibiting excavation, seemingly caring about the safety of the people, in reality, they are just a profiteering organization like Pandora and the Sino-Russian Alliance. And a leader of that excavation group is none other than the name that called Jen. And behind them is Walkman. He has the sacred relic, Joseph Gobos. Hearing this, he looked at him, speaking his own thoughts. And they want the sacred relic Hittel, right? Julian nodded in agreement. That's right. Their ultimate destination is the sacred relic Hittel. His eyes remained cold. His eyebrows clenched when mentioning that sacred relic. The sacred relics Hittel and Gogor, when combined, will be very terrifying. This cannot be taken lightly. Du-hoen saw Julian's reaction, chuckled, propped his chin up with his hand, and continued to inquire. They want to use that power to create a new force to balance with Pandora. Is that all? You know all these plans and want to stop them? Without hesitation, he quickly signaled the rope that was tying him. Rope, let him go. It obeyed immediately. Yes, master. The rope, just like that, untied layer by layer, wrapped around Julian. Untie slowly. Untie slowly. His voice echoed from afar. The first thing that needs to be made clear is that I don't work for them. He quickly stood up, brushed off the dust covering his body, and questioned, Really? Then why did you say that you were working with them? He, in front, held the paper, glanced at it, and denied. Only a little bit related. Julian put 2 fingers to adjust the glasses that were crooked on the bridge of his nose, his face full of suspicion. From the beginning, I didn't like rumor mongers. He opened his mouth, making Du-hoen quickly turn his head, looking up in surprise. How can I trust you? You could be lying to me, right? He went over, slowly patting his shoulder, laughing softly as he suggested. All right, you will witness it with your own eyes. Just wait, I will betray them to prove my words. Then he turned and left, leaving Julian standing there. Betray, what do you mean? Du-hoen narrowed his eyes, saying incomprehensible words. Isn't there a big tomb here? I want to loot all of this. He chuckled, turned to look back, directly at him with eyes full of scheming. The play has just begun. The betrayal begins. Before the entire group was a tomb as high as a mountain. From inside, a beam of blue light shot straight into space. The Excavation Alliance's plan is that they will conquer this tomb after I defeat you. Julian stood behind, watching Du-hoen, observing, and spoke in a puzzled voice. Why did you betray them? He held binoculars in his hand, eyes observing the distance, and said calmly, Because, from the beginning, that was my plan. His words made the 2 people in the group, Sua and Jeha, only know how to smile wryly. If I cooperate with them, I will not receive all the rewards after conquering the tomb. Hopefully, the boss won't have to go to hell. And it's possible they also want to betray me. Du-hoen looked into the distance, where the tomb was not far away, analyzing. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Betraying them first is a sure win. Right now, they still think that I'm fighting with you. Making Julian standing next to him glance with an attitude full of surprise at his way of doing things. And we will take advantage of this. This man is so despicable. Standing on the cliff, Du-hoen quickly ordered the 3 people standing behind to leave there. We can't stay here long, let's go, okay. A moment later, the car carrying 4 people stopped in front of the tomb. Julian and the others stepped down to observe. He walked around, looking at everything, then asked, puzzled, "This isn't the tomb entrance." A cube of jade flew from Yu Hoen's hand, accompanied by 2 dice. "Open your eyes, kid. I want everything done quickly." Quickly, a massive explosion in front of them destroyed the entire tomb in a few short seconds. Seeing his actions, Julian couldn't help but express his annoyance. He just threw a relic, and it exploded. Yu Hoen didn't say much, just smiled. "That's how I do things." Walking straight towards the gaping hole in the tomb's heart, he explained, "If you choose the weakest point of the tomb and hit it, you get a door." He followed behind, hurriedly reminding him, "You're breaking the law." But Yu Hoen just gave him a cold glare. "What law? I don't know of any law." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Juan. "He's calling." Yu Hoen answered the phone, holding it to his ear. "Hello, what's up?" The person on the other end quickly asked, "Hey, Yu Hoen, it seems like you've already left?" His question made him a little confused. "How did he?" Juan's voice continued. "I came here to help you, but no one's here. What's going on?" Yu Hoen held the phone and laughed, answering his question. "Oh, really? Miller left, and I'm chasing after him. Wait for me. I'll finish the mission soon." He quickly raised the phone and ended the call in a flash. How could he get there, this guy? Really don't want to waste time. Yu Hoen and the 4 quickly entered the tomb. "Whatever. No problem. I'm 1 step ahead of him. Let's go." Yellow light flickered into the tomb's interior, filled with muddy puddles on the ground. Above the corridor, his group of 4 followed the flashlight beam forward. "It doesn't seem like this is one of the 7 tombs." "Really? This is a big tomb, though." Hearing this, Yu Hoen turned around to explain to the other 3. "The 7 tombs usually have a lot of traps, plus their aura is very strong. But there's nothing here, and think about why Pandora didn't offer any advice about this tomb." In the passage, a series of red characters appeared around both sides of the walls. Normally, if the 7 tombs appeared, they would immediately talk about it. It seems like this is just a normal tomb, and it just happens to be a big one. Hearing him, the other 3 fell silent. Julian asked blankly, "So, you can predict relics based on the characteristics of the tomb?" Yu Hoen's words made him ponder for a moment. "Of course, you think you're the best at analyzing tombs and relics, right? Excuse me, I'm number 1 in this matter." After a while, ahead was the gate leading into the tomb's heart. "So what do you think? Is this one of the 7 tombs?" Julian quickly answered, looking a bit confused next to Jingi. "I think the same thing, really." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion suddenly occurred in front of the door, sending rocks and debris flying. He stood there blankly, not understanding what was happening. "Why are you destroying relics so recklessly?" He stood in front, smirking. "We have to hurry." A big explosion happened right in front of the 4 of them. "Same here. Then I'll get past all the traps." "Same here. Miller grumbles every time I destroy relics to open a path." In the black smoke after the explosion, Julian reached out to adjust his crooked glasses. "This tomb is too big, and we have to conquer it quickly." It seems like Julian hasn't seen this superior skill yet. "He's crazy. This tomb is too big, and we have to conquer it quickly." Holding the flashlight, Yu Hoen began leading the group deeper inside. "Boss!" The flickering flashlight illuminated the gate leading into the tomb's heart. "The deeper we go, the dirtier the environment gets, right?" Surrounding the 4 of them were puddles of viscous plague on the ground. Maybe this tomb's relic is a plague relic. Hearing him, Jinji raised his leg in alarm. "Huh? Are we gonna get sick?" Standing behind, Julian looked at Yu Hoen, puzzled. "How can you conclude that?" He smirked, explaining, "It's written in the Encyclopedia of Relics." "What?" He quickly walked away, declaring a firm statement. "Something strange. I have my own way of finding tomb and relic information." Julian's voice echoed in his ear, making Yu Hoen glance at him. "But it's not working now. It's like something's interfering." He thought to himself, "Miller's relic is being interfered with." He shined the flashlight on the markings on the walls and made a guess. "It seems like there really is something strange. We have to hurry." Just a minute later, the group quickly entered a dusty and vast room. "This room is so big and dirty, don't you feel anything?" Holding the flashlight straight ahead, Yu Ho smiled smugly. "We're probably close to the relic." "Good, because we're in a hurry." Another skill he unleashed. The ground and rocks in front exploded. The ultimate skill. He did it again. Inside the room, a shrill scream echoed. "Damn it!" In front of the 4 of them were 2 mud puddles voicing an interrogation. "Who dares to offend me? What is this SHT?" Above, the Shua area also had a beehive flying out, activating alert mode. "Intruders, who are you? There's something above too, be careful." Purple information panels appeared simultaneously, announcing, "Diarrheal fury. They all attacked at once. Prepare for achievements." Not wanting to waste time, Yuho smiled with interest and ordered everyone, "We have to burn them. Don't let them surround us." From his hand, he took 2 relic stones and rubbed them together. A large flame appeared, burning the hovering swarm of bees. Not hot. A series of warnings from the purple panel continued to appear, warning the group. the relics will continuously attack you. The tomb began to reshape itself. All the relics were gathering. Looking at the information in front of him, Yu-Ho fell into contemplation. What? All? Does this mean this is just the beginning? There are many more relics? The ground in the tomb began to shake violently, causing them to lose their balance. Wait! The information from the purple panels continued to appear. The tomb has been covered with many layers. You cannot escape immediately. The gold relic is watching you. The entire public will rate you terribly. Looking at the information in front of him, he gritted his teeth and frowned angrily. Isn't that Gob relic Whackman's relic? He's been watching me from the start. The mud puddles transformed into an attacking army, along with the aggressive rats standing there. Looking at the scene before him, he seemed to understand something, his face full of sweat. Just as Du-Hoan uttered the next sentence, Jihaha was startled and terrified. We've been framed! Framed! The four of them were thus surrounded by a frightening group of relics made of sludge. I was defeated by him right from the start. They were enclosed by an army of mud and dirt surrounding them like eggs, leaving no way out. Standing next to him, Du-Hoan grit his teeth and frowned furiously. When did we enter the tomb? The tomb's aura wasn't that strong, but now it seems everything was planned. Following right behind him, Jean was also extremely anxious. His voice rang out, making Julian, who was standing beside him, gape in astonishment. Plus Whackman is watching us. What? You should check to see if I am wrong. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shone from his pupils as if he saw something. On the nearby wall, the image of W-Han stood with his arms crossed, smiling smugly. I can see the aura. It really is him. From behind, he slowly approached, standing looking forward, hurriedly explaining the reason he could use the Go relic to monitor remotely. But to be sure, he needed to supervise directly. Then Yu-Ho turned to Julian, giving a smile to confirm his words. Do you believe me now? I'm not one of them. In the room at this moment, an army of mud and hungry rats swarmed towards the group. Well, but now is not the time to think about that. The four of them pressed their backs together, looking towards Yu-Ho, waiting for battle orders. That's right, we have to fight this mess. Be careful with them. Don't let them hit you. Just a light hit can kill you with a malignant disease. On this side, an entire army of mud and rats lined up to attack the group. Attack! Kill them all! The four of them each held a different relic in their hands, ready to defend it. Jen held the original painting, opening a burst of blue light, shining directly toward the swarm of bees flying at them. Get away, don't attack me, damn it, how are we gonna get past this? Yu-Ho took the sword in his hand, slashing a long line at the pile of mud trying to attack. This is a life or death battle. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if remembering something unclear. Yu-Ho quickly sheathed his sword, gripping it tightly as he stared at the mud pit lying sprawled on the ground. Damn it! Is my strength fading? Then he turned to Julian, who was holding a relic, and questioned him. Miller, why did you lend me that relic? After borrowing it, Yu-Ho immediately raised his hand and threw something into the blazing flames before him. His ultimate skill. You heartless bastard! The mud pit instantly vanished from the ground. It's all right? Julian's reproachful voice echoed. What are you saying? You just threw one of my relics. I'll deal with it later, so stop complaining. Looking at the two of them and SUA, he immediately reminded them. Think carefully about our battle plan. Got it. We will definitely get through this fight. Yu-Ho unleashed a series of slashes, aiming directly at the people attacking. In just a moment, those guys collapsed under his sword strikes. The bugs were being mercilessly burned by the flames in the ancient tomb. Damn it, these guys, how are they so strong? Hearing the moans from the relic users, Yu-Ho stood there with a mocking smile. Because you guys are morons. Now he clenched his fists, standing before the flames, and shouted loudly, ordering them to burn higher. After a few seconds, the last traces of smoke from the fire were extinguished. Yu-Ho turned to look at the group, giving them updates. It's over. From her hands, SUA handed him a scroll, sharing her thoughts. Boss, we can reuse these relics if they're repaired. Glancing over it, he agreed. All right, let me see it. Opening it, the inside revealed a map with all the routes within the tomb. This is a great find. Dr. Ja Snow's Plague Route Map PGUE. Interesting. This is a medical relic from the Plague Tomb. Over here, Dwan picked up a relic, turning to Yu-Ho to report. There are a few more here. Yu-Ho smiled and ordered, bring them here! Before the group was a suitcase wrapped in white bandages. The relic. This relic is called Jingames, the bag discarded by Jingames. Hearing that, he laughed gleefully. Oh, that's a great relic. He looked at him, refusing. I can't give this relic out. I can't give this to you. This made Yu-Ho stare blankly. Why? Julian quickly touched his face, explaining. We don't know if this is a medical relic or a plague relic. I don't want this relic to be used carelessly. He looked up at him, stating firmly. I understand, but I won't use them carelessly. SUA added, Yu-Ho, that's right, boss wouldn't. She stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, SUA covered her mouth, coughing abruptly, startling him. Holding the paper in his hand as if witnessing something, Yu-Ho widened his eyes, stammering, SUA, Blood was streaming down her mouth, making it look like she was sick. On the other side, Jean also covered his mouth, coughing up a pile of blood. In the air, a purple notification appeared. Immunity is increasing. Inevitably, Julian clutched his chest, expressing his physical discomfort. It feels like my body is sick. The situation is critical. He looked up into the distance. My immunity is increasing, which means someone is attacking me. There's still something here. Everyone is gradually getting infected. Hearing the moans from everyone, he raised his head, looking ahead at a cloud of black smoke. It's probably the atmosphere here. If that's the case, he quickly threw down a relic shaped like a house, which instantly enlarged. Everyone, get in here! Jae-ha and Sua were quickly brought inside. She looked at Yuho. What about you? Outside the door, he called out. I need to conquer this tomb. Hearing that, she turned back. Her eyes widened as she reminded him. Be careful. Yuho reassured her. Don't worry, I can still handle it. After finishing that, Yuho stood alone amidst the black smoke engulfing the surroundings, far away from the house. Looking at the black stream of air, he smiled, releasing his conjecture about the relic's intentions. Seems like you're happy and settled in there. You want to kill us with this poisonous air. Within the black smoke containing the relic, it began to answer his question. You're amazing. To be able to figure it out so quickly. But it's too late. The human body won't be able to last long in this atmosphere. A series of sacred relics were released from Yuhoen's sleeves. How could they possibly exist? And how could there be a massive explosion in this room? All the relics scattered on the ground, causing the relics within the tomb to laugh mockingly. Even if that happens, how could you escape from here? You want to blow yourself up? Go ahead. I don't care. Suddenly, those sacred relics began to shake violently, as if in an earthquake. Yuhoen smiled, his eyes full of sharpness. A golden light shone, and he said with conviction, Your death is sealed. Excuse me. Yuhoen grabbed a shield from among all the sacred relics, swinging it straight forward. Watch my masterpiece. Seeing the shield, that relic began to speak in a trembling voice. What? The Aegis shield? On the ground, gradually, fiery red gold spots appeared all around. Thus, a large fire surrounded him. But luckily, he was protected by the shield. Inside the house, all three were also affected by the attack. The ground shook violently. It was an earthquake. Standing in front of Yuhoen, the shield angrily shouted a warning. Damn it, I'm gonna die! But he was immediately reassured by him. Calm down, baby. In front, a large fire. Streams of green gas showed up all the way behind Yuhoen. After a while, around the house, golden smoke billowed all around. From inside, Su hurriedly opened the door and came out, looking at him and asking about the situation. What happened? Boss Yuhoen, holding the shield that was broken in half, wore a smug smile. Shattered, all shattered. Reincarnation, here I come. He turned to look behind him, announcing to the group of people inside the house, It's over. Everyone can come out now. Holding a jar of very polluted green gas, with a skull inside it. The legend of Hippocrates, miasma, is the name of this relic. Poisonous gas. Yuhoen shone a flashlight directly on the jar of gas in front of everyone. In ancient Europe, according to researchers, polluted air is due to the decomposition of substances, and it becomes a source of disease. Poisonous gas is considered to be air-carrying pathogens. Deep inside the gas is a series of principal molecules linked together, with a special connection. However, after discovering the fact that bacteria or viruses are the cause of the disease, the miasma theory was completely forgotten. On this side, Julian put his arm around JHA's shoulder, helping him reduce the pain. This relic was born from that story. If you get hit by the poisonous gas, you will be killed by pain. Then before, Yuhoen looked up at the clouds of smoke moving around him and analyzed. The low-level relics we fought were just stalling for time, while this relic released toxins and infected us with disease. The next words from him made all three people standing there gasp, bewildered. I'm sure everyone has been infected with it. Then from his hand, Yuhoen took out a small bag, containing something inside. Don't worry, I have some medicinal herbs here. He quickly grabbed a small medicinal seed and handed it to Su. Eat this fruit. Thank you. Yuhoen also quickly moved back to where he and that guy were standing, took the medicinal pill and handed it out. Give this idiot a fruit, he's fainted. Okay. He quickly grabbed the Jingame's sacred relic bag in his hand, making Julian standing next to him gasp. And in return, I'll take this. Hey, what the hell? His complexion began to change. His voice and face revealed obvious annoyance. I told you that this is not an ordinary relic. You can't use it carelessly. Yuhoen saw this and smiled. He spoke, his voice full of assurance about using the relic. Don't worry, I will be a divine doctor with this treasure. Huh? What the heck? His words made the three standing there once again stunned, completely bewildered, and not understanding what he meant. What do you mean? Not wanting to be long-winded, he reached out and grabbed the jar, opening its lid, and green smoke appeared. His actions made all three people standing there gape in shock. It stinks! Su shouted. Boss! Beside her, Julian also interjected, expressing his annoyance with him. Are you stupid? What are you doing? Yuhoen's actions at this time were truly shocking.
He was holding the jar of miasma poison gas and swallowing it all into his stomach. "Boss, stop it, you idiot!" Sua, standing to the side, was stunned by his actions, screaming in a panic. "Du-Hoen, why did you drink poison? Are you high?" As soon as she finished speaking, Du-Hoen's mouth began to react violently. He reached out, tightly clutching at his chest, which was racked with pain. A series of purple panels appeared, accompanied by a notification about Jen's immune system. Multiple viruses are invading the body. Deadly viruses have completely overtaken the body. Various infections, tumors appearing, and bleeding starting in multiple places. In a few short seconds, he was enveloped in green mists. The purple panel appeared again. Immunity levels have significantly increased, clutching tightly at the chest. Du-Ho let out a smile at the corner of his mouth. So this is it, the legendary feeling of being high, but it stings too much. Again, the purple panels appeared once more. Your body is full of pathogens. Special relics will appear once you meet the conditions. From the green smoke, a gigantic, holy relic appeared in the air. Who has awakened me? Nigo appeared, his voice strained, with streams of jade-green tears flowing from his eyes. I am the god of plague, the deer of the goddess of hell. Only those with power can see me. Standing on the ground, Du-Hoen raised his hand and smiled so much that his eyes crinkled, looking at him. I can meet your conditions. I can guarantee it. Hearing his words, Nigo could only look on with eyes overflowing with jade-green tears. Dura stood there blankly, not understanding what was happening. Next, Julian looked up, his face full of fear, his arms wrapped around the unconscious Daha. You speak truly. Praise be to one who can endure all the tumors. Standing before the three, he looked directly at Du-Hoen, accepting his proposal. My people will make a pact with you. We will be connected, and I will be by your side for life. A purple panel appeared again, announcing, with the number of viruses in your body, you have met the terms of the pact with the god of plague. He quickly spread his arms wide, receiving the green energy Nigo bestowed. Luck was on his side. A moment later, the purple panel appeared, announcing, pact complete. Speaking of the past, images of the god Nagole and another god, Nagole, the god of plague from Mesopotamian mythology. He is known to have over 60 different types of diseases in his body, and serves the goddess of hell, Ereshkigal. His body emanates streams of green gas carrying pathogens, including his eyes. Perhaps because he is a god-tier relic, the conditions for conquering him are very strange. The conqueror must have many pathogens in their body. Around that tomb, the air is filled with the green color of poison. If you wander around the area full of plague relics, anyone who meets Nigli must bow, unable to escape that place. You will automatically meet the requirements of this relic. However, you will die before you get out of here. Holding in his hand a miniature version of his statue, Du-Hoen flashed a bright smile, holding the relic tightly, unwilling to let go. However, in life, there is another factor called luck. Now you are my slave. From afar, Sua ran over, looking at him and asking about the situation. Boss, what is that? You got another relic? Du-Hoen nodded. Yeah, we got an extremely awesome treasure. Hearing Du-Hoen's words, this is the relic of the god of plague, Nigo. Julian, carrying Daha on his back, frowned in confusion, quickly asking again, What? What do you mean? He laughed upon hearing this, and then said in a tone implying criticism of his slow understanding. Are you still the same? So slow. Now I have a high-level plague relic. That's all. Once again, Julian's voice turned serious. He looked at Du-Hoen, warning him once more. No, that is a dangerous relic. It will harm many people. His words were too stubborn. So what? Is that a serious problem? Making Julian clench his teeth, his face showing obvious anger. Only Sua stood there, her expression full of confusion. Of course it is. How can we use something so dangerous? I know that, but you are too noisy. She didn't know what to do to stop the two. They're starting. TCH. The next sentence from Du-Hoen made Julian flinch, not believing his ears. He wasn't wrong. This is a dangerous relic. Seeing his reaction, he laughed, quickly wondering, what's wrong with your face? Is something wrong? Making Julian confused and looking back at all three of them. Du-Hoen picked up the relic and said decisively, I will use this thing for the first and last time, so how can I destroy it? His words made Julian clench his teeth again, clearly annoyed. He wondered, but what do you want to use this relic for? Du-Hoen slightly lowered his head, his eyes revealing a hidden scheme. I want to teach someone a lesson they'll never forget. Back at the center of the tomb, near the door, the excavation team and Walkman were standing there. He crossed his arms and raised his head, a smug smile on his lips. Perhaps they've been reincarnated, but something strange. If they died, there should at least be some traces left behind. Looking at one of the relic excavation team members, Wasman ordered, Go and find out about this for me. Yes. From a distance, a violent noise erupted from inside the underground pipe, attracting his attention. Hearing that, he blankly searched for the sound from around the area near the underground pipe. What's this?
What's that noise? From inside the pipe, a torrent of water gushed out violently. Water? What water?
Standing before the stream of water, Wakaman and the excavation team were filled with confusion about the foul water. It's not normal water, damn it, there's a foul smell coming from it.
Thus, he and the others quickly ran forward, avoiding the stream of water.
Run!
On Daohua's side, Nagole hovered in the air under Zhuan's control. He extended his hand, unleashing a massive green force, and smiled smugly. You think you can escape me? In space, a purple board appeared, announcing the event that had occurred. Sewage has been released into the entire tomb area. The foul sewage was engulfing all the excavators in Waman's group, swallowing them whole. Save me! The board appeared, announcing the situation of the water, its level. Target burial level in sewage is 90%. In the foul water, Wakaman swallowed something that looked horrifying. A moment later, sewage and people were discharged from the sewer outlet.
He escaped from it, covered in dirty water, and angrily screamed, "Damn it, what is this?"
Among them, one of the excavators vomited sewage mixed with bright red blood. He vomited blood. The next words from the group made his eyes widen with worry. My body feels terrible. I feel hot. My skin is blistering.
Quickly, Wasman used his hand to take off the wrist guard on his other arm.
Damn it, what's this? Red spots covered his hand, looking incredibly horrifying. No! Back to their group. The four stood around looking at each other in silence.
Jiha was silent.
He looked at Du Hoen in wonder. Are you really going to destroy this relic? He nodded in response. A promise is a promise. From afar, Julian stepped forward and interjected into Du Hoen's words. Sorry for misunderstanding you. As Du Hoen stood opposite him, he began to speak, confiding, I think I misjudged you. Julian spoke of the thoughts about Du Hoen that he had been hiding for so long. I once thought you were someone who would use any means to achieve success. Julian's words made Du Hoen burst out laughing because he was being overestimated. I think your parents should procreate more so that people like you can appear in the world. You're praising me too much. Looking at the other two, Du Hoen ordered, All right, now destroy this relic. We need to leave here before another danger strikes. Sua and Jeha nodded in agreement. Yes. Julian and Du Hoen faced each other. A stream of blue energy surrounded the Nigo statue. The statue was dumbfounded, not understanding why there were such fumes. Hey! What the hell is this? He stood there and chuckled, announcing a few last words to his statue. You will have to reincarnate properly. On this side, he raised his hand. His face contorted as he clenched his teeth. And so, the two of them channeled a massive surge of energy to obliterate the relic. In an instant, the earth and stone within the tomb began to tremble violently. Yu Huang raised his head high, looking at him, and announced, This tomb will be destroyed. Without hesitation, the four quickly focused on finding an escape route from this dangerous place. All right, let's get out of here. Just like that, the entire tomb was destroyed in a flash, with earth and stone covering the ground.
Standing before the three, Julian said his farewells.
Goodbye for now. Thank you for everything these past few days. Yu Huang nodded. Okay. Jeha, seeing him leave, hurriedly asked him, Isn't Miller coming with us? Yu Huang helplessly tried to explain to him, Our goals are the same, but each of us will achieve this in our own way.
He will continue to act as a guardian of justice.
Looking back at the tomb, Yu Huang continued. Returning to the tomb, I need to retrieve the relic, making Jeha annoyed. What? Didn't you destroy it already? He stomped his foot, expressing his helplessness and the pent-up anger he'd been holding in. Didn't you say we had to destroy that relic because it threatened the world? Looking at Jeha, he explained. We just need to use it carefully, and nothing will happen. We will use it to deal with Pandora and Lao Jun, but still made him angry because of his deceitfulness. Didn't you say that we should do what we promised? You lied to Miller. Yu Huang's eyes were full of innocence, pretending to know nothing in front of Jeha. Promised what? Did I say that? You scoundrel. Sua, standing on the side observing, could only smile wryly at the two's bickering. Shut up. He's always like this. Quickly, the two walked towards the tomb, leaving Jehe behind, tearing at his hair in frustration. The plague relic will be collected carefully. How long will it take to collect everything? And that's mission number 1. In the morning, at a pristine beachfront house, the light shone coolly. Che-gon was lying, relaxing her body inside the pool. Her face showed clear relaxation, looking extremely comfortable. A shout rang out. Let me in. The voice was quite familiar. Che-gon quickly sat up from the water and looked back. I'm an acquaintance of President Chu-gon. Don't you dare mess with me. What are you relying on? Throw him out. Outside the door, Wade Haman was being held back by her bodyguards. Ah, President Jin Che-won. Please. I'm W. Hagman. Please give me some time. Her feet dripping with pool water, Che-gon slowly walked forward. As she walked, she smirked, her tone extremely mocking towards him. Oh my, who is this? Why, Haman? You're not dead? I thought you were dead already? It seems like you've been through something very terrifying. Hearing Che-won's insults, W. Haman was furious. He growled, ordering her to help him.
Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and help me. The medical relic. You have one, right?
Help me! She pretended not to care, turning around and walking away from him. How annoying, why should I help you?
Haman quickly ran after Chaegon.
It seems like you're suffering from a malignant disease. I see that Seo Yu Huang also drank poison, but he didn't die either. The comparing words made him extremely angry. You're comparing me to him? Walselman's face twisted uncomfortably, gasping as he repeated Yu Huang's name. He is a monster without mercy. However, I have completed my mission. Never mind him. Chaegon slowly leaned back in the long chair in front of her. I led Seo Yu Huang into the trap you set up. That's enough. The rest is for you to take care of him inside that tomb. Haman trembled all over. He looked at her accusingly. And this means it's your fault because you couldn't kill him there. You have to take responsibility for everything. His words made Chaegon smirk.
She lowered her voice, reminding him gently. Don't jump around like that. You look like a bunch of chimpanzees. You were a fish on the chopping block from the start. Seo Yu Huang isn't stupid. There's a way to fight in the tomb you didn't know. Seeing Chaegon's attitude, Wei Haman lowered his tone, switching to a gentle mode.
However, I have completed my mission, relic. You said you would give me the Hittle relic if I completed this. He held out his hand, signaling her to quickly hand over the relic.
Right now, I don't really need that relic.
I just need a medical relic, we agreed. So you shouldn't act selfishly. Chaegon remained calm. She sat resting her chin on her hand, looking at him. Agreement? If you want to change the agreement, I will also change the way I think. Under the ground, a purple centipede was crawling out. It slowly moved towards Walkman's feet. The centipede crawled up his legs and tightened its grip. In just a few seconds, Walkman was completely bound by it. What is this? Over here, Chaegon gritted her teeth, a purple mist emanating around her. Don't ever appear before me again. With just a light flick of her fingers from Chaegon, the centipede understood and tightened its grip on him immediately. In an instant, Walkman was finished. He lay flat on his back in a pool of blood. Having taken care of it, she sat down on a chair, pursing her lips in anger, and quickly guessed. It seems the GB relic has also been taken by Scene. Then he will also be searching for the Hittle relic. Seeing Wan's corpse, Chan ordered the nearby bodyguards. Clean this place up, it's disgusting. They obeyed immediately. Yes. Holding the phone, Chaegon hesitated, looking at the screen. Who should I use? A series of phone numbers flashed quickly past her. Say Du Hoen, he's really strong. I can't even think of anyone who could defeat him. Suddenly, Chaegon's eyes lit up, as if she remembered something. No way. A sly smile flickered across Chu's face. Should I go meet him now? That evening, in the brightly lit buildings of the bustling city, New York. In the hall of the building, many guests were moving back and forth. What the hell are you doing? On the phone, a familiar voice was questioning Du Hoen. You want to auction off plague relics? Meaning, you lied to me? Destroying it was for the safety of humanity? He chuckled softly, holding the phone and replying to him. You're asking too many questions, Miller. How did you know? You're busy becoming a superhero. Julian's voice rang out. I found out because you advertised showy armor. He's currently staying in the desert, quite far from Du Hoen. That's right, but don't worry too much, I won't auction off those evil plague relics. Looking at the crates of relics being carried by the staff, he assured. What I'm auctioning off today are all normal relics. Normal relics? Julian wondered after hearing that. How could these relics come from the plague? Du Hoen put his hands on his hips, smiling and explaining to Julian on the other end of the line. You know, maybe those relics visited the plague grave for a tour. Relics need to travel too, right? Standing in the Grand Hall's corridor, Du Hoen loudly declared to him, I only use plague relics to treat illnesses, so don't worry anymore. I will never give it to anyone else. On the other end, Julian reminded him one last time. You have to remember this promise of yours this time. Holding the phone tightly, Du Hoen nodded. Okay, goodbye. From afar, Sua came to inform him about the auction. Boss, we're ready to auction. Jen is ready. He turned to look at her and Jen, asking loudly. Alright, are you two ready to rake in the money? Just like that, the auction began with hundreds of rich guests sitting below. Relics without side effects are relics that are easy to use, right? Now a lot of people have raised their hands. Below the stage, Ji and Du Hoen observed. 500,000 noun, 600,000 noun, $1 million, 1.2 million, 1.5 million. Hearing the denomination of money, he was pleased. Does this sound real? The other person next to him continued. I expected even more than this. Jenha's face showed embarrassment when thinking about how to spend the money. So where should we go this time? Moonstone? But Du Ho immediately reminded. Shut your mouth. Watch the auction floor. The two of them chatted together. Only Shu A next to them was searching for something. What's going on? Aren't you going to test out a few goods? 1 million. 1.5 million. Around the seats, hands raised high along with huge sums of money appeared. $10 million. 15 million. 20 million. From the row of seats, a hand raised high with a staggering price. $80 million. None other than Irene sitting in the chair was the one who made the bid. She is Irene Honorable. I give up! That woman's affection is boundless! No one responded. The auctioneer hammered and finalized the price she gave. The winner has been determined, sold for $80 million. Back at the three's spot, Jae-hae saw Iron buy the relic and gaped in horror. Iron bought it. Why did she buy it?
He quickly turned to look at Do-hoen, turning his head back and forth, teasing him non-stop. Ah, I see. She bought it for the prince of her life. Things are progressing so well, boss. The words were heard by XA next to him. I think you're getting a little too cocky lately. Are you kidding me? Her face momentarily revealed sadness and disappointment as she thought, boss and Iron. At this moment, Jae-ha was clutching his head, whining loudly. Beside him, Yoo-hoen clenched his fist, reminding him, Don't be cheeky with me. You're being too cruel. After he left, Sua stood facing him, beckoning. Come here, I want to ask you something. Jae looked at her with a puzzled expression. What is it? Sua's face was completely flushed. She hesitated before asking, Jae-ha, are Boss and Irene dating? Huh? Ja raised his hand and stroked his chin. He tried to recall what Yoo-hoen had once said. I haven't heard Boss admit it, but from my observation, seeing him hesitate, she urged. Then what? What? He continued. But maybe they'll be dating soon. As if noticing something unusual, Jaha wondered. But why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be? Before he could finish, Sua shouted, startling Ja. No, I didn't say anything. She pointed directly at him, warning. You better forget about today's conversation or you'll be reincarnated as dust. Then, in just a few seconds, Sua sped away, leaving him bewildered. He watched her go with a confused look. What's wrong with her? Sua sped down the hallway, not stopping. It's all true! Her eyes filled with tears, her lips pressed tightly in sadness. Everything he said. Is this why he said that? Sua remembered when they were in the desert, when she and Yoo-hoen were talking. This life and the previous life are different. Yoo-hoen's words echoed in her mind. I don't force you to be loyal to me like in your previous life. You decide your own way of life. Back in reality, Sua slumped against the wall. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. What should I do? In the morning, back in the high-rise buildings inside the bustling city, people returned to work. Sua, holding a stack of papers, entered Yoo-hoen's office where he was working. Boss, I've brought the latest reports. Oh, good. He took the stack of papers and nodded in agreement. Edward wants to expand the Bunro farm. Okay, this will be approved. Sua, standing beside him, asked curiously. Bunro farm? A field full of green plants that absorb all the sunlight, lush and verdant. Yes, we have a planting project there. We make and distribute medicine with the herbs there. Looking towards Sua, he suggested that she should try the medicine by often doing games. I've never been sick until now. Sua, you should try it once to know what it feels like, huh? Making her nod. I'll try it later. Thank you for bringing the report here. I'll check it later. After these words came from him, Sua lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. Ah, boss. A question from her made him startled, and he quickly turned to look. Are you planning to conquer any tombs soon? Probably not. Why? She hugged her waist, looking embarrassed, and quickly asked for permission. If there's nothing else, I'd like to take a few days off. Thinking he would react strongly, who knew he would say, Oh, just do what you want. His actions left her completely astonished. Not wanting to say more, Sua quickly turned and left. Okay, I'll go. The phone on his desk suddenly received a call. He quickly picked up the phone. What is it? I'm busy, so can you be quick? The person on the other end was Ricky. Don't lie, I know you're at home. Yoo-hoen sat upright in his chair, holding the phone, answering the question from him. I don't have permission. I'm busier when I'm at home. The master beside the rope is nagging. I'm bored. Ricky didn't seem to care much. Well, that's your business, and I'm calling about the conquest of the Plague Tomb. Do you know who reported the excavation of the tombs? His question made him a little confused, repeating the question once again. Excavation report? Back on this side, another high-rise building. Well, I was the one who did it, and I reported to Pandora that the tomb had been conquered. Then, the Pandora system searched for information about the tomb. Ricky sat at his desk with messy paperwork, holding the phone, listening to him and reporting. Showing that the tomb had been bought, conquered by someone. The gourmet king Winnet Hauger was the one who bought it. A guy he just mentioned was making noise in the front and was being guarded by the guards. And now he's at Pandora's headquarters, making a fuss about this. He said that his excavation permit had been stolen. Hearing Ricky's words, Yoo-hoen on this end smirked. Too bad. This system is really absurd. A large tomb in the heart of the city is radiating a brilliant light. Excavation report. The tomb raiding rights can be purchased from Pandora. This will support the excavation and prevent other teams from snatching this tomb. A group of people, fully equipped with advanced weaponry, stand guard in front of the tomb. This is a system set up to prevent competition between excavation teams, and it sounds like every tomb in this world belongs to Pandora. So anyone who wants to excavate them needs Pandora's approval. Thick stacks of money are passed from one hand to another. Of course, they have to pay to buy the excavation rights. In addition, 60% of the relics obtained from the tomb must be handed over to Pandora.
Dollar bills are scattered all around a large building. That's the system. Or rather, a damn racket. Everyone has to submit to Pandora's power. Back in the conversation, Yu Hoan suddenly shot up from his chair. Of course I won't submit to that damn racket! The rope still whined. Master, where are you going? Play with me, his voice echoed. But think about it. How would I know the tomb had already been bought?
Yu Hoan's voice kept ringing in Jerry Ricky's ear.
If you're in charge of this, you should immediately send people to excavate this tomb. Just play your part well. And I'll take care of the rest.
He smirked and informed him of something.
I've been stealing relics from the plague tomb, haven't I?
As soon as he finished speaking,
Ricky on the other end closed his eyes and nodded in understanding. I knew it would come to this.
He quickly mentioned the relic auction he had organized before.
So, don't drag me into your illegal schemes.
You hold an auction or something, and you have to say that what you're auctioning off are spoils from an excavation.
Hearing that, he stood there holding his phone and chuckled. Am I not free to trade things that are mine? Moreover, I'm not violating Pandora's rules, am I?
A sly smile accompanied a repetition of his words.
Am I?
There are exceptions to the Pandora excavation reporting system.
Inside the tomb, a group of civilians are raising their hands in surrender. For example, there are often cases where residents near the tomb are arrested for causing trouble. During the first meeting, the VIP guests exchanged information with each other. However, an excavation team of no more than 10 people can exploit the tomb without having to report it. A name tag with all of Yuho's information appears. And from that, I can exploit the weaknesses of the system. That's why the 13 Azure Dragons team has no more than 10 people.
A picture of him and Tern talking in a private room.
Although Lao Jun is a member of the Pandora organization, he wants to seize everything for himself. The thieves easily bypassed the guards to obtain valuable relics. In contrast to the 12 large-scale excavation teams, Team 13 was formed separately and consists of a few special members to carry out theft. The large tomb in the heart of the city is surrounded by buildings. Even if we get caught, the team members will still not exceed 10 people, and we will still be safe thanks to the loophole in the Pandora system. The achievements gained from the number of thefts increased in his group. Our team always worked hard to collect achievements. Thanks to us, Jun reigned at the top, but then he betrayed us. Back in reality, Yu-Ho stood in front of the building's window, holding his phone. There's a regulation like this in the Pandora system. A group of no more than 10 people does not need to report excavations. In other words, I'm not breaking the law.
Ricky heard his voice and hurriedly grabbed a piece of paper, completely flustered. What? Is there really such a thing? You guarantee it. Try searching for it, I'm sure it's there.
On the other end of the line, he suggested a scheme to deal with him. Find some lame excuse to fool that gourmet king. Ricky nodded. Okay. Holding the phone, ending the call, looking at the screen that was fading, Yu-Ho broke into a smug smile.
It's lucky that I have someone on the inside.
The sky began to change color, and night fell around the brightly lit city. Inside a crowded bar, Sua was sitting alone in a corner. Her cheeks were flushed red from the beer. Sitting there looking out, Sua thought to herself, this is so frustrating. An image of a shattered city, surrounded by flames. The world collapsed when the tombs appeared. Because of that, everyone's life changed, because of the relics they possessed.
Her heavy footsteps staggered across the rubble, but it didn't affect some people. I still have to shoulder a huge debt. My health is getting worse and worse. Sua's eyes widened. She saw something startling. And then I joined the excavation team at Azure Dragons. I met him there.
In front of the rubble was the figure of Yu Hoan waving at her. From the beginning, it was just a superior-subordinate relationship. After going through everything together, a different feeling appeared in my mind.
The two of them walked forward with their arms around each other's shoulders.
He always helps me if I'm in trouble. We are getting to know each other better and better. Looking ahead, it was a ruined city with red smoke blazing. I started thinking a lot about the relationship between him and me. In the city, a giant snake-like monster opened its mouth and lunged towards them. The final tomb was different from the usual ones. There, I, Hoan, and everyone else died.
Yu Hoan's face was covered in blood, surrounded by a green mist.
But thanks to a relic, Hoan was able to revive, and time went back 15 years. I still don't understand what happened.
He gathered those relics,
creating a massive treasure. Then he used his information advantage to take what he wanted, everything he wanted, including. She imagined him holding Irin's hand and dancing. Hoan is dating Irin. And me? What should I do?
Back to reality.
Sua looked at her reflection in the beer glass. He told me not to care about the things in the past life. So that means her face suddenly flushed red without her realizing it. He's gonna forget the past life and wants a serious relationship with Irin. Actually, I wasn't worried at first. A group of 4, led by Yu Hoan, went together to collect relics. I thought everything would be the same as the past life. Me with Boss, Miller, and Jeha. Maybe because he's too busy conquering tombs or something. He's ignoring me. Even though she was drunk,
She still held the beer glass in her hand. Suddenly, Sua furrowed her brows, tears welling up in her eyes. About to cry, she buried her face in the table and cried like a child, drawing everyone's attention.
What is all of this? We didn't break up. But now he's my ex-boyfriend.
After a while, Sua raised her head and thought, it took a few months for him and me to get close the first time. Isn't that the ideal time? I think I fell for him too fast.
Suddenly, a beer glass was placed in front of her, confusing Sua. Looking at her, the staff member was confused as to why there was a glass of beer. I didn't order this drink. Today is the anniversary of the bar. We will be offering free drinks to all customers. A delicious beer was bubbling around the rim. She looked dejected. I hope this beer can help you. The waitress happily held the tray, smiling at her. Isn't beer the best drink to drown your sorrows? Oh, right. Hearing this, Sua's lips suddenly pursed. She gave a grateful smile that crinkled her eyes. Thank you. I'll drink it.
She took a long breath and drained the gifted beer. Suddenly, the waitress's eyes turned strangely cold. Her voice made her look up in shock as she was drinking. Oh God, you're gonna have trouble after drinking that.
Behind the waitress's mask was Seiwo. I can't believe she fell for such a simple trap. What's wrong, pretty Laishu? Seeing Chu Sua itching and gasping in fear. Jen Che go, and she widened her eyes towards her. Hello. After a few seconds, Sua's whole body began to feel uncomfortable.
She fainted, falling to the ground.
Looking at her lying unconscious, Che-woo gave a scheming smile. It's really hard to put this girl to sleep.
Looking at Sua, her eyes turned a sharp purple, her voice tight.
You did a very stupid thing, betraying me. Now you have to pay. Night fell, enveloping the city in a mysterious blackness. Far away from there were two guys trying to drag a girl.
Shua was thrown straight to the ground without any mercy. She could only cry out in pain. Cheng stepped out of the dim light with a mocking look.
Oh, you're awake? It doesn't matter, because we're here.
Shua struggled to open her eyes, her body still unable to move completely. She swallowed the burning pain spreading and said in a trembling voice, Where is this? What are you going to do?
I kicked her straight in the stomach, chuckling softly, my voice filled with triumph and cruelty. What am I going to do with you? Guess.
Saying that, she swiftly choked Shua with her hand, making it impossible for her to breathe.
Her face looked terrifying, all her cruelty concentrated in that moment. First, I'll borrow this pretty face.
Her voice turned as cold as metal grinding against stone. This way, I can approach Seo Du Hoen easily. And then? I'll kill him with my own hands. Shua's whole body trembled. She bit her lip hard, her breath caught between gasps of horror. A Saint Relic transformation. Then she chuckled.
The laughter echoed like daggers stabbing into eardrums. What do you think? Not a bad plan, right? Shua gripped her hand tightly, trying to restrict her power. Don't make me laugh.
She still believed Hoen wouldn't be defeated so easily. Her lips curved into a mocking sneer. Che-gun said coldly, Oh really? Well, I don't care. No matter how amazing he is, I'll kill him. She took a step back, her eyes as if wanting to tear her opponent apart. Everyone always has a weakness. As she spoke, Che-gun was already disguising herself as Shua. He'll never know I've disguised myself as you.
She glared at Shua as if it were the last time in her life. Unless you tell him, what should I do to keep you from talking? Che-gun confidently stated.
Of course I'll force you to shut your mouth.
Shua was now surrounded by the power of the Saint Relic, making escape difficult.
Did I ever tell you about my Saint Relic's power? I can erect tombs anywhere, anytime. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground around Shua's body rapidly cracked open.
And right after that, before she could react, Shua fell into the deep pit.
She could only scream in despair. Seeing Shua fall into such a situation, Che-gun smirked triumphantly. I hope you like it. This is a special tomb I built just for you. She looked down, watching Shua gradually disappear from sight with a venomous thought. There are no Saint Relics in there, only traps. Lots of them. You should reflect on yourself in there for betraying me. Finally, Che-gun said nonchalantly.
Of course, if you can even survive long enough to think. Shua bit her lip in desperation, whispering in hopeless resignation. Damn it. In the precarious space between the ground and despair, Shua still worried about Du Hoen. Hoen is in danger. The scene quickly shifted to a different setting. This place had towering skyscrapers. Che-gun stood outside the door, her malicious gaze fixed inside. Currently in the form of Shua, she muttered ominously. This house looks pretty good. Is anyone here? Does he live alone? He lives with that traitor. Che-gun glanced around, silently confirming and plotting. I'm glad there's no one else. I won't have trouble with his subordinates. Breaking into the tiger's den like this is a bit risky. Her footsteps echoed lightly across the threshold, her eyes scanning the familiar house. Where is he? Seo Du Hofian. A shiver ran down her spine as she whispered. A chilling smile bloomed. Let the hunt begin. Stepping through the door, Che-gun casually announced, I'm home. Seeing Du Hoen standing in front of the table, she secretly rejoiced at having accomplished part of her plan. Jackpot. Turning his head, Du Hoan couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong? Aren't you on leave? She lowered her head slightly, trying to appear gentle. I changed my mind. After going out and having a few beers, I thought I was okay. Du Hoan raised an eyebrow and smiled happily. You won't have another chance, you know. You should rest, or you'll regret it when we're swamped. Chae-gun chuckled softly, replying gently, Thanks for the advice. You're welcome. But in her head, thoughts swirled with smugness. I'm sure he won't recognize it. Of course it had to be that way, because this was a sophisticated disguise technique. She tightened her fingers slightly, a feeling of triumph rising in her heart. Not only using the Saint Relic transformation, but also using the Saint Relic illusion. Even if I die, this guy won't realize. Chae-gun took a deep breath, adjusted her voice, and walked closer. Hoan, I have something to tell you. Du Hoan tilted his head, looking at her with interest. Just tell me what it is. But something was strange. But immediately after, his eyes suddenly stopped at the corner of her eye, his eyebrows furrowed in doubt. Taking another half-step closer, his eyes scanned her face. Why do you look so old today? Du Hoan narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. If I look closely, you look 10 years older. The close distance made her sweat profusely. Boss, why suddenly? He insisted that she must have worked very hard, as Jin Chuan's henchman. Chae-gun gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger, thinking to herself, This bastard. Couldn't you be a little nicer? Yu Huang gently said, I should have met you sooner. I suffered being with her. She forced a smile and nodded it off. You don't need to worry about me so much. He shot her a sidelong glance, his tone uncharacteristically stern. You always said that place was hell on earth. Seeing that, she got even more annoyed. That damn Lisu, I should have tortured you more, Chelling thought to herself, unable to hide her resentment. Lua, if you're still alive later, I swear I'll torture you until you go insane. Chae-gun clenched her fists, trying to keep her face from changing, forcing a smile. Right. How could there be such a crazy woman? All her subordinates complain about it. She glanced down, lowering her voice as if to change the subject. Besides, I have some information for you. But before she could finish, Yu Huang lunged forward and grabbed Chan's neck tightly. He looked straight into her eyes, his voice calm but sharp as a knife. Thank you for confessing. Jin Che, I guessed right. The woman is crazy. Chae-gun's face paled slightly, her eyes contracted in shock, quickly trying to break free. Damn it, how did you know? Yu Huang said calmly. Are you stupid? I knew from the start. Her voice rang out full of resentment, almost a scream. What do you mean by that? The Mirage Relic doesn't work on you, that's impossible. Yu Huang sighed softly, stepping forward slightly, his voice even but full of authority. I would have been fooled if you had come sooner. A few minutes ago, Yu Huang was still pondering and researching intently in the room. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him, catching his attention. System alert. A strange relic energy is approaching. Yu Huang immediately became alert. That crow told me, so I knew someone would approach, and he guessed it was this woman. His voice didn't waver, each word like a knock on the heart. Thanks to those 2 achievements, she is very confident. But nevertheless, Yu Huang turned to look at her. His eyes darkened as if concealing something. I don't want to confront her now. Jin Chae-gun. He frowned. Longshen calculated every possible retreat. Right now, I don't have the ability to solo her. This is getting intense. Knowing she couldn't hide it anymore, Chae-wu returned to her original form. Finally, she revealed her true face. Yu Huang pointed directly at her, his voice bursting out like a sharp blade. You old hag. Her face twisted with anger, revealing her full power. Don't mess with me. Chae-gun pointed directly at his face, her voice malicious. If you could shut your mouth and take one of my blades, maybe you would die without pain. But, unfortunately, that's not the case. She glared at him, spitting out each word as if cursing, along with the burst of power, each word like a sharp knife that could cut through anything. I didn't think you could recognize me. You're really talented, but unfortunately, you'll be buried here. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy like a flood swept in, the space shaking as if it were cracking. A terrifying energy was nearby. The system announced that the energy was spreading throughout the house. Yu Huang didn't expect her power to be so great, but still didn't understand what this horny pig thing was. He took a step back, his eyes full of shock. No way! This is part of a mausoleum. Chae-wu was very pleased to see his reaction. Her laughter echoed like a devil shrieking in hell. That's right. My relic is different from other relics. I can build a mausoleum anywhere at any time. Yu Huang retreated, his heart pounding, his eyes flashing with suspicion. I don't know what that relic is, but it's an aberrant relic. But in his heart, he had another thought. I've never seen this before. The power of that relic is too terrifying. His hands quickly cracked open. Once again, the system's voice rang out in his head, cold as a hammer. You are in contact with a huge relic energy source. But what's even more terrifying is what's behind it. That energy can turn people into the living dead in just a few seconds. The relics in Yu Huang's body cried out in unison. It hurts! Oh God, it really hurts, Master, save us. At that moment, his eyes darted around, realizing he might have made a less than ideal decision. Damn it! He had naively assumed that fighting within the sacred treasure vault would be advantageous. But these treasures simply couldn't withstand this level of energy. His mind was now devoid of any concrete plans, only forming a hypothesis. If that's the case, and this time, Yu Hoen didn't confront her directly. Instead, he chose to flee, opting for escape among the 36 stratagems. Run! From behind, Che Gujan roared like a wild beast, eyes bulging with rage. You think you can escape me? Yu Hoen sneered, with a hint of arrogance and insolence. Guess what, old hag? The sacred treasures, affected by the power, groaned and cried out incessantly. It hurts! Oh, mommy! Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, sensing imminent danger closing in from all sides of the room, as if breathing heavily under invisible pressure. Come and get me. I should run in and assess the situation. His gaze flicked towards the partially open, thick wooden door, a glimmer of hope in his mind. Thankfully, the door hasn't become part of the tomb. Fleeing is my forte. Just as he was a few steps away from the door, Che Guan's malicious voice echoed, filled with murderous intent and madness. You think you can escape so easily? There's no way out for you. You will stay here with me. She curled her lip, spitting out each word with disgust. Now all you can do is kiss my feet and offer me your 20 centimeters kill. Yu Hoen took a half step back, his eyes filled with resentment but unable to conceal his caution. She had turned the entire house into a tomb, so he could use his ultimate skill to destroy the tomb. Without losing another second, Yu Hoen quickly took out his sacred treasure and laughed dismissively. How ridiculous. He stepped forward, his voice deep but powerful. You think these things can stop me? A terrifying explosion erupted, accompanied by blinding light that threatened to engulf the entire space. Che Guan couldn't believe it. She shouted, What the hell? Aiming right at me? He declared coldly, That's right, it's the strange skill I once told you about. The explosion spread violently, creating a large hole in the stone wall of the tomb. Fragments shattered, causing the space to tremble. She screamed in fury. He used a sacred treasure explosion inside the tomb and created a huge hole to escape. He's a disgrace to humanity. But no, things weren't going as smoothly as he had imagined. After running a few more steps forward, he realized it. The door in front, meant for escape, had turned into the tomb. What? It didn't work. Step by step, Che Guizhan cornered Yu Hoen, gloating in her victory. You think that low-grade skill can affect my tomb? The tomb I built cannot be destroyed so easily. Yu Hoen gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, grinding his teeth as he hissed. Damn it, this treasure is too Che Guan charged forward, her roar shaking the entire space. Die. The system's cold voice echoed. You are coming into contact with a very strong energy source. The next sound changed Yu Hoen's expression. Class A Perseverance Intrinsic cannot withstand the poison and is starting to become infected. The system's voice continued steadily and emotionlessly. The level of infection is increasing. None of the notifications popping up were helpful to him. Yu Hoen's eyes became vacant, unable to accept this. Tormented by waves of pain, he staggered, bending over and groaning, Damn it. In the moment of impending death, Yu Hoen murmured like a desperate prayer. If this continues, I might die. I have to do something before my body is completely poisoned. Resisting the pain, Yu Hoen's eyes flared with determination. Roar! All right, Jin Che Guan, she roared like a madwoman. That sounds so idiotic. Listen up. From now on, I won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who dares to resist. Che glanced contemptuously. Applies to the person always. The sword in Yu Hoen's hand was still tightly clutched, but suddenly he couldn't control it anymore. The sword immediately slipped out of his hand. It cried out in fear. Forgive me, master, I cannot fight. This situation is also beyond his prediction. Hey, what do you mean? Come back here. It trembled, sinking deeper into the tomb and moaning. I don't dare to resist him. I don't want to be destroyed. Fury erupted like a volcano in every vein. Yu Hoen hissed through gritted teeth, his voice revealing anger mixed with bitterness. Damn it, what are you talking about? This is what Che Guion wants. This is what I predicted from the start. She was full of arrogance, her voice carrying the utmost contempt. You probably already know what rank my sacred treasure is. All your inferior sacred treasures won't be able to do anything to my sacred treasure. Che Guan stared intently at him with confidence. Sacred treasures also have their own thoughts. No matter what the master's orders are, they will still tremble before stronger sacred treasures. But before she could say another word, Yu Hoen's voice cut in, cold as a knife, laced with irritation and a warning. You're talking too much. I definitely still have some relics that can fight back. Just as Che Guan was about to summon a relic, one of them spoke up, its voice cracking with the conflict between loyalty and fear. Master, I can't obey your order. I can't bring them out. Patience exhausted, Yu Hoen glared. His words hissed through gritted teeth, each syllable heavy as a falling stone. Do it now, or I'll send you to meet your ancestors. How foolish. Che Guan crossed her arms, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Just kneel down and beg for mercy, and you'll live. Immediately after, Yu Hoen was struck by her palm strike, without an ounce of mercy. Someone who uses relics, but can't even use his relics, is just a piece of trash. Without any help from his relics, Yu Hoen was seriously injured, continuously spitting out mouthfuls of blood. But Che Guan didn't stop. I'm gonna make this even more fun. I'm going to torture you slowly. She gave a sinister smile, her eyes filled with bitter revenge as she whispered, savoring each moment of retribution. Torturing you the way you destroyed your relics, does it feel good? In that moment, Yu Hoen's knees buckled, muttering to himself, his breathing growing heavier. He knew he couldn't last much longer. The opponent noticed this. Her lips curled into a contemptuous smile, her eyes like blades piercing through his last line of defense. Looks like you're almost out of breath. Even while collapsed on the ground and racked with pain, Yu Hoen's inner strength kept him going. You're not used to life or death situations like this, unlike your usual self. Have you forgotten this feeling? Even at a disadvantage, Yu Hoen refused to give in. He laughed coldly, his eyes burning. How ridiculous. You think this will make me give up? Seeing such spirit, Che Guan couldn't help but be curious. What nonsense are you spouting? Going crazy? The pain couldn't drain his reason. Yu Hoen struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. You damn crow! Seeing Yu Hoen gradually standing up, she was in disbelief, because it was so illogical. You can stand up? Impossible? You can resist the chronic poison? A relic beside him spoke up, its voice weakening but still determined. My power is limited. I can't protect you for long. Hearing those words, Yu Hoen felt invigorated. You want me to quickly finish off this old hag? Yu Hoen nodded without hesitation, his voice as sharp as a honed blade. Always agree. The old hag wants to die. I told you already, I can't stall. His eyes locked onto his opponent. A punch thrown, sneering contemptuously before asking coldly, You want me to kneel? Of course. Che Guan wasn't one to be trifled with either. She quickly dodged his punch. Immediately he clenched his fist, throwing a punch as powerful as thunder in the sky. Take my 7 shattering blows. At this moment, her mouth dropped open, her eyes wide with disbelief at what was before her. Che Wu no longer had the upper hand, her mouth clenched as she cursed. Damn it! Not giving her a single moment to rest, Yu Hoen continued to clench his fist, throwing another punch. Using all his strength, he charged forward, and this time Chu took the hit painfully. She still couldn't believe she had been hit, but the pain on her face helped Chu come to terms with reality. Che Guan coughed up blood, her eyes widening in horror as she realized the energy rising from her opponent. Damn it, you bastard! Now I understand. Yu Hoen remained in a fighting stance, and he recognized this was the crow's energy. Panic spread across her face. Her eyes darted around aimlessly as if trying to find an answer. The crow? But he's currently in prison. Che began to unleash her full power and roared, What is your relationship with him? Her whole body was radiating immense power. What is this? The energy is increasing tremendously. Receiving has appeared, bringing immense power. I know it's you, Crow. This time I will kill you with all my strength. Looking at his opponent like this, Yu Hoen couldn't help but sigh. Jin Chun. It seems she's lost control of her relics. Now she's completely transformed. Relics! Why did you do that? Why did you provoke him? It roared in fury, wanting to devour him. I must kill you! Of course, Yu Hoen wasn't foolish enough to face it directly. That would be like walking to his death. It roared in fury. Every step he took gradually turned into a grave. You won't be able to escape me. Can't control the situation. Yu Hoen spat out a crude curse. Damn it. This is bad. He had fallen, but that spider still wouldn't let him go. I'll kill this guy first. I hope you won't regret partnering with that crow. The pent-up hatred coalesced into a final roar as the spider's claw aimed straight at him. Repent, goodbye, stupid human. Just when it seemed the battle was over, Yu Hoen confidently declared, You think that's the end of what? At that moment, a blue light struck the spider when it was off guard, sending it into a passive state. Che Guan spun around. His face changed, and a voice full of anger and confusion blurted out, What is this? Who dares to disturb me? A clear shout rang out from behind, full of protection and pride. Don't bully my master. At this time, Yu Hoen was stunned. Rope! The rope flashed in the air, its voice ringing with confidence and absolute loyalty. I have been by master's side from the beginning. Seeing this, he was extremely surprised. It's not affected by that relic. That voice deepened like a promise. A triumphal march just for Yu Hoen. Besides me, there are many other relics protecting you. I will give you a special gift. A light burst forth, a strange aura spread out, and the notification sounded like a chime of victory. Rope has just received a new skill! A divine wind swept through, blowing away the atmosphere of despair. As the next statement appeared, Rope achieved a legendary feat in the world of relics, and finally, amidst the magical halo, a title was proclaimed like an immortal curse. Achieved a new feat, relic always by master's side. Sword stood next to it, constantly trembling.
"Hey, damn rope! How dare you attack that relic? Are you tired of living?" But in response, it was just an obvious answer. "Can't you just shut up and watch the battle?" And then, in a final frenzy, a piercing scream echoed throughout the collapsing space. "We're all gonna die!" Rope did not flinch at the spider's power, but relentlessly attacked it in a flurry.
In the space, shaking from the echoes of the fierce clashes, a curse burst out full of fear and panic. A low-ranking relic trembled, its eyes like it was about to cry out in the opening gates of hell. "Ugh, that rope really did it, now we're all going to die. Don't you want to stop that stupid rope?" The space was silent for a moment. Then the other relics spoke in mournful voices, as if accepting their predetermined fate. "It's too late. We will all die because of that rope's stupidity." "God damn it, I don't want to die." "So we just wait like this? I'm gonna do something. It's all useless. The result is still the same." The spider raged madly. "You lowly relic, can you be obedient?" It spoke in a cold voice, filled with judgment and murderous intent. "You must be destroyed, unable to withstand the power." Rope shouted amidst the hazy toxic fumes, accompanied by a heartbreaking sound of pain. "It hurts so much, stop!" Groans followed each other like death songs in the invisible battle between the relic and its own destiny. "It hurts so much." Rope is falling into a passive position. Yu Hoen growled. "Damn it, Rope, don't get too close." Another achievement stopped Yu Hoen. "We don't have another chance. My protective layer will disappear soon." In another corner, he still gritted his teeth and endured. His voice was low but firm, mixed with regret and determination. "But I can't leave here, Rope. If I leave, I'll lose it forever." Yu Hoen turned his head to look at the divine Rope struggling to fight. His voice softened but contained endless pain. "If it continues to fight, it will be destroyed, and I will not be able to restore it again." Meanwhile, Rope was still fighting hard to protect him. "I can't lose!" With all his strong determination, Rope was determined with all his remaining strength and shouted, "Can't lose!" Yu Hoen was surprised by this. The system appeared in front of him again. The clear system sound rang in the air. "The poison from Rope's body has been purified." Next is the announcement. Rope's body has been reborn because of its super strong determination. In front of the spider, the rope quickly changed from blue to bright yellow, signaling a fresh source of vitality as if reborn from the ashes. Each notification echoed in the minds of the relics like a triumphant symphony. The divine Rope has received a little grace from heaven. The legendary hero-class Ultra Relic is tired without stopping. And the final announcement really shocked everyone. Rope has evolved to S rank. Those with wide eyes could not believe the reality, stammering, "Impossible! You can evolve at times like this?" The other holy relics were also empowered. They had never witnessed anything so absurd. "What's going on? I've never heard of something like this." Seeing this, the holy relic spoke as if from ancient memories, whispering thoughtfully. "My grandma used to say, if you can achieve extraordinary accomplishments, you can evolve." Another holy relic blankly asked, unable to believe what it had just heard. Holy relics have grandmas? Then, everyone's eyes focused on the rope that was shining brilliantly, as if blessed by the divine. One holy relic screamed in fear, "He really has evolved and become stronger! He's really crazy." The spider sensed that the situation wasn't looking good. It was furious and scared. "Crow, is this your doing? Do you want to destroy the holy relic ranking system?" It said it all like a psychological attack on the opponent. "If that's the case, there will be a lot of changes. There will be traitors. You planned all of this." Immediately, another holy relic shouted, its voice as excited as if it had just discovered a truth. "This is great news! Hurry up and convey this to the holy relic worlds." Holy relics can evolve on their own. Hurry up and convey this. However, a cautious holy relic remained rational, repeating a past instruction. "But my grandma said, we need to have a great master to evolve." A holy relic was stunned, its voice trembling as if breaking into a new truth. Master, meaning if we are loyal to Scene, we can also evolve. These guys have fallen into a disadvantageous position. Hearing their words made the ice spider angrily roar. "Whoever says another word, I will destroy them." The spider's rage reached its peak, scaring the sword. "Oh, forgive me, don't crush me." It gnashed its teeth, its eyes staring at the rope, and said, "Then I'll eliminate you first." At this point, the rope was no longer afraid, its voice arrogant and provocative. "Oh, try it." Quickly, the rope tightly bound the spider's entire body, making it unable to move. "You bastard, how dare you!" Yu Hoen still hadn't left. Despite the holy relic's advice, "Come on, we have to leave here. This is your last chance. Surely you don't expect a miracle to happen a second time, do you?" A holy relic looked worriedly at the rope, its urgent voice echoing in the space that was breaking apart. Although the rope has just evolved and recovered its strength, and even if it's ranked S, it won't be able to last long. As soon as it finished speaking, the rope groaned. "That hurts." Yu Hoen saw this, but couldn't do anything because he himself didn't have any strength left. But suddenly strange things appeared in the tomb. On the walls, for some reason, cracks had appeared. Yu Hoen was also surprised by that phenomenon. What is that? Why did cracks suddenly appear? The holy relic next to him continued. each word heavy as a judgment. That's because right now that spider can't concentrate anymore. I understand, this is an artificial tomb created by that spider. Another holy relic looked uneasy, stepping back half a step, its eyes cautiously looking at Yu Hoen. I have a slightly uneasy feeling. Before it could stop him, it saw Yu Hoen rushing straight towards the center, straight at the spider without hesitation. Why did you run straight in like that? Yu Hoen's voice echoed back, clear and as hard as steel. If we run away, I will lose a lot of holy relics. Although I can find other holy relics to replace them, I can't. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Yu Hoen tightly grasped the sword that was still near death. What? While still confused, the sword's voice rang out, emotional and choked up as if its little heart was blooming with happiness. Master, why did you come back here? Yu Hoen smirked, his eyes sharp but still faintly showing a rare tenderness. Well, the thing is, you don't want to die here, do you? It trembled slightly with emotion, its voice as if wanting to cry. Master, I'm so touched you didn't abandon me. If so, I will try my best this time. Yu Hoen nodded slightly, his voice whispering almost like a promise. I knew you would say that. His eyes flashed, he looked towards the center of the mausoleum, and said like a thunderclap. I think we can destroy this artificial mausoleum, because that spider is distracted. Hearing this, the sword panicked. What? Right now? Wait, you want to use me as a bomb? As soon as he finished speaking, another explosion occurred. Yu Hoen reassured it and promised. Don't worry, I'll fix you later. Holy crap. Just as the smoke cleared, and it was the moment the plan was about to succeed, it opened. The spider, tied up by the rope, struggled to escape, even more angry when it saw the mausoleum being destroyed. What? You damned human! How dare you blow up my mausoleum! Yu Hoen turned around, his eyes arrogant and cold, as if he had never considered that person an opponent. You weren't paying attention to me at all. He waved his hand, giving a decisive order like a general in the midst of battle. Rope, come here quickly! Yu Hoen said decisively. We're going to escape from here. Quickly, come here. The rope's voice rang out clearly. Ah, okay, master. I'm coming. The spider roared in madness and resentment. You think you can escape from me? Yu Hoen chuckled disdainfully, his voice carrying a cold mockery. Sorry, but I also have the skill to restore mausoleums. With that said, his hand touched the mausoleum floor, a blue light quickly enveloping the entire place. The spider saw this, and was stunned, unable to believe its eyes. Impossible! How could you? As if falling into despair, it screamed, writhing in pain. How can you freely destroy and recreate the mausoleum? Taking advantage of the crack on the wall, the rope quickly slipped out of it, running away, escaping from there. It cried out with joy. Oh, I survived! After facing death and meeting the master again, Yu Hoen told it, You must be careful. If you were just a little slower, you would have been destroyed. The rope trembled in his arms, panting. But I survived. Yu Hoen was still sober enough to warn, his gaze fixed on the crumbling burial wall. You seem very eager, but it won't last long. Neither will this wall. My shield will disappear. Another achievement was ringing out, reminding him. Once the shield disappears, all the pain will return. Be prepared, he responded immediately. Okay. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and ordered without hesitation. Now, take out all the relics inside! The relics were bewildered. Huh? What? Yu Hoen pointed directly at a relic trembling in the corner, his voice harsh. See that sword? If you don't do it, I'll tear you apart and you can enjoy the pain. That relic shuddered and stammered. Okay, I'll do it. Perhaps due to the rope's evolution, these relics became more obedient. As soon as the last shield disappeared, the pain surged back like a raging wave, tearing through every muscle fiber. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes coldly scanning the battlefield. As soon as the crow's shield disappeared, the pain ran throughout his body. Yu Hoen was still able to suppress the pain with the herbal relics. He mused that he had also equipped himself with defensive relics, and then he chose the relics that could be used as weapons because his opponent was very strong. Should I use a Class A relic? Looking at the relics in front of him, Yu Hoen wondered, where are the Egyptian relics? Hearing this, the relics were very surprised. Huh? They were here too. It recounted. I saw them run away. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth when he heard this news. What? The voice was mixed with confusion and disappointment. A relic thoughtfully looked up at the sky and sighed. Aren't they high-ranking relics? What's going on? Another relic spoke up, full of frustration. If we had known this, maybe we should have gone with them. I think it's better if we stay here. We can die and see our grandma again. Yu Hoen turned his head, his eyes burning with rage, and roared angrily. Can you guys shut up? Those guys, if they come back, I'll make them reincarnate. Before he was done being angry about that, another sound rang out, drawing his attention. He gritted his teeth, blood surging, his voice full of resentment. Damn it! The wall! Yu Hoen tried to maintain his balance in that space. Even a small mistake would send him flying out of Earth. What was even more frightening was that in front of him were completely strange creatures. What were those creatures? The spider proudly introduced Yu Hoen to the number of relics it had worked hard to obtain. These are all the relics that I have collected. I will end you quickly. As soon as it finished speaking, it gave the order. Immediately, those strange creatures rushed forward without regard for their lives under its command, attacking the shield in front of him. But perhaps the next encounter would be extremely fierce. In such a situation, Yu Hoen had not yet thought of the most reasonable method for himself. Damn it, what should I do?
Panting echoed in the heart of the dark tomb, where the light was suffocated, as if even life was not allowed to exist. Sua followed the torch in her hand, running forward diligently.
Damn it! Sweat poured down like rain. She muttered to herself, her voice hoarse from fatigue and anger. This tomb is really dangerous. Moreover, I can't even find the exit. If I keep running around like this, I'll be exhausted sooner or later. As the distance between her and the spiders behind her grew closer, Sua was also nearing exhaustion.
I'm going to die here. Damn Jinshu. Suddenly from behind, thick spider silk rushed forward like a final move to end Sua's life.
Her whole body was now covered in spider silk. What is this sticky stuff? The sticky mucus made it difficult for Sua to move. And taking advantage of that opportunity, the spiders were getting closer and closer to her. She yelled, "Stay away from me! Get away!" But suddenly they stopped, not moving forward any further, as if something had stopped them. In that moment, Sua thought she would never have another chance to see the sun again. She thought desperately, "It's over!" A golden light appeared. That power blew away the spiders there. It turned out to be Judo. She had appeared in time when Sua was close to death. She revealed all her power. The voice was cold and powerful. A dazzling light burst out like the dawn breaking through the darkness. "Stay away from my master." Seeing Judo's appearance, Sua was overjoyed. That joy was clearly displayed on Judo's face. She held Sua in her arms. She asked Sua sincerely, "Are you okay? I thought you had been destroyed by Jinshu," Judo said sternly, without letting her finish speaking. "Right now, that's not important. We have to leave here." Judo carried Sua and flew up to escape from those spiders. Sua was still curious. "How were you able to get here?" "I remember you were outside the tomb," Judo replied. "There is a hole outside the tomb." Sua couldn't believe it, and didn't understand why it appeared. What? How could there be a hole? Going to the hole that Judo mentioned, Sua was extremely surprised that she had made this hole. She was secretly happy, because it meant that Jin Chw seemed to be having difficulty protecting her tombs. This means that Yu Hoen is fighting her. Knowing the situation, she couldn't waste any more time and quickly ran off. "We have to quickly go help him." In another development, the strange object has been invading the entire skyscraper. At the same time, the monsters also took advantage of the chaos to rush in, screams tearing through the space there. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a statue emerged from the ground. It turned out to be Yu Hoen. He was fighting thousands of monsters. Each slash of his sword went forward continuously, and the monsters that were hit cried out miserably. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, using all his strength to slash many times in succession. Even so, there were still too many of them. He thought to himself, "There are so many." Yu Hoen roared in the chaos, his voice as sharp as a knife cutting through the space thick with smoke, dust, and the smell of battle. "All of you, come here and help me." One relic among them hurriedly said, "It seems things aren't going well. We should get out of here. No matter where we run, our fate will be the same." Another relic said in a sarcastic voice, a cold smile flashing across his face hidden beneath the gloomy haze. "Seo Ruhen, don't drag us into your problems." Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and scolded them. "You cowardly bastards with your big mouths." Suddenly, a voice rang out arrogantly, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Seo Yu Hoen, it seems you need help." A wave of scorching heat swept through the battlefield, and they screamed in despair. "Ugh, it's so hot." Nero appeared. He crossed his arms in a dignified pose and carried a glittering aura. "Seo Yu Hoken, why didn't you call me sooner? This is a golden opportunity for me to show off my masterpiece." Noticing his appearance, he was very annoyed. "I'm very disappointed in you." Yu Hoen explained what just happened. "Forgive me. Those fleeing relics distracted me." He glanced at Nero and said, "But it's not too late for you to show me your masterpiece now." He nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. "Of course. Watch this." The spider roared in the air, full of anger and hurt. "Damn it, you traitor. You should be ashamed to be a high-ranking relic." Nero pointed his hand directly at it, his voice as cold as a knife. "Traitor! What do you mean? Do you think you're the king of the relics? That I have to follow your orders?" The self-conscious spider, his voice suddenly dropped, carrying a strange regret. "I've hated you guys since you executed Majesty. In my eyes, he was a gentle guy when he talked about art." Yu Hoen paused, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Majesty executed? Does this mean that a Majesty relic was executed?" He thought to himself with suspicion. What happened to those two? Nero continued to affirm his decision without hesitation. "If you continue to do so, I will not hesitate to attack you." He raised his hand towards Yu Hoen. without hesitation, and solemnly introduced. Moreover, the person you are attacking is Seo Yu Hoen. You have top-notch storytelling skills, and fit the tastes of the relics. It would be a great loss if you hurt this talented artist. A silence stretched out. Then the enemy's voice hissed through his teeth. If so, we can only settle this with strength. With that, they rushed into battle, two streams of power colliding, creating a massive explosion.
Let's fight! Pooh!
The crabby spider began. Amidst the chaotic scene, the spider declared firmly, I will turn this place into my performance stage. Golden Palace. Seeing the palace gradually appearing from the ground, Yu Hoen smirked because this was what he wanted. Golden Palace? Maybe he's really serious.
He shouted, his tone somewhat dismissive, and ordered, Hey, you stupid relic bastards! Hurry up and go into the Golden Palace!
A tiny relic spoke with emotion, as if they had just seen the light at the end of the tunnel amidst despair. We finally have a place to settle down, we can hide in it, we can survive. In that palace, Yu Hoen stated decisively, Let me tell you all something. He narrowed his eyes, stomping his foot forcefully into the ground, as if crushing his last bit of compromise, and said each word bitterly. You reap what you sow. You want to eat without working, you can go eat shit. If you want to survive, you need to protect this fortress with all your might.
Anyone who doesn't want to can step aside.
A moment of silence suddenly enveloped the room, then a steady voice rang out, as if the speaker had accepted the harsh reality with no other choice. If that's the case, then we have no other choice.
Yes, we will follow your every command.
Immediately after, another relic bowed in commitment, their voice carrying absolute loyalty.
We will not betray you! In that tense atmosphere, a soft but resolute voice, like an eternal whispered promise sent amidst impending doom, suddenly rose. I will always be by your side, forever loving you.
Yu Hoen squinted his eyes, glancing around, his gaze sweeping over the relics awaiting his next command. The corners of his lips twitched slightly, as if he saw through the only remaining option.
These relics seem to only have this way out.
A voice from the midst of the relics rang out, devoid of fear, and replaced by a determination lit by faith. Cheer up, we're always on your side.
A group of relics stepped forward,
raising their voices with unwavering faith, as if swearing their loyalty to the commander they absolutely trusted. We are from the Relic Association. We will support you, we will not let you die here. We will continue the story you are writing. The voice that followed was warm and firm, as if igniting a fire for the one carrying the entire battle on their shoulders. Cheer up, Scene. We will help you. Are they all appearing from the relic world? Another relic exclaimed with a mix of worry and sincerity, as if afraid of losing something precious they could never find again.
We'll be very sad if you die.
Sho and Silo suddenly burst out laughing,
speaking in a humorous but respectable willingness. We're willing to do anything to help you, even fuck Irin. Even though I treat you all so roughly, you still stick around.
Yu Hoen frowned slightly, half in helplessness, half in control of the chaos erupting in his heart, his voice filled with a hint of gratitude but still maintaining his reason. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but the problem is, I can use all of you at will, right? Looking around at the low-level relics, he sighed heavily, seemingly weighing each resource carefully. There aren't any high-ranking or strong relics. I need to use them thoroughly.
Yu Hoen's eyes flashed with determination as he made his decision. He nodded as if he had found the optimal strategy. All right, I'll use that method.
He spoke clearly like a distinct troop deployment order, each word distinct and cold. Those relics who are chosen follow me, the rest go help Nero, who is fighting on the front lines. Yu Hoen instructed meticulously. You must fight with Nero. Why? Didn't you say we would always be by your side? Yu Hoen immediately glared, his voice as cold as ice, a warning of life and death. If you don't follow orders, I'll send you to reincarnation, and you better listen to Nero too.
He turned to assign each relic decisively. You, and you follow me. One of the relics nodded quickly, his voice like flattery. Understood, Master. I will follow, Master.
Yu Hoen took a deep breath and turned his head back. I divided the team based on the abilities and attributes of the relics here. I'm leaving the Golden Palace with the best relics.
Looking into the distance, where the battlefield was resounding with noise, Yu Hoen closed his eyes slightly in contemplation, muttering to himself like a commander deploying troops. Nero's mission is to hold these cannon fodder and attract attention. With that, I can move freely.
Suspicion flickered in Silo's eyes. So why are we going so far?
Determination was evident in Yu Hoen's eyes. A cold smile was clear on his lips, his voice sharp like a dagger stabbing straight into the core of the plan. Now we will do a raid. Raid? Nero has attracted all the spiders' attention, Silo asked.
Yu Hoen nodded slightly, his voice firm like a guarantee of the upcoming victory. That spider will deploy all of those cannon fodder to the front, so the back will be empty. A relic asked again as if to confirm the entire strategy. So we're going to attack the spider? Yu Hoen tilted his head, his eyes sharp. Not attack the relic, attack the owner. His voice dropped, cold and analytical like a strategist outlining the fatal point. There is no denying that the spider is a very strong relic, but unfortunately, it is an invisible relic. He understood the truth. If that spider is an ethereal relic, then he must have a weakness. We can attack the host, and the relic will not be able to use its power. Yu Ho nodded slightly, his voice low but contained determination. So, before that spider realizes our existence, that relic has understood how to do it. We must attack him together. Yunhoi implicitly reaffirmed. Exactly, now get ready, okay? Without wasting any more time, he rushed forward to attack. Nero was tired in the war. He was exhausted by the endless cycle of strife. I'm sick of this. When will this war end? If this continues, will we be destroyed? At the same time, the spider's cold, emotionless voice rang out like a blade plunging into flesh, not letting anyone escape, continuing to crush them. Don't let any traitors survive! Along with that order, the cannon fodder recklessly charged forward. When the cannon fodder defended and attacked forward, it was also when Light realized something was wrong.
Figures rushed out of the misty dust, their eyes sharp and full of resentment. It was Yu Hohen, resentment filled with suspicion. What are you doing here?
So, Yu Hohen? You curled your lips into a sneer, your voice laced with contemptuous recognition. Not bad, I'd say. I thought you had some pretty good reflexes, being able to quickly move the host even after being ambushed.
Che raised an eyebrow, spitting out each word as if unleashing anger into every inch of the air. What do you think you can do by ambushing me? You think attacking this woman directly will eliminate me? How foolish! At that very moment,
Yu Hohen charged like a gust of wind, breathing heavily with rage, and released a curt, decisive command. Don't give a damn, brothers. Attack.
She seemed intent on crushing all fledgling resistance. Damn it, these lowlifes. You think they stand a chance against me? Not letting her speak further, Yu Hohen shouted, eyes flashing with anger and resolve.
Enough talk. Just watch the fight unfold. You already know her weakness? So Hai is within a human body, and can only evade. If that's the case, I can take you down easily.
Che Wan retorted with disdain.
Don't get confused. This is indeed a human body. But this body is far stronger than any ordinary one. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched a frenzied attack. Yu Hoen's relics may be strong, but they were no match for Che.
She pointed at the damaged relics, then burst into mocking laughter. Look at this junk. Relics are still just relics.
Yu Hoen tilted his head slightly, his voice a mix of mockery and contempt. This is all your strength? Then you don't stand a chance against the Xiao Yu Hoen squad. The squad? From behind, a group of relics sprung up, roaring with a momentum that seemed to crush heaven and earth. Let's go, brothers, let's go! A rope lashed at her face with a stinging blow. Don't you dare touch my master, you damn rope! The situation was changing by the minute. Yu Hoen was secretly pleased. That's right, just a little more.
Che W seemed to be losing ground, he thought to himself with anticipation. If she retreated just a bit more,
her leg was tightly ensnared by the rope. In that situation she screamed, "What is this?" Yu Hoen didn't hesitate, his eyes flashed, and he uttered a command like a thunderclap. "Silo and Ong now!" A relic beside him immediately responded, without any hesitation.
Being pushed back, Che instinctively clung to the wall she was gradually passing by.
The enemy paused in midair, her voice strained with venom. Damn it! Yu Hoen, knowing victory was near, felt confident. This plan isn't too bad. I'll send her to paradise. Yu Hoen pointed towards the gate that was opening into an infinite space, his voice deep and resonant. This is a door that can take you anywhere. When used correctly, the relic Silo and Ong can be very useful. That relic echoed softly but proudly.
Thank you for your praise, Yu Hoen.
His words continued, cold as ice. Right now, I don't want to fight you head on. With this relic, I will make you leave this place. And then his last words echoed, full of sarcasm and provocation. Goodbye, and see you again.
Che Guan screamed in fury,
her voice reverberating through the air.
Damn it! Yu Hoen charged forward, gritting his teeth as he gave her a painful palm strike. Just like before, to avoid being thrown backwards, Che Go tried to hold on to anything she could.
But no. This time it was different. She was actually pushed backwards, accompanied by a roar of unwillingness.
Damn it! Che's challenge tore through the tense air. She was gradually disappearing from view.
She roared, her voice carrying unbearable humiliation. I am the leader of the relics. There's no way I could be defeated by a lowly human. Yu Hoen mocked her. A pathetic leader who gets attacked by cheap tricks. You better shut up and leave so you don't have to be humiliated.
He reminded her coldly, as if ending the final act of a play that had reached its climax. No matter how strong you are, you're still an incorporeal relic. You can't go too far from your owner, right?
The underlings behind felt sentimental and a little resentful. Goodbye, pathetic leader. Damn it, I'll miss you. Seo Yu Hoen watched the door gradually close. Yu Hoen narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly, his voice satisfied. Okay, success, a relic hurriedly reported, his eyes shining with excitement.
Brother Yu Hoen, he's completely gone.
Yu Ho decisively ordered the door to be closed, but was still puzzled. Huh? But then the relic still doubted. Aren't there still many enemies here? They're basically all relics. Yu Hoen crossed his arms, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd, his voice sharp as a knife. Instead of throwing them away, we might as well catch them all.
He stepped forward, his resolute voice echoing in the space. From now on, all of you are mine. They were furious, unable to believe what they had just heard.
What? Yu Hoen smirked, continuing calmly, as if he couldn't be bothered to explain. If things get bad, I'll use it. But for now, close it. Okay. A relic narrowed his eyes, anger rising with a fierce protest. Say that again, you damn bastard. How dare you claim we belong to you? Yu Hoen chuckled casually, his eyes provocative. Why don't you accept it? Alright, coming here this time will be different. The spider is no longer here. You guys are like mosquitoes. A relic jumped up, roaring fiercely. You think just because we don't have a leader we'll become useless relics? Brothers, attack! Suddenly, Nero appeared, attacking. We must protect Yu Hoen for the sake of the next novel. Novel? Yu Ho gently closed his eyes, thinking to himself as everything gradually went in the right direction. His plan was going smoothly. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed from afar, shaking the ground. What is that? There's an explosion! The people below buzzed, discussing what was really happening. Is it all because of the relic? In the moment of chaos, Sua squeezed through, bowing politely among the panicked crowd. Excuse me, please step aside. Pardon me for making way. Suddenly a call caught her attention. Hey, there she is. Lai Shu? She asked curiously in confusion why everyone was outside. Jaha, I went out to buy some food, then suddenly this happened. Erin also nodded, her eyes bewildered. I only just heard the news. Seung-woo spoke softly. We also have tasks assigned to us. This means Yu Hoen is home alone. Sua realized something was wrong. He's fighting Jin Chw alone. A terrifying explosion rang out, accompanied by countless pieces of earth and rock spreading in a hazy cloud. The people below looked up in fear, their mouths stammering. Tower, Erin, and Sua said in unison at the same moment. Captain, Mr. Yu Hoen! Jae-ha managed to stop the two of them. What do you two want to do? He tried to stop them so that no one would get hurt. The building has collapsed. The two of you can't get close. Of course, everyone is still worried in their hearts, but Mr. Yu Hoen, DHA, explained, as if reassuring everyone, we have to wait until the fight is over. At this point, we can only wait and believe that boss will be okay. His voice hardened with unwavering belief in Yu Hoen. Boss will get through this alone. He will definitely get through it. From that explosion, the earth and rock shattered. The modern and magnificent skyscraper suddenly collapsed before everyone's eyes. Everyone stood there, gossiping. Fear was evident on everyone's face. Sua had calmed down. She silently observed the energy of the relic burial mound gradually disappearing. This means that Mr. Yu Hoen successfully defeated Jin Chw. Semong-woo shouted loudly, Big bro! Jae-ha was also restless with worry, wanting to do something but completely helpless. Shouting like that won't help. They encouraged and comforted each other to put all their hope of survival on Yu Hoen. Then shouted in unison. At least we should try it, Captain Sua called out loudly, her eyes unable to hide her worry. Captain, I hope you're okay. From the messy, ruined, desolate pile, a familiar figure gradually emerged. It was Yu Hoen. That voice was so familiar, mixed with a bit of annoyance and fatigue. Why are you guys making such a fuss? That could make me deaf. Captain! The television news report says. Breaking news. A building has exploded in Manhattan, New York. The announcer's voice is slightly agitated. Before this building exploded, a strange incident occurred on its rooftop. Bandora says it was a tomb created by high-level relics. Specifically, the tomb was created at the residence of Mr. Si Dutin, a relic conqueror. It is still unknown whether Sin survived or not. Wait, what? The announcer looks stunned, trying to reorganize the information. This is the latest news. Si Du Hoen survived and left the ruined building. The news report shows the faint image of a figure standing behind the pile of rubble. We will connect with the reporters on the scene. The scene changes to the location, and the members of the excavation team are all nervous. Suaaa. A loud shout. Captain! A lazy voice rings out. What are you shouting about? Du Hoen is covered in dust. A slight smirk on his lips as he says, You guys are gonna make me deaf. Han, one of the people below, anxiously asks, Are you okay? Du Hoen looks down from above and casually replies, Do you see it? He shrugs, pointing to the pile of items behind him. I was in there for so long because I had to wrap the souvenirs. They are carefully packaged with rope. Suaaa asks in confusion, What are those? Zinke exclaims in panic, Are they all relics? Du Hoen's affirmative answer makes him clutch his head, wanting to burst into tears. That's right, those are the relics that need you to repair. Sua, standing next to him, widens her eyes in awe. Oh my god. Her eyes are filled with admiration. He defeated Jin Chw alone and stole all of her relics. You're truly amazing. Du Hoen lands smoothly and walks toward them. I feel very tired. Upon observing his condition at a close distance, Jae-ha immediately becomes anxious. You don't look too good. Are you alright? The other person smiles faintly. I told you I'm fine. Sua, we need to find a new place to live. Sua, suddenly called out, replies in confusion. Oh yes, Du Hoen further explains. The building collapsed. So we need to find a new place to live. He turns to look at slave number 1. You have to check all the relics, repair the ones that need fixing, and classify them. He of course does not dare to refuse. Forcing a smile. Yes, I'm already a bit tired though. Having assigned the tasks, Duhoen suddenly announces, Alright, so now I'm going to pass out for a week. Hearing that, the entire group in front of him simultaneously falls into confusion. Huh? Duhoen offers no further explanation. His whole body sways and falls backward, startling the two girls. Captain! Seeing him sprawled on the ground, Z panics and screams, clutching his head. Boss! Rope also rushes forward. Wake up! Wake up! Irin looks worried. Oh, Duhoen! In the midst of the ruins, only the anxious urgings of the excavation team remain. Wake up! The scene shifts to somewhere else, where it is now daytime, and warm sunlight shines upon the somewhat ancient structures. Inside one building, a voice full of astonishment repeatedly rings out. I can't believe it. Che Wu walks anxiously down the corridor, still unable to accept the truth. I was defeated. We were defeated. By who, Duhoen? Spider stubbornly justifies. We were not completely defeated. It's because he used a trick. Che Gwen frowns, irritably questioning. So you fell for that trick, and we were teleported instantly? Spider falls silent. She seizes the opportunity to negotiate. Maybe I could have easily handled him. From now on, don't control me anymore. You don't trust me. Spider refuses to agree. Don't be like that, master. You must remember your power comes from me. Che Wu lets out a cold snort. After that defeat, you can still be arrogant. She walks down the tunnel, stopping in front of a sturdy iron door. After a series of operations, Chu successfully opens the door, and a surge of purple energy immediately flows out. She looks inside, stating in a cold voice, This time I will make you taste the bitterness. Seo Duhoen. Che Wu leisurely takes a step forward. Yang raises her eyebrows and sneers. I sealed him because I couldn't control him, however, this time I need him. She opens the container without hesitation, and the next second, the purple energy surges violently outward. Che Wu squints, a look of madness on her face. Wake up! Find the master you desire. The frantic purple light spins violently in the room, and a voice of excited laughter answers her. All right. Immediately after, the purple energy light gradually spreads, shooting out of the building. Time continued to flow, transitioning to a few days later in a building in New York. Nero grumbled. Hey, that hurts. Can't you be a little gentler? Jaha replied absent-mindedly. All right, just be quiet so I can focus. His face ashened, he snapped. I stayed up all night restoring other relics, so please, just don't make any noise. Nero didn't bother to care. How dare you order me around? He irritably smacked Jaha on the head. You're not even a scene. You're just a regular slave. He could only resign himself, burying his face on the table, tears streaming down. Yeah, go away, you damn relic. Hearing the commotion, Irin worriedly peeked her head in and asked, Han, what's wrong? Jaha? Her entire body surged with intense energy. She seriously suggested, Are there any relics causing trouble again? Do you want me to punish them? He hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. No need, I was just grumbling a bit, don't worry about it. Irin returned to normal, gently offering, Okay, it seems like you're having a hard time. Why don't you take a rest? Jae wearily replied, Okay. Looks like I should rest for a bit. He poured himself a cup of coffee, and as soon as he stepped into the living room, he caught Sua watching the news report. Let's continue with the next news. The TV station reported. Now there are many new relics appearing all over the world, but they don't wait for others to conquer them, they immediately choose humans as their masters, the announcer said. Therefore, there is controversy among relic users. Jae felt curious. What is it? A new type of relic? Sua, standing next to him, explained. It seems like they're saying that many new relics have appeared, but these relics don't build tombs. Instead, they directly choose their masters. Jae was surprised. What? That happens? She stroked her chin and muttered. That's the case where relics choose their masters based on randomness. But it's unbelievable that there are so many people like that. She came to a slightly questionable conclusion. Jae sighed, pursing his lips and muttering, Is that so? However, I'm a little jealous of them. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. They don't need to conquer tombs, but can still get relics immediately. A girl interviewed on TV also expressed a similar opinion. It's not fair. Those lucky people chosen by relics. The news report presented another person's perspective. This isn't an ordinary relic, it seems like a new type of relic. I think Pandora has to do something, because until now they haven't made any moves. That person expressed concern. If it continues like this, there will be a lot of instability. Jae sighed. It's a mess. Sua also sighed. The captain is still resting, and this appears again. Mentioning Ju Hoen, her tone was full of trust. He has extensive knowledge, he will definitely figure out what's going on. Jae nodded in agreement. That's right. I suddenly felt bored. It's been a few days. How long is he planning to sleep? The scene shifted to the room where Duhoen was resting, with Irin tending to him by the bed. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at the person on the bed intently,
her face full of tenderness. Erin was still immersed in enjoying the feeling of being alone with him when she suddenly heard a noise at the door. Jae had just entered and asked, "What's up? Any changes?" Sua, standing next to him, glanced over. "It seems like he still hasn't woken up." Igrin curled her lips into a smile and replied, "He's still sleeping. It seems like he's very comfortable with the bed." Jae happened to come up behind her, muttering softly, "You don't have to worry about it. He sleeps day and night, doesn't he?" she stated. "When I use the relic, I'm also very tired, and something similar happened just like him," she gently reassured. "He'll wake up soon. You two don't need to worry." "Oh right, I'll stay here to watch over him. You two don't need to be here." Erin covered her mouth and giggled. "And this is fun." His cute face, her expression full of infatuation, made Jaehae's hair stand on end. "Hey Iron, you're scaring me." She didn't care about his attitude at all, humming and laughing. "Why are you scared? Is there something wrong?" Sua, who had been standing silently to the side, couldn't help but blush and retorted, "No, everyone go outside so the captain can rest peacefully. Iron, let's go out." At that moment, the phone ringing interrupted her words. All three simultaneously turned their gaze to one side. "That's the captain's phone, right?" Sua picked up the phone, and seeing the caller ID, she was dubious. "Ricky Hen?" Irin spoke up. "That's my brother, can I answer it?" She answered the phone. "Brother, what's up?" The other end of the line was slightly surprised. "Irin, you're there?" He asked Han a few questions. "Sua, how's Hen? Is he alright?" Irin answered, "He's sleeping, he's very tired." She seemed doubtful. "Why did you call?" "There are two of Duhoen's colleagues here, you can tell them." The person on the other end replied, "Is that so? Put it on speaker." Ricky announced. "The relic user rankings issued by Pandora have been updated. There are now many changes." The information he delivered shocked Jaehae and Sua. At this time, the 50 Kings has reached 15 people have been chosen. They widened their eyes, seemingly unable to believe their ears. "What?" Sua was stunned. "Does that mean there are no more king-level positions for us?" The person on the other end confirmed. "Yeah, not long ago there were only 5 people ranked at the king level." He couldn't help but sigh. "But now, there are 15 people ranked at the king level." Sua was stunned. "No way, we only have the captain at the king level." JH quickly grasped the main point. "So we can't carry out the plan to dominate the king level now?" Sua hesitated. "We still can, unless we seize a king level position." The other party was annoyed upon hearing this. "This is really strange. Hacking the game? I don't know the details, but I think it's because many new relics have appeared." Sua looked doubtful. "New relics are appearing everywhere. This is also very strange." Ricky on the other end of the line added. "Pandora is still searching for details and can't confirm it yet," he said. "However, the situation has changed too quickly. Tell Si Duhen this is not the time for him to rest." Erin interrupted. "We can't disturb him because he needs to recover his strength." Ricky had to compromise. All right, Erin softly said. "All we can do now is hope he wakes up soon." No one knows how much time has passed. Today is another beautiful sunny day. Duhoen's recuperation building. He lay quietly on the bed, his eyes closed tightly. Suddenly his eyelids twitched slightly. After a while, Duhoen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still carrying a hint of confusion. "Where is this?" As soon as Duhoen spoke, Irin rushed over and hugged him tightly. Her face couldn't hide her joy. "Duhoen, you're awake!" Irin hurriedly asked him. "How do you feel? Do you feel anything unusual in your body?" The other party calmly answered each question. "No, I feel normal." "How long have I been asleep?" The commotion inside the room immediately drew the attention of those outside. "What's going on? Is the captain awake?" The whole room instantly became lively. Ziha eagerly asked. "Oh, you're awake. You've been unconscious for a whole week, are you okay?" Suaa followed closely behind. "Captain, when did you wake up?" Duhoen looked at the 3 people in front of him, and spoke softly. "I just woke up. It really has been a week. It seems I was right before." He asked about the current situation. "Were everything fine while I was sleeping?" As soon as he saw the evasive attitudes of Jin and Sua, Duhoen immediately had a bad feeling. He pressed on. "What happened?" But at this moment, Duhoen's empty stomach growled in protest. He had to put aside finding out what happened. "Before hearing that, I want to take a shower and eat something first. So hungry." Not long after, a plate of exquisite and nutritious food was laid out on the table. Duhoen quickly dealt with the plate of food, chewing while asking, "New types of relics appeared?" Ja nodded in confirmation. "That's right, there are a lot of news and articles discussing it. Those relics suddenly appeared and chose their owners." Duhoen looked suspicious. "Automatically chose their owners? Does that mean it didn't construct a tomb?" The other party thought for a while. "It seems so." Duhoen held a tablet and reviewed recent news, muttering in a low voice, "Very strange." Suaa nodded in agreement.
Things like that are really strange, aren't they?
The other party fell into contemplation.
Things like that are really strange, aren't they? Those relics sound complicated besides. This case has happened in many places.
Sua had no reason to refute.
That's right, she wanted to hear an opinion from Du Hoen. Do you know what's going on? The other party stroked his chin and thought. Too little information.
He put forward a guess. Maybe it's Jin Chan or Pandora. I can't be sure yet. JH suddenly remembered something and interjected.
Oh, also. He hesitated. There's another strange thing that has appeared besides the new relics. Du Hoen showed concern.
Yeah.
Jaha reported. Pandora has identified 15 people at the king level. This news made Du Hoen feel overwhelmed.
What?
The other party recounted, according to Ricky. After the new type of relics appeared, suddenly many people became stronger. Du Hoen couldn't help but sigh. That's really news I didn't want to hear. Being automatically ranked at the king level and seizing the king level are two different things. With that said, he continued to eat leisurely. I can't interfere too much in this matter. Well, but that won't change much about our plan, so don't worry. Unexpectedly, Zeha scratched his head and pretended to hesitate before continuing. And finally, Du Hoen let out a frustrated sigh.
Still going?
Even Sua is curious. Still going. What is it? Yu Fu frowned. Don't you know? You've been resting too much. He held his phone out in front of Yu Hoen. I've seen a lot of posts like this since this morning. The screen displayed a string of keywords on social media. Jae summarized. People are saying you've been evading taxes, and that you're also buying and selling relics illegally. There are even articles saying we're involved in a conspiracy within this world. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell is this crap? Yu stammered. Those news are still okay. The worst part is the information he delivered that made Yu Hoen turn purple with anger. There's an article saying, you have a secret love child. He heatedly tried to smash the phone. What the hell? Yu immediately exclaimed, waving her hands to stop him. Don't get worked up. That's my cell phone. Even he was curious and blurted out. The news says the kid is 9 years old and you abandoned him. It's all lies, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu stared blankly to the side. Huh? Why do I feel so hot on my left side? Sua's violent reaction startled him. Her whole body was burning with anger, her face full of murderous intent. Jaha quickly reassured her. Calm down, it's a scam. 100% a scam. Before he could soothe this one, he felt another dangerous aura closing in. Huh? Now it's hot on the right. Irin appeared out of nowhere, hissing through her teeth. Yu Hoen has a child? Jin was startled and panicked. You scared me. When did you show up? How much did you hear? The two girls basically ignored him. Donglong flashed a smile at Yu Hoen, grinding out each word. Yu Hoen, Captain, how do you explain this? Yu Hoen was so frightened by their reactions that he broke out in a cold sweat, hastily adding, It's definitely a scam. I'm sure it's 100% a scam. He frantically searched for photos in his phone's album. 9 years old, my ass. 9 years ago, I was still a kid myself. A moment later, Yu Hoen held the phone up to them. Alright, here's a picture. This is me when I was a child. This should prove it. The screen showed a portrait of a young boy. He tried to persuade them. Look at the fair skin and blonde hair. I'm practically French. Clearly this kid has nothing to do with me, right? The fire of anger on the two girls immediately dissipated. Iron looked at it for a while and nodded. You're right. Sua was even more suspicious. Then why did this article appear? Yu Hoen speculated. These articles could appear. Maybe it's the power of a relic. The possibility is similar to the GB relic. The three of them were surprised. Goss, isn't that W Han's relic? Yu Hoen confirmed. Yeah, that's right, he recounted. When I attacked him with sewage at the plague tomb, I stole his relic. It was a golden opportunity to steal it, so I didn't miss it. JHA quickly grasped the key point. Wait, you stole it. That means that relic is in our hands. Why is that relic attacking you? Did you lose it? Yu Hoen directly dismissed that possibility. No way, I destroyed that relic with my own hands. Everyone was stunned. What? Yu Hoen said, I've destroyed some relics that I didn't like because they had high risks. One of them was ghosts. He had every reason to affirm. So that relic can't be attacking me because I destroyed it. Yu Yue finally understood. I see, Yu Hoen emphasized. That's why this situation is a bit absurd. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. There's no way a dead relic can operate. Or maybe it's a relic with a similar ability, for example. Yu Hoen commented. We can't conclude anything now. We'll find more information after we eat. In the time that followed, the news spread more and more badly, so he couldn't sit still anymore. However, there was also some relatively good news. JHA had also been working hard to recover many relics. The relics that Yu Hoen often used had all been recovered. According to what he knew, the relics were all recovered and managed in various places, but there were still quite a few relics that hadn't been recovered. Yu Hoen told himself that it would be more effective if he recovered the relics that were useful to him first. Therefore, Yu Hoen had to directly sort these relics.
I'm used to doing this now, he thought to himself.
And in the process, Yu Hoen found some relics that seemed useful. Pajimio's sculpting tool relic, and Hefa Estis blacksmith, the blacksmith's flame. According to his research, Bajan was a sculptor in Greek mythology. After sculpting the woman who was his ideal type, he fell in love with the statue. In another story, Hephaestus was also a god in Greek mythology. He was an amazing person who created all the objects for the Olympian gods. To be precise, well, it's not entirely his relic. It's just a flame from his forge.
Yu Hoan gazed at the relic in his hand. Bim wasn't a god either, so this wasn't a high-grade relic. But if he gave it to him, he could definitely use it well.
In the days that followed, Yu Hoan's group reorganized everything. Their questions were gradually being clarified.
One day, Yu Hoan intently flipped through the newspapers on the table. Large tombs concentrated in Central Asia. Some diggers say there are a lot there.
Jaha asked suspiciously, "Are we going there too?" The response was a confirmation. "Yes, I need to confirm a few things." He handed the picture in his hand to Ja. "This is a picture of a conflict between diggers." He was immediately stunned. "Isn't that Miller?" Yu Hoan replied with a smile. "That's right. It seems he's preparing something. Look next to him." The person next to him looked doubtful. Yu Hoan pointed out, "That kid who's impersonating my son." Jay now realized, "Oh, he looks just like you when you were young." Yu Hoan argued, "I think this kid is actually a relic user." The other person was utterly confused. "This boy?" Yu Hoan reminded him, "Age doesn't matter. Do you remember that Medusa girl?" Ja immediately recalled that face, nodding blankly, "Yeah, right." Yu Hoan revealed the plan. "I'm going to meet this kid. I'm going to teach this kid the fear of a woman when she finds out her man is cheating." The next second, he squinted and grinned wickedly. "And we'll seize all the relics as compensation."
Scene changed to Kazakhstan, grassland area. A bright red light appeared on the horizon.
Amidst the ancient buildings ruined to desolation, an angry curse rang out.
"That bastard." The person who spoke was Jun Seun. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Finally, we can conquer a complete tomb without being disturbed by that Seo Du Hoen." Looking at the group of people in the distance, Seun became even more upset. Suddenly that damn guy appeared again. Why does he keep interfering with those who want to conquer the tomb?
His gaze fiercely stopped at the face of the person standing in the middle.
"Julian Miller, that annoying bastard, I really hate him."
Last time he refused the invitation. This time Seun sought agreement from the person next to him. "What about you?" The other person frowned slightly. "Oh, it's you, the one from the upper class."
He shrugged helplessly.
"I tried to negotiate with him, but it was useless. He's very stubborn. I don't understand how."
Seun gritted his teeth and spat out each word. "Me too. Aren't you annoyed with him? I guess we have no choice but to eliminate him by force."
The young man next to him hesitated. "Eliminate by force?" "Julian is a very powerful user, a candidate for the king rank. A candidate for the king rank." Before he could finish his sentence, someone stepped in to interrupt.
"We also have a candidate, so why be afraid?"
The person who arrived was Winnie Hauger. He continued, "I agree with that. We must get rid of Julian quickly and conquer the tomb." Winnet expressed, "I lost a lot of money after buying the exploitation rights to the plague tomb, so I'm very eager to conquer this tomb." Someone immediately snapped, "That's your problem!" The next second, a figure leisurely walked over, softly speaking. "I agree with that too." He was Luis Mahan. He blandly announced, "I worked very hard when writing slanderous tabloid articles against Seo Du Hoen. We don't know how long these articles can last." Hearing this, those present began to stir. This is very true. We must quickly conquer the tomb to save money."
The crowd immediately buzzed.
"Agreed. We should negotiate with him one more time. If he continues to block our way, we will end him." Singun smiled smugly.
"This is what you guys should do."
A moment later, Julian was slightly surprised to hear someone aggressively calling his name.
"Julian Miller," he said in a deep voice, looking at the group of people in front of him. "What are you gathered here for? Nothing will change."
Julian made his position clear. "This tomb is too dangerous. If you want to enter, you must follow the conditions I set," he emphasized. "You can only enter one person. No one else can." Sishun yelled, "What do you mean? You want me to go in there to die?" The other person seriously analyzed. "This is the tomb's trap. You must believe me. I can't let anyone be in danger."
Sikyun didn't bother listening to anything, shouting loudly. "What are you planning to do? Be a hero?" Luis whispered beside him. "It's useless to argue with him."
"Okay.
Let's start," Winnet sneered.
"Okay. We'll deal with him by force." Seun calmed down, exchanging glances with him. "I'll attract his attention."
The remaining people received the directive and simultaneously prepared their weapons.
"We'll attack at the same time."
Sikyun pretended to negotiate. "Hey Julian, can't you change the conditions a bit? If I go in there alone, we'll all die. This is just too unreasonable,"
he proposed. "Each team can bring 5 people." But before Seun could finish speaking, a mocking voice interrupted. "Hello, my 500 brothers." Yu Hoen suddenly appeared at the scene, grinning as he greeted. "It's rare for 500 brothers to gather here. Want to go on a trip?
Siyun couldn't believe his eyes, and stuttered.
Yu Hoen?
The person opposite him leisurely walked closer.
That's right, it's me.
Yuan Li was surprised. What? Yu Hoen woke up? Yu Hoen replied with a smile. I just woke up a few days ago.
His next sentence made Julian itch all over. You really are a wonderful slave. Without my order, no one can enter. You really did it.
Yu Hoen patted his chest to assure him.
But now you don't have to worry. Your handsome and charismatic master has arrived. Julian immediately jumped up. What the hell are you talking about? Why am I your slave?
Unexpectedly, some people present rolled their eyes.
Julian Miller is Swen's subordinate. I've never heard of this before.
Siyun questioned. So what's your reason for not letting us in, Yu Hoen? Julian couldn't defend himself with 100 mouths. That's not true, he's talking nonsense. He turned abruptly towards Yu Hoen.
Yu Hoen explained clearly. Since when have I been your subordinate? What you're saying is an insult to me.
Julian's face darkened. I didn't think we were allies since we've only been side by side for a short time. And you also lied to me about the plague relics, didn't you?
Yu Hoen didn't flinch, even smirking provocatively.
If you don't like it, then come here, you ugly bastard. Let's see how much stronger you've become. He continued to spread fake news. Miller is an exclusive lawyer working for me.
The crowd immediately erupted. What? He works for someone like Yu Hoen?
They turned their attacks towards Julian. Julian Miller! He pretended to be kind in front of us. In reality, he's only looking out for his own interests. He doesn't deserve to stop us from entering the tomb. The situation gradually spiraled out of his control.
Julian gritted his teeth and spoke each word.
Seo Yu Hoen!
He raised his hand, and bursts of brilliant golden energy suddenly erupted. Yu Hoen wasn't surprised, frowning as he focused on observing the opponent's every move.
He quickly retreated, casually quipping, Why are you so angry? Yu Hoen landed steadily, skillfully dodging Julian's fierce energy.
Then, he took out a piece of paper. I'm not lying, this is our contract. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian retorted vehemently. I signed a contract with the devil.
Then, the two put on a childish show of you chasing me while I run from you in front of the whole world. The crowd looked at each other blankly.
Hey, what's going on here?
Sikyun hesitantly spoke, his tone sounding dubious. They're fighting? Winnet also looked confused. So they're not on the same side.
Finally, everyone came to a conclusion. Julian Miller is fighting against Swen. If we all help Julian, maybe we can eliminate Swen.
Sigun proposed. Then we'll change our plan and help Julian Miller. Luis immediately agreed. Not a bad idea. Sikyun braced himself and made the final decision. Agreed, let's attack Swen.
The next second, Julian stared blankly at the crowd surrounding him from behind.
We'll help you, Julian Miller. The crowd cheered in unison. We'll make Seo Yu Hoen eat dirt. We won't miss this opportunity.
Yu Hoen sneered. A bunch of useless trash combining together, thinking you can defeat me? Do you know who I am? The opponent immediately retorted. You won't be able to brag anymore, Seo Yu Hoen.
Without hesitation, they all rushed forward to attack him at the same time. This is the end for you. Yu Hoen didn't even bother to acknowledge this group, curling his lips into a cold smile. Trisk, you fools! Scene changed to another side. The faint light reflected on the statues inside the cave. Du Hoen was present in this place. He led the way, followed by Jae-ha and Suf. Du Hoen looked up at the tiny pieces of rock and dirt falling, raised an eyebrow, and smirked. I heard a huge commotion. Looks like they took the bait. To explain a bit, the Du Hoen being surrounded outside the tomb is a fake. What you see before you is the power of the relic by Jiman, he said smugly. While they're scrambling and competing, we'll steal all the relics here. Then we'll go out and teach that kid Louis a lesson. The three continued to move forward, slowing their pace as they reached a corner. This is the entrance. Jae-hae looked doubtful. Are you sure? The main path is too narrow. Du Hoen affirmed with certainty. The tomb owner's location is here. He placed his hand on a patch of ground. We will quickly go down below. The ground under Du Hoen's palm immediately exploded. Firelight flickered. Jae-hae jumped, instinctively stepping back. The tremor was too great, and fragments scattered everywhere, falling down below. The smoke and dust gradually faded, revealing a rather deep pit before the three of them. Immediately after, Du Hoen climbed down along the rope without hesitation. Jae-ha was the last person to descend. At this moment, Du Hoen and Sua were examining the surroundings. She commented, This secret chamber is large enough to hold all the statues. The person next to her nodded. I feel the relic's energy is very strong. Du Hoen attentively observed a nearby statue. But this statue is different from what we've seen before. Well, I think there are many secrets in this tomb. A riddle? He looked around, and the grid pattern on this floor is also quite strange. These statues here feel familiar too. According to Du Hoen's deduction, this place resembles a chessboard. Jae-hae was astonished. Huh? Is this human chess? Du Hoen tilted his head up and looked into the air, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. You want to play chess? A low voice suddenly echoed. You recognize this very quickly, he declared. You must stand in the position of the general piece.
I must examine whether you are worthy to be my master or not. Du Hoan naturally agreed. Alright, I'll play with you. Jae was slightly worried. Boss, are you sure about this? The opponent replied to him with a smile full of confidence. Don't worry, brother. You'll handle this smoothly. The statues in the secret chamber were arranged corresponding to the positions on a chessboard. Du Hoan leisurely put his hands in his pockets, choosing a position for himself. Opposite him was Sun Tzu's Art of War, looking stern. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. Please go first. Warrior Jae observed from the side, anxious. Is this okay, boss? He really knows how to play chess. If he really doesn't know how to play it, there will be no way to win that relic. Du Hoan smiled and said, Before we begin, shouldn't we set the rules? Sun Tzu's Art of War looked doubtful. What do you mean? Du Hoan pressed. How do we play this? We'll play Chinese chess, right? He shrugged and said, In my country, it's called Janji, and has different rules in the game. Sun Tzu's Art of War was surprised. What? Du Hoan gave an example. In Chinese chess, there is a river in the middle of the board, while Janji does not have one. Pawns can move horizontally from the beginning, because there is no river. He slowly explained further. The cannon piece in Chinese chess can move freely, but here we don't play like that. The cannon piece must jump over other objects before it can move. Sun Tzu's Art of War pondered for a moment. If it's those things, then it doesn't matter too much. Du Hoan continued to emphasize, that's not all. The elephant piece will move easier, and can easily reach the enemy's defense line. He thoughtfully helped the opponent visualize the illustrated image. At this point, he finally grew impatient. Hold on, there are too many differences between the two countries. Du Hoan suggested. To make this chessboard fair, we need to clearly define the rules of the game. Sun Tzu's Art of War nodded in agreement. He concluded with a sentence, I agree with you. Du Hofian secretly rejoiced. That's right, you should do that, my prey, considering the time before. On the way here, Du Hoan had known the identity of this relic through the text he had seen. This is the relic of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Just a brief introduction. The Art of War was written by Sun Tzu, a general from ancient China, and some of its quotes are very famous and have received a lot of attention, such as winning means only engaging when the enemy can be defeated, or know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. However, since this is a relic with a very strong backstory, there's no doubting its power. This relic will easily win in this game of Xiangqi. Du Hoan once wondered, then how do I defeat it? Because he himself doesn't know how to play chess. Du Hoan knows very well that he can't force himself to do something he can't do. On the other hand, each country's Xiangqi has its own rules. According to what Du Hoan knows, chess originated in India and was known as Chaturanga, then spread to eastern countries and was transformed into Xiangqi, Janji, and Sogi. And after being incorporated into Europe, chess became a widely popular subject. During the spread of this subject, many rules were changed. Basically, although Chinese and Korean Xiangqi have similar forms, the differences in the rules on the chessboard are too great, so the game will not be fair. Back to the present. Even Sun Tzu's Art of War must admit that this is indeed a serious problem. Quite a few differences between the two countries. He offered, I have a suggestion, would you like to hear it? Tell me all the rules about Janji chess that you know. Du Hoan raised an eyebrow and smiled. No can do, thanks for your offer, but can you understand all of it? The other party's answer was full of arrogance. I am the embodiment of intelligence. I can understand everything instantly. Du Hoan firmly refused. No way. That would make the game unfair. Sun Tzu's Art of War tried to persuade. It's okay, it's very fair. Jaha looked at this scene with a sigh. Still the same as always. Du Hoan curled his lips to himself. I will continue to refuse him. I will not play this game with you. He secretly calculated. I'll try baiting him one more time. Thinking this, Du Hoan immediately suggested, why don't you give me another challenge besides playing chess? He looked around, evaluating. Isn't direct warfare between two armies the way to show military strength? All these chess pieces here are fake. Sun Tzu's Art of War looked unhappy, changing the challenge. That's insulting me. Du Hoan calmly replied, I'm just thinking this is necessary so that you can subdue me. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, deliberately taunting the other party. Why don't you want real warfare? You say you are a relic embodying intelligence, but you yourself don't have confidence in your own intelligence. Sun Tzu's Art of War was silent, and Du Hoan couldn't help but feel impatient. Come on, take the bait. After a while, Sun Tzu's Art of War finally compromised. He snorted coldly. You will regret this. Warrior Du Hoan was just waiting for that sentence from him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He took the bait. He thought to himself, just as I thought, provocation will work on relics with high self-esteem. Sun Tzu's Art of War suddenly spoke. These statues are not just ordinary masterpieces, he introduced proudly. Each of them is a very powerful weapon of war. You will have to deal with these powerful statue soldiers. The next second, the statues stood out and formed a long line. Sun Tzu's Art of War sneered. You will regret insulting me? I don't understand why you refused the challenge I gave you. I definitely gave the challenge politely, but you still didn't accept. He muttered, Alright, whatever happens, it should start now. Ja looked at the mighty army in front of him and exclaimed in horror, We're going to get trampled. Du Hoan slowly drew his sword. He smiled. This is better than playing chess. Jaha was half doubtful. Really? I don't think so. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, bending over and groaning. Jaha's whole body trembled in waves. He was puzzled. Why do I feel so much pain? Du Hoan glanced and assessed the opponent's condition. It seems like my fake has been destroyed. Ja couldn't help but be suspicious. What? How do you know? Du Hoan explained. If a statue made from the Pilan relic is destroyed, the relic owner, or the creator of the statue, will be affected. He curled his lips and smiled. That's the side effect of the Pilan relic. Ja immediately jumped up. Why didn't you tell me about that earlier? Sua, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. So because the fake was destroyed, they might come here right away, right? Du Hoan nodded. Perhaps the other party eagerly offered. Do you want me to stop them? He carefully considered. There are quite a few of them. Du Hoan instructed. Don't go all out with them. Just stall for some time. If it doesn't work, come back here. Sua agreed. Okay. Jaha interjected. I'll go with Sua too. Du Hoan frowned. You're injured. The other party patted his chest, his tone full of enthusiasm. That's why I have to leave here. I'm useless here. I shouldn't be a burden to you. Du Hoan had to agree. All right, you two go together. Don't forget your purpose is to buy time. He said, I'll join you guys after I'm done here. Sua reminded, be careful. Yuho smirked, his face full of arrogance. Don't worry, fighting like this is my profession. Scene cuts to outside the tomb. The crowd suddenly panics. Hey, what happened? They looked at each other in confusion. Why did he turn into a statue? See Du Hoan, that bastard, he turned into a statue. The whole group cursed in annoyance. Damn it, we fought a statue? We were fooled. Even Julian was stunned. He couldn't believe it. What? I checked it with the Rongkat Lukong relic, but I was fooled too. How could he create such a perfect deception? Julian mused. It must have been created by Jaha. He has greatly increased his power since Nero's tomb. A sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart. I never thought Jiha could develop so quickly. Is it because he was guided by Scene? Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. We have to hurry. Someone immediately agreed. That's right, we have to get into the tomb quickly. Julian hurriedly stopped them. Wait, I told you guys that the tomb is very dangerous. The other party didn't want to listen at all. You're still talking about that. It doesn't matter anymore. They were all frantic. Say Du Hoan has entered the tomb. We must catch up before he conquers this tomb. Someone took the lead, and the crowd rushed towards the tomb in unison. We have to catch him quickly. Before he pulls another trick, we'll launch an all-out attack. A moment later, the group quickly arrived inside the tomb. Sinyun grumbled. Damn it, I'm in a really bad mood right now. I'll let you lead this time. Luis immediately replied. I understand. Winnet frowned. We can't just stand here. Hurry up. The person in front suddenly shouted, Captain, look! As soon as he looked up, a statue of Yu Ho flipping them off was right in front of the crowd. The group immediately stirred. This is crazy. This is a statue of Yu Ho. Someone angrily shouted, He's mocking us! Some people frowned as soon as they saw it. Damn it, his face pisses me off so much. The person next to him held his head and screamed, Say Du Hoan, you bastard, destroy this damn statue! There was still someone sober. Don't do that. He must have set a trap or something inside this statue. We just need to get past it and chase after him. This was supported by most of the people present. That's right, you're right. Jaha and Sua hid behind a nearby rock wall, quietly watching the group hurriedly move. Ja felt extremely excited. Our plan was successful. They all followed as we predicted. Even Sua had to exclaim, I can't believe this simple plan worked, she said with a happy smile. Let's go too. Let's teach them a lesson together. The person next to her enthusiastically responded, That's right, let's go. Yi Hao's face showed excitement. We will teach those fools a lesson. The group rushed into the hall, looking around with curious eyes. They commented, This place is too big. It seems like there are no relics here. Siyun immediately shouted, There's nothing here. We'll continue to go deeper. The group replied in unison clearly. But just as they were about to search elsewhere, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. The crowd fell into chaos. Damn it, the door is closed. We're going to be trapped here. Things didn't stop there. The surroundings suddenly shook. Siyun looked around in panic. What's going on? The ground cracked open, and the crowd immediately panicked, shouting, Earthquake! The next second, the ground collapsed, causing the crowd to fall head over heels, grimacing as they looked at the liquid under their butts. What is this? It's so disgusting. Jaha quietly stood behind the door, his whole face shrouded in darkness. He showed his face, grinning smugly. Greetings, big brains, Jaha scoffed. You guys still think there's a sacred relic here? Too bad, it's a trap. The guys below, looking disheveled, yelled loudly, Jaha!
Gee, idiot! They resentfully whispered to each other. Brothers, prepare the sacred relic. We'll deal with that clown. The person above sighed wearily. What a pity. Jaha took out a bottle, muttering, I think this is a good time to test the new sacred relic from the boss. He threw the bottle down. Taste this, you fools. I'll turn this place into a battlefield. The whole group was stunned, watching the strange sacred relic land right beside them. A second later, a thick purple gas spread out, and everyone screamed, Damn! What is this smoke? Damn, this smell! Daha laughed triumphantly. This stench is just the beginning. At the same time, an angry voice rang out. Stop now! Daha subconsciously recognized this voice. He calmly looked at the other person. Oh? No, Julian Miller, you're too late, Julian said sternly. Stop. You should stop everything before this gets worse. Jaha was surprised. Huh? Are you on their side? The other person said, I'm not on anyone's side. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Hearing that, Daha retorted, But now they want to kill us, he kindly reminded. Moreover, you also signed a contract with the boss. Aren't you on our side? Oh right, you're my subordinate, Julian angrily shouted. I was forced to sign a devil contract. If you don't stop, I'll have to use force. Dee felt confused as to why he would do that. The other person sullenly retorted. That's because you provoked me. Daha, so what then? Do you want to let them attack us? Julian, having run out of patience, warned through gritted teeth. I'll give you a few seconds to think. The person in front of him didn't flinch at all, smirking provocatively. Come on, I'm ready. There are a few other sacred relics that I want to try out. Julian, thinking he was being kind, repeated the warning again. What are you trying to do? Don't force me to get rough. Stop now. But in the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his whole body suddenly stiffened. Dara glanced around. Was he affected by the sacred relic? Julian was now staggering, clutching his head. What is this? He was dizzy, painfully clutching one eye, his teeth clenched and trembling. A series of cheering sounds came from all directions. Attack! Don't retreat! Julian looked around blankly. What is this? In just a moment, Julian suddenly woke up. Damn it! This is an illusion! Daha! I didn't even know when he attacked me. A flash of golden energy flickered in his eyes. Julian was extremely confident. But this illusion is useless against me. I have the Zhuge Liang sacred relic. But before he could activate the relic, he felt a sharp pain in his eyelids. Julian couldn't break free from the illusion. The chaotic scene and the clashing of weapons besieged him. My lord, where are you? Julian was stunned. What is this? Screaming voices echoed in his ears. My lord! He was bewildered. Strategist Zhuge Liang. Why can't he be used? Just then, Daya's gloating laughter rang out, freezing Julian in place. Look at his face. It seems the illusion has worked. He stepped closer, pressing. How do you feel, Miller? Even Sua was surprised. You used an illusion relic, Daya admitted. That's right, this is an illusion maze relic. I prepared a lot of relics. Plan A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. Sua suddenly became curious. Can you create illusions based on what you draw? She stated her opinion. But if this is an illusion relic, he'll wake up soon. Hearing this, Dia panicked. Huh? What she learned made Sua feel uneasy. Miller has the Zhuge Liang relic, and it's a very powerful relic. Jia was very optimistic. No problem, we still have plenty of time to escape. Sua naturally agreed. Okay, let's get out of here. As they were talking, the person next to them suddenly trembled and exclaimed, Lord, my lord! Before they could understand what was happening, they saw Julian suddenly kneel down, sobbing and screaming in a mournful voice. His whole body was shaking. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Damn it, this illusion relic is really troublesome. Julian, like a delirious person, uttered intermittent words. My lord, wait! Daya panicked. What's going on? Has he escaped from the illusion? This is hard to understand. Dara covered her mouth in surprise. What happened to him? He's half awake, half asleep. Jaha suddenly remembered something. Ah, is it because of the Zhuge Liang relic? This tomb is in Chinese style, so I drew an illusion based on that reference. According to his explanation, the image I drew is exactly like the Three Kingdoms era. Perhaps our Zhuge Liang is witnessing his past again, so he is being manipulated by the illusion. Jia suddenly felt excited. Does this mean that Zhuge Liang is very easily influenced when it comes to the Three Kingdoms era? Especially Liu Bei, right? Sua agreed. Maybe. Historically, Zhuge Liang was very loyal to Liu Bei. The other party smiled brightly. Isn't this very good information? Miller's fatal weakness. Before Jiha could be happy for long, Julian suddenly grabbed his calf tightly. He mumbled, dizzy and lightheaded. Lord, that's not right. Jiha, you idiot, what did you do? Dia flinched. You're awake? He stated clearly. Your Zhuge Liang relic seems to be unusable anymore. I know your weakness. Dia sneered at the opponent. Miller, you're afraid of Liu Bei, aren't you? You don't like the Three Kingdoms era, do you? I have some very valuable information.
Julian cursed bitterly. Damn it, he reluctantly pleaded. You bastard, don't tell Seo Duhei that. Damn it. Jaha laughed until he was out of breath. If you don't want me to tell the boss, then show me more respect from now on. Meanwhile, Sikun's group was being pulled up one by one, looking utterly disheveled. He clutched his forehead, lamenting, I can't believe I got played. A moment later, streams of water poured down from above, making a gurgling sound. Winnet said sternly, Now, we will cleanse ourselves with these sacred waters. Luis pointed in one direction. Look, JHA is busy dealing with Julian, so he didn't notice we escaped the swamp. What came into view was the sight of the three JHAs deep in animated conversation. Luis suggested, We can leave this place. The other two agreed, You're right. Sikun suddenly hesitated. But, is it okay? Some of my subordinates don't seem to be able to go on. Winnet frowned. Fine, we need to move quickly with the rest. He led the group, muttering, Now that we know this tomb is full of traps, we need to be more careful. Seun scoffed. Seo Duhoen, I won't let you escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out. My ears are itching. Who's talking bad about me? Seeing the figure suddenly appear in front of them, Seun's group immediately jumped back. Sao Duhoen? The corners of his lips curved slightly as he leisurely greeted, Long time no see, you fools. Senyun angrily shouted, Damn it, Sao Duhoen? The other party indifferently replied, Long time no see, you fools, he said with feigned helplessness. It seems you guys had a lot of trouble getting here, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Sikyun looked puzzled. What? Duhoklen nonchalantly declared, I've already conquered this tomb. I just defeated the master of this tomb. You should know that I can now use this tomb as I please. The relic in Duhoen's hand cleared its throat and sighed. I've truly lost. Saigun stubbornly refused to believe it. You must be bluffing, he reasoned with apparent logic. Are you trying to trick us? Your teammates are here holding us back. There's no way you could have conquered a tomb this big alone. Duhofen didn't care at all, casually uttering, You don't believe I could conquer this tomb alone? Then go directly and verify the battlefield I created. He crossed his arms and smirked. What? Want to see? Sigun was immediately speechless. Louis stepped forward with a sinister smile. If that's the case, it's easy to solve. I just need to attack you and take all your relics. Du Hoen raised an eyebrow at him. You brat, you're Liu Kei, right? You're the one who ruined my pure reputation. His face instantly darkened. How dare you do that? You will regret doing that. But before that, Du Hoen pressed. I want to hear the reason why you did that, why you did it. As soon as he finished speaking, Luis flared up and jumped. Because of you, my parents died. Seun even chimed in. Sao Du Hoen, you're a murderer. Du Hoen nodded thoughtfully. I don't remember doing it. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I never hurt others without a reason. Perhaps your parents provoked me and pointed a gun at me first. Du Hoen indifferently stated. And if they did that, they should know what the consequences would be, right? Maybe your parents were enemies when conquering the tomb. Luis was trembling with anger, and he roared with all his might. Don't make excuses, you killed my mother. General Cray Du Hoen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Cray, this kid, is Cray's son. He fell into contemplation, suddenly remembering the figure of Lucy. Come to think of it, many children under Kake were good at using relics. Could this kid be one of them like that girl? Luis gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. I will never forgive you. His eyes were full of hostility, and he directly used the relic. You will pay for my mother's death. Si-un stopped him. Hey, don't attack alone. Let's do this together. Luis coldly laughed. Sorry, but you are my puppet now. The other party was stunned. What do you mean? Before they could even grasp what was happening, the entire group was enveloped by a purple energy. They screamed in agony. The system window flashed lines of text. Those around you are being controlled. Everyone sees you as the enemy. They've lost their senses and become extremely angry and violent. The crowd behind Luis fell silent, pairs of purple glowing eyes fixed on Yu Hoen. Luis commanded, Attack him! The crowd immediately roared like madmen, surging forward in a frenzy. Yu Hoen leaped back, dodging. How pathetic, so easily manipulated by a brat. Wait a minute, that relic. He stared intently at the relic in Luis's hand. Isn't that Gob's relic? How could it appear in that kid's hands, even though I destroyed it? Even as Yu Hoen was questioning it, the system window appeared. These relics are fake. According to the information it provides, this relic can unleash 100% of the power of a real relic. He couldn't help but be stunned. A fake relic? Yu Hoen wondered. Even though it's a fake, it can unleash the same power as a real relic? 100%? Are there really relics that can copy abilities? Something suddenly dawned on him. Hold on. That thing. A relic that can mimic other relics. Yu Hoen could only think of one possibility. One of the three most influential figures during the Renaissance. The relic of the artistic genius, Leonardo da Vinci. As he remembered from his previous life, That was JHA's relic. Thanks to that relic, he became a master artist.
A brief introduction. Gavi painted based on his scientific ideas. Thanks to constant observation, skilled technique, and knowledge of anatomy, he created many famous paintings. Basically, relics of major figures like him have incredible abilities. They can perfectly replicate objects, even without looking at the original relic. This relic can still replicate it. Thanks to that, JHA was dubbed the King of Fraud, maximizing the relic's ability. He could perfectly replicate relics. Yu Hoan thought to himself, I never thought I'd encounter relics like this, but now that I have, I won't miss it. I'll get it for Yihaha. With that thought, he immediately made a counterattack. Get lost, you fools! I have important business with that brat. Luis gritted his teeth, his whole body tense, straining to shout, Don't you dare defy me! The next second, Yu Hoan was surprised to see the scenery around him change. The opponent coldly snorted. People generally can only use a few relics at once, but what about this? The system window provided information once again. Enemy Ateli detected. The surrounding walls were suddenly swallowed by a fierce energy. The eyes of the surrounding paintings and sculptures suddenly lit up. As if alive, they slowly reached out from each painting. Yu Hoan looked at the artwork glaring at him, and he suddenly burst out laughing. These guys are art hounds, and you can control them, kid? Yu Hoan didn't hesitate to give Luis a compliment. Although you're still a child, you have a very high level of control. You're very talented, a professional relic user. He chuckled. If I had met you earlier, I might have invited you to join my team, but fate has other plans. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground behind Yu Hoan suddenly shook, and a pillar of fire blazed high into the sky. This was what he summoned, the fire orb of the blacksmith Hephaestus, heating up everything. Just seeing the massive body before him, Luis panicked and screamed. No, wait! Yu Hoan mocked. What's wrong? Why are you screaming like that? I'm just testing the relic. The opponent stammered. Are you planning to destroy this entire tomb? Your teammates are still here. Yu Hoan raised an eyebrow, a proud smile on his lips. I trust my teammates. They can definitely survive. Luis directly exposed him. Just admit you don't care about them. Yu Hoan ignored him. Hephaestus tensed, and raging flames erupted from its body, spreading all around. Those present, submerged in the sea of fire, screamed in terror. Damn it, it's too hot. We're going to be burned alive. The fierce flames spared nothing. Only desperate screams could be heard. No way, my holy relic! The commotion caused too much of a shock, and the entire secret chamber was violently shaking. The three, led by Zehahaha, who were originally outside, quickly had their attention drawn. What happened? His eyes widened in horror when he saw the raging fire suddenly erupt from the main door area. What kind of fire is this? Where did it come from? In the line of sight of the three people, the flames burned fiercely, scorching the entire space. A terrifying heat wave rushed towards Zehaha, who cried out, What kind of fire is this? A moment later, the light of the fire gradually faded, leaving only a screen of thick black smoke. Sua worried. Something must have happened. Let's go. Zehaha shared the same thought. But we should wait until the fire is put out. It's really hot in there. Inside the secret chamber, the passageway was strewn with residual embers. Yu Hoan stood still, observing the scene. He looked up at Hephaestus. You're strong, aren't you? A mere fireball from the furnace is already this powerful? I also wonder how strong the Hephaestus holy relic is. In a corner nearby, Luis tiptoed, trying to slip away silently. He jumped when Yu Hoan suddenly spoke. By the way, he commanded the holy relic to catch him. The rope quickly wrapped tightly around Luis. Where do you think you're going, huh? Yu Hoan slowly approached. You can't leave that fast, kid. I still have something I need from you. The rope joyfully boasted of its achievement. I caught him! Caught him! Luis struggled, shouting, What do you want? Yu Hoan cut straight to the chase. Give me the Ravanji holy relic. The rope enthusiastically chimed in. Give the holy relic. Give the holy relic. Luis was still speechless. What do you mean? I don't know where the Ravanji holy relic is. The person opposite him raised an eyebrow and sneered. You think saying that will make me believe you? You used the Ravan holy relic to duplicate the Gob holy relic, didn't you? Luis was caught off guard and cleared his throat before answering. That's true, but I really don't know where the Ravanji holy relic is right now. That holy relic doesn't belong to me. Yu Hoan thought to himself, I don't think this kid is lying. I also don't sense the presence of any powerful holy relics from him. The Zenhaha group happened to run in at that moment. Boss? What happened? There was a huge explosion here. Yu Hoan smiled. You guys came at the right time, especially you, Miller. Sometime after that, he had Miller activate the Zhuge Liang holy relic to trace information about the Dan X holy relic. But he predicted the Ravanji holy relic wasn't here. Yu Hoan didn't feel too much regret, but he had obtained some very valuable information. Luis spoke grumpily. I already told you, I don't know anything, he said resentfully. The Ravan holy relic is very valuable, but I wasn't even allowed to use it. Yu Hoen quickly grasped the key phrase.
Huh? Ask for permission? By the time Luis realized his slip-up, it was too late. Damn it! The opponent's cold gaze swept over him, and a deep, threatening voice rang out. Tell me, kid, permission from whom? Yu Hoen closed in, step by step. You need permission to use the Reborn holy relic? Tell me who you asked for permission from. He didn't have much patience, urging in a low growl, Hurry up, you brat! Tell me everything! Julian couldn't bear to watch, and spoke up to remind him. Hey, Yu Hoen, you shouldn't do that to a child. Yu Hoen snapped. This kid isn't an ordinary child. He's a professional holy relic user. Luis frowned and stated, I can't tell you, because if I do, you and I could both be in trouble. Yu Hoen, of course, didn't believe him. What? He warned. You have the right to remain silent, but you'll be tortured to death right here by me. The rope enthusiastically swung Luis back and forth. Master is asking, it urged. Answer. Luis felt dizzy and quickly spoke up. All right, I'll talk, so tell this rope to stop. The Reborn holy relic is in America. Yu Hoen was still not satisfied with this answer. America is too vast. Can you be more specific, kid? Someone? Tie the rope. Julian slightly frowned, showing displeasure. Hey, Yu Hoen, Luis angrily shouted. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to get in there. The holy relic is inside the Pentagon, that Pentagon. The rope gleefully repeated. Master, he said the Pentagon. Pentagon? Zihaha's face showed doubt, and he muttered in a low voice. The five-sided shape, the Pentagon. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Did you mean the Pentagon, where sacred relics are directly managed by the U.S. government? Yu Hoen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps. Looks like sacred relics are quite valuable. JHA suddenly felt uneasy. Then if we try to steal these sacred relics, we'll automatically become enemies of the United States. Luis moved his lips. Of course, I told you that you couldn't get in. Now let me go, Rope asked for instructions. Master, should I release him? Yu Hoen replied. Not yet. This kid is still useful. Luis was stunned. Huh? What? Julian questioned. What is it, Yu Hoen? You want to kidnap this child? Yu Hoen frowned, glaring at him. Here you go again. Why are you always nagging? The other party stated sternly. You've wiped out all the excavation teams here, plus, you're holding a child captive. Yu Hoen snorted coldly. A child? I don't care, as long as they're sacred relic users, they're all the same. Julian frowned, clearly disagreeing with his methods, tightening his jaw, but ultimately remaining silent. A moment later, he raised his hand to adjust his glasses, his attitude resolute. You can't set a good example as an adult. If you don't want to stop, I'll stop you. Yu Hojin waved his hand, indicating refusal. Hey, I already fought you a while ago. Aren't you tired? I'm very tired today. Can you let me go home and rest? The other party stubbornly retorted. No way! Yu Hoen had no choice but to give in. Yeah, right, you're always like this. Just a sec. Subordinate, if you're still stubborn, I'll expose all your weaknesses. I'm not just talking about your weaknesses here, I'll tell the media. Julian threatened sternly. After being roasted by my sacred relic, let's see if you can still do that. JHA, frightened by the other party's overreaction, hid behind Yu Hoen. He's coming. He held the sacred relic, curving his lips into a slight smile. What do you think? Who roasts who isn't decided yet? Yu Hoen ordered Hephaestus to attack him. It immediately obeyed, stretching its large claws towards the opponent. Julian was slightly stunned at the sight, but quickly looked around for a way to counter. He got into an attacking stance, streaks of golden energy flashing from his palms. The next second, two fierce streams of energy collided violently, creating a terrifying shockwave. Luis, tied up nearby, frowned and cried out, Too hot, oh God! The two sides continued to fight, the power and heat from the attacks causing the surrounding rocks to crack and shatter into pieces. The rope was anxious, and unconsciously loosened its hold on Luis. Master, be careful, be careful. Do you need my help? He noticed the opportunity, narrowed his eyes slightly, and carefully looked around to assess the situation. Jaha hurriedly reminded, Boss, don't go too hard. You might destroy this tomb. And furthermore, can you beat Miller? He has a very strong sacred relic, Yu Hoen replied leisurely. Just relax. I won't lose a one-on-one fight. If all else fails, I'll use another sacred relic. Julian was a little overwhelmed and wondered, Yu Hoen, since when did you get such a strong sacred relic? He pursed his lips, observing the opponent, his eyes revealing a clear look of caution. Yu Hoen provoked, What are you waiting for? Didn't you want to attack me? The rope angrily whipped the back of Julian's head a few times. Don't be so arrogant. Yu Hoen reminded with a suppressed laugh. Hey rope, I didn't tell you to do that. Seeing the rope swaying in front of them, Jaha and Sua were stunned simultaneously. The rope was still busy bullying Julian. The other party cursed angrily. Damn rope! Yu Hoen suddenly realized something was wrong. Hey, wait. His expression gradually became serious. Rope, why aren't you holding the hostage? The rope paused, replying blankly. I am tying him. I am tying him. When it checked again, it was shocked to realize that it was tightening around a rock. Yu Hoen questioned. What are you tying? The rope panicked. Oh crap, oh crap. Yu Hoen was speechless. You were negligent, and that kid took advantage of your carelessness and ran away. The rope lowered itself apologetically. Master, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yu Hoen snorted coldly. This isn't your fault. The fault lies with our superhero. He shrugged mockingly at Julian. Happy now? You scared the kid away with your fuss. The latter retorted. I stopped you from becoming a child abductor. You should be thanking me. Yu Hoen felt a surge of tension in his heart. Crap. He's going to report this to the U.S. government. If that happens, I'll be in huge trouble. He glanced at Julian, turned away in frustration. Cheer up, you're a superhero to that kid now. Let's go, we're done here. Jae-ha sounded worried. Boss, will this have any repercussions? Should we go get him back? It'll be tough if the U.S. government is after us. Yu Hoen waved Luis's torn clothing in his hand. We'll find the kid with the map relic. Jae-ha was astonished. When did you tear a piece of his clothes? To summarize, the Sun Tzu's Art of War tomb was successfully conquered. Besides bringing the Sun Tzu's Art of War relic home, Yu Hoen believed in the Java Venhi relic. From what he gathered, Sun Tzu's Art of War is a very useful relic. The relic helps the user to utilize the 36 stratagems in battle. But Jen overestimated this relic, even though Jen can fix it back to normal. He told himself. Besides restoring the relics, there are many other things that need to be done at this moment. One of them is finding out where Lu is currently. Jen had obtained information that the Java relic is at the Pentagon, which is not a place that can be entered at will. He understood that he needed more information. Therefore, Yu Hoen needs that kid. While he was deep in thought, Zan stepped in. Captain, Yu Hoen inquired. Did you find anything? The latter sighed. This is too difficult. There's no information about him to be found. She wondered why a Frenchman like him would have a special relationship with the U.S. There are so many questions about that boy, and SUA reported that besides the U.S., he also seems to have a relationship with Azure Dragon. Yu Hoen clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked. More and more reasons to chase and catch this kid. SUA chuckled wryly. Yeah, he's also been appointed as one of the new kings of Pandora. She said his alias is the King of Deception. Yu Hoen was surprised. King of Deception? SUA confirmed. Yes, King of Deception. Debahi's past life nickname. Yu Hoen frowned slightly. I see. That kid shouldn't have run off. How dare he take his subordinate's alias? He smirked. But this makes me even more certain about one thing. That kid needs to be taught a lesson. Yu Hoen emphasized one thing. Of course, information about our top priority Java relic. SUA naturally understood. Yes. Yu Hoen looked down at the map on the table. I already know the location, just to be sure. I'll double-check it before we move. The latter looked doubtful. We're doing it right away? Yu Hoen nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I don't think we can move carelessly. He carefully considered. That kid is not a normal child. We should prepare thoroughly and then move to catch him. Yu Hoen instructed the person beside him. Your job is to gather as much information as possible. I'll try to devise a plan to catch that kid. SUA responded softly. I hope our plan won't fail. Yu Hoen laughed, narrowing his eyes slightly. If the kidnapping plan fails, of course we'll use another plan, right? Time continued to pass, transitioning to a skyscraper in the middle of the city. The phone on the desk rang. Ricky muttered, Who's calling me? So it's Yu Hoen, what does he want? He sighed and answered the phone. Hello, what do you need? The person on the other end complained. You took too long to answer. Ricky replied, his tone full of annoyance. I have a lot of work to do. I don't have time to answer your call. Yu Hoen. Calm down, I have a few things to ask. The latter urged. What is it? Yu Hoen. At this moment, in Pandora's rules, there are no regulations regarding the ownership of relics for minors, right? Ricky frowned slightly. There aren't. The person on the other end asked a seemingly random question. Do you think these rules should exist? Yu Hoen continued to elaborate. Children can get into trouble if they have something dangerous like a relic. Ricky agreed with this opinion. That's right, that's quite true. Yu Hoen seized the opportunity to make a suggestion. So complain a lot, and tell the other Pandora members about a rule for relic ownership for minors. A news flash was broadcast. Pandora's new regulations regarding usage restrictions were released today. Pandora has raised several points regarding the rules limiting relic usage. This is a very hot topic. Everywhere in the world, the news attracted a lot of attention. First, relics belonging to children under 12 must be kept by their guardians or parents. Second, children need their guardians' permission to use relics. The announcer stated, These rules are issued to ensure that if a relic accident occurs, Pandora can find the person responsible. After tracking the recently updated information, Yu Hoen suddenly chuckled. Ricky Hen works efficiently. Jia was slightly surprised. Ricky Hen? You proposed it to him? The other person nodded in confirmation. That's right, Yu Hoen added. This rule is to restrain that kid Luis Maha. Jia heard that and was doubtful. Luis? Don't you want to catch him yourself? Why set up these rules? The person opposite slightly narrowed his eyes. If we can limit his movement, that will be beneficial for us. We can take advantage of this rule if our kidnapping fails. Jaha still found it confusing. How can we take advantage of the rules? Yu Hoen immediately suggested. Do you remember the scam articles he made? As soon as that was mentioned, Ja immediately thought of a possibility, his face showing horror as he covered his mouth. He is your illegitimate son with that woman, don't tell me. Yu Hoen confirmed his thought. That's right, I will do that. He curled his mouth into a cunning smile, his eyes showing clear scheming. If I become his father, I have the right to keep his relic. Just holding on to it for him, Jaha suddenly felt a chill, his lips trembling, uttering just one sentence. Despicable. Yu Hoen shrugged, feigning helplessness. Who told him to look for trouble with me? Jaha looked bored. But this is just a rumor in the newspaper. How can Pandora believe it? Yu Hoen's answer immediately after stunned him. I asked Edward to perform a DNA test. Jaha screamed. What? Yu Hoen smiled nonchalantly. Why are you so surprised? Of course, I will modify the test results. Jaha asked. Do we really need to do that? His face showed clear anxiety. Everyone in the world will really believe that you are his father. Are you sure about this? Yu Hoen did not seem to mind. This is necessary to obtain the Dani relic. We can clean up this mess after we get the Van C relic. He smiled teasingly. Alright, now our main goal is to catch that kid Luis. If you don't want a troublesome grandnephew, then prepare everything well. Ja shuddered, expressing clear repulsion. Don't drag me into your dirty schemes. He still couldn't accept the situation, shouting angrily, That's absurd! The scene switched to another location, where Luis was equally upset. I can't understand why Pandora issued such rules. What is the purpose of this? Winnet sighed. This would be easy if your parents allowed you to use the relic. Luis frowned and muttered, I don't have parents. He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, if General Kra was here, this wouldn't be a problem. A scheme suddenly hatched in Siyun's mind. This might be a good opportunity for me to recruit this child. This is a chance for me to receive the bonus from the chairman. Thinking this, he put on a righteous act, considering how to help Luis. Even though you don't have parents, you can find a guardian, right? Why don't you look for one right now? Siyun seized the opportunity to lure him. Or if you want, I can introduce you to the chairman. The other person looked up at him with sparkling eyes. You can? Siyun shrugged, saying, Of course the chairman has paid attention to your talent for a long time. I'm sure he will agree to this. He took steps to convince Luis to join his side. If the chairman becomes your guardian, this will be very beneficial. With the guardian's consent, you won't be held responsible for using the relics. Luis's eyes showed clear gratitude. You're right. I can contact him right now. Siyun was just waiting for this line from him, trying to appear calm as he replied, Okay, I will give you an answer soon. Luis secretly sneered. He had his own calculations. Thuong Long is a big company. Having conquered countless relics, I'm sure I can take advantage of them. Time continued to pass. The scene switched to a few days later, specifically 3 days. In an apartment, a phone placed on the sofa suddenly rang. Yu Hoen quickly picked up the phone, answering softly, Yes. The other end asked, Boss, do you have free time? He replied, I'm doing a final check before going to catch that kid. So are the fake test results okay? The person on the other end immediately responded, Sorry for calling while you're preparing. The person announced that the test results were in. But there is one strange thing here. Yu Hoen closed his laptop, asking suspiciously, What is it? Edward hesitated, probing. The hair you sent for the DNA test actually belonged to 2 different people. Yu Hoen confirmed. That's right. So what? The other person's exact answer made him sweat profusely. No, the results are a bit strange. Edward recounted the situation. I asked them to fake the test results. But the fake results turned out to be the original results. What he uttered shocked Yu Hoen, after which the analysis showed a very high compatibility level between the 2 strands of hair. Upon hearing this, he lost his composure and hastily demanded an explanation. What do you mean? Sua was drawn by the commotion in the room, curiously poking her head in to look. Jaha also quickly arrived. Both listened, bewildered, as Yu Hoen urgently questioned the person on the other end. Are you certain about the test results? Edward affirmed. Absolutely. I also found this very strange, so I had people check it multiple times. Even he found it hard to believe, and sighed softly. And the result is still the same. That's why I'm asking if you accidentally sent 2 hair samples from the same person. Edward continued to emphasize. And these 2 samples are too compatible, even exceeding the compatibility level between parents and children. He added, the specialist doctor believes that this level of compatibility only occurs in twins. Yu Hoen suddenly fell into confusion. Sua looked curious. What is it, Captain? Yu Hoen quickly calmed down. You 2 came at the right time. Listen to this. He recounted the whole story. I sent 2 hair samples, mine and that kid's, to create a fake DNA result. I took that kid Luis's hair when he was tied up. Yu Hoen honestly shared, and the other hair sample is from Demuria. Demuria was startled and shocked upon hearing this. What? He showed his displeasure. Hey, why did you take my hair?
Yu Hoan replied nonchalantly. I plucked your hair because you were neglecting your work. Work is piling up, and you were sleeping. He suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Since the results were going to be modified, I didn't think there would be an issue with sending your hair. He grumbled. I still don't feel comfortable. The person on the other end unexpectedly interrupted. Is he there? Edward tried to summarize the situation. The two samples the boss sent me have a quite high compatibility level. Ja frowned suspiciously. So what? When getting to the main point, the other party seemed hesitant. This suggests a conclusion that made Ja freeze in shock. You are Louis Ma's biological father. Did he think he misheard? Ja held his head and screamed loudly. What the heck? That's baseless. Watt sighed. That's the result from the machine. I can't do anything. Numbers never lie. Ja refused to accept the truth. You must be joking, right? If you want to fake the result, why bother with DNA testing? That's ridiculous. The person on the other end seriously explained. At the very least, we need to have the original DNA result to modify the result, and that is the result. Ja collapsed, running his hands through his hair, crying, This is impossible. He grabbed Yu Hoan's arm, trying to find a last glimmer of hope. Boss, tell me, this is a joke, right? The other party questioned with renewed suspicion. Are you sure you haven't been doing anything behind our backs? Daha immediately wailed. Why are you asking that? Yu Hoan smirked, teasing. Perhaps you've lived a colorful past and never told me. Ja retorted sharply. What do you mean? I was dumped after dating for 3 months at age 20. The person opposite him deliberately poked at his pain. Congratulations, Papa Ja. Ja jumped up irritably. Please stop messing with me. Edward grew even more puzzled. This is truly strange. This level of compatibility even exceeds the father-son level. He could only think of one possibility. Do you have a twin brother? Dee snapped. Twin brother? Do you think this is a Korean comic? He angrily vented. What kind of twin is nearly 20 years apart? Sua only managed a strained smile. Well, that's what's happening right in front of us. Unable to bear seeing Daha distraught, she tried to find a proper explanation. How can this be? Could the test result be wrong? Edward immediately corrected her. Initially, I also thought the test result was a mistake, but after multiple experiments, the result remains the same. Sua was speechless. So how should this be explained? Jaha was in pain. He collapsed. Life is not like life. Yu Hoan offered a speculation. Louis Ma, that kid? He might not be a normal person. As soon as he finished speaking, as if clutching at a lifeline, he nodded profusely. That's right. That's right. I'm sure that kid isn't normal. Sua looked perplexed. Not a normal person? She muttered. Could he be a relic? But he's in human form. Yu Hoan stated. High-level relics can change their appearance as they wish. You offer an illustrative example. Nero, he's very human-like. Sua is immediately enlightened. Oh right, he is very similar. Yu Hong lowers his eyes in thought. Next time I see that kid Luis, I'll have to examine him more closely. Jaha cries until his eyes are swollen, cursing angrily. That damned kid! Suddenly Yu Hong suggests. By the way, Edward sent me the test results. JH is instantly stunned. What? An unease rises naturally in his heart. He looks at the person opposite him warily. Hey, what do you want to do with the test results? Yu Hong smiles faintly in response. I'll make the most of the test results. The look in his eyes reveals his clear amusement at Jaha. You can become his father without modifying the results. He shouts loudly. What? Now you want to give me your child? Jaha directly kneels down, crying and whining, begging. No way, don't do that, Mr. Yu Hong, please. The other party reassures. Calm down. I told you it's just a backup plan. Yu Hong clearly states his position. If we can kidnap him, then that test result can be skipped. But if we don't succeed, he looks directly into Jaha's eyes, calmly uttering the second half of the sentence. You have no choice. You will be his guardian. Jaha's wail echoes in despair. No? Not sure how much time has passed. The black car speeds along the highway. Yu Hong quirks his lip, reminding Jaha in the back seat. Get ready, we'll be at Lou's place very soon. He carefully asks again. Sua, you've confirmed the kid's exact location, right? The other party affirms with certainty. That's right. Dia anxiously bites his nails. We have to kidnap him successfully, or else I'll become his biological father. He's so flustered he's panicked. Is he really my son? Of course not. Clearly not. Impossible. Jaha keeps muttering to himself until Yu Hong stops the car. We're here. He parks the car under a tall building. He's in this building. Sua suddenly notices something, blurting out hastily. Captain, look! The figures of Luis walking next to Siyun catch their eyes. Yu Hong frowns. What? That kid? Where does he want to go? Sua again notices the person next to him. Isn't that Jun Siyun from Shanglong? Yu Hong suddenly finds it strange. Yeah, that's right. What are those two up to? Continue to monitor. Don't be careless. You focus on observing every move of the two people in front. They're getting in the car. Looks like he's leaving. We have to follow them. Yu Hong rests his chin on his hand,
looking at the person next to him. SUA, can you get Jay to hack into that car? SUA naturally doesn't refuse the request. Ah, okay, of course I can. Yu Hong quickly explains the plan briefly. I'll give you the listening device. Tell Judo. Put it on that car. We'll know what they want to do. The person next to him nods. Alright, I'll let you know if Judo succeeds. Jae-ha, who had been silent, suddenly reminds. Red light, this is our chance. SUA immediately summons Judo, his tone full of sincerity. Please help me. Judo receives the order, without hesitation dashing straight towards the car in front. Traces of fiery red energy secretly sneak through the glass window. Judo quietly leaves the listening device on the edge of Luis' car seat. He is still preoccupied asking, where are we going? SUA happily announces, success! The corner of Yu Hong's mouth curls slightly. Alright, let's hear what they're saying. He just opens his phone when Seun's voice is transmitted. Not far now. Almost there. Everyone concentrates on listening to the content of the conversation, only to hear Luis slowly respond. I understand. Seun chatters on and on. If you don't mind, after the meeting is over we can go eat. There are many 5-star restaurants near the company. He coaxes gently. You can ask for anything you like. The chairman will buy everything. Yu Hong very quickly grasps the keyword company. They're going to Shanglong. Jae-ha is anxiously worried. If that's the case, we'll be going into enemy territory. Boss, is it okay to go there? Yu Hong is in no hurry to make a decision. Listen to everything they say first. The conversation in the car in front continues. Luis speaks. Thank you very much. The other party laughs heartily in response. No need to thank me, it's the right you deserve. He excitedly rattled off a long spiel. After the agreement is successful, the chairman will be your guardian. As long as you say the word, the chairman will give you the sacred relic. Jae-ha freaked out. What is this? Lao Jun is going to be Ma Lui's guardian. Yu Hoen's eyes immediately flashed with a light. I get it now. Your speculation is as follows. Due to the rules limiting the use of sacred relics issued by Pandora, because he doesn't have a guardian, Lu must have been very disappointed. The next development made Yu Hoen feel ridiculous. Then Shanglong suggested a solution to him. According to your understanding, of course, Lao Jun wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. He must have always been paying attention to that kid, and now he finally has the chance to recruit him. Jae-ha fell into a state of confusion. What they're doing is no different from our contingency plan. Yu Hoen remained indifferent, raising an eyebrow and chuckling. It's different. Our plan isn't to use a guardian, but Louis Miles' father. And, coincidentally, his father is the one behind me. This statement poked at Jae-ha's grievance. No, I'm not his father. Yu Hoen muttered in a low voice. I wish that were the case, but they acted faster than I thought. You stated. If they sign the contract today, this will be very troublesome. Jae-hae became anxious. Oh no, what should we do? Yu Hoen remained steadfast in his initial goal. Continue our plan. Kidnap that damn brat. Jae-ha sighed. I knew you'd do that. Shortly after, the scene shifts to Shanglong Corporation's high-rise building. Sekyun diligently walked alongside Luis, chatting with him. Following behind were 2 escorting employees. At the same time, in a certain corner, a security guard stood with his arms crossed, guarding a door. He yawned wearily, as a rope stealthily approached him. It suddenly ambushed the security guard from behind. Before he could react, the security guard lost consciousness. Yu Hoen then revealed himself. Okay, breaking in is wrong, but we have to do it. SUA suggested. I'll have J2 check the location of the surveillance cameras. Continuing the scene to the director's office, Turn pushed the document toward the person opposite him. This is the contract, he said with a fake smile. Sign here, and I'll be your guardian. With that, you can use the sacred relic as you please. Tezun even offered another attractive condition. And not only that, I will assist you with all matters. Luis replied with a bright smile. Thank you very much, Tezun stated clearly. In return, I only want to know how to use the Devaney sacred relic. The other party said. Ah, that's easy, Luis enthusiastically instructed. If you ask people in the Pentagon, they will let you use it. Although not many people can use this sacred relic, I'm sure you can. What he said was extremely flattering to Tezun. He laughed loudly. Very good. He glanced at Seun, who was standing nearby. You found a child with extraordinary talent. You will receive a reward. The other party grinned from ear to ear. Thank you, Chairman, for your patronage. Luis began to pick up the pen to sign his name, asking a confirming question. I just need to sign here, right? Tezun nodded. Yes, that's right. At the decisive moment, the lights in the office suddenly went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. Seun stood there stunned. What's going on? Luis looked around in confusion, muttering in a low voice. Suddenly a power outage. The next second, a red energy sprayed out from the ventilation fan. Tezun immediately became alert, raising his hand to cover his nose. Is this poison gas? He strained his neck, angrily shouting, Damn it, we're under attack! Luis raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, uncomfortably closing his eyes and coughing violently. He looked around, not noticing J2 behind him. I can't see anything. Immediately after, a scream rang out. Let me go! Tezun was abnormal. Hey kid! He hurriedly issued instructions to his subordinates. Quickly chase after him. Footsteps echoed rapidly in the corridor. The group urged each other on. Hurry! Chase after them! The alarm was triggered, a blazing red light engulfing the space. Security personnel were mobilized, initiating a thorough sweep. Lock all entrances and exits, everyone to your stations. Luis groggily tried to open his eyes, only hearing shouts echoing in his ears. Hurry, catch him! He blankly raised his head, just in time to catch a glimpse of Judo's blurry figure. What's going on? Yu Hoen suddenly rushed over, staying close to Luis, and casually started a conversation. How are you, my nephew? He casually quipped. Are you so eager to find a guardian? Without giving the other a chance to reply, Yu Hoen declared. But don't worry, you don't have to worry about guardians or rules anymore. It took Luis a few moments to react, pouting at him. Is it you again? Just then, a stern voice suddenly rang out, cutting the conversation short. The security personnel quickly swarmed towards them, coldly shouting, You are surrounded! Yu Hoen stood in front of everyone, exclaiming, How surprising! How did you find me so quickly? Semyun slowly stepped out. The chairman ordered us to use the relic detector. So you're the one in charge? Unexpectedly, the other party didn't show any respect and sneered. That damn old man! I didn't think he could use that brain of his. Hearing this, Tae-dun's voice, full of anger, rang out. You're in trouble, you bastard! His eyes contained burning anger and intense hatred, grinding his teeth and spitting out each word. You've stepped on a landmine. Do you think you can escape this time? Yu Hoen Taejong fiercely glared at the person in front of him, declaring, I will crush you into pieces. Yu Hoen didn't fear his threats at all, curling his lips into a provocative smile. Really? Try it. Tae-dun suddenly remembered something, raising his chin and laughing. Don't be so reckless, you. You better kneel down and beg for forgiveness. You don't have a chance anymore. He raised the contract and waved it in front of Yu Hoen, proudly showing off his achievement. Luis has signed a contract with me. Now I am his guardian. His expression darkened in an instant. Damn it. I thought I could snag him before he signed the contract, but now, Tae-dun continued to threaten. If you don't return, Luis, I will ask Pandora and the international police to hunt you down. This is my right as his guardian. Contrary to his expectations, Yu Hoen actually dared to flash a challenging smile. Is that so? Daha panicked. Boss, don't say it. The other party didn't stop, intentionally speaking ambiguously. Well, when it comes to rights as a trustee, we also have those rights. Before Taejun's puzzled gaze, Daha desperately blocked Yu Hoen's mouth. No, that's not it. He ignored Daha's resistance, pointing and introducing. This is Louis Ma's biological father. The other party directly screamed, Impossible! Tae-dun frowned tightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Si Unun, standing beside him, shouted loudly, Hey bastard! You think you can fool us? But Yu Hoen didn't flinch in the slightest, taking out a file of documents. You think I'm lying? See this for yourself. Tae-dun took it and skimmed through it, the content inside shocking him to the point of speechlessness. This, veins, popped out on his forehead. Tae-dun widened his eyes, almost hissing each word through clenched teeth. What is this? Tae-dun couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Yu Hoen leisurely spoke. This report proves that. He glanced at the person next to him who was collapsing. He is Louis Ma's biological father. As soon as these words fell, Luis was stunned. He slovenly yelled, What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Hoen chuckled teasingly. What's wrong? Luis, my adorable nephew. He couldn't help but mock. You made so many fake articles saying that I'm your father. Now you can meet your real father. Shouldn't you thank me? Luis angrily blurted out in admission. All the articles were fake. I just wanted to spread bad news about you. Yu Hoen had been waiting for this statement from the other party, calmly opening his phone. Okay, thank you for telling the truth. I've recorded it. Taejun on the opposite side pressed. So, Yu Hoen, this report is useless. You think I'll believe it? Did you tamper with the results of the report? He firmly believed in his assumption. You're a despicable person. You must have done it. Am I wrong? Tae-dun gritted his teeth, tearing the report in his hand without hesitation. This report is a false one, Yu Hoen replied with a calm smile. If you don't believe it, you can have someone test it. I'm more than willing. Seun observed his reaction, starting to waver slightly. Chairman, he's very confident. Tae-dun snorted coldly. His confidence will disappear after I have him tested. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Just you wait, Yu Hoen. After everything is cleared up, I won't let you off. No sooner said than done. The old man immediately had someone retest him. At this moment, he must have been very confident, thinking that the test was fake. Yu Hoen quietly glanced around him. He had people waiting here to arrest him again, although the test results weren't out yet. After the results came out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yu Hoan.
He was sure of one thing. His prediction would come true, and it wouldn't take long. A roar of anger echoed. What do you people mean by this?
Tai Dun looked at the test results in his hand in disbelief. He's really Louis's father? The staff reported truthfully. That's the result.
Yu Hoan shrugged and smirked.
See, I wasn't lying. Tai Dun was still stubborn.
I don't believe it.
He stubbornly argued. Louis said he doesn't have parents. Yu Hoan retorted. Can't you see? They look very alike when they're together, don't they?
He curved his lips into a slight smile.
Okay, because everything has been clarified, we'll be leaving. Please step aside. Tai Jun retorted irritably.
This is ridiculous, he mumbled.
I can't believe I lost a potential asset right before my eyes. What, Yu Hoan? Yu Hoan directly interrupted him, smugly walking over and patting Tai Jun's shoulder. Anything can happen in life. Goodbye, Chairman Tai.
He was so angry that he was trembling.
Yu Hoan felt secretly satisfied. He had done it.
As for what happened next, after successfully capturing Luis, Yu Honyan decided to go to the Pentagon. He couldn't stay here long.
Yu Hoan decided to take a train to the Pentagon. Before getting there, he needed to prepare.
The interesting thing here was that Daha was still in deep shock, the rope even inserting itself between him and Luis,
humming a teasing song. This is the father, this is the son, the two of you are a family, a family.
Yu Hoan leisurely struck up a conversation.
Get up, slave number one. How long do you want to be like this?
Daha, like a lost soul, weakly spoke.
News about me being this kid's father has spread everywhere. I want to die.
Yu Hoan calmly replied.
Calm down, I'll take care of it later.
Luis snapped irritably.
Hey, hurry up and settle this mess. I don't want to go to the Pentagon with you.
The rope reminded him.
You must be polite to your uncle.
Yu Hoan smirked.
Quiet. I won't let you go until the Ra Vanji relic is in my hands.
His voice carried a hint of threat. You just need to think about how to get the Ra Vanji relic out of the Pentagon, and I'll let you go. If you can't do it, you'll have to stay with me for the rest of your life.
Sua was slightly worried. It seems like he's not very cooperative. Won't he get in our way?
She emphasized. Moreover, our enemy this time is the U.S. government. Luis sat blankly in a corner, the rope coaxing him. Calm down, kid. Yu Hoan reassured Sua. Don't worry, I'll make him listen. He took out a relic. This is the Sierrian relic. I can use it to make him act as I want.
Yu Hoan quickly wrote down a line of text, muttering. We have to make him open his mouth. We need more detailed information about the Pentagon. Remember what this kid says. This method can't be used twice. Sua looked doubtful. Isn't he very strong? Are you sure you can control him?
Yu Hoan smiled faintly.
Calm down. I'm confident about controlling others. At this moment, strange beams of energy suddenly appeared on the tracks ahead of the train.
The train suddenly shook. The sudden movement shocked Yu Hoan and Sua. The entire massive train was surrounded by blue energy beams, the body of the train shaking off the tracks.
The next second, a violent explosion occurred. Red flames burst out, and dirt and rocks scattered everywhere.
Passengers sitting in the train staggered, all screaming in panic.
Almost the entire train car fell into chaos. The rope constantly shouted, Danger! Danger!
The ship continued to hurtle through a sea of fire, its hull charred and riddled with damage.
The system window issued a notification. A major explosion has occurred.
The ship continued to speed along, the ground and surrounding forest shaking violently. Fragments rained down relentlessly from above. The ship veered off through the forest path, its hull tilting and dragging heavily, black smoke billowing out. Parts of the hull had shattered, and many compartments were detached, lying scattered or tumbling haphazardly on the ground. The rope wrapped around Yu Hoan, asking with concern, Master, are you all right?
He nodded.
Thank you, rope.
Yu Hoan looked anxiously in the opposite direction. Sua, Jeha, are you two okay? They replied, We're fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you guys are still okay.
Seeing a pillar of light suddenly appear in the middle of the forest,
Sua looked puzzled. What's going on here?
Yu Hoan guessed.
It seems we're trapped in a tomb.
Rope worried incessantly.
Master, are you all right?
Yu Hoan's face darkened as he fell into contemplation.
Damn it. How did a tomb suddenly appear here? I don't sense any tomb energy or relic energy.
Ja snapped irritably.
What kind of tomb appears so out of the blue?
Yu Hoan sighed.
I don't know. The system window suddenly appeared, delivering information. The effect of the relic has accelerated the appearance of the tomb. As soon as he saw these words, he narrowed his eyes. The effect of the relic has accelerated the appearance of the tomb. This means someone interfered with this.
Yu Hoan suspected that someone was attacking the ship.
He asked the person opposite him, Su, Aya, how many people are on the ship?
She calculated.
Not many, probably around a few dozen.
Yu Hoan immediately instructed, Bao Wei Du, take the survivors to a safe place. He warned seriously.
This isn't an accident. Someone is attacking the ship. Be careful. We don't know what will happen next.
Yu Hoan spoke as he hurriedly searched his jacket pocket.
It's ridiculous. If we die in this mess. Ah, right, use this. He took out a shapeless necklace item. This is an antique. Judos are very vulnerable to this relic. Yu Hoen analyzed. Conversely, he thinks the relic will be useful when he is with Judo. Judo dazedly asked, Grandpa and you, are we on the same side now? Hearing this, Yu Hoen burst out laughing. Just as you thought, there is a reaction. Sua, try using those relics. Immediately after, Judo clenched his fists, flexing his muscles in a cool pose. It feels like I'm getting stronger, Yu Hoen quickly instructed. Now quickly evacuate the passengers. Sua reminded. You have to be careful too. After they separated, Yu Hoen thoughtfully observed his surroundings. I think I should go out and see what the situation is like. Rope happily said, I'll help. Just then, he suddenly heard a smug laugh. Amazing! This ship is completely destroyed. Yu Hoen keenly recognized this voice. I've heard it somewhere before. The other person's face gradually came into view. King of Destiny Ruxu led a group of people, gleefully assessing the scene. This ship is completely destroyed. Really great, one of them said. It seems like the ordinary passengers were also seriously injured. Ruxu immediately cut him off. Who cares? Who told them to take this ship? He tilted his head and smirked. If you want to find someone to blame, then blame Kang Long and the old geezer. It's all because that old man tried to turn the Fire King Dao Luyi into his subordinate. Ruxu ordered. Find him and catch him. Jaha happened to hear everything, looking at the person next to him in panic. Hey, are they trying to chase you? Before Lu Qi could reply, rope shot out from somewhere, tightening around his body. Yu Hoen looked at him, satisfied, as he was wrapped up tightly. No matter what happens, I won't let anyone take this kid away from here. But right at that moment, Luis's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. De Seung panicked. He's gone! Daha was stunned. What? Even Yu Hoen didn't foresee this. Damn it, they have kidnapping relics. Luis widened his eyes. Before he could understand what had happened, he was restrained by several people around him. We've got the Fire King of the island, he struggled. Let me go. What are you doing? Ruo Shua muttered in a low voice. Our goal is complete. What should we do with Seidu Hoen? Now you're running like a rat, aren't you? said Du Hoen. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. I'll just blow up this entire train. Ruo Shua and his group stood in the middle of the clearing. He spoke up. Our goal is complete. What should we do with Seidu Hoen? He's probably hiding like a rat now. If so, Ruo Shua smiled gleefully, then calculated, I just need to blow up this whole area. Luis was being held on either side by two men. Hearing this, he felt extremely uneasy and worried. Ruo Shua ordered his subordinates, bring me the nuclear bomb relic. The other party responded clearly, Roger. Yu Hoen on this side, hearing his order, gritted his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, what? A nuclear bomb? That guy is crazy. The doe beside him said in fear. Boss, he's going to use a nuclear bomb. We're all going to die. Yu Hoen reassured him. Don't make a fuss. We have to prepare some defensive relics. He calculated. First, I'll use IGs to resist the explosion. Recognizing itself in the plan, it exclaimed in disgust, It's me again! I don't want to get hurt! Yu Hoen calculated again. The shock's impact will be absorbed by Hammurabi. It will also help reduce Aegis burden. Outside, Ruo Shua, seeing the nuclear bomb operation, ordered. End it all! His subordinate answered him clearly. They carefully calculated the placement of the bomb, then gave the order. Report! Target has been identified. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth impatiently, cursing. Damn it! Ruo Shua on this side was still gleeful. He gave the order. Launch! Immediately, the nuclear bomb was switched on and launched straight into the sky. The whole area instantly lit up, the pillar of light reaching the sky. Yu Hoen was using Aegis as a shield to protect him. It cried out, Damn it! That hurts! Yu Hoen's heart burned with anxiety, he thought to himself. This damn relic is too strong. Because nuclear bombs are one of the most terrifying weapons ever created by mankind. People's fear of bombs has spawned many relics of that type of bomb. In fact, some relics have a stronger explosion than the original nuclear bomb. That's because the relics come from the fear of all the people on Earth. After the bomb exploded, a large hole like a volcanic crater appeared on the ground. Ruo Shua stood admiring his accomplishment, clapping gleefully. He said triumphantly to his companions, Very good, this is art. Ruo Shua smiled, looking into the sky, thinking of his close friend who was suffering, and said, This explosion effect is amazing. It will make Zhao Hoen. Suddenly, the image of the ship loomed behind the illusionary black smoke. Ruo Shua exclaimed in panic. What? Why is the ship still intact? He angrily scolded his subordinate. Hey, are you sure you aimed correctly? Didn't I tell you to kill them all? The other party stammered in response. Yes, I did as you said. Ruo Shua was furious, yelling, Damn it, are you messing with me? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. Calm down, Ruo Shua. Yu Hoen stood on the roof of the ship, the wind blowing his hair wildly. Ruo Shua gritted his teeth in anger, calling out, Yu Hoen? He glanced at Ruo Shua standing below, his heart full of anger, wanting to crush him. Yu Hoen spoke. There are relics that are worth using, and there are relics that are not suitable for use. Are you crossing the line?
From behind him, Hammurabi slowly appeared. Yu Hoen declared, "You have to pay the price for everything."
With the summoning of the Hammurabi relic, he proclaimed, "An eye for an eye, an ear for an ear. The explosion with a bomb will have to pay a similar price." The burst of power made Jua's group struggle to withstand it. He frowned tightly in anger. The entire space seemed to fall into a void, where light became the center of attention.
Jua's subordinates couldn't bear the force and cried out.
They tried to shield themselves from the strong gusts of wind and the uncomfortable light. Yu Hoyen, observing the scene below, smiled contentedly, and asked Jin Hao, "How's the bomb holding up?" After everyone had fainted, Yu Hoen jumped down from the roof of the ship, declaring, "That's the price for opposing me, Joshua."
Yu Hoen exposed Luis, who was lying curled up on the ground. "Get up, stop pretending, I'll count to 3.
Jen, standing above, anxiously fretted. "He looks badly injured, aren't you going too far?"
Boss Yu Hoen ignored him, continuing to count.
1, 2. As the number 3 was about to be uttered, Luis feigned waking up, appearing exhausted. Yun Hoyen cheerfully reminded him, "I tried my best to prevent the explosion from affecting this kid."
Jin Hao, dumbfounded, asked from above,
"Huh? He's still alive?
Wait!"
An urgent voice came from behind Yu Hoen.
Joshua, covered in injuries, struggled to drag himself towards Yu Hoen, cursing, "Yu Hoen, you idiot!" Yu Hoen, looking at his pained expression, calmly replied, "I can't believe you can still stand after that explosion."
Joshua released a chilling aura, saying, "These wounds are nothing. I'll recover in a few minutes."
Looking at his terrified comrade cowering nearby, Joshua ordered, "You must sacrifice yourself for me." The other trembled, replying, "Please, no, Joshua."
A hand carrying a surge of electricity in the darkness swiftly brought an axe forward. Not letting her, Joshua coldly squeezed the neck of one of his subordinates until he could no longer resist. Luis, witnessing this horrifying scene, exclaimed in fear, "What's going on?" Yu Hoen narrowed his eyes, affirming that he was a selfish bastard. He mocked, "I feel sorry for your subordinates."
Joshua didn't care at all, angrily turning to yell, "Yu Hoen, you have no right to say that. You've killed so many of my people."
He retorted, "Isn't that allowed? It's because you made the first move." Yu Hoen quipped, "At least I didn't betray them like you did." Joshua smiled back. "Very well, let's see how long you can keep bragging." Immediately Yu Hoen summoned his rope, which cheerfully asked, "Master, you called for me, you called for me." In an instant,
Luis was tightly bound by the rope around his upper body, rendering him unable to move. Luis sobbed and lamented.
"Yu Hoen, why are you tying me up?" He replied, "I won't let you run away like before." Looking at the insane Joshua, he predicted that he would be busy with this guy for a long time. Without further ado, Yu Hoen smirked, looking directly into Joshua's eyes, and loudly declared war.
"Let's begin!"
Jaha, standing above, watched the tense battle with a burning heart. He worriedly wondered, "Boss will be okay, right? I don't need to help him, do I?" Jen's eyes widened as much as possible to observe the battle. He reminded himself, "Boss will fight him one-on-one. If anything unexpected happens, I'll step in." Suddenly, Joshua glanced to his right, his gaze filled with malice. Seeing Jen Hao crouching in a corner, he called out, "You little brat, you think I don't know what you're planning?"
Jen Hao ducked his head in hiding, angrily saying, "How could he have found out?" Joshua said loudly, "I won't let you use the relic to bother me."
Seeing the strange energy engulfing the relic in his hand, Jin Hao exclaimed in shock, "My relic is melting!" Yu Hoen looked up and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll deal with this guy." Jin replied, relieved, Okay. Boss Yu Hoen smiled confidently and declared, "Alright, let's get serious." He thought to himself, "That bastard, he used his own relic." Observing the book in Joshua's hand, Yu Hoen thought again. The relic he's using is probably Noadamu. The ability of the Noadamu relic is to control the future. Nostradamus was a doctor, an astronomer, and a highly respected figure in France. He's famous for writing the prophecies written in poetic form. You should know that the prophecies contains hundreds of predictions. From predictions of war to natural disasters, he wrote in this book. According to what Du Hoen knows, some of Nostradamus's predictions have already come true. The relic born from that story is an ace that can help King Destiny turn the tables. King Destiny has 2 relics that can predict the future. The first is the Delphi Shrine, a relic that gives him a picture of the future. It's a space-type relic that can't be used in battle. The relic can provide a picture of the future when he sleeps inside it. That's why he can only use the Nostradamus relic in battles. The relic is likely Class S, the center of Nostradamus. This relic can't show the future, but he can create the future. Duholian judges. Once he says something, it can actually happen. A very terrifying ability, and a very difficult opponent. He thought to himself. Thanks to trying to attack him earlier, Du Hoen now knows that he can maximize the use of this relic. At this point, his words are a very terrible weapon. Thinking of this, he has a specific calculation in mind.
Du Hoen frowned slightly, If that's the case, he tightened the axe in his hand, telling himself that he wouldn't give him a chance to open his mouth. Without another word, Du Hoan quickly ran towards Joshua, without a second of hesitation. Then, with sharp eyes and cold killing intent, Du Hoan decisively swung a powerful blow. Seeing Joshua quickly escape, Du Hoan smiled happily and praised. "You're pretty good." The opponent wasn't easy either, looking back at him and replying, "Before coming here, I had a little training session. You won't defeat me easily." Du Hoan assessed Joshua. He doesn't go out of his room often, but basically he is a very talented person. He reminded himself, "I can't stall for even a second, I have to defeat him as soon as possible." But when he saw Joshua dodge his attack, Du Hoan teleported. He can use Nostradamus this way. Joshua smirked coldly, declaring clearly, "It's no use, Du Hoan, you won't be able to defeat me." He arrogantly mocked. "Do you know why? Because you're going to die here." Du Hoan suddenly felt worried. Damn it, he's starting to talk. His eyes darkened, frowning tightly, thinking, "I was hoping this wouldn't happen." The two face off directly, Du Hoan lunging towards the opponent, understanding clearly. The game has only just begun. The match became extremely tense. Joshua confidently proclaimed, "Seo Du Hoan, you will never be able to kill me." Killing intent radiated from his body, making him unapproachable, as he clearly uttered, "Because you're going to die soon." The corner of Du Hoan's mouth twitched slightly, and he taunted, "But how will you die?" Joshua, using the power of his relic, began to ramble. "You've hindered us, so you should die in the most painful way. First your fingernails and toenails will be pulled out." He looked at Du Hoan and said again, "After that, your legs will break first." Seeing Du Hoan rushing towards him, Joshua, who had been leisurely rambling, suddenly panicked. "Then there will be a hole in your heart." Wait, seeing that none of what he said was coming true, Joshua shouted in confusion, "Why isn't it happening as predicted?" Du Hoan angrily raised his fist and yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then, his punch landed squarely on Rotsua's mouth, shutting him up. Rotsua was immediately blown away in a panic. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. Blood flowed non-stop from Rotsua's nose. He was utterly confused. "What? I already used the Nostradamus relic." Yu Hoan leisurely walked up to Rotsua and said, "You're the great king of fate. Whatever you say comes to pass." He fearfully backed away, muttering, "Don't come any closer." Yu Hoan smiled gleefully and continued, "If you're the king of fate, then can you know what you'll be like in 10 seconds? Rotsua frowned, still stubbornly yelling, "What are you doing?" Daya stood on the ship looking down at the battle, her lips moving non-stop as she exclaimed, watching Rotsua being so easily tormented by Yu Hoan, king this, king that. He's really just a speck of dust in the rain. Then, a series of punches rained down on Joshua's head, catching him off guard. One of Joshua's unlucky teeth had to say goodbye. But he couldn't resist, his eyes blank. Rotsua was sent flying, his body heavily crashing to the ground. He kept crying out in pain. Looking at Yu Hoan, Rotsua cried out unwillingly, "This is absurd, why isn't my power working?" Yu Hoan looked at him, and asked again, "You used the Nostradamus relic, and whatever you say comes true?" Rotsua asked back in confusion. "That? How do you know that?" Yu Hoan smiled and replied, "I read it all in the story." He explained, "It's too fictional, it's hard to make it a reality like I said, but how can I resist these fictions?" Suddenly, Yu Hoan scratched his ear, casually recounting that at that moment, an idea just popped into his head. No matter how great a prophecy is, more than words, it's useless if no one hears it. Rotsua seemed to have grasped a clue. "Do you have earplugs in your ears?" Yu Hoan immediately took out an earplug, his actions speaking louder than words. "It's not just earplugs, it's an achievement." Yu Hoan kindly explained further. "Because it's too noisy, my ears can't hear anything. It's got the best non-stop songs of 2020, and some super vibey Vina House songs installed." Ja heard these words from above and was speechless. He frowned and muttered, "There's even a relic like that?" Yu Hoan chuckled and boasted, "It even has some chapters for reading comics." He happily tossed the relic up and down, and said to Joshua, "Even though this was just a test, who knew it would be so effective? It's just a little painful to wear." Hearing this, he angrily cursed, "God damn it, you dog-playing dog!" Rotsua struggled to get up, cursing under his breath. "By using that trick, you've only temporarily neutralized my attack." He rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "Now I have to find a way to deal with him." Yu Hoan walked up to Rotsua and announced, "All right, let's end it here." He hurriedly raised his hand, intentionally stalling for time. "Wait, hold on, don't rush." Yu tried to buy time, calm down, sit down, and negotiate first. "This is a great deal." Yu Hoan ignored him, resolutely drew his sword, his whole body exuding deadly aura. "What are you saying? I can't hear anything!" Rotsua fearfully trembled and reminded him. Yu Hoan slowly took out his earplugs. He chuckled and asked, "What's wrong with you? You want to negotiate with me, right?" Yu Hoan lost his patience and blurted out, "Never mind, I don't want to talk much with you either." Without another word, he unhesitatingly slashed his sword across Rotsua's neck.
His head flew 2 meters away, a terrifying scene hard to describe. This made both Jaha and Luis, who saw it, extremely shocked and horrified. In their eyes, they only saw that head fall and roll across the ground. Jaha frantically confirmed, "Boss, you killed him." Yuhoan replied indifferently, "Don't be surprised." He looked at the headless corpse in front of him and announced, "That guy is just a fake." The next second, the body lying on the ground gradually transformed into another person. The outfit on the figure had a tag with the number 0526. Jaha stammered in shock. "The appearance has changed." Yuhan deduced, "It seems like the owner of this corpse was a prisoner." He mumbled softly. Somehow, this corpse was being controlled. Luis suddenly chimed in, "But are you sure it's not a fake?" Yuhan affirmed, "I'm sure. I didn't expect that guy to find a substitute." Jaha looked down, hesitating. "So this is just a corpse?" Yuhan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cunning look on his face. He confidently speculated, "But maybe the controller will suffer the consequences after the cut. Specifically, when I cut the corpse's throat, the pain will immediately be transmitted to the controller." Just as Yuhan predicted, Ruo Shua, the real one, was lying in bed, clutching his neck in pain, screaming, "Mommy!" A man rushed in, asking anxiously, "Ruo Shua, what's wrong?" He trembled, sitting on the bed, and cried, "My throat hurts so much." Ruo Shua hunched over, clutching his neck tightly, his whole body trembling as he cursed, "Damn it, I didn't get out of that corpse in time. That guy cut the corpse's throat, and I got implicated." Seeing this, the subordinate looked worried, and eagerly asked, "Are you all right?" Ruo Shua looked at the red mark on his neck, and exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it! I can still feel the sensation of being cut." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "The corpse has been taken. This time it's a failure." After the pain subsided, Ruo Shua asked his subordinate, "Are there any more corpses? I have to make a new one." Then he rummaged through the scattered papers on the table, impatiently grumbling, "Where is it? I have to deal with this guy more carefully this time." When he saw the title of the article he was looking for, Ruo Shua said with satisfaction, "Here it is. Request to eliminate scene." Holding the paper in his hand, Ruo Shua carefully read it and wondered, why is there so little information about this guy? All the information should be written in here. Looking at the neat lines of text on the paper, Ruo Shua considered, "But this is enough for me to make a new plan to deal with you." He said cheerfully, "I don't know what kind of person John Smith is, but he is said to be an example." A cold glint flashed in Ruo Shua's eyes. He smirked triumphantly and declared, "So, Yuhan, see you again." Back at the scene of the battle, everyone was still studying and cleaning up together. Yuhan asked Sua, "The passengers are the people here, is that all?" She reported the situation. "Now Judo will take the last 4 people." Sua said that thanks to the relics bestowed by the leader, Judo has become much more capable. "The rescue ended quickly because I could use some ghosts." Yuhan asked her again, "Then, is it completely over now?" Sua replied, "Yes, but I'm worried because quite a few people were injured." Yuhan threw her a bag and instructed, "Now I will give you the medicine from the bunrocho fruit. If someone is about to stop breathing, use it." Then he turned and walked away, leaving only an announcement. "As for me, I will raid this tomb as quickly as possible, and you stay here to protect those passengers and little Luis." Yuhan pointed directly at the person behind him. "And you, follow me." Jaha resentfully questioned, "Why only me?" Yuhan said, consoling him perfunctorily, "Because you are my #1 slave." Jaha pouted in response, "Okay, I understand." Then the two walked into the depths of the tomb. Jaha spoke, "These tombs feel so familiar. I know it. I feel like I came to the mountains of Korea for some reason." Glancing around, he forced a smile and exclaimed, "The scenery is beautiful." Yukon suddenly reminded, "The tomb is right in front of us, you can feel it." Jaha stopped and asked. Seeing the shimmering, dreamlike scene before his eyes, he asked, "Yuhan, Hyun, is that a palace?" Looking at the shape of the building, he replied, "It's an ancient relic in Korea." Jaha let out a sigh. "It looks beautiful." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "The guests have arrived?" Jaha jumped in fright and exclaimed, "That's a surprise." The voice rang out again, urging the two, "What are you standing there for? Come here." The corners of Yuhan's lips slightly curved, so it's in a relic area. The next moment, a boat abruptly appeared in the middle of the lake. The strange voice resonated in their ears. "I will give you 2 a hand now. Go past Gonji." Yukoan asked curiously, "Go past Gonji right now?" Jaha looked utterly bewildered. "Now it is." Yuhoen seemed to realize something. He smiled and confirmed, "It's the ruins of Gaidu." Yuhoen judged that these ruins could very well be the ruins of Shinla. Looking at the glittering scene before his eyes, he urged Jaha, "Let's get on the boat. Even if there is a boat, I'm not sure if we can go." Without further hesitation, Yuhoen urged the person beside him, "Let's get on the boat first." Jaha asked back blankly, "Get on the boat? Wait, Hold on, even if it leads to the ruins, is it alright to just do this? He was a little worried. Who knows if the boat will flip or if a monster will appear in the middle of the lake? Yu Hoen reassured him. It's fine. It doesn't look like a dangerous ruin. Isn't it obvious from the way the ruin spoke? He explained. Looking at how it's surrounded by ganji, I can roughly figure out its true form. Yu Hoen affirmed with certainty, then decisively boarded the boat first. So let's go. Jeha, on the other hand, was utterly flustered. He ruffled his hair and exclaimed, This is driving me crazy. The boat truly carried the two of them quickly across the water. The voice of the ruin spoke again. A guest has arrived, how delightful. Right when I was bored to death, the kind ruin announced. When you get off the boat, please proceed to the watchtower up ahead. I have prepared everything. The figures of Yu Hoen and Jeha gradually became smaller. They were sitting on a wooden boat gliding down the sparkling water beneath an ancient architectural bridge. The scenery was immersed in a mystical light. As soon as they docked, Yu Hoen quickly got off the boat and stepped ashore. We're here. Jeha followed him, chattering nonstop. I don't see any preparations. I really don't know if we should keep going. After walking a few steps, the two had to stop dead in their tracks at the sight before them. A series of sumptuous banquet tables in the large house. Jeha was dumbfounded. What? What is this? Are these banquet tables? Looking at the neatly arranged, special dishes, Jeha was mesmerized. This aroma. Yu Hoen, on his side, was also extremely pleased. He thought to himself, Sure enough, the owner of this tomb, as I predicted, is the correct form of the ruin. Gonji is a place inside the Shinla-era palace that was surrounded by an artificial lake to host banquets and enjoy the scenery. Many relics also appeared in the mud at the bottom of this lake, among which one is very famous. The 14-sided wooden dice, Juri Yongu. Each side is inscribed with a different phrase. If you ask what the content is, it's dancing without music, drinking 3 cups of wine in one go, composing a poem, and so on. In short, it was the tool that determined the punishment for drinking games back then. Yu Hoen speculated. They played drinking games back then? How interesting, this story has spread so widely, enough to give rise to a ruin. Looking at the things prepared down to the wine tables, 99.9%, it is that ruin. Suddenly the mysterious voice rang out again. Come, please sit down and make yourselves comfortable. Yu Hoen happily replied. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jeha beside him was already drooling. He stammered. Is this allowed? The aroma is wonderful, but Yu Hoen sat down and reassured him. It's fine, he's not the type to play around with food. Hearing this, Jeha felt relieved and said, Really, how great, a free meal. Completely unexpected, and without warning, the artifact Juri Yongu appeared before the two of them. It laughed heartily, and asked enthusiastically, Do you look satisfied with your seats? Juri Yongu added a reminder. You can sleep to your heart's content if you wish. However, there is one condition. Yu Hoen easily guessed that it was playing games and drinking wine. He looked at Juri Yongu and asked, As expected, so this is your challenge. He replied with satisfaction. Indeed, you're perceptive. Only those who excel at games are recognized by me as masters and obeyed. Juri Yongu frankly admitted. This banquet was also to test if you were those people, so it seems your intuition is quite good. Looking at Yu Hoen's cold face, he said again, Come on, whoever gets drunk first loses. If I lose, I'll acknowledge you as my masters. Juri Yongu didn't forget to remind, If you lose, I'll pickle you in wine. Upon hearing this, Jin asked in confusion, What? Juri Yongu mocked, If you've trespassed here just to waste my wine, you must pay the price. Hearing this, Du Hosen exposed him. So, you're finally revealing your true colors? Jin, beside him, whispered in fear. Captain, isn't this dangerous? Do we really have to play this kind of bet? Du Hoen reassured. Don't worry, it's not like we have no chance of winning. We just need to change the rules a bit to make it fair, he said to Juri Yongu. Alright, Relic. To make the bet more suitable, we also have some requests. He set the condition. Games should follow a cycle to be authentic, and at any time, don't lecture on how to play. Juri Yongu easily agreed. Okay, just that. Du Hoen nodded in response. Okay, you really are understanding. Juri Yongu summoned some skeletons to join the fun and quickly announced, Then, let the banquet begin! As for what happened afterward, errand boys were also called to fill the empty seats, and the banquet had begun. Like many relics, this one was also full of confidence, Du Ho thought. However, he won't know that recently, drinking games aren't just about luck, but also require many other things. Judgment, reflexes, memory. These things become more scattered as alcohol is consumed, even if a winning or losing strategy is established from the start. He told himself, It's a match worth testing my rules. I will mobilize the drinking games with the most combat power I know. In the gloomy night, with gentle breezes, a voice rang out. Ah, one! In a corner somewhere, Sua was walking on the road, when she stopped blankly and asked, What's wrong? Underneath the ground, Du Hoen and Zhen were lying passed out, their faces flushed red from drunkenness.
Shua looked at them, sprawled on the ground, stunned and panicked. How did it turn out like this?
Du Hoen moved his lips, intending to explain, because suddenly the ground shook violently. Du Tan was even more confused and asked, "What made the tomb area shake and then become silent? Why are you lying in the middle of the road like this?" Du Hoen below kept mumbling, "I won." Shua asked suspiciously. "Huh?" Du Hoen explained, "I said I won." It must be the tomb area's reaction when the victory and defeat are clearly distinguished. He reached out his hand. Du Hoen was holding Juriyonku. He continued, "Look, it's the relic, the owner of the tomb area." Juriyonku was still dazed. "I lost? I'm drunk." Sua replied, "That's great! So now we close the tomb area and go out, right?" Du Hoen replied in confusion. "That's right, but why can't I walk straight?" He remembered and reminded Shua. In the collection of miscellaneous items, although they are redundant, it would be a waste to throw them away. There should be some relics for drunkards. Can you find it for me?
She helplessly obeyed. "I know. But where is it? You have to point it out to me." Du Hoen answered vaguely while drunk. "Oh, is that so?" XA angrily scolded.
"How can you just say, 'Oh, is that so?'" In the space, a brilliant green light from above shone down on the rippling water, creating circles of magical light. The majestic ancient building against the starry night sky. Below are large waves surging violently. A large explosion emitted a dazzling light, causing the two characters behind to look on in horror.
Everyone witnessing this scene excitedly shouted, "The tomb area disappeared. We really are outside."
They walked over and said to Du Hoen, "Thank you so much." He happily replied, "It's nothing." Daya had a different worry. "But what do we do now? It's such a desolate place. I don't think any cars will pass by here." Du Hoyan picked up his phone and announced, "The phone still has connection. We can call the rescue team." But very quickly he also realized the problem. "The problem is, we don't have anything to travel with." Sua spoke up. "Then how about we get help with those people?" she reassured. "Let's rest and regroup first, then continue." "That would be better." Yu Hoen agreed. "I suppose so." His eyes lit up as he looked at Luis and said, "If I could, I'd fly straight to the Pentagon." He then helplessly asked, "What? Why are you glaring like that?" Yung Ho Shen said seriously, "Let's just head to the nearest city and set off. We don't need much regrouping." Shan Junming replied, "Yes, I understand." They watched as a convoy of vehicles raced towards them, headlights blazing, drawing closer. But contrary to their expectations, Duen, Sua, and Jeha were extremely panicked. They stared at the approaching vehicles, questioning, "What? What are those cars?" Meanwhile, the others were overjoyed and exclaimed, "It looks like the rescue team! They're fast! And there are so many vehicles too." Yu Hoen frowned, thinking, "But we only just decided to call for a rescue team. What are these vehicles?" The wheels screeched to a halt on the road, creating thick clouds of dust. In the next second, the back door of the vehicle swung open decisively. One by one, soldiers in uniform, armed with guns, stepped out in formation. They pointed their guns at everyone, issuing a command, "Don't move!" This caused confusion and suspicion. What's going on? Suddenly, the system announced, "The enemy's relic has created a barrier, preventing the use of the mobile escape time relic." Yu Hoen frowned, deducing, "They're even using a relic to prepare an attack." Looking at the soldiers before him, he thought, "They're clearly not the rescue team, and they don't look like Pandora either." Yu Hoen asked, "Who are you people?" A soldier barked. "I said, don't move." He nonchalantly retorted, "Move what?" Haixin stepped forward from behind, saying, "It doesn't matter if you know who we are." Se Dunin declared, "Because this will be your burial ground anyway. Surrender obediently, and I'll let you die painlessly." Following that, the soldiers lined up and raised their weapons, preparing for battle. Haixin leisurely reminded, "We know a lot about you guys," he sneered. "If you resist, we'll only attack your weaknesses and bring about the most devastating defeat." Hearing this, Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow in suspicion. Weaknesses? The grave summoned by the Destiny King is just a lucky mid-tier grave. Even free meals and drinks have cleared it. However, there's a problem here. Suddenly, we're surrounded by these soldiers. Haixin smiled mockingly. "Give up! Sa Yu Hoen, we know your weaknesses like the back of our hand." Dehang fearfully looked at Yu Hoen and whispered, "WH, who are these people?" He replied, "I don't know. They look like American soldiers." Yu Hoen voiced his assessment. "You guys look like the American army based on your weapons. Suddenly pointing guns at innocent people here, how can you justify that?" Hain disdainfully retorted, "Your existence is a crime, especially in this situation." Yu Hoen frowned, wondering, "This situation?" He glanced at the surrounding civilians and ordered, "Of course, except for these innocent civilians. Now these hostages should follow the instructions and move to one side." Yu Hoen angrily shouted, "Hostages? Watch your mouth. These are the people I saved." Haixin smiled mockingly. "You saving people?"
Even a passing dog would laugh. Yu Hoen angrily cursed. What kind of despicable act is this? Fine, letting everyone move to one side is good too. He glanced behind him, instructing, We'll head over there now. Sua seemed to grasp what he was about to do and nodded gently. Yu Hoen reassured everyone. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Those present looked apologetic. We're really sorry, only we get to go outside. He comforted them. You don't need to think that way, secretly calculating in his head. As long as everyone stays out of the way, I'll beat those guys so badly they won't recognize their own parents. Looking at them, Yu Hoen calculated. Timing it with the passengers moving, Jay will disguise himself and sneak in. It'll be miraculous if they don't get discovered. However, even if that's the case, when the passengers leave, and if we create favorable conditions for the fight, judo will attract their attention and create an opportunity. Suddenly, a soldier who was relocating the people suddenly stopped in his tracks at what was happening before his eyes. An exceptionally conspicuous woman in disguise walked past them, Yu Hoen observed, and then, for example, a soldier seeing something amiss called out, Hey, you over there, wait! Yu Hoen thought to himself. Right now, instantly, Yu Du, who is disguised, will immediately attack them. The soldiers were ambushed unexpectedly and couldn't resist. They cried out, Demons! They're demons! What is this? It's a relic! The three of them, Yu Hoen, Sua, and Jaha, gathered together to fight. He reminded them, All right, everyone, use your relics. Take out everything you've got. Jaha trembled behind and asked, Me too? Do I have to fight? Yu Hoen replied, Is there anywhere here to escape? Use Sari. Ha! Seeing the situation before him, angrily shouted, Attack with those things! Yu Hoen impatiently raised his sword. He asked, What are you muttering about? Yu Hoen's eyes lit up, unleashing fierce slashes, tearing through space, blowing away the group of soldiers, creating a scene of intense power and violence. The other soldiers, their faces covered in sweat, said to each other, Shoot from over there! Yu Hoen's relic appeared once more. He commanded, An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Appear. Hammurabi stood in front, protecting Yu Hoen. He irritably cursed. How troublesome. Yu Hoen recalled the previous situation. Attacking while simultaneously maintaining defense, I guess, is the most suitable, but I have to stop a nuclear bomb so I can't use it anymore. He calculated. Anyway, Hammurabi will deflect those bullets. Hopefully only one or two will hit. The soldiers who had just been shooting at Yu Hoen now stared blankly at each other and asked, What? Why are the bullets flying back? Sua, on this side, also made her move, she said. The enemy is over here too. Jay's relic, seeing the scene before him, couldn't help but exclaim, Truly, you are noisy and ill-mannered guests, he muttered. In this environment, how can I perform? Jay anxiously pleaded. Never mind that, just do anything please. Can't you see Sori doing anything? Jaha, burning with anxiety, shouted again. Didn't you hear the saying that an artist doesn't discriminate between time and place? He then replied, Probably, Dogoryun, he added. But I mostly know what you want to say. It seems reasonable. Then Saliori excitedly made his move. If that's the case, let's begin the performance. Yuho, seeing the current situation, was extremely satisfied. He smiled and said, Deafening. You guys are doing great. Looking at the soldiers cowering, he wondered to himself. Then, in this moment, should I deliver my judgment? Ha, anxiously ordered from the sidelines. No, don't. Block it and attack. He blurted out a reminder that made Yu Hoen doubtful. That guy's weakness. Use that. As soon as he finished speaking, images of beautiful women appeared before Yu Hoen. It was a collection of relics of temptation. Seeing this scene, he froze helplessly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Hoen stood there like a statue, letting the groups of beautiful women touch his body incessantly. Hao smiled triumphantly and said, How is it? You don't have any energy left, right? Yu Hoen questioned, What kind of trick are you playing? He roared, Stop playing dumb. Your weakness is the temptation of relics. I know everything. Yu Huo retorted, I used to be so worried when I heard you say you knew my weakness, but now it's completely unnecessary. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch towards Hain, leaving him stunned. Yu Huo declared, Die! With Hashin on the ground, Yu Huo approached him. Look at this. So you're wearing a relic for protection? Hashin retreated in terror, trembling as he said, Don't come closer. Yu Huo pressed, What's wrong? One more hit and it's over, right? He gazed at Hashin's pale face and said, However, you said you knew my weakness before, Yu Huo said coldly, his face radiating murderous intent. What did you overhear and where? Spill it all. The surroundings were vast and boundless. A deserted road cutting through the desert at night, the sky above filled with stars, and two military vehicles parked by the roadside. The soldiers were quickly subdued, forced to obey orders, eyes straight ahead, hands raised. Jean stepped forward to command, cursing, I just want to kill them all. I won't let you guys off easy, I swear. Seeing Yu Huo's lack of reaction, Deha asked anxiously, Captain, is it still far? Yu Hua, why are you rushing? Deha stammered in explanation. Afraid? Afraid of what? Who said I was afraid? Yu Huo responded,
Then there's no problem. Keep watch, the other party immediately denied. No, it's not. Those guys' eyes are a bit fierce. At this moment he was interrogating Hashin. Yu Huo asked him, anyway, you said you got the information from this. Hashin obediently replied like a puppy. Yes, that's right. Yu Huo observed the object in his hand and said, a normal record of achievements? Let me check it out. Hashin, with a swollen face, still said, yes, as long as you're happy. Yu Huo activated the relic without hesitation. Let's check it carefully. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, Yu Huo smiled mockingly. Lots of confidential documents. Seems good for me. Reading the information page about himself, he added, wanted dead? Yu Huo, so that's it. Sua curiously asked, who is this document about, after all? Yu Huo didn't know either. He replied, let me read it all and see. Yu Huo read aloud. The client is John Smith. Request. Elimination. Not bad. My picture is also included. Looks like a recent one, huh? He frowned as he realized. However, the rest of the information is fake. The family history, education, career, all just made up. But the information about the battles is accurate. Which relics I carry, which strategies I mainly use. When he read the lines below, Yu Huo stopped speaking. He thought to himself, it even mentions the Raven relic. Only a few people know about that. Sua said worriedly, hey, if the information about the battles is accurate, then is this also true? She pointed to the lines below and read aloud. You're a relic fanatic. You love relics more than beautiful women. If it's a relic in the shape of a girl, it's even better. Highly likely to even snatch a relic in the shape of a guy. This information stunned Yu Huo, who asked back, what? Hashin explained, that's the part. We based our operations on that. Yu Huo angrily shouted, what the hell, you believe that? That's why you failed. Sua thought for a moment. Then it's not true, huh? Diana also enthusiastically chimed in. He said, loves relics. Yu Huo angrily replied, almost shouting, no, I do value relics, but not like that. He pointed out, look, the real and fake information is mixed together. However, this real information is very valuable. Yu Huo soon realized. The fake information is just added to fill in the amount of information, so that many people are confident that they can fight and eliminate me. He wondered, who made this? Who would be worth knowing about the Raven? Julian Miller? No. He wouldn't use this cunning method. Yu Huo thought of other possibilities. Bandora owns the Fated King, so these guys are also likely. Suddenly, Deha spoke up and asked, what is this? He pointed to the information and asked again, is there a paw print stamped on it? Yu Huo hadn't noticed this detail, repeating suspiciously, paw print? Deha helpfully pointed out to him, here, right next to the signature. Yu Huo quickly realized. So, it's them. Knowing about the crows and hating me, the kind of guys who would sign their name like this. He smiled, remembering. The 3 Egyptian dogs. Those kids must be the ones responsible. Jaha spoke up, wondering. Those Egyptian dogs are responsible? Yu Huo replied. Pretty much. He was a little worried. No way. Aren't they listening to you these days? Yu Huo angrily cursed. Listening my ass, those bastards ran off when I found their leader. Saying that, he suddenly stopped, as if he just remembered something. Seeing the soldiers standing stiffly at attention, Yu Huo happily said, that's right, everything will be clear if I summon them. No sooner said than done, he began to act without hesitation. Let's see. Just as he started the summoning, the system chimed in with a notification. You cannot summon achievements. A series of notifications popped up. They seem to have moved to a place where they cannot be summoned. The last notification displayed. They seem to have completely hidden themselves. At this point, Yu Huo lost his patience and cursed. Those dogs! He confided, I can't summon them. They must be up to something. Jenha was even more worried when he heard that. No way! That's betrayal! Yu Huo angrily clenched his fists, his eyes radiating a deadly aura. He declared, if I find them, I'll beat them into the 5th dimension. Looking at the fancy cars in front of him, Yu Huo reminded his companions, those guys came to bring these luxury cars, so let's just take them. He pointed at Hashin and asked, what should we do with these soldiers? Yu Huo replied, tell them we've confiscated their weapons and relics, that's enough. Seeing him grinding his teeth in anger, Yu Huo said again, we can give the remaining cars to the passengers so they can go home. At this moment, Hashin secretly calculated. This is the chance, the opportunity, to wipe you guys out. He remembered one thing. Those cars were loaded with explosives. Hashin affirmed in his mind with certainty. We can turn the tables by blowing you all to hell. He thought he would triumph and smiled. No, not just turn the tables, this will be a resounding victory for us. Looking at the useless soldiers, they all nodded, making him happy. Good, the subordinates understand. Watching Yu Huo's group approach the car, He Xin patiently waited a little longer. He groped for the detonator switch in his pocket, smiling slyly. Just a little longer. Ha Jin's sneaky action didn't escape Judo's eyes.
She had noticed it. Meanwhile, Yu Hoen's hand was reaching for the car door handle. Ha Xin smiled lewdly. After waiting for each second, he declared, "Now!" As soon as he finished speaking, the car immediately exploded. The sound was unbelievably loud. Ha Xin smiled victoriously and proclaimed, "That's it. I sent them to Kingdom Come." Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched his shoulder. The person spoke up and asked, "Who went to Kingdom Come?" When he turned his head, Yu Hoen coldly raised his fist, causing Ha Xin to shout in confusion, "You're unharmed, how the hell?" The other soldiers groaned in fear, seeing their leader getting beaten. "We're done for!" Yu Hoen punched Ha Xin repeatedly. He angrily shouted, "That pathetic trick, I was already suspicious why you were so obedient." He still thought he had won, and turned his head to say, "You bastard, but at least I delayed you. All those cars have exploded. Have fun walking." Yu Hoen calmly replied, "But I can totally fix them and keep going." He turned to Jen and said, "Hey, number 1 slave, use the restoration relic to fix the cars." He asked blankly. "Huh?" Yu Hoen asked Jen. "The frame is broken, so you can do it, right?" Jehang yelled in frustration. "Now you're telling me to fix cars again. Am I a maintenance shop?" Yu Hoen angrily growled. "Why don't you shut your mouth and do as I say?" His aggressive attitude startled Dehadian, forcing him to timidly reply, "I'll give it a try." Yu Hoen suddenly turned to Luis and reminded him, "You should help too, kid." He flinched slightly, frowning in annoyance as he asked, "Huh? Why should I?" Yu Hoen scoffed. "Like father, like son, you're not filial at all." The rope wrapped around him, obediently listening to Yu Hoen. It dragged Luis away, muttering, let's go, let's help daddy, let's help daddy." He resentfully cursed. "Let me go, what daddy?" Yu Hoen folded his arms, watching Dehazian and Luis fix the car. He said with satisfaction, the replicated father and son fixing a car together. At first, they were a little confused, because it was different from the Tichbao Chi. But they fixed it smoothly in the end. Regarding what happened next, the group called the rescue team to search for the passengers who had been lost on their trip again. There were probably quite a few patients, since Yu Hoen was a little heavy-handed with the Tzizi soldiers. Soon after, the car key was turned, starting the vehicle. The car for the soldiers stood proudly on the ground, its entire body shaking with the newly started engine. Dehangan and Luis collapsed from exhaustion, lamenting, "The car is working, Mom. It was too hard. Success." Yu Hoen, who was on his phone, smiled and praised, "You guys fixed it, see? Diligence makes up for ability." Looking at Ha Xin lying slumped on the ground, he sneered, "Well, we're leaving. Get well soon." The unconvinced Ha Xin retorted, "You fools." "No." Ha Xin turned his head and declared clearly, "Even without you guys in the way, the Pentagon is about to fall apart." He mocked Yu Hoen. "You won't get what you want." Hearing this, he was puzzled. About to fall apart? The four got into the car and left, Yu Hoen's head still filled with the question, what's going on there? Very quickly he got his answer. Sua, sitting next to him, pointed and reminded, "Boss, look." Yu Hoen observed and determined. The cars going in the opposite direction are forming a closed barrier on the road. He scanned around, seeing only civilians looking terrified. A closer look revealed only cars packed with luggage. Yu Hoen predicted, "It's like they're evacuating. There's definitely a problem." Sua, after reading the news, explained, "They say it's because of the crypt, boss." "A crypt formed in the Pentagon?" Yu Hoen asked again. Moexan looked at her phone and then said, "Wait a minute, the news is on, let me turn up the volume." The announcer's voice rang out in the phone. "A massive tomb has swallowed the Pentagon and national monuments, and has even shaken Washington, D.C. Bandora has classified this tomb as a disaster of the highest level." Luis, sitting in the back seat, was awakened by the sound of the phone. He woke up and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Luis looked outside and wondered, "Where are we? Are we almost there yet?" "I fell asleep because I was fixing the car." He looked at his hands and thought, "But they didn't tie me up, probably because I was sleeping." Thinking of this, Luis smiled slyly, telling himself, "The opportunity has come." He frowned uncomfortably, thinking, "Yu Hoen, how dare you humiliate me like that?" He smiled sinisterly, took something out of his clothes, and thought, "I will curse you to death." Suddenly, Daharian, who was sitting in front of him, spoke up and asked, "What are you trying to do?" He held up a panda-shaped keychain and asked, "Looking for this sacred artifact?" Luis asked guiltily, "Why is it with you?" Dahadian smiled arrogantly and replied, "I searched you while you were sleeping, of course. Don't even think about pulling any tricks." Dahapian ordered, "Rope, you see it, right? Tie him up quickly." It happily fulfilled its mission. Come here, come here." The escape plan went bust. Luis struggled, cursing in annoyance. "Let go of me." He kept cursing at Dahaha. "Don't you have any shame? You want to take his place while he's making you suffer?" Dahaha retorted sharply. "Not a moment too soon, but I'm getting paid to suffer." Luis still refused to give up and yelled, "Is money everything to you? What a way to educate children." Dahaha snapped back, "You're the only kid here, you little brat." Yu Hoen, who was driving in front, grumbled in annoyance. "Hey, be quiet back there." He turned to Sua and asked, "How come such a big tomb appeared without us knowing?" She speculated. It seems this tomb hasn't been formed for long.
Sua asked him. Don't you think the tomb appeared while we were inside the King of Fate's catacombs? Yu Hoen dropped a bead of sweat, his eyebrows furrowing as he replied. That makes sense, so we didn't know. Things are getting worse, so attacking the Pentagon is pretty tough. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out. A great tomb has appeared. This is the desert tomb. The Valley of the Kings has appeared. This is the Tomb of Wrath, one of the 7 great tombs. A large pillar of light appeared before their eyes. Yu Hoen speculated. Just looking at it, it's huge. He carefully observed, and then speculated. Look at the desert and the Valley of the Kings. I wonder if there are relics of another Egyptian god. Yu Hoen thought to himself. I might meet those Egyptian dogs again. Relics of the same culture are usually linked. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared in front of them, blocking the road. Yu Hoen said distastefully. More soldiers. I'm starting to get sick of them. He stepped out of the car, annoyed. The black shoes on his feet were laced up tightly. A soldier stepped forward and spoke. The area ahead is dangerous due to the tomb. Yu Hoen closed the car door and replied. It's okay, we're the excavation team. The soldier stated firmly. Even so, we can't let you through. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, looking at Yu Hoen, then hesitated. But, the soldier wondered. Why are you guys in our military vehicle? Yu Hoen finally realized. He felt uneasy and thought, damn. Yu Hoen calculated silently. The car makes them suspicious of me. Should I keep fighting? Why do I have to waste energy like this? Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Stop! Don't you know who this is? Mushiu stepped out and hurriedly asked. It seems my subordinates have been rude. You are Star Yu Hoen, right? The next second he took the initiative to speak. I am Matthew Tayor. I will lead the way for you. Yu Hoen frowned, observing the other party carefully. He thought to himself, finally, there's someone I can easily approach. The Pentagon, the Tomb of Wrath. Anubis and Set looked down from above. He sighed. Look at the tomb. Doesn't it look like a perfect fortress? Anubis regretted silently. He should have been worthy of fighting Yu Hoen in this place. Anubis looked at Set again and spoke. Because there are too many demands for dismissal, he will definitely be attacked fiercely, so he will definitely be weakened when he gets here. Set sighed, he agreed. Of course, that's how we catch that bastard. Isn't that what happens when you cry and beg in someone else's tomb? Osiris cried and said, Someone else? We are all Egyptian relics, so we're all colleagues. What's wrong with helping colleagues? Anubis scoffed and said, Even though it's quite embarrassing, I'm currently in an even more shameful situation. Set turned to ask in confusion. Huh? They remembered before. As soon as I found out the leader was coming, I ran away immediately. I was afraid I would die if Seo Yu Hoen caught me and made me a relic. But what's up? The rumors have spread everywhere. Wherever I go, I get stared at and eventually get caught by another leader. Do you know what they said? Your death is only a matter of time. We are ordered that we can only live when we kill Seo Yu Hoen ourselves. It asked. Who do they think they are to lecture us? Set hesitated. But why? Isn't that the right thing to do? It persuaded the others. I think we should think differently. Anubis tilted its head and asked, How so? Set explained. After all, didn't Seo Yu Hoen fight the leader and win? So we didn't need to run in the first place, right? Anubis scoffed after hearing this. Oh really? Set angrily retorted. What do you mean? Oh really? That's right. It reminisced about the idle past and complained. Annoying. I just want to watch TV at Seo Yu Hoen's house. Anubis curiously asked. Could it be that you're like this because of the TV? Set added. I also want to eat chicken. The kind with sauce on it. Osiris suddenly woke up and craved. Yes, the humans make really delicious fried chicken. Anubis, not understanding, scolded. What the hell are you guys talking about? Anubis angrily reminded them. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Suddenly its tail shook, startling Anubis. It announced grimly. There it is, Seo Yu Hoen sent. Anubis stepped out, looked at the whole city, and declared. The ending is finally here. Since Set and Osiris are in that state, I'll have to try my best. It smiled confidently and then thought. But he was attacked by humans. He must be weak, so it's worth a try. Let's see. When it looked into the distance and saw Jen, Anubis blankly wondered. He's completely fine? It doubted. But I'm sure he was attacked. Or did he only encounter weaklings? Anubis recalled the weaklings. Plus, I'm pretty sure I let the cursed relic break the link between him and the crow. Looking at Yu Hoen's body without a scratch, it wondered. But why is that link still there? What's with these useless guys? They can't do anything right. Set, who was scratching his back, commented. Humans are like that. But Scene is quite strong. Anubis, with a resentful face, declared. I can't give up like this. I'll go into battle myself. You two stay here. With that, it disappeared into space, leaving the other two looking at each other, shrugging and not caring. Osiris innocently looked at Set. They were silent, not saying a word to each other. On this side, a large vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, where Duhojin was standing, with strong winds blowing around. He smiled as if he knew this would happen. realizing that his opponent seemed to have run out of patience to wait. Hikshu's eyes curiously asked, "Mr. Seo Duhoen, is something wrong?" Duhoen replied, "No, I thought I saw something." He asked him, "Where were we?" "Oh right, talking about the cars." "That's right, your military vehicles," he recounted. "But we didn't intentionally steal it, because you guys attacked us first," Duhoen said with a hint of sarcasm. "Because we got caught in the battle, and eventually had nothing to travel with, so we had to borrow Mr. T's car." He thought to himself, "Actually, we didn't have a car from the start anyway." Hyu frowned, showing pity, and said, "I understand. I'm sorry about that. Honestly, we're currently in a mess because of the situation at the Pentagon." He recounted that there had been some disputes from the superiors, but then contact was lost. "Some units are trying to disable the excavation team in this area." Hyu added the situation. "However, we are trying to prevent the spread and get things back on track. Instead of boycotting the foreign excavation team, we want to cooperate with them." He smiled and narrated, "The president also wants to open a professional discussion with teams that have potential. Seo Duhoen, you could be one of them." Hyu extended an invitation. "Come with me, I'll take you to meet the president." Duhoen happily thought, "The president, huh?" Then the car door was opened again. Duhoen got into the car, and a voice from inside called out, "What's going on?" He sat in the car and recounted. "He said he'll take us to meet the president." Cheng exclaimed upon hearing this. The President of the United States. The rope next to him was tightly tying up Luis, who was extremely shocked, and asked again, "The President of the United States. The President of the United States." Yuho started the car and moved forward, then judged. "It seems like all the relics in the Pentagon have been taken away by the tomb. They're even seeking help from foreign excavation teams." He calmly said, "I knew they would make us do this and that, but I thought it would be good to know more information, so I temporarily listened to them. Now the situation is like this." Yuhoen specifically pointed out Luis. "It's best not to let that kid stay." He angrily shouted, "Huh? What do you mean?" Yuhoen smiled in response. "The meaning is obvious. Now the Pentagon itself is the tomb. You can't appear with us," he explained. "It will only make them more suspicious when they see you with us." Luis hesitated. Even so, he worried inwardly. They will be suspicious. They will be suspicious. Yuho saw Luis's strange expression. He secretly signaled DHA. She received the order and quickly spoke up. "Yes." Then DHA stood up with a smile, a sinister and unpredictable smile on her face. Luis screamed in fear. "No, don't kill me!" Yuhoen explained. "Who said she would kill you? Put that kid in the relic of the origin." DHA laughed loudly and said, "I knew you would say that." She showed Luis a picture and said, "Here, kid, you won't be in danger in here, so don't worry." Luis blankly asked, "Huh? What is this?" DHA didn't answer, but immediately took him in and announced, "But it's a bit crowded in there. Bear with the tightness." Luis desperately screamed, "I don't want to! You evil people." Yuhoen narrated the next development. As we got closer to the Pentagon, the scene we could see was truly desolate. Everything was destroyed by the tomb, to the point where we couldn't see the original structure. But after moving for a while, the military vehicles suddenly had to stop on the side of the road because a group of people in suits blocked the way. The black man stood arrogantly with his arms crossed, blocking the road. Hyu, losing patience, got out of the car and asked, "What's going on? Why are you blocking the road?" He explained, "We are bringing guests to meet the president." The black man coldly announced, "The president has gone to an emergency meeting." He said, "I was assigned to bring the guests directly to the meeting room. From now on, I will take over them." Yuhoen also got out of the car and asked about the situation. He asked, "What's wrong? Why did we stop?" Hyu hesitated. "Ah." The black man smiled sinisterly and bowed. "Hello, Seo Yuhoen. I am the chief commander of the White House, Win. From now on, I will guide you." Hyu angrily shouted, "I didn't receive any such orders. Let me verify." Yuhoen, on the other hand, was very calm. He gave a smile filled with calculations in his mind. Yuhoen asked him, "Is it necessary? I only need one guide. I will follow him, so let's stop here. Thank you for the welcome." Hyu felt that this person was crossing the bridge after using it, angry but unable to do anything. He handed out the card and said, "Then at least take my business card." Hyu happily said, "I'm really interested in excavating tombs, so I hope to work with you someday." Yuhoen turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Okay, I'll take it, but don't get your hopes up too high." "Well then, goodbye." After speaking, he walked to his car, standing there for a long time thinking. Yuhoen decided to knock on the car and call out, "Everyone, come out. From now on we will walk. A new guide will lead us." The car door opened, and everyone inside came out one by one. Sua asked Yuhoen, "Why did they have to change the guide? Is the new one more trustworthy?" He reassured her, "Don't worry, he seems like a trustworthy bastard." Yuhoen smiled as if he had predicted it. "He will obediently lead us like a dog." In the open space, A strong light shone down from above, onto a building between two ancient stone pillars, creating a large circle of energy in the dusty sky. As the black man led the three of them down the road, Duhoan spoke up unexpectedly. "All right, Commander," the man replied. "Yes, you're straightforward, walking on 2 feet. That's tough." The black man gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his bald head, as if he'd been caught red-handed. The black man asked, "What do you mean?" Duhoan shouted, cursing. "Stop acting, Anubis, you piece of trash dog." With that, he reached out and punched the man in the stomach, which was filled with pain. The black man fell sprawling on the dusty ground, flying back a good 10 meters. Jeha was caught off guard, wondering why he suddenly attacked him. Is he really Anubis? Immediately, Anubis returned to his original dog form, angrily cursing, "You little brat!" Seeing him, Daha exclaimed in shock, "It's really him," Duhoan said happily. "From the moment I got here, I've been looking for you. You went to a lot of trouble hiding, you dog." He stretched his arms and legs, announcing with a satisfied smile, "Now it's time to pay the price for running away, isn't it?" Anubis growled, his eyes burning red as he glared at Duhoan. Anubis growled like a rabid dog. He bared his mouth full of sharp teeth and snarled, "You think I'll give up that easily? You're dead wrong." Seeing the strong gusts of wind blowing toward him, Duhoan shielded himself with his hand and quietly reminded, "If you keep acting like this, the consequences will be severe," Anubis declared. "Only when I'm caught. Just you wait." He ordered the skeletons to attack. Duhoan looked at them and smiled mockingly, a calculation forming in his mind. He stepped forward, killing each skeleton one by one, and asked Anubis, "Have you forgotten that these skeletons are useless?" He looked at the situation unfolding and asked, "It seems you've gotten stronger than I thought," Anubis confidently announced. "But I can create an infinite army," he calculated in his head. "Besides, this move is just to distract you. Keep punching those boneheads, you're about to explode." Suddenly, the relic in Daha's pocket lit up, startling him. Dahel held the painting in his hand and asked, "The original relic?" A voice came from inside the painting. "That hurts, what's going on?" Louis unexpectedly emerged from the original relic, shocking everyone. He fell to the ground. Louis looked at the wound on his hand from scraping against the ground and curiously asked, "What just happened?" Suddenly, Louis frowned in thought, a confusing question rising in his heart. Anubis stood in the distance, exuding a deadly aura. He cursed, "You useless idiot, what have you done?" The shadow of Anubis approached Louis. He fearfully backed away and asked, "Is this telepathy?" Anubis spoke, reminding him, "Among all those ordered to eliminate Seo Duhoan, you were the closest to him." Louis cried out in frustration, "What could I have done? There wasn't even a chance." Anubis rebuked him. "You had plenty of opportunities." "Damn it," he ordered him. "Whatever, give me back the cursed relic. I'm talking about the copy of the Min relic." Louis scratched his face sheepishly and replied, "It was stolen by Suhoen's subordinate." Hearing this, Anubis was furious. He roared, "What? This idiot can't do anything right!" Louis and Anubis' conversation had all been in a dream. At this moment he was still lying passed out on the ground. Demea, worried, approached and called out, "Hey, are you okay? Wake up!" Suddenly something else caught Daha's attention, distracting him. In Dev's pocket, something was shining like starlight, causing him to wonder, "What's this now?" Seeing it fly into the air from his pocket, D realized, "Another one deserting?" Anubis' voice rang out, "Go, cursed relic! Break the link between Seo Duhoan and the crow." Duhoan cautiously glanced over. Jeha shouted from below, "Boss, watch out!" He quickly dodged the relic's attack, causing Anubis to angrily curse, "Damn it, missed! I'll definitely get you next time." The panda keychain with glowing eyes continued to attack. Duhoan recoiled in alarm, as he was attacked by a surge of brilliant purple energy from the panda relic, the intense light engulfing the surrounding space. In an instant, the panda suddenly became buff and gigantic. Dina looked at it in bewilderment. Wait, how did it get so huge? Duhoan seemed to have fallen for a trap. He clutched at his arm, saying, "The way it's looking at me doesn't feel right. Its attacks are probably going to be as dirty as it looks." The system rang out with a notification. "This is a relic replica of Leonardo Jaav Vinnick. This is a replica of the Merlin relic that can temporarily block the crow's scent." Duhoan paused as he read the information. Block the crow's scent? Does that mean the whole system will be blocked? The notification panel is shaking from its attack. He looked at the panda dancing around in front of him and said, "Get ready to watch, Duhoan." He thought to himself, "I need to be careful not to get hit." Duhoan smiled, beginning to cast his spell. "If I want to keep fighting without getting hit, then I guess I have to counterattack even harder." He used his relic and declared, "Now, incinerate them all." The panda saw the gigantic image appearing before it, and stammered, cursing. "That bastard! Since when did he get such an awesome relic?" Duhoan reminded it, "A lot of cool stuff happened after you ran away." The panda sneered back. "Oh, really? But you're all alone while we're as many as ants." Duhoan didn't say anything else. His relic decisively raised its arm and threw a heaven-shattering punch. A massive explosion erupted on the ground, sending everything flying. Daha looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "If I had gotten any closer, I wonder if I would have survived." Sua said anxiously to him, "I have to go provide support, you stay here." D asked blankly, "Huh? What are you gonna do?" Sua summoned her mask-wearing girl relic and replied, "After that mutt disappeared, Judo has changed a bit too. I might be able to catch him off guard." Anubis stood far away, watching the battle, and angrily roared, punching hard. He reminded the panda, "I can create as many reinforcements as I want, so just beat the crap out of him." Suddenly, 2 J soldiers appeared behind Anubis. He asked impatiently, "What is this?" No sooner had he spoken than many J soldiers appeared, simultaneously attacking the skeleton. Duhoan saw that this situation was perfect for him, and smiled, praising, "Nice. I was wondering how to increase manpower." Sua ran over and said to him, "I'll take care of the boneheads." Duhoan agreed with the plan. "Okay, then I'll take good care of the buff panda and this mutt." He looked up at the panda and asked again, "You heard that, panda?" It was full of energy, and struck a battle-ready pose. Duhoan stood facing it, provoking, "Come to daddy!" Whoosh! Something flew through the air at an unexpectedly high speed. Duhoan used super speed to slash repeatedly at the panda, leaving it unable to resist. He assessed, "After observing the way you fight, even if you know how to use some dirty tricks, it seems like your actual abilities are pretty lame." The panda was extremely annoyed by the taunt. Duhoan added, "Am I wrong?" Looking at the cotton stuffing exposed from its torn coat, the panda said regretfully, "No, my precious cotton." Duhoan glanced at it, reminding, "Watch your head." The panda looked up at him, confused, and not understanding what Duhoan was talking about. Before its eyes, the image of the gigantic relic appeared, raising its enormous arm, ready to punch down. The panda's eyes welled up with fear. It still couldn't believe what was happening before its eyes. A horrific explosion erupted, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Thick clouds of smoke obscured the view. Anubis looked at the current situation and blankly wondered, how is this possible? The panda then returned to being a normal, unremarkable keychain, with bits of cotton still sticking out of its head and butt. Duhoan happily announced, "Nice, got one down." He walked up to Anubis and continued, "Now it's this mutt's turn." Anubis, forcing defiance, choked out, "Come at me! You think I'd be scared of you?" Sweat beading on his forehead, he thought nervously, "I'm acting all tough, but I'm actually freaking out." Seeing the deadly aura radiating from Duhoan, Anubis worried, "What do I do? Should I run? Get out of here before things get worse. Okay, let's bail." With that thought, Anubis spun around and fled, causing Duhoan to curse in confusion. "That damn dog!" he ordered. "Rope, grab him." It repeated its master's command, "Catch the dog, catch the dog." Rope rushed forward, shouting, "Stop, stop!" Anubis, annoyed, glanced back. "You again? This is so irritating." He ran, glancing at the skeletons, thinking, "I can't let them catch me this time." Rope plowed through the skeletons, snapping, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Anubis ran for his life, wondering, how did that brat become an S rank? Rope chased behind him, constantly yelling, "Stop, stop!" Anubis told himself, "If I get caught, I'm done for. Damn it." He glanced around, speculating, "Is there anywhere to hide?" Anubis glanced to the side and said, "Not that way." Suddenly, he saw a door, a perfect hiding spot, and exclaimed happily, "There!" Rope quickly followed, smashing the door open and proclaiming, "Useless! Useless!" Looking at the scene before it, Rope scoffed, "You're hiding in the toilet, you dirty, dirty! But I'll still catch you, catch you." It searched each stall in turn. "Where are you? Where are you?" Rope opened one door and called, "Are you there?" The second door creaked open, and it asked, "Or here? Last stall?" He's gone, he's gone." Rope wondered, "Did I lose him? Did I lose him?" Meanwhile, Anubis clung trembling to the ceiling of the restroom. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, inwardly pleading, "Go away, please just go away." In his bloodshot eyes, the overconfidence was gone, replaced by overwhelming fear. Seeing Rope searching in confusion, Anubis gloated, "Yes, that's right, go away." Rope below desperately searched. "Strange, strange, he definitely came in here." It looked up, thinking, "Aha, he's up there." The 2 sacred relics stared at each other in a terrifying 3-second silence. Rope cheered excitedly, "So you were on the ceiling." Anubis, startled, muttered frantically, "No, I'm just a fluorescent light." Ignoring his words, Rope wrapped itself around Anubis's neck, shouting, "Let's play, let's play!" And so, the black dog had no choice but to obediently follow behind Rope's tail. Rope dragged Anubis by the neck back to Duhoan, triumphantly declaring, "Master, I caught him, I caught him!" Rope happily asked, "Did I do good? Did I do good?" Seeing Anubis, who was once so confident, now defeated by a rope, Duhoan praised, "Excellent, Ninai is very good." Rope rejoiced, pink hearts floating around it. It thought, "Master praised me, Master praised me."
Duhoen ignored it, looking at the black dog and speaking. Now, Duhoen's eyes gleamed with sinister intent. He teased, "What should we make with dog meat?" Hearing this, Anubis was terrified, sweat pouring down and trembling uncontrollably. Duhoen asked it, "I'll let you decide. 1. I'll boil you alive. 2. I'll chop you into 100 pieces. 3. I'll roast you whole." Anubis angrily stood up and retorted, "What? What are you saying?" Duhoen ignored him and continued, "The first choice is for making sub. The second will be sashimi, and the last will be a whole roasted dog." He held up a sharp knife and warned it, "Just tell me which one you like." Anubis froze like a statue, heartbroken as he thought, "Isn't he going to kill me anyway?" It desperately pleaded, "Please forgive me. I was just trying to survive. I thought the leader would kill us if we didn't run away, so—" Anubis lowered its ears, trying to persuade Duhoen. "A high-ranking relic like me, Set or Osiris, would be severely punished if they were caught serving a human." Hearing this, he replied sweetly, "Oh, honey, your reason is so convincing." Anubis was overjoyed at these words, wagging its tail as it asked, "You understand?" Duhoen immediately changed his attitude, his face cold as he cursed, "I understand, but the thought of me losing to someone like you is something I can't stand." Anubis refused to give in. It opened its mouth wide to threaten him, then said, "What's that supposed to mean? Someone like that is a leader! A leader!" Most leaders are manipulators of the relic world. Duhoen crossed his arms and retorted, "Your crime is daring to underestimate my ability to fight any enemy." He looked at it and exposed its intentions. "Besides, didn't you have plans to betray me even if I defeated that leader?" Anubis was frightened and trembled as his dark scheme was revealed. Duhoen continued, "The order to eliminate Seo Duhoen? How do you explain that?" It stammered, "How did you know?" Duhoen mocked it. "Look at you, desperately searching for a way out, staying put." Then Duhoen beat Anubis until it couldn't say another word. Then he ordered Jiha, "Restore it!" He complained, "Hey, if you were going to restore and use it, don't beat it to a pulp like this." He shouted in anger and injustice. Ja cried and lamented, "I have to take on more work again. I'm already so busy." Suddenly, Set and Osiris proudly stepped into the desolate space. They held their heads high like they were on a catwalk, and Anubis was moved to call out, "Zyrus!" Its eyes welled up, its face becoming very pitiful as it thought, "Just as I expected, you two came to save me." Set's eyes glowed with light and it growled, "Seo Duhoen!" Immediately after, within 3 seconds, the two dogs obediently lay down, wagging their legs and saying, "We're innocent. We were just following that jerk." Anubis wondered, "Did you come to surrender?" Duhoen stroked his chin and replied, "I can't believe it without proof." He compromised. "All right, I'll believe you." The two dogs stood up, their faces looking pitiful as they asked, "Really?" Set shyly asked, "Then can we go home and eat chicken? I want to watch TV." Duhoen thought helplessly about their requests. These guys have really become puppies. "Well, that's fine too." He crossed his arms and announced, "Sounds good, but in return, you have to listen to me and keep an eye on Anubis." Duhoen ordered, "If it runs away again, you won't get chicken or TV for a long time. Got it?" Set and Osiris reluctantly stammered, "Yes." Then they walked up to Anubis, menacingly threatening it. "Did you hear that? Anubis, don't you dare try to run away again. Hurry up and apologize to Seu." Anubis desperately lay down and thought, "How did the mighty and sacred relics of Egypt become like this?" Set replied to it, "I guess I think fried chicken is much more important. I want to watch TV." The arguing scene made Jeha feel helpless. Duhoen spoke to Sua on the side. "We're done with Anubis, now let's focus on the tomb." She replied, "Okay, I'm a little worried about excavating the tomb right now." Sua complained, "We haven't even had a minute to rest for the familiars." Duhoen picked up his phone, and she asked, "Should we call for backup?" But contrary to Sua's thoughts, Duhoen said to the other end of the line, "Aaron, are you busy?" Aaron replied from the other end, "I'm on my way after hearing the news." She asked worriedly, "Duhoen, are you hurt?" He reassured Aaron on the other end, "I'm fine, I'm okay. I was planning to call you over." After the two ended the call, Duhoen announced, "She's coming." Sua grumbled, "You must be very happy." Suddenly, the ground shook, causing Duhoen and Sua to halt. They cautiously observed their surroundings. The system announced, "Warning! The tomb is expanding due to the power of an unknown entity. The tomb is out of control." Duhoen was stunned upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "The crypt is expanding. Can an existing tomb even change?" Duhoen angrily turned and scolded the dog. "What did you do, Anubis?" It cried out, "Wronged. It wasn't me." Anubis looked upwards and explained, "It's the leader." Set also looked up. He questioned, "Huh? Leader? He's stealing our power to reorganize the tomb." Ja, mortified, thought to himself while tearing up, "Crap! That means the leader witnessed everything." Ja frantically asked, terrified, "Boss, what should we do now?" He reminded,
We're too close to the tomb and we'll get swept away. Watch out. He, with tears welling up, clutched his head and wailed. Is this the end? Is there no way out? Duhoan gritted his teeth, thinking, if a giant ray of light descended from the sky, destroying the stone building amidst the murky smoke, creating a chaotic and supernaturally powerful scene. Duhoan retorted angrily. Well, your bro already tried that. Inside the crypt there wasn't a sound. It was frighteningly silent. The vast space was filled with rising smoke carrying layers of dust. Duhoan, assessing the situation, announced, Crap, I'm inside the tomb. He turned to the 3 dogs and said, Hey, you 3 idiots. Duhoan ordered, Wake them up. Set, Osiris, and Anubis obediently complied. Yes, master. Anubis approached and licked Sua's cheek as she lay face down, sound asleep. Osiris nudged Jaha's nose with his tongue, causing him to frown in discomfort. Set approached and drooled all over Luis's face, making him shiver. After the 3 woke up, Duhoan asked, Is everyone okay? For a newbie, Jah seems all right. He stood up, his face covered in dog slobber, and complained, This hurts like hell. Why is my environmental protection work always like this? X's face was also covered in dog saliva, but she still spoke up. I'm fine too. Duhoan smiled in response. That's great. What a relief. Luis was still sprawled on the ground. Duhoan bluntly exposed him. Stop playing dead. Get up. He sat up, glanced at him, and replied, Checo. Duhoan announced the situation. We can escape if we successfully raid, so it's not a big deal. We were trying to get in the first place anyway. He asked everyone. Isn't the problem that we're trapped and unprepared? Jaha spoke up. That's right, we're also injured. Set and Osiris growled. Hearing Jaha complain, we should be healed before starting. It asked him, Is it that bad? Are your limbs about to fall off or something? Duhoan denied. It's not that bad. Set replied. Then suck it up. I'll heal you guys when we get out of here. Duhoan teased. Hey, don't be so unfair. Set, enraged, growled and shouted, Fried chicken! In a flash, Duhoan conjured up a fragrant chicken leg in front of Sewet's eyes, causing him to angrily shout, Duhoan, what do you take me for? His eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger as he yelled, You dare try to bribe me with chicken, how insulting! But just 3 seconds later, Set stared at the chicken leg, his cheeks flushed, and said, But I'll let it slide this time. And Anubis, seeing this scene, tearfully thought, Set wasn't like this at first. Duhoan led everyone down the corridor, reminding, Good. We should go deeper inside, right? Arriving at a fork in the road, 2 figures stood facing each other, talking, causing Duhoan to halt. Sua then spoke up, reminding him, I think I hear people talking. Duhoan signed, Stop, and replied, Me too. You stay here, I'll go check. He leaned against the corner of the wall, carefully observing the dark shadow stretching across the ground, and surmised, It seems we're not the only ones trapped in here. The rope next to him asked curiously, Who is it? Who is it? The man outside yelled angrily, spitting as he spoke. Hurry up and move! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he told his subordinates. We lost that kid Luis, so this is our only chance to seize the Van family's relic. It's definitely in this tomb. Search every nook and cranny. Duhoan, seeing the man, wondered, Isn't that the military chairman? He's here to find the Gen relic. The rope next to him chimed in, speculating, Find the relic, find the relic. Duhoan seemed to understand something. A smile playing on his lips, as if he already had new steps planned. Duhoan replied to the rope, That's not going to happen. He announced to his team, The military chairman and the Azure Dragon archaeological team are here. They came well prepared. Duhoan added, They even brought a team of hunters. Sua speculated, Hunters? She explained, It's slang. They're just thugs who are better at fighting than excavating. It's slang. They're just thugs who are better at fighting. Duhoan agreed. That's right, so they're mostly equipped with heavy weapons. As for us, he continued, I ran here as fast as I could, without even having time to recover the relics. Look at the relics in my bag, screaming in pain. Oh God, I'm going to die, he reminded them. Most of the main relics I use are already quite weak. Jaha sighed, adding, And since we haven't had a single moment to rest, we should conserve energy and avoid unnecessary fights from now on. Finally, a wise decision, Dia commented. Duhoan started walking, reassuring everyone. We have to go in anyway, so don't worry too much about running into them. Let's go. Then they slowly proceeded deeper into the ancient tomb, the torches blazing brightly, illuminating the entire room. The group of 4 entered the tomb, and in front of them was a coffin, lying right in the center of the large room. 2 warriors in ancient Egyptian headdresses stood solemnly in the hallway, faint golden light shining on their cold faces. The warriors were blindfolded, lined up neatly in the ancient corridor, their muscles visible under the dim light and solemn atmosphere. Duhoan seemed to know what would happen in this room, reminding them, Everyone, get ready. I think we'll have to fight a bit in this room. Dia, hearing this, speculated, Huh? Are we already at the relic chamber? Duhoan replied, No. This is a trap. Suddenly, the space around them shook violently, startling them. No one knew what was about to happen to them. A giant foot stomped heavily on the wooden floor, creating strong tremors. The pharaoh statue roared furiously. Who dares disturb the sleep of the pharaoh? Jeha, terrified, clutched his head and cried out, "The statue is coming to life!" Duhoen, holding his sword, smiled teasingly. "Is that all it takes to surprise you?" Duhoi replied, trembling. "You'd be surprised if you weren't." Duho reminded them. "It's just a trap. Just break his shoulder and don't worry." Juha replied. "Easy for you to say, boss." He smiled, preparing to fight. "Stop frowning and attack." The giant statue flashed a murderous light in its eyes. It raised its hand, clenching it into a fist, preparing to attack. Streams of light quickly flashed through the air, mixing with dust and dirt flying everywhere. Ja ran away quickly. He pleaded earnestly. "Attack or whatever, just let someone like me survive." Duhoi, hearing this, replied. "Then don't die and just endure it. I'll take care of this thing quickly." Then he decisively slashed the pharaoh in half, causing it to open its mouth and cry out in pain. Luis, hiding in a corner, watched the giant statue fall, and cried out in horror. Ah! The rope came running from somewhere, ready to complete its mission. It approached and tightly wrapped around Luis, causing him to ask, bewildered, "Hey rope, don't you need to fight?" It replied, "I'll keep an eye on things, keep an eye on things." On Diha's side, as he was frantically looking for a place to hide, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed behind him. Duhoen quickly ran over and shattered the pharaoh statue, not forgetting to remind him, "You want to die? Pay attention." Dahal fell to the ground in fear, then hissed back, "Sorry." Duhoian's feet stood firmly amidst the swirling dust. Darkness fell, the space filled with thick, dense smoke and dust, with the vague silhouette of a young man holding a sword. Wiping the sweat from his brow after the tiring battle, Duhoen smiled and said, "Piece of cake." The four of them gathered together again. "Still shaken?" Dahal asked. "Is it really over?" Duhoen replied, "I told you." He looked at Diha and teased, "It was just a little trap." He suddenly realized something. "Wait, then why didn't we just avoid it in the first place?" Duhoen answered, "Because this is the shortcut." Diha remained skeptical. Walking along, he asked, "Where does this shortcut lead?" Duhoen gave a vague reply, "You'll see." Upon arriving, Duhoen pointed forward and announced, "There she is." The beautiful Ifrin appeared before everyone's surprised faces. Seeing her man, she smiled and called out, "Ruen." He cheerfully replied, "So you really were here?" Dia pointed at Iren and asked, "Huh? We came here to find Iren?" She responded, "I didn't know how to find you. I was so relieved." She put her hand to her chest, worriedly saying, "Suddenly there was an earthquake, and I got swept in here." Duhoen reassured her, "Finding you was easy." I pinpointed the scent of the Mida relic. Jae cheerfully spoke up, "So that's why we're all here?" Iren asked anxiously. "Oh no, is everyone all right?" He replied, "Of course we are." Duhoen announced, "Now all we need to do is get to the relic chamber." Holding up a burning torch, he said, "Wait, let me find the way. I can detect it through the carvings in the tomb." Looking at the symbols on the wall, Dia wondered, "What relics are in this tomb? Surely it's carved on there too." Duhoen replied, "That's right, but..." Daha, noticing his hesitation, asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" Duhoen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's just that there's too much written here," he thought to himself. "I was sure that when we arrived here, a message about the Valley of the Kings would appear." Duho recalled the story. The Valley of the Kings is a famous necropolis of pharaohs throughout the New Kingdom of Egypt. The tombs were built by excavating the rocky mountains in the valley. The famous pyramids we know today are tombs from the Old Kingdom of Egypt, which took a lot of time and money to build and were very easy to steal from. That's why the pharaohs of the New Kingdom created these tombs. Eventually, it became a trap. Sua, looking at the symbols on the wall, exclaimed, "So much is written! There's a high chance there are several relics inside this tomb." Duhoen explained, "Well, it's not that surprising to have more than one relic. In the 7 great tombs, the tombs of lust and envy are the same," he added. "But this place is different. There are more than 1 or 2. From what I've read, there's a lot of information about a large number of relics here." Duhoen speculated, "Some relics from the Pentagon might be in here too." Hearing this, Iren happily replied, "Jackpot." Duhoen was a bit more hesitant than before, saying, "But because there's so much information, I can't tell who the real owner of this vault is." Leading the way, pointing as he went, "I can guess, but let's just go this way." At that moment, Daha, walking behind, accidentally turned his head back with a thoughtful expression. Everyone's feet continued to walk calmly on the clean ground. Suddenly, at a fork in the road, they unexpectedly encountered a group of soldiers on patrol. A soldier, startled, shouted out in fear. He swung his axe wildly in front of him, repeatedly saying, "Don't move!" Duhoen raised both hands in surrender. He calmly introduced himself. "We're just an excavation team. You guys look like Americans from your uniforms, right?" Duhoen teased. "Then you guys must be pretty good, right? Looks like you guys can handle relics?" the stern soldier said. The right to excavate this tomb belongs to us. Now that we've caught you, you must stop immediately and follow our instructions.
They pointed at Duhoen's group and asked, I heard you guys were collaborating with a foreign excavation team? You lying to me? Duhoen explained, I'm already on my way to your bosses, President. We've already contacted the other teams. The soldier cut him off. We've already contacted the other teams, but I know your name isn't on that list. What's up, Duhoen? Hearing this, Duhoen frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Duhoen turned and whispered to Irin, Irin, can you help? I don't think they're going to let us go. Duhoen gently asked her, just attack them a little. Irin, hearing that, compromised. Just a little? Okay. Seeing the two people in front talking without hearing clearly, the soldiers angrily shouted, What are you whispering about? Hand over your weapons and surrender. Irin, with an annoyed expression, retorted, Sorry, but we'll pass. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed an attack that shocked the soldiers. They screamed in pain. Looking at his body changing, the soldier shouted in fear, Hair! Hair is growing all over my body! Another gritted his teeth and cried out, I'm growing gills, it hurts so much. Duhoen, seeing their suffering, chuckled and said, You could have been gentler. Irin immediately replied, That was gentle. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The ruin of the tomb has been combined with the power of bankruptcy. The power of the curse has been amplified. Duhoen, receiving the information, speculated. The curse has the curse attribute within this tomb. He ignored the soldiers in pain, turned around, and said to his teammates, Let's run. This is the perfect opportunity. They understood and replied, Okay. While walking, Duhoen checked the information on the system board again. It continued to announce, The curse of Pharaoh is beginning to attack you right now. Unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, Ja, Irin, Luis, and Sua were all hit. Ja, looking at his hand with a lot of hair growing on it, shouted in fear, What the hell is this? My whole body is going crazy with pain. Sua, hugging her chest, also said, I'm the opposite. Duhoen, looking at everyone, gritted his teeth in annoyance. After only a moment, the three quickly transformed into different-looking people. Jaha became a bald old man. Sua and Irin seemed to have been reborn back to elementary school. Duhoen, looking at the scene before him, was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. He wondered, What is this? Sua looked at Irin and said, My age has been changed. She even replied truthfully. Duhoen looked at them and exclaimed, That's absurd. Dia, next to him, cried and shouted, It's totally absurd. Why did I turn into an old man like this? How do I turn back? Do something. Seeing Duhoen unaffected, he jealously asked, Boss, are you the only one who's not affected? How is that possible? Duhoen helplessly replied, Who knows? Maybe it's because of our different positions. He looked at himself in the mirror and secretly speculated, It seems more likely that it's due to endurance rather than rank. But now is not the time to explain. Jaha, annoyed, pointed at Luis and asked, That kid is fine too, why are only we getting hit? He retorted sharply, Isn't it better if one less person is changed? Why do you have to bicker with me? Duhoen reassured everyone, We can't figure anything out just by shouting, Why? What's important is what we should do now. They cried 2 rivers. He replied, You're fine, so it's easy for you to say whatever you want. Duhoen comforted, Okay, everyone calm down. Is anyone hurt? Everyone can still speak, right? Sua stood up and replied, Yes, my brain is the same as before. Irin, who had become a very adorable 3-year-old girl, looked at him and answered, Me too, Duhoen. Duhoen sighed in relief. That's great, he reminded everyone. But the recent attack has helped me generally grasp what kind of relic is in this tomb. Dame asked curiously, What is it? Duhoen explained, This age-altering attack is called a curse. This whole tomb is a curse, and it helped Irin's power increase. He looked at everyone and continued, Given the Valley of the Kings and the keyword curse, the owner of this tomb must be the relic of Tutankhamun. Deha tried to recall. Tutankhamun, I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Duhoen agreed. Exactly, you must have heard of him at least once. Although the pharaohs of the New Kingdom were buried in the Valley of the Kings to prevent theft, that couldn't stop the robbers entirely. But there was one place, one intact tomb, and that was the tomb of Tutankhamun, accompanying a large amount of buried treasure that instantly drew the world's attention. When people started paying attention to the place, a demonic rumor appeared, claiming that anyone who dared to approach Tutankhamun's tomb would be cursed to death. Although the patron of the excavation team, Lord Carnarvon, a British nobleman, did actually die. His health had been poor since the start of the work, but many other authorities reported that he had been having a wonderful time. In the end, most people believed that the rumor was just an exaggerated story. However, since these relics originated from such stories, Tutankhamun's relic might also have the capability to curse. Dia wondered. A relic that can curse people to death, how are we supposed to capture it? Duho replied, crossing his arms. I might have to fight once I enter that room, he seriously warned.
But the problem is, I might be captured before I even get inside. Lightning essence can attack us anywhere in here. We need to move and avoid his surveillance as much as possible. From now on, I won't use the relic anymore, and will move lightly. Du-ho held the torch and led the way, not forgetting to remind. We must carefully avoid the trap rooms and steer clear of other teams. Moving slowly isn't difficult at all. We can avoid the traps depicted in the tomb's carvings, and avoid others if we just remain calm. This is a situation where we need to quickly overcome the relics to break the curse on my junior. It is essential to remain calm and move carefully. But the group stopped short when the path reached a dead end. They looked down at the bottom, where it was pitch black and bottomless. Du-ho speculated, "Damn, this is a vertical ventilation shaft." Das Ha stammered. "A vertical ventilation shaft? Damn, this is a vertical ventilation shaft. It was used to prevent robbers, but it looks like there's one here too," Du-ho conjectured. "Since it's made from a relic, it must be very deep. If we fall, it's game over." Hearing that, Dably froze in fear, sweat pouring out, his eyes wide open. Du-ho pointed to the passage below the corner and said, "I think we need to go down to get to the other side. Should we use the rope? One person at a time?" He looked at his relic. The rope stammered. Me? Du-ho announced the plan. "If you move one individual at a time, that damn relic won't be able to catch you," he commanded. "Bind me first and take me to the other side." The rope shyly asked back, "Really? I can bind you. I can bind you." Did he understand the rope's thought process? Du-ho gently reminded, "Just keep that thought in your head for now. Use as little energy as possible." It obediently replied, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." After that, the rope took Du-ho across to the other side. It constantly reminded itself, "Don't worry, don't worry." Dae-ha looked down from above and exclaimed, "That's amazing." Du-ho landed on the ground on his tiptoes, incredibly light and flexible. He praised the rope. "Excellent, we succeeded. Now come back and bring Irin and Sua over." Du-ho carefully asked, "Since they are both shrunken, you can easily carry both of them, right?" The rope replied, "Of course, of course." Luis, standing behind, realized with a start, "Wait a minute, isn't this the perfect time to run away?" Looking at the current situation, he calculated that the rope was gone and Du-ho was far away. He could run away in the opposite direction without having to fight, couldn't he? Luis smiled and thought, "Sweet, time to bolt." Watching the two women being wrapped by the rope, he secretly surmised, "It wouldn't be good at all if those two sisters caught me, so I'll leave after they've crossed to the other side." Luis looked at Dai again, pleased. "And I can easily fool this guy." Meanwhile, Dai-ha was still reminding the two girls to watch their step down there, while the rope was happily taking the two girls across the ventilation shaft. "Let's go, let's go!" Luis smiled, turned his head, and ran. Just as Dia realized his intention, he yelled out, "Stop right there!" Du-ho, standing by, asked with great concern, "What is it?" Louis ran and smiled triumphantly. "Success! I won't be their prisoner anymore." Suddenly, a hand gripped his arm tightly, refusing to let go. Dia grabbed it angrily and growled, "You brat, do you think you can run away while I'm watching you? I can catch you easily." Louis tried to break free. Dia didn't hesitate, causing both of them to fall messily to the ground. "Fine, let's see!" Louis shouted furiously. "You did it!" Since Dia was lying on top of him, Louis complained irritably, "You're heavy as a pig, damn it." Du-ho on the side surmised, "It looks like trouble again." Dia then retorted, "I'm not letting go of a little brat like you." The two wrestled fiercely. Louis struggled within Dia's tight grasp and said, "Wait, how can this be? How can you move like that when you're an old man?" He tried to endure it and then yelled, "My waist is killing me, so stay still." Dia dragged him to the end of the path and reported, "It's fine, boss. I caught the punk. Hand me the rope quickly." Dia was about to continue speaking so he could tie him up, but before he could finish his sentence, Louis elbowed him right in the jaw. Dia fell freely downwards, while Louis gritted his teeth and ran away. He angrily glanced back, his eyes showing a hint of fear. Dia slipped, lost his balance, and fell backwards, still trying to reach forward with his hand while swearing, "Bastard!" He kept falling freely downwards. Dia screamed with endless despair. Du-ho, seeing this, yelled loudly, "Dia!" he commanded. "Catch him, rope." It quickly sped down and replied, All right. Suddenly, Du-ho realized, only after reflexively shouting out, that in order to save the falling Dia, obviously the rope would have to increase its speed and strength. And so, Du-ho looked up and exposed. "So, you guys are up here. System notification. Thunder God is getting closer." Dia, who was free-falling, suddenly began to disappear into the air. A voice rang out, "Where are you going?" Sua looked at his hand, discovered he was also disappearing, and called out anxiously, "Boss!" Irin looked at Du-ho with tears in her eyes, in despair. "Du-ho." He also looked back at her and called, "Irin." Just a few seconds later, both disappeared without a trace. Du-ho realized they had vanished, and even he himself disappeared shortly after, without any explanation as to why. At this moment, Du Hoen was still struggling in a pitch-black space. What is this? It's so dark I can't see anything, and I'm stuck in some rundown, dark place? The air is too dusty. He put all his strength into his trembling hands, wishing for a change. But it was impossible. Nothing moved. And then Du Hoen slammed the surface, accompanied by an echoing scream. Open up! I don't have time to play around in here! A moment later he fell silent and heard movement outside. Did I hear something? Master, is that you? What is it? The master is here. In that moment, the first holy relic Du Hoen remembered was the rope. Rope? Rope, are you there? The rope quickly responded, reassuring him. Yes, I am here, I am here. In addition, the rope called for a full gathering. The other holy relics are here too. Hearing this, Du Hoen was overjoyed. Really? That's great! Inside that dark space, he placed his hope in his holy relics. I think I'm stuck somewhere. Do you know where? Can you open this? The rope observed for a long time, and finally sighed. How strange. What is that? What is that? Why is Book yelling at an idiot? You look at it and don't know? It's a coffin. A coffin! The inexperienced rope said naively. But it looks like that. Like that? Book continued to speak loudly. What else? That guy is stuck in a coffin. At this moment, Du Hoen began to feel a chill down his spine. What? He shuddered as he suddenly realized he was lying in a coffin. Suddenly, the space seemed to be summoning someone. And so, Sua and Irin tumbled head over heels to a new location. They looked around, bewildered. It seemed like they were in a different corridor already. As if they had been teleported, both stood up and brushed themselves off. Then, Sua turned to Han and asked, The relic blew us away this time. Are you okay? Irin gently replied, I'm fine. How about you? The pair seemed alright for the moment. I'm okay too, but it seems we're stuck in here. How do we find the boss? Irin reluctantly agreed, shyly saying, There's really no other way but to use the relic. However, she couldn't help but worry. But what if we get cursed again, if we use it? Sua's expression was calmer, but ultimately, it was a shared concern. There's a risk, but what else can we do? After a moment of silence, Sua suddenly had a bright idea. Don't worry, searching is Judo's specialty. Just using a little energy is enough. Before long, confidence surged within her unexpectedly. Like how the boss used the rope earlier, let's just go for it. If we get caught, so be it. Seeing that, Irin felt somewhat encouraged. Even though she knew the future wasn't so bright, they were about to get caught anyway. Sua tried to use her energy with absolute determination. I'll try to call him. Irin stood beside her, as if adding momentum to her. That power gradually erupted, forming a large, fiery red circle. And finally, a figure appeared. He's here, Judo, Sua thought to herself. Now it's time to risk it all. Please. As soon as he was summoned, Judo was a little confused. You called for me, master? She was the happiest when she had succeeded perfectly. With that, the worry in the two suddenly vanished, and they began to exude overwhelming confidence. I guess. I don't think we've been discovered, Irin praised. You're happy, you're so good. Returning to the main issue, Sua ordered the moon assassin Judo. Find the boss. He must be somewhere in the tomb. And bring him back here before we leave. She didn't forget to instruct carefully. But you must conceal yourself as much as possible, and just go slowly. I'm being watched. After listening, Judo replied with a firm tone. Understood. I'll be back. The two quietly watched her leave, thinking to themselves, now waiting is happiness. It seemed like Irin quite admired Sua. She smiled widely and exclaimed, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but your skills are really top-notch. Knowing that Du Hoen has such a talented colleague, I don't have to worry anymore. Seeing the satisfaction that the other person had for her, Sua was a little embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed red with shyness. Then she shyly turned her face away. It's nothing. At this moment, a group of people moved inside, casting shadows on the walls. They followed each other deep inside, as if searching for something. A beam of light suddenly appeared above their heads, as if someone else was about to appear, and the result was predictable. An old man fell from somewhere. The old man directly fell and crushed a young boy, shocking those around him. Who the hell is this? It turned out to be Jeha. He didn't even look around, just hugged his head and shouted, Ugh, my head! The young man frowned in displeasure at the sight. An old man I've never seen before. Immediately, swords were pointed at Jeha's face, causing him to panic and stop complaining. They began to question him. Hey old man, where did you come from? Why are you bothering us? Jeha looked around as if begging for help. These crazy bastards. This is TKB's excavation team. Where's the boss? What can I do by myself? Seeing that Jeha was silent, the young man quickly scolded. Not going to open your mouth? He was so scared that tears streamed down his face as he begged. Lord, have mercy on me. Seeing that, his friend restrained him. Hey, calm down, he looks harmless. He might just be a civilian who got caught in the tomb. He turned and smirked in agreement. Maybe. Not stopping there, they gradually grew suspicious, making Daha jump. But I can smell sacred artifacts. In the end, they gradually cornered him. Old man, hand over all the artifacts and raise your hands. Dee tried to refuse tactfully. Mom, they're just junk. I'm telling you the truth. Yet at that moment, they were still joking with each other. I told you not to get so worked up. The old man is scared out of his wits. We'll steal all the artifacts and kick him out. So much for respecting the elderly. Seeing their attitude of not respecting anyone, Daha especially turned his head to look, astonished. Wait, don't these guys recognize me? He worriedly thought to himself. No way these bastards will let Seu Hoen's group go. I guess it's because that curse changed my appearance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he used it as an excuse to escape. There's a way out. Ja knelt down, using a pitiful face to lower his voice. If you want the artifacts, I'll give them to you. Besides, he still added a negative point. But because I only collect them as a hobby, they're not very interesting. Even so, they still accepted. It's okay, just hand them over. Sacred artifacts are dangerous items. We'll handle them for you. At the same time, a foot gently stepped forward. A deep voice spoke. What's going on? Hearing the familiar voice ringing in his ears, Daha unconsciously blurted out. This voice. A second later, he slowly raised his head to look, wondering who it was that made them so respectful. Nothing's wrong, Chairman. Just a civilian suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Tae Junon. Chairman, his subordinates gradually explained, we plan to take the artifacts and let him go. He gave a sinister smile. Oh, really? The young man gently patted Tae Dun's shoulder, laughing. Yes, sir. You told us not to leave any traces. We always deeply remember your words. Somehow, Tae Jun kept staring at Daeha without looking away, as if he was about to devour him alive. And so, he vaguely realized something. A commoner? Why do you look so familiar? Ya, gradually like a turtle drawing its head in, worried. Damn it, he recognized me. Indeed, Tae Jun had guessed his true identity. Daeha, why are you alone? Where are your people? Seeing Tae Jonggyan casually call out his name, his subordinates were all surprised, stuttering. R.O. Daeha? The young man gave a forced laugh, asking back, that old man is Daeha? Tae Dun turned his head, coldly expressing. Can't you tell? How disappointing. Daeha acted as if he didn't know anything, laughing it off. What are you talking about? I'm a little hard of hearing. However, in Tae Jun's mind, it was already a given. He listened as if the wind had passed through his ears and gave him a contemptuous smile. And then, he made a crazy decision. Then I'll help you hear clearly. Cut off his ears. Immediately, they rushed to squeeze Jaha. It's the chairman's order. Which ear do you prefer, left or right? Up until this point, he was still adamant in denying it. It's not me. I'm not that person named Jaha. After this event, he might be worthy of being called the king of stubbornness. I'm just a hired worker. I don't know anything. Ignoring Denai's loud denials, Tae Jun personally took action to resolve it. Stop denying it. He grabbed his left ear and lifted it up. In an instant, Jiha's whole body went through a transformation. Finally, he returned to his true form, making everyone exclaim, this guy really is Jaha. All the previous denials were considered wasted effort. I want to transform back. But not right now. Before his eyes at that moment were countless resentful gazes. Faced with this situation, Ja could only laugh it off. I'm sorry for lying, but my phone and laptop are all from Thuonglong. All the devices in my house are from Thuonglong, so just this once. No more hesitation. Tae Jun decisively ordered. Kill him! If this brat dies, then that kid Lewis will come back to us. Ja hurriedly put his hand out to stop them. Wait, why are you like this? I have to live to be useful to you. He tried to come up with a few reasons, and his own usefulness. I'm only useful to you if I'm alive. If you spare me, I'll reveal all of Sen's weaknesses. Although his mouth said so, Dee was still very honest inside. I'm sorry, boss. I'm just trying to buy time. Really? His hands clenched his pants tightly, hoping for a ray of hope. From there, Tezun had a different view of Jiha. How interesting. He gave a cunning smile, giving Jiha a chance. I'm listening. Tae Dun put on an interested and expectant face. Seo Duhoen's weaknesses? Interesting. Tell me quickly. Seeing the murderous tone he revealed made Daha tremble even more. He has to think it's worth listening to. Tae Jun even gritted his teeth, glaring as he warned. Wasting my time is a grave offense. Daha forced a smile. Of course it's worth listening to. He then muttered to himself. This is too risky. Damn it. Seizing this opportunity, Tae Jun pressed his advantage, folding his arms as he waited for something interesting. Tell me! Only Jay hadn't escaped from his anxiety. He gripped his pants tighter and tighter, blaming himself. I said I'd tell him about Sir's weakness because I wanted attention. But what am I supposed to say now? Thinking back to Duhoen's heroic moments only made Daha think even more carefully.
Could someone like him have a fatal weakness? Seeing Daha hesitate and not say anything, Tae Jones' subordinate yelled, "What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what the chairman said?" He was naturally timid, so this situation was really difficult. Okay. At the same time, another person suddenly appeared. "It looks like you guys are having a lot of fun." Julian's appearance was really cool and full of charisma. He slightly adjusted his glasses, suggesting, "How about I join in?" Seeing him, Jae-ha was as happy as if he'd found salvation, muttering his name. Julian Miller. The tense moment suddenly paused. Tae Jun shifted his attention to Julian. "What are you doing here?" Julian nonchalantly replied cleverly, "This is one of the 7 most beautiful tombs, isn't it? My purpose for coming here is the same as yours." He frowned as he explained. "While I was looking for Juliang's relic, Scene's excavation team seemed to be in danger, so I was on my way there." Tae Jones' expression at that time didn't seem very convinced. "In danger? Scene Duhuan?" Julian continued. Seeing this, "They encountered an accident and are running around in a panic." He frankly revealed everything. Jae-ha being here alone proves it. Why is Duhoan all alone now? He got the news. On the contrary, Jae-ha carried twice the worry. Before appearing here, Julian had already planned ahead. "That's why I'm coming to take the relic. Since we've met here, it'll be even easier for us to exchange information." From his behavior, he felt somewhat intimidated again. "You're planning to attack Duho? You're close with Scene Duhoan. It's definitely because of him that we lost contact." Hearing this, Julian laughed lightly with scorn, replying coldly, "I'm close with Shoen? How absurd! And we didn't sign any contracts either, so, strictly speaking, nothing's been broken." Si-kyun, standing behind, also agreed, whispering in Tae John's ear as he leaned forward. "That's right, Chairman. Last time I saw them fighting, and it was really serious." From that information, he smirked with satisfaction. "Is that so?" Connecting the events together, he came to a final conclusion. "So it seems our common enemy is Seo Duhoen." Tae John grinned wickedly, reaching out with an offer. "So why don't we cooperate a bit?" Casually, he inquired for information. "You said earlier that you know where Scene Duhoen is?" Julian definitively answered, "That's right." Tae Jones' group, having achieved their goal, laughed cheerfully. "Perfect. You can lead me to that place and maybe find that punk's weakness." Julian first followed the villain's request. "Sounds good, let's go." Tae Joan hastily cooperated with a stranger because of his personal grudge. "You seem easy to work with." The next second, he quickly urged, "Then we have to go quickly." That unintentionally made him frown in confusion. Why? In a split second, Julian made up a plausible reason. The curse protecting Seo Duhoen is gradually weakening. If we delay, we'll lose him. And the number of people in the group has increased. Every word he stated sounded as sweet as a song. "We need to go quickly. We'll hear about his weakness while we're on the way to him." But Jay had no idea this was a performance. So he was so scared he was sweating bullets. Seeing that Julian seemed trustworthy, Tae Juman obediently listened from then on. "Okay, prepare to set off." The subordinates respectfully. "Chi, by your command." "Yes, sir, no more delaying." Julian quickly grabbed Afulla's hand and pulled him up. "If you understand now, then get up and go immediately." He weakly followed along. Slowly, "I'm hurt." Realizing Daha's expression stopped being gloomy, Julian remained serious but spoke softly. "Stop whining, I'm doing this to save you." Even though he knew the truth, Jay was still not satisfied, and even criticized him. "You're so inconsistent." Julian glanced back with an excuse. "I was passing by, and heard people's voices." He spoke his long-held thoughts. "This is your punishment for making mistakes every day." Witnessing the other party's arrogant attitude, Jay could only sigh and curse inwardly. "Old man, that duo of Shoen and Jae-ha always makes people worry," Julian resentfully exclaimed. "Can't you and Shoen ever live peacefully?" Before leaving, he specifically assigned a task. Think about what Shoen's weakness is. Once again, he was put in a difficult situation but still had to agree. Okay. For the moment, Jae-hae could breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks to him, I'm still alive, now to find a chance to escape. Switching back to SUA, she was resting her chin in her hand, deep in thought. There's a problem. Despite trying her best, the results don't seem favorable. Judd couldn't find the boss, and Irin refused to believe it. How could this be? Even so, SUA kept a cool head, more composed than anyone, thinking he was hiding in a special place. Irin was frantically searching. "Let me see if there are any useful artifacts left. The winds of Chiram are here." She held a book in her hand. SUA, seeing this, became curious. "What is that?" Irin carefully gave a brief explanation. "I can find out what kind of danger Duhoan is in, no matter how far away he is. That book has a special feature. The wind won't tell us the details, but we can get important information from its path." Even so, SUA couldn't help but worry. Even if it works, what if we get caught? Considering the current situation, they decided it was worth trying anything. Irin asked with sparkling eyes. "SUA, you know it's dangerous, right? I just can't bear to stand by and watch." Just then,
Erin placed the book down. She sat down and started working. For safety, Erin gave a special warning. Step back, please. We don't know what will happen. Sua stood to the side, watching anxiously.
Okay, be careful.
Erin skimmed through the book with some hidden power, causing it to glow. Let's see. The wind blew from it, causing her hair to flutter. Erin commanded sternly. Artifact, tell me what danger Duhoan is in. After a moment, when the space had quieted down, Sua dared to ask Erin, did it work? Erin was already making predictions in her head. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've been discovered yet.
However, things weren't that simple.
A gust of wind came rushing uncontrollably. Sua didn't want to leave Erin alone, so she tried to stride closer. Erin, still sitting, wondered, what's going on? Where did I go wrong? The wind suddenly appeared to deliver a message. Duhoan is in full body confinement. Erin's eyes started to well up with pity, and then she burst into tears like a child, while Sua, not understanding anything, bombarded her with questions. What exactly happened? Duhoan, if it's a rope, is it the ancient binding cord?
With no time to think, she shifted the blame to Judd.
Wait, Judd, go find the rope now. She replied with a weary indifference. Okay, I'll be back. Erin's face was deathly pale and tense. Whether he was eating, resting, or watching TV, Duhoan always carried the rope with. She continued guessing. Maybe Erin just mumbled to herself, and then felt sorry for herself, with tears streaming down her face. Has Yuan's role model changed?
Objects are more important than people.
The more Sua heard, the more confused she became. What are you talking about?
She was in a hurry, so she only said a few words before leaving.
Judo and I have to go, so wait for him to come back. What do you think the boss will do with the rope? Sua didn't want her to think too many negative things. Don't think about it anymore, it's completely meaningless, right? No way. Soon after, she also fell into the same emotional state as Imran. Erin is enough for me, but now I'm jealous of that rope too. It seemed like the two didn't understand each other very well. Wait, what does that mean? Sua? Meanwhile, inside the coffin, Duhoan was still lying motionless, his eyes staring blankly as he constantly thought. Lying inside, almost suffocating, made him even more fed up. Are you done yet? The rope tried to wrap around the coffin, trying everything, but nothing worked. Can't open it, and so, it came up with a final plan. Because gold will melt if heated, I'll save Duhoan by heating up this coffin.
Nero appeared and created raging flames.
Come on, burn!
However, this was not a viable way. Duhoan inside shouted to suggest,
it's too hot, can you stop? And then he couldn't help but yell, you jerk, I'll burn to death before this coffin melts. Nero sighed helplessly, judging. The human body is so weak. The longer it goes on, the more serious things will become. In 5 minutes, the embalming ritual will take place. After becoming a mummy, Duhoan will be reborn into a wonderful place. Thinking of this scene, his body must have gone from hot to cold with a shiver. What? What? What do you mean? This is an enchanting experience no human could ever imagine. Where did that maddening voice come from? I'll explain briefly first. We'll take your brain out through your nose. Duhoan gritted his teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. Am I really turning into a mummy? Lying in the coffin that barely gave him room to exert his power, he could do nothing but curse. Damn it, I'm still alive. Why are you doing this to a living person? Hey, you objects out there. The relics, amidst the desperate situation, still asked nonchalantly, Master, what's wrong? What's wrong? Duhoan gradually became more irritable. You bastards, do something to open this thing. Though numerous, they were all passive. What should we do? Every question was a surrender to fate. That's right, we don't even know how. Facing a life-or-death situation, he couldn't help but call his relics useless. You good-for-nothing bastards. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. My master. It seems you are in trouble. Shall I help you? Duhoan glanced around, sensing something amiss. The voice, humming a tune, spoke a few words. Helping for free is a bit difficult, so how about an agreement? Seeing its brazen attitude, he couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse.
That worm is not good news.
But then he decided to concede. What do you want? Seabook kept asking, dragging out the time while teasing him. What kind of situation are you in that you agree so quickly? He usually bullied the relics quite a bit, which is why they seized this opportunity to play a memorable trick on Duhoan. Will you hurry up? He clenched his teeth and made a silent promise. Just wait until I get out of here.
Seabook took advantage of the situation. First, all of your fortune.
The proposals it offered were truly worth considering, including giving up all the artifacts you possessed. Seabook didn't hesitate to target Duhoan's weakness. You should give up everything in exchange for your life, right? Hearing this, he frowned, filled with disappointment, and lamented to himself. This worm is truly cruel. It flailed and whined. Release me too, I want to go to Elisa. You only give me work without pay, I want to quit.
The unfamiliar name made Duhoan somewhat curious.
Who is Elisa? He tried to curb this Seabook's greed. Worm, don't you think that's a bit too much? Do you think I'm crazy? Do you think I would accept that kind of deal? Nevertheless, the weaker one at the moment was Duhohan, which is why it dared to be so arrogant. You don't want it? You must be out of your mind. If you don't want it, fine. I gave you a good opportunity. You should have been grateful and accepted it. C-Book's constant arrogance was grating on the listener's ears. If you want to live as a mummy, just then, his teammates arrived in time and heard everything, instantly feeling indignant. Hey, Sua questioned loudly. You insolent thing? Are you upsetting the boss? Although lying in a sealed coffin, Duhohan recognized the familiar sound, that voice. To avoid a mistake, he spoke up directly. Sua, is that you? Irin, sensing something as he strained his neck to project his voice, grabbed Sua's arm to report. Sua. I heard Duhohan's voice. She squatted down beside the coffin and expressed her concern. Duhohan, are you in there? Knowing Irin was also present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Irin, you're here too? What a relief. The space inside was nothing short of a prison, making Duhohan utterly frustrated. Now I have someone to talk to. Seeing their boss trapped inside, both of them were confused. How could this happen? Sua angrily squeezed C-Book, promising revenge for him. I think this thing is upsetting you. Boss, what should I do with it? Even at this point, it still tried to justify itself. What are you saying? I only wanted to help. Duhohan never blamed anyone. He carefully recounted the whole story, along with a request. I think that damn thing knows how to get me out of this coffin, but it said it won't tell me unless I leave all my assets. Can you two help me? Entrusted by their boss, both of them didn't want to disappoint him, so they put on a terrifying face and threatened C-Book. Both used tactics that scared the soul out of it. Roast it! C-Book screamed miserably in vain. Save me! The nearby relics also felt helpless and exclaimed, oh my! Seeing the determination of the two, ultimately it couldn't resist anymore, exhausted and surrendering. Alright, just reverse the release sequence. Sua yelled an order at C-Book. You do it, while I'm still lenient. It didn't dare to argue. Okay. C-Book began to chant the spells. Inside, Duhohan smiled with satisfaction. It's open. As soon as the coffin lid was opened, Irin and Sua were both astonished. Boss Duhohan looked like he had returned to life, his breathing returning to normal, having thought he would suffocate in there. Tearful Irin wanted to rush into his arms. I'm so happy you're safe. The rope also competed, taking a step ahead. It wrapped around his face, groaning and asking, Master, are you all right? Are you okay? He weakly spoke a sigh of relief. I'm fine, but if you keep this up, I'll suffocate. A while later, Irin finally got a chance to ask, Duhohan, are you okay? What happened between you and the string? He sat up in surprise. I'm fine, he complained, disgruntled. But this coffin is really cramped. The string tried to save me from the coffin, although it couldn't. Irin and Sua exchanged joyful smiles. Irin continued to whine. We were so worried when Chiram the Prophet's wind said something strange was happening. It spoke of imprisonment, a body, and a string. Yet Duhohan still nonchalantly disregarded his own life. Well, being stuck in a coffin is definitely imprisonment. The other two will turn me into a mummy if I stay in there long enough. He made everything seem as simple as possible. It's probably just for the mummy offering ceremony. It was only now that Irin gradually realized. I see. That's why it didn't mention the ancient string. She smiled ear to ear with happiness. What a relief. We thought you had to go through something terrible. Duhohan's expression suddenly darkened, thinking of the worst-case scenario. I don't think anything is worse than becoming a mummy while still alive. For the time being, everything seemed okay. At this point, he shifted his concern to the safety of his teammates. Anyway, I'm alive and escape now. What we need to do is find Jae. Sua raised her head, stating the benefit of her relic. Judo can find him. I already asked it to look for you, and it seems we avoided the surveillance of the artifacts. Duhohan chuckled excitedly. That's great, do me a favor. Upon hearing this, she quickly agreed. Okay, I'll send it. He crossed his arms, thinking carefully. While Judo is out gathering information, we'll sit down, focus, and rest. Luckily, there aren't any lost or damaged artifacts here. He sat in a corner, watching the two sisters chatting excitedly, and thought to himself, it would be great if I could do something about the curse on them. While I'm thinking about what to do, not long after, the Judo relic returned. But as soon as he received the news, Duhohan broke out in a sweat. What? Jae is with the chairman? Xan's face was filled with worry as she replied. Yes, they're talking about your weaknesses. Duhohan crossed his arms, cocky as he predicted. He must have run into the chairman while escaping. That Jae, he has no luck at all. He stroked his chin, confidently stating, he definitely won't say much about my weaknesses. No need to worry, he doesn't know anything about the leverage. However, he didn't rule out any possibilities. But it'll be troublesome if he makes a deal with the chairman. Sua hesitated, as if wanting to say more. Boss, a piece of information caught everyone by surprise. The chief is there too. Upon hearing this, Du-hoon was shocked and confused. What? Miller? Why is that bastard there? Sua knew exactly why, so she spoke frankly. They're all talking about your weaknesses. In his heart, he couldn't help but worry. With Julian's artifact, Julian can see the aura's leverage if he can really find my weaknesses. Du-hoon was now in a state of curiosity. How far have they gotten? This changes everything. A second later, Sua gently tugged on his sleeve. She came up with a plan and whispered in his ear, "What do you think about restoring the chief's memories?" Sua thought it might be possible, so things wouldn't be too bad. After thinking for a moment, Du-hoon agreed. That's right. But the problem is, if it gets worse, in a negative way. He knew their relationship well. There were too many things between him and the chief that didn't align, so Du-hoon was sure they would fight, even before they died. He specifically brought up possible scenarios. If we restore his memories, we might also restore the sad ones. Sua seemed to realize this wasn't exactly the best approach. That's true, but it won't be worse than the current situation. Things were becoming increasingly awkward. He's cooperating with the chairman to harm you, and it's everyone's chairman. How can this be? Every word X said was reasonable. If he let it be, this would be the chief's mistake. Du-hoon acknowledged that she was right with a serious expression. Finally, he made a decisive decision. Alright, I'll use the artifact to restore his memories next time. Now let's prepare to escape. Irene didn't understand the whole story, so she was bewildered. What's wrong with Jae-ha? Not wanting her to worry too much, Du-hoon reassured her. Don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen. He smirked slyly. This is just a matter of rationality. Switching scenes to Julian's side, the group moved along. They all hung their heads low, not daring to lift them with confidence. Seeing Julian stalling, Tae-jun, unable to contain his impatience, frowned and demanded, "When will we arrive? Did I lose him?" He looked into the distance, assuring, "Of course not." Do stared intently at Julian, cautiously saying, "I think that old man is getting more and more suspicious." With wary eyes, he glanced around nervously. Are we going to get caught like this? The space was silent, when suddenly, a clear voice rang out, causing everyone to turn around. Is anyone looking for me? People began to chatter excitedly. What is it? Behind. I heard it behind me. Du-hoon appeared, looking incredibly cool, flashing his pearly white teeth. It was then that Jae-ha frantically realized and looked at Julian. What? Did you lead everyone to the boss? He coldly replied, No. Julian's speculation was completely the opposite. I think he's the one looking for us. Tae-jun smiled, acting all friendly, saying, Greetings. What's up, Du-hoon? We meet again. Du-hoon indifferently ignored him. Whatever. I don't care about you guys. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Tae-jun was unlikely to resign to that. He looked directly at Julian and gleefully said, I'm here to see Julian Miller. Julian, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and paused for a few seconds. Me? Du-hoon confidently asserted, and cut straight to the point. Yes, I heard you teamed up with them to attack me, huh? I've made up my mind this time, and I won't forgive you. Come out here now! Julian yelled out, protesting his innocence. Hey, Du-hoon, you've misunderstood. So you're witnessing a rare sight. Tae-jun, from that point on, laughed gleefully, full of interest. Interesting. It seems they're not on good terms after all. Seun clasped his hands together, wriggling with excitement. I was right, wasn't I, Chairman? Du-hoon disregarded the presence of those around him, and also abruptly changed his tune. Get out of here, all of you. How about we have a match? We'll get the spoils of war. Julian gritted his teeth, unable to speak out of frustration. He tried to crane his neck to explain. Hey, Du-hoon, listen to me. There's no reason for me to fight you. Du-hoon waited coldly for Julian to finish expressing himself. Then he uttered words that left the others speechless. You can say whatever you want, but he glared and sneered, stating bluntly, I came here because I've made my decision. With that, Du-hoon shot forward like a rocket. The speed at which he rushed was so fast that everyone watched in astonishment. Without a second thought, Du-hoon swung his sword accurately. Julian's face, at that moment, was extremely panicked. He tried to dodge the blow. Witnessing Du-hoon's fervent rage, he could only try to dissuade him. Wait, Du-hoon, stop and listen to me. But he still retorted stubbornly. If you have something to say, then I'm doing what I want. Seeing the scene of frantic slaughter, Tae-jun was more excited than anyone else. This is great. Like punching your own nose without touching it. Ja hid in the shadows, worried incessantly. Oh no, this is bad. I have to stop them, but how? Julian's eyes began to sharpen like knives, and he issued a warning. If you keep coming this way, I'll have no choice but to fight back. Two dazzling streams of power collided head-on. Both were straining to unleash all the power they possessed. Julian frowned, trying every way to explain. Listen carefully, Du-hoon. I only pretended to cooperate with those bastards to save Joseja. A final word inadvertently awakened him. If I hadn't acted, he would have died. But because I know him, I couldn't abandon him. It was at this point that Du-hoon realized in astonishment. What? Is that how it is? So I misunderstood? Then he sneered.
But as I said, Julian couldn't understand his heart for a moment. Du Hoyan continued.
That's not the point right now. An overwhelming power descended upon them, disorienting everyone.
They squinted, bracing themselves against the shocking force.
What is it? Not even Dae-ha can escape my sight.
Du Hoyan held an object and released some green fluid, which shot directly at Julian's face, accidentally splashing into his eyes, affecting his mind. He collapsed, clutching his head, and screamed in agony.
My head!
The painful scream went on and on.
Just as he regained his composure, Julian murmured in disbelief. What is this? Is it an illusion? No, it's not. Hearing this, Du Hoyan yelled into his face. Stop talking nonsense and go do your assigned mission. Hearing the voice echoing in his ears, Julian wondered. Huh? Du Hoyan? He grabbed Julian by both shoulders, trying to pull him away from danger. It's a trap. The rescue team isn't coming. It's all because of the chairman. In the most dangerous moment, Du Hoyan always thought of his comrades, which moved Julian to tears. I can't let my people die. Get them out of here. I'll be the bait.
Julian hesitated, reluctant to leave, but with the monsters swarming, neither had time to think.
What are you hesitating for? Shut up and go.
With those words, Du Hoyan charged towards the enemy, while he silently watched him head into a living hell.
A few seconds later, Julian seemed to snap back to reality and realized. That's right, I remember now. How Du Hoyan sacrificed himself to save everyone?
Helpless, he gazed at Du Hoyan falling into the death trap, his heart aching, screaming desperately.
Boss!
Just as she was about to follow, Julian stopped her.
We need to go this way.
Sua intended to object, but before the captain could finish, he sternly cut her off again. That's an order. He never wanted to disappoint his boss. Julian did everything to complete his final order. The group ran for a while, but eventually, he had to make the same decision as Seo Du Hoyan. Before them were countless pairs of sharp, red eyes, radiating murderous intent.
Damn it, that's not just a few, it's a whole swarm of rats.
The ferocious rats opened their mouths wide, revealing their sharp teeth. Julian, following Du Hoyan, stepped forward to hold them back. Keep running, I'll take care of them myself. Once again, Shua had to witness a comrade's sacrifice. But seeing that, Julian said a few words to reassure them. I'll be right behind you, so go.
Standing alone before thousands of these terrifying little creatures. It would be a lie to say he wasn't shaking. In truth, Julian had no confidence. But only by doing this could he feel at ease. He single-handedly fought against countless sets of their teeth. And then Julian died in that room. Those mutated rats tore his body apart. Back in reality, Du Hoyan patiently waited for Julian to recover his memories. After a moment, he probed. Do you remember now? He subconsciously recognized the familiarity and opened his eyes wide to identify the voice. Julian looked up and asked as if nothing had happened. So Du Hoyan, what happened? Did we escape the tomb safely?
Du Hoyan sighed and replied, That's a long story.
Tae Jun couldn't help but be astonished and asked, What is going on here?
Julian panted, drooling profusely. At this moment, he refused to accept defeat and turned to blame his subordinate.
What kind of spell did he use to make him remember like that?
Si Unun scratched his neck fearfully.
I'm not sure, sir.
And so Tae Jun continued to raise his voice.
Then go find out.
Even with his memories returning, Julian was still half lucid.
This voice. It was a voice he loathed to the core. Julian's eyes darted, almost popping out of their sockets, towards Chairman Gun.
He put all his strength into his legs and charged full speed ahead.
The enemy team got zapped, one after another, screaming in agony.
Seeing Julian's spirit and demeanor return, Du Hoyan smiled in satisfaction.
Tae Jun, on the other hand, desperately tried to find a way out. Hey, calm down a bit, these bastards are all dead.
Seeing the resentful look on his face, Jae-ha thought to himself,
a man who can't kill a bug but can unleash such deadly energy, it seems he's regained his memories.
However, he was also a little worried. If things go too far, hey, are you okay?
But Julian issued a warning. Get out of the way unless you want to be turned to ashes.
Then he bluntly stated his long-held resentment.
I have something to settle with Chairman Gun.
Faced with his terrifying power, Tae Jun's legs trembled as he asked, What are you doing? Julian Miller, you said we were cooperating, but are you planning to betray us now?
His gaze, like sharp knives, pointedly growled. You betrayed me first.
That immeasurable power continued to surge out accurately. They were once again electrocuted to exhaustion, some gritting their teeth, others screaming with their mouths agape. Si Unun stood behind, observing and predicting. If you see a person suddenly turning into someone else, you probably wouldn't know. Du Hoyan is controlling him.
As soon as he finished speaking, Julian rewarded him with a sudden jolt. In the meantime, he still tried to say two more words. He. Witnessing his teammates being battered one after another, Tae Jun was too furious to speak.
You bastard!
He even dared to provoke him. Come here, and I'll show you.
Du Hoyan stood watching the drama with amusement.
They're having fun. I knew this would happen.
After a period of fear, Ja had returned to being a cheerful and happy person. He excitedly called out, "Boss, if you have a chance to run, you have to run faster." Seeing Jae-ha holding so many relics in his hands, Do-hoon hesitantly asked, "What are you holding?" Ja enthusiastically showed off. "Lots of weapons. I took them all." Thanks to that, Do-hoon was quite satisfied with him. "You're very helpful." A second later, he skillfully drove Jae-ha away. "Now, step away for a moment." He didn't quite understand, so he asked again, "What are you planning to do?" Do-hoon focused his strength in his hand and gently touched the floor. "I'm just planning to break the ground." The floor tiles all popped out one after another like dominoes, taking advantage of this opportunity to take them all down. Besides that, Jae-ha didn't forget his friend. What about Julian? Do-hoon was confident in Julian's combat and defensive abilities. He'll find his own way out, help them up. Seeing the floor starting to collapse, Tae-jun inadvertently turned his head back. What the? His feet gradually couldn't hold on firmly anymore. Everyone residing here was doing a 360-degree flip. Even at this point, he kept cursing Do-hoon. "Do-hoon, you son of a bitch!" Standing high above, he carefully observed everything with joy in his heart. "This is so refreshing. Good, now let's go." Do-hoon smiled slyly as he achieved his goal. "Shua and Idrin must have escaped. We should go to the incantation room when we meet again." Before he could leave, a strange phenomenon occurred again. One of the weapons that Jae-ha was holding suddenly lit up. "Wait a minute, that's sword." He paused for a few seconds and was also surprised. "Huh? What is it?" Do-hoon picked up the sword himself and speculated, "Isn't this a relic of Liu Bei? This is a rare weapon of the 5th rank, a hero-killing weapon." After a while, Do-hoon still couldn't help but wonder, why is it here? Liu Bei? A moment later, JH caught up. Liu Bei from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It was then that he remembered an important issue. Julian's boss doesn't seem to understand the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. At the same time, he voiced an ominous premonition. Could that artifact be keeping Julian in the bay? Especially since it's Liu Bei's. Du-ho, upon hearing this, agreed, not ruling out any possibilities. "You're right, that's it, you're right." Du-hoon raised his sword triumphantly. "This artifact has come to the right place. Because one of my subordinates has Julian's artifact." Suddenly, the sword reacted, questioning, "What? Who are you to dare disturb me?" Then, it left his hand on its own accord and sneered. "Only someone qualified can be my master." Even so, Du-hoon calmly asked, "Tell me, what are your requirements? Since the sword possesses power, its demands are quite high. A ruler, or at least someone with such qualities?" It continuously emitted a cyan aura, marveling. "That is superiority." A moment later, it panicked. Huh? It couldn't believe the truth before its eyes. How can he be superior? That's just the first condition. Du-hoon, face flushed with confidence, asserted. "I am confident in my excellence." However, it didn't stop there. It continued. "But there's still a second condition. Just caring about excellence isn't enough." Du-ho worriedly tilted his head, asking, "Isn't that very dangerous?" Du-ho, upon hearing this, also became somewhat doubtful. "What do you mean?" The sword used its magic to see through his strength, and then it was surprised. "Unbelievable! What? His leadership ability is also outstanding." And then it made its final decision. "You have great potential to become a ruler." Du-ho yelled in protest. "Fake sword! You really don't know how to judge people." Du-hoon looked visibly annoyed. "Are you going to bother us again?" Just then, having obtained an unexpected result, the sword proactively nestled into his hand and admitted, "All right, it seems you are very worthy. I will lend you my power." Although he knew he had obtained a powerful weapon, he still curiously asked, "If you knew this, would it have been easier to accept me? However, this decision cannot be taken lightly. I can't do that." Long Du-hoon secretly rejoiced. "Great! I easily obtained Liu Bei's artifact. It's a good thing, and it takes effort to get it. But it's worth it to keep my power." Their group continued to move forward. Before them was a magnificent display. Everyone looked up in awe. "This room is huge." At a glance, they all recognized the strangeness. But that wasn't all, was it? "It looks wide but doesn't have many doors." Du-hoon looked up and realized that there were no more doors here. On the ceiling. Hearing this, Da-ha agreed. "That's right." Da-ha glanced at the rope and found it familiar. "I think I saw another rope nearby." The rope wondered confusedly. "Me?" Du-hoon looked up and came up with a plan. "We'll probably have to go up there using the rope. I'll go first. We also have to be careful of the traps on it." Things seemed to be progressing smoothly. The rope was slowly lowering. He gripped the rope tightly, feeling safe. Okay, it seems secure. But before climbing up, Da-ha tilted his head in confusion. Before Du-hoon's decision, which he didn't expect, "I have to create a barrier to prevent the intruders from entering. There are many traps in the room, but to be sure of those bastards." From the above reasoning, D concluded, "They all fell into the tomb, right?" Du-ho looked him straight in the eye and replied, "But they might not have fallen completely. I mean the chairman and his secretary." The space was silent.
Suddenly a stream of air surrounded them. Suddenly Julian appeared out of nowhere. DHA was shocked to recognize Julian. He stood tall, exuding murderous intent, his blue eyes glaring at the two of them. As soon as he returned, Julian expressed his frustration. "Du-hoen? You bastard! You didn't even help me after pushing me down." But he still found an excuse to retort. "Who told you to rush forward and fall with them?" He was constantly frustrated. "You even stole my artifact." Dek's face darkened upon hearing this. "I didn't expect you to steal from him. When, you bastard?" At this point, Du-ho didn't bother to reply, but smirked and complimented. "You realized that quickly." He took out a bottle of cheap tea. "I just picked it up when you dropped it when you had a headache." Julian began to lecture. "If you pick it up, you still have to return it." Julian frowned and investigated everything. "And what did you do to me? I'm sure it wasn't an illusion. But what was it?" Du-hoen calmly explained. "I told you it's a long story. Like you said, it's not an illusion. It's something that happened in reality." He stuttered, not daring to believe the truth. "How can that be? Does that mean I am Du-hoen?" Spreading energy slowly approached miserably. "Does everything end terribly? You were even thrown away, so was I." Because he didn't want the other party to misunderstand, he decided to take some time to explain. "I don't know if it's a reversal of time or a reincarnation. But the important thing is that we are living in the past, but still retain those memories. Even though things are a bit overwhelming, Du-hoen is ultimately happy with this outcome. This is a good opportunity. Speaking of which, I definitely won't let something similar happen again, and I need your help. Julian, you better listen carefully to every word." Then he glanced around, calling out a name, Seo Du-hoen. And then Du-ho seizes the opportunity to plunder possessions. "I'll take this sword, okay? Haven't I told you? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is, of course, still mine." Julian indignantly shouts, "Don't be ridiculous. Give it back." Seeing him dragging things out just makes him even more annoyed. "Why are you always like this? I even think you're a little crazy." Before acting, Du-hoen says a few words of warning. "If you insist, then I'll have to resort to my last resort. If I use it, you'll never win." He proudly raises the sword and boasts, "A new addition to my collection." The sword flowed like a flock of birds. Observing the glow from it closely, Julian began to sense something. Wait, this form. The next second, he was so startled he broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this the strategist who is closest? Du Juliang? Impossible. Julian's whole body is ablaze with fury. "Emperor! That's the embodiment of the Emperor. Are you in here?" "Emperor!" He tries to calm himself. "No, stay calm." Julian's eyes gradually become wary. Then he drops to his knees with a thud. He bows his head and kowtows repeatedly, lowering his voice. "I humbly bow before you, Emperor." From that, Du-hoen secretly learns Julian's weakness. Great, it seems like this works. While bowing, he grinds his teeth in resentment. "Seo Du-hoen, you damn Emperor." At this moment, he confidently orders. "Listen carefully. I've got it now. From now on, you and the archaeology team will be my subordinates." Du-hoen points the sword at Julian, growling. "Because you're a subordinate and must obey me, but that's nothing new. Right, we even signed a contract." His whole body suddenly trembles. A slave contract? Is that what you call a contract? You forced me to stamp it." Du-ho casually presents a piece of paper. "A slave contract, of course, won't be fair. Knowing that, I've prepared a revised version. Here, read it carefully." Seeing how he treats the other guy, Jay is a bit bewildered. But why is only he smirking when he achieves his goal? Let's see. Julian bitterly clenches himself. "Hey, Seo Du-hoen?" He showed extreme frustration, violently throwing the piece of paper to the ground and speaking scornfully. "They're all the same, except for changing the salary to 0. Every time Du-hoen spoke, it honed in on the sword's presence. "With Liu Bei's artifact, you were already in my hands, weren't you?" He was indignant. Who would sign a contract like this? Seeing Julian still being stubborn, he conjured the sword once again. "Come out, Liu Bei." Seeing Du-hoen's decisiveness, he jumps back in fear. "Oh, is it real?" Scene change. Suddenly the ground shakes. It turns out, Tae Jun is seething with anger and hatred. "Wait until I catch you, Seo Du-hoen and Julian Miller. I'll kill you." Seun, with a scorched face, asks, "Chairman, are you all right?" He suppresses his emotions and affirms, "I'm completely fine. Now find a way out of here." He breathes a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." But looking around, everyone is exhausted and collapsing. The situation of everyone. Beside them, someone can't stand up, sitting in a corner, hugging his head. Tae Jun sees this and shouts, "You useless bastard." Seeing his men gradually dwindling, he hastily orders, "Gather those who can still walk," and the subordinate scurries to carry it out. "Yes, sir." Tae Jun is so angry he's speechless. As he wished, Chairman Tae gathered his remaining subordinates and moved out immediately. What an inhumane old man. They moved at lightning speed and arrived in front of the room where Julian had found Du-hoen, but he had already set up a trap in the room. As soon as they arrived, they looked up and saw countless glowing ropes. "Look, Chairman,
So many ropes. Besides, there were also many valuable items in front of them, making everyone's eyes light up. Look at this, there are so many antiques here. We hit the jackpot. Is this an antique room? They were so excited and happy, they greedily took everything. Witnessing the scene before him, Tae-jun stroked his chin with satisfaction. See, there has to be something worthwhile to compensate for all the trouble, Seon replied gleefully. I don't know how much it's all worth, Chairman. Suddenly, one of them picked up a familiar item. What's this? Is this the thing I lost? Seeing them whispering amongst themselves, he couldn't help but be curious from afar. What are you guys talking about? They turned their heads and reported. These are all the things we lost when we fell down below. Tae-jun suddenly woke up, questioning, why are they here? There are so many of the same things too. After a while he realized something was wrong, and shouted loudly, Damn it! They're all fakes! Leave everything behind! Seon flinched back. Fakes? Immediately, an explosion erupted. Everyone staggered, unable to stand properly, and then almost everyone lay exhausted. Tae-jun cursed irritably. Damn it, what's the damage? Sai-un looked around anxiously and concluded, I think it's quite extensive, sir, and continued to curse. Damn it, I was already suspicious. In the anxious and fearful atmosphere of the villains, Du-hoon softly mocked. You fools, I prepared a trap because I knew you guys would come here. Hearing this, Tae-jun immediately confirmed that it was Seo Du-hoon's voice. The guy, hugging his arm, looked up at the ceiling and realized, I think it's coming from above. He observed and speculated. It seems like he climbed up using those ropes. Those who aren't injured, climb up there and take a look. And then they obeyed, grabbing the ropes and climbing up at all costs. The higher they went, the more excited and full of life they became. His voice is very close. He definitely isn't far from here. Everyone was dangling with all their might. Unfortunately, the rope suddenly snapped. Tae-jun and Seon directly witnessed the terrifying scene as they fell down in droves. Cornered, he shouted loudly, Show yourself, Seo Du-hoon. A voice echoed from behind, sending chills down his spine. Jeez, you're so loud. Du-hoon slowly opened the hatch and appeared. The hatch fell straight down with a thud. He began to reproach Tae-jun. It happened because you didn't search carefully enough. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. Tae-jun then added, So you were hiding there? You bastard. Seeing them being tricked, Du-hoon excitedly confessed, The voice you heard up there was just a recording. He continued to curse. You son of a bitch. But on the contrary, he considered it a compliment. Thanks for the compliment. Now, shall we settle things? Tae-jun didn't understand the problem for a moment. What? Settle how? He gritted his teeth and provoked. Seo Du-hoon, it seems like you have a misunderstanding. You think you can defeat me just because I don't have people? Murderous intent radiated from Tae-jun's body, dangerously burning. He dares to confidently guarantee that my strength is enough to take you down easily. However, Du-hoon was no less confident. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Oh, of course, who doesn't know how strong you are? I only act this way when I have a plan. Tae-jun angrily clenched his fiery fist. Moments later, Du-hoon shouted loudly, Come out, golden coffin! He chuckled scornfully, intending to seize it. Golden coffin? It seems like you picked up something useful somewhere again, but who knows if it will betray you. Successfully enticing Tae-jun's psychology, Du-hoon then flashed a satisfied smile. It's not an antique, it's a trap. He lowered his voice softly and spoke. Your Majesty, please enter. May you rest in peace. The king's eyes lit up like the light of a party. He suddenly stiffened. What? Seon worriedly cried out repeatedly, Chairman! Not long after, he was stunned and fell backward. What's going on? The chairman disappeared. Seon pointed directly at Du-hoon, while questioning. Hey, where did you hide the chairman? This is the first time you've used this tactic, and it's been quite smooth and effective so far. Du-hoon arrogantly showed no fear. Hide him? What do you mean? Listen closely. Seon was completely outmatched and couldn't respond. Listen closely, you say? Immediately after, the coffin collapsed in front of him. Seon widened his eyes in horror, his trembling hand lightly touching the coffin lid. Chairman, are you in there? At that moment, Tae-jun was in the same situation as Du-hoon had been. What's going on? Why can't I open it? Same Seon anxiously didn't know what to do, other than questioning. Chairman, what did Seon do? With his dramatic experience, he narrated. It's a trap in this tomb that only confines the king. I've been inside too. It was a great feeling. A brilliant idea flashed in Du-hoon's eyes. It would be a waste if only I experienced it, so I brought it here. Seon craned his neck to argue. Are you crazy? Seeing him helplessly collapse, he kindly offered advice. What? Think positively. Isn't it possible that the artifact has recognized him as the king while he is in there? Seon screamed and cried. What good is that if he's stuck in the coffin? Du-hoon decided to entrust the subsequent problems to him.
Right, that's the problem. Just slowly figure out how to rescue him. Siwon unwillingly watched and suggested, "Stop. Save him before you go."
Seeing him keep approaching, he had no choice but to use drastic measures, pointing his sword directly at Siwon's neck. "Stop right there," Du-hoon said sternly.
"Don't you know that you alone can't beat me? Don't bother me and worry about that coffin instead."
He fearfully hugged his neck and promised.
"Just wait for it."
"Du-ho?" He smirked contemptuously.
"Wait for what? I'm not afraid."
Du-hoon could finally relax.
Now those bastards won't bother him for a while. The expedition team members have all gone crazy, and the chairman of the army is stuck in the coffin. Now it's time to meet the tomb keeper. They had opened the grand door leading to the relic chamber.
The room could be filled with treasure,
and Du-hoon could complete the mission. Suddenly, he paused for a few seconds, but all that lay before him were tiny grains of desert sand.
The open space bewildered everyone.
"No way, why? Is something wrong?" He smugly thought it over. "Are my memories wrong? I'm sure there was a room here, but Julian also remembers the same as Du-hoon. No, I remember it that way too." Sua anxiously pressed for answers. Could the future have changed? However, he didn't dare to be certain. Who knows? But hesitating won't solve anything. He decided to step into the desert sand. "I have to go inside and see." As soon as they stepped through, the weather there was enough to overwhelm everyone. Everything was melting.
"Ah, it's so hot, it's really a desert. Even my feet are sweating."
While walking, Du-hoon suddenly felt something was amiss. Immediately behind them, the door was undergoing a negative change. "The door is closing!" Du-hoon couldn't help but curse. "Motherfucker!" Du immediately tried to reach out and hold it open, but couldn't. Just as the door truly closed, Dehaha and the Su sisters managed to arrive in vain. Is this a trap? Faced with the current situation, Du-hoon still crossed his arms calmly. Maybe not. I can feel the presence of the relic. It can't be a normal room. The increasing heat was driving Deha crazy. Then what should we do? We're going to be roasted alive and die. It's so hot. And so Du-hoon went along with the teasing. We'll find something before we die. Let's go. Even though he said that, he couldn't help but worry because this was an unexpected situation.
Du-ho glanced around and pointed far off in the distance.
Let's rest under that tree. Seeing the desolation, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is that a tree? It doesn't even have any shade. In this state of scarcity, we should learn to be content. It's still better than nothing. Suddenly, his eyes flared as if he detected something dangerous. A second later, everyone was unsteady on their feet. The tremors and dust grew more intense. Du-hoon entrusted the responsibility. Julian, protect the children and get out of here. Sua and Irin were already weak from the curse. Even though he knew Julian possessed superior strength, he couldn't help but worry. It seemed like there was a lot more going on. Could he protect them all alone? Du-hoon never got discouraged. Could he guarantee it? This way seemed better. Seeing that confident assurance, Julian felt somewhat relieved in return. All right, the three of you will come with me. Deha asked, bewildered. Huh? Just us? Sua immediately thought of Du-hoon. What about the boss? We can't leave him behind, Julian asked sternly. Think about it. Do you think you can fight with that body of yours? Watching him leave, Julian could understand. And he was sure Du-hoon wouldn't accept your help, even if you offered. It seemed like he'd been hurt by something in the past. We'll have to handle this ourselves, and avoid contact with the surroundings. Let's seize another opportunity. At this moment, Du-hoon stood tall, facing the danger alone. Gigantic, livid purple snakes with mouths as wide as pits threatened him. Du-hoon looked at them with hateful eyes. Snakes were what he hated most. He readied the sword, Rube. Saying that didn't mean he wouldn't hit them. Facing the poisonous snakes of the ancestral shrine, Du-hoon had to be even tougher. What's more, he would take them all down completely. Come on, you trash! The pythons growled, looking down on Du-hoon. Get out of here! Thief! You are not qualified to carry out the mission. He stood there, looming right in the middle of the snakes' mouths. What did you say? There's a mission? After you spat everything out like this? Their killing intent surged, they growled. Of course there is, but you won't get any valuable artifacts. They forbade Du-hoon from doing everything. The overseer has blacklisted you. You are not allowed to enter the tomb, and are not allowed to carry out the mission. Now kill him. The serpent spirits opened their huge mouths, revealing their fangs. Kill that bastard, and retrieve the power of the sun god that was absorbed into that crowbar. At that moment, an aura like mist spread throughout his body. From deep within the serpent spirit's eyes, a bright golden stripe flashed. Overwhelming power, what was that? Du-hoon used all his strength to slash at them, sending the pythons flying like shadows. Blood splattered everywhere. And once again he growled. You won't tell me the mission, will you? Du-hoon smirked, directly targeting the serpent spirit's psychology. Then I'll make you tell me. His feet moved swiftly, charging straight at the enemy. Every strike he unleashed was precisely aimed. They screamed in pain. At the same time, a reminder suddenly rang in his ear. Master, Danger, very dangerous. Du Hoen glanced over and saw a giant serpent spirit waiting with its mouth open nearby. At that dangerous moment, it was fortunate that the rope appeared. What do you think you're doing? It willingly wrapped around the serpent spirit's neck. Du Hoen gave it special praise. Good job, rope. Hearing that, the rope's mind felt like it was floating. I got praised! I got praised! Seeing this, the snakes immediately threatened. Look here, this is the artifact of Seo Du Hoen. Attacking us means opposing the ruler. The rope, relying on its master, didn't fear anyone. No problem, no problem. Seeing its smug attitude, Jia Ting Kuang was confused again. What? While we're at it, you should state your point directly. I have also fought against your masters before. Do you think all artifacts must obey the ruler's words? While speaking, Du Hoen boldly rushed forward. If you still want to use tricks, instead of your master, I'll personally deal with these miserable snake fellows. The venomous snakes and scorpions were only afraid for a moment. But the issue was that killing them had no end. After dealing with them all, the creatures kept crawling out of the sand, and the artifacts' endurance began to run out. The endless battle dragged on, and the trembling floating blade sword spoke up, injured. Master, I tried my best, but if I push harder, the blade will break. The situation is getting serious. Du Hoen couldn't find a satisfactory solution immediately. What? This will be troublesome. The snake spirits stuck out their tongues in warning. Stop and surrender. We will continue to attack you even if your weapon is lost. He temporarily let the floating blade sword rest and switched to another relic. Just try me. I have many more items. Du Hoen continued to strike at the weak spot of the faint-hearted. I'll try using the artifacts I've never touched before. You will make excellent test subjects. They were not good at controlling their emotions, so they kept growling. You bastard! He plunged the weapon into their flesh with many deep stabs. No matter what kind of weapon it was, the advantage ultimately leaned toward Du Hoen. The snake spirit's eye gradually lost feeling, becoming motionless. He stood proudly on the snake spirit's head. Look, it's drying up and dying very quickly. Taking advantage of its last moments, Du Hoen whispered into its ear. Have you heard the story of the 10 servants? They were all famous eunuchs in ancient China. With each word he pushed the stab deeper. This is their artifact. I will kill you until there is no blood left. In an instant, one could be finished off. Then, Du Hoen moved on to the next target. Who's next now? Come up here! And just like that, the snake spirits were successively drained of blood. The others saw this and scattered wildly. Retreat! Suddenly, a grumpy voice rang out, suggesting, Stop! You human! Hearing this, Du Hoen glanced over to check. The ground slowly shook, as if an earthquake was about to occur. The words from above slowly rushed down together. The appearance of a familiar face, shaped like the previous coffin. Du Hoen Kuang slowly stood up again, raised his head to observe, and slightly curled his lips into a light smile. Finally, you've shown up. Shouldn't you have appeared sooner? The mysterious person showed disappointment. You are as impolite as I heard. There are many issues the guy still can't understand. You should have understood that they didn't assign you the mission, yet you are still so stubborn, Du Hoen confidently declared. I was very cautious with my former missions. Not anymore, because I can destroy everything to claim what I want. That guy was stunned after hearing this. Eyes burning red stared intently at him, filled with killing intent. What? You rotten bastard, let's see if you can really do that. Facing the arrogance, the guy was furious and commanded, Go, the King's Legion, capture that guy and make him kneel. Saying that, the Legion quickly charged forward for the sake of life, fighting for the king. While enthusiastically attacking, the ground suddenly collapsed. What is this? Jaeha saw it for the first time, and was wide-eyed in astonishment. Are those real people? Julian spoke coolly. They are ancient cavalry. They are just wearing human disguises. Seeing himself still safe, he was startled and wondered. They ignored us? Sua immediately understood their intentions. A hint of worry crept in. They're heading for the boss. There are so many of them. Will he be okay? Du Hoen's voice was laced with irritation. Damn it! They're swarming like ants. Once again, he stood alone at the center of it all. Yet, Du Hoen showed no fear. Look at you all gathered together. Outwardly confident. Inside he couldn't help but feel uneasy. This isn't good. This isn't something an artifact can handle alone. He scanned the enemy's plans carefully on the palace rooftop. Those artifacts must have joined forces. A fierce aura blazed. They are all artifacts of the pharaohs. This is the pharaoh's burial ground, the Valley of the King. Du Hoen stated grimly. I admit your army is vast. I'll have to fight. His entire body erupted with thunderous power. Come out, you mutts! In a moment, the lords of fallen dynasties, the heads of extinct empires. In Du Hoen's eyes, they were just small fry. What are those things? Seriously, this is unnecessary. Relics gradually began to appear from there. They are Osiris, Set, and Anubis. Yes, they're definitely the great gods. Despite seeing the trio appear, the Legion remained unconcerned, reassuring each other. How could they attack us? Right, why would they attack their own kind? Du Hoan smirked teasingly. Look at those idiots standing there, mutts. Don't waste your energy on them. And then all three charged forward, attacking in unison. Those on the receiving end were thrown into disarray. How is this possible? You're gods! Why are you doing this? Seeing their expressions, he laughed inwardly. Looks like the gods are really angry. The relics, footsteps, were unusually firm and powerful. Set stood still, tentatively asking. My conscience is a little pricked. You will reward us, right? The master's eyes shone red with demand, bearing an indescribable hunger. 4 boxes of chicken, 1 of each kind, and lots of pickled radish. Only motivated by food, Set was more decisive than ever. Hey, get over here and kneel! The aura emanating from the chicken surprised even Du Hoan. Oh my god, Set, why would you do that? Seeing this, he motivated the remaining members. Osiris, put in a little more effort. I'll let you meet the singer you always watch on TV. A truly rare and unbelievable offer that surprised Osiris. Really? He was so excited that he couldn't control his glee. Really? Du Hoan gave a friendly smile. You haven't been to a fan meet yet, have you? Hearing this, the power of those in the series seemed to double. Wait for me for 5 minutes, I will quickly beat them down. Hey, come here! Oh, not wanting to feel left out, Anubis also asked curiously. Master, what about me? Du Hoan, though afraid of hurting his feelings, had to say bluntly, you know your stamina is very weak after that trouble. Thinking of him, he made a decision. Just stand there seriously. Anubis was moved to tears. Thank you, Master. As of now, these guys are almost beaten down. They never thought the gods would attack them. Du Hoan, always with a proud demeanor, just kept moving forward. At this moment, in a precarious situation, Set and Osiris were fighting in perfect synchronization. The aura they released shocked everyone into disbelief. Impossible! They kept wondering, why are the sacred beasts attacking us? Set shouted to urge the proposal. Shut up and obey Seo Du Hoan. I need to finish this battle quickly so I can eat chicken to my heart's content. Tutankhamun witnessed it firsthand and cursed in disbelief. Damn it, those sacred beasts are crazy. They are practically obeying that wretched human. Even so, he was determined to face it. Nothing is impossible. Attack! The legion of poker-faced soldiers silently told themselves. That's right, Seth has gone dark. We can't let ourselves become like him. What's that? Those bastards? At this moment, Seth suddenly paused for a few beats, then tentatively asked Du Hoan, Master, I think I really need to punish them. You originally entrusted the responsibility to it. Go ahead. I've been meaning to do it for a while now. However, Seth still hesitated a little. Is this okay? If I use my power, you won't have the upper hand anymore, because you are my master. This seemed to be the first time Du Hoan felt concern from a spirit beast, so his surprise was understandable. What is it? Are you worried about me? How flattering. Hitting the nail on the head, Seth was a little embarrassed, and quickly denied it. Dream on, who's worried about who? Then it whined and complained. If something happens, who's gonna buy me chicken? Chicken! You thought Seth had changed, but it turned out he was just being opportunistic. Therefore, Du Hoan blurted out a curse. You little rascal. Seconds later, he smirked confidently. Who do you think I am? Don't worry, just do whatever you want. Seeing this cool side of his boss, Seth became much more excited. Oh ho, you seem confident, huh? With that, it immediately unleashed its power to the fullest. Then, I have to use my power. The entire space erupted at this moment, with dust and smoke everywhere. The blurred legion strained their eyes to follow. Look, it seems the spirit beasts are gradually transforming. The legion stared in astonishment at what they saw. Spirit beasts. They guessed wrong. They are revealing their true forms. Seth's eyes flashed with a fiery light, enjoying and fighting in this form. They seemed to enjoy it quite a bit, gleefully laughing. This is wonderful. Following that, Seth glared sternly at the legion. You fools, taste the flavor of the sandstorm. At that moment, the most excited person was none other than the boss. Destroy everything. Destroy it all. Tear them apart. From afar, Du Hoan understood its emotional state. It seemed very excited. Tutankhamun's side also began to retaliate. Attack! Attack the evil spirit beasts! Spears pierced through the spirit beast's flesh one after another, unintentionally making it uncomfortable. Poison, what is this? Seth frowned and asked directly. You bastards! What poison did you put on these spears? This is agonizing. Seeing Osiris standing silently without saying a word to defend him, Seth became even more annoyed. Are you just standing there watching? Don't you have something to get to? Thanks to a simple scolding, Osiris finally woke up. That's right. In the end, it unleashed a series of lightning bolts and roared, You bastards! How dare you attack the spirit beasts? They were very resolute in their hearts. Those who were hit by Seth disappeared completely. As soon as he finished dealing with the riffraff below, Osiris began to aim directly at Tutankhamun. Now it's your turn to get struck by lightnings.
Witnessing its crazy attack, the boss must have admired Osiris a bit. Crazy, you always pretend to be gentle, but look at the way you attack. Receiving the sudden attack, Tutankhamun wanted to monologue internally in worry. What is this? Isn't Osiris very obedient? Will he kill us all the way he was killed? In the moment of impending death, the enemy still had time to discuss. Seth provoked him, but why is he attacking us? Tutankhamun observed the situation carefully and reassured. Calm down, there's still hope. Look at Anubis over there. He stood still, as Duhoan told him, but unintentionally disappointed Tutankhamun. He's not attacking us, they speculated suspiciously. Maybe he's on our side. That's right, we should ask him using telepathy. With that, the telepathic message reached Anubis's ears immediately. Spirit Beast Anubis. His ears twitched in confusion. T-Cam sternly ordered. Please stop those two. If the Overseer finds out, no one will be safe. Thanks to the sudden voice transmission, Anubis located the enemy's position. They're over there? He sighed helplessly in his heart. They think I'm on their side because I'm not attacking? I should do something, but I don't know what to do. Seth, on the other hand, was still excited and noisy. The two sides stood side by side like a temple and a marketplace. Die, die, die. A moment later, a calculating glint appeared in Anubis's eyes. I will attack with words. The interrogation caught them off guard, freezing the enemy in their tracks. You bastards! How dare you disobey a sacred beast's orders? How dare you command the army to attack a sacred beast? And on top of that, you don't even know why we're angry. The situation was increasingly unfavorable for the enemy. Wait a minute, it's only yelling and not doing anything. This is a huge problem. Oddly enough, the enemy thought Anubis was being threatened, so they kindly tossed over a few carrots, telling it to send an SOS signal. If you're doing this for the two next to you, then shake those carrots. You guys, we'll secretly help you escape. From those contemptuous actions, Anubis couldn't hold back any longer, red lightning flashing around his clenched hand as he frowned. You imbeciles, don't you understand what I'm saying? A shocking explosion suddenly erupted, sending everyone flying backward. Anubis's voice grew increasingly harsh. Do I really have to open the gates of hell for you to understand? Hearing this, the soldiers hastily admitted their mistake. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Because of overexertion, Anubis seemed exhausted at that moment. He slumped down, panting, struggling to speak. Now then, you can leave. Escaping is the priority. Seth and Osiris, seeing him like that, felt a pang of emotion. He became like this after opening the gates of hell, and he just chased them away. Good grief. Anubis, however, felt a little resentful. He found himself quite useless, just because he was out of power. At this point, Osiris personally took action. I guess I have to help you now. He prepared meticulously, writing names on a list, and those names would meet their end, then have their corpses thrown into the lion's kingdom. When did those soldiers, standing tall and proud, suddenly get dragged away? Oh no, I'm being pulled in. A chorus of cries for help echoed in the sky. Help! Duhoman was pleased with the current outcome. Excellent, you guys cleared the path ahead nicely. Right at this moment, his companions, following closely behind, quietly called out. How's it going, Boss Duhoan? Duhoan's face stiffened as he was startled. What? I thought I told everyone to run away. What are you all doing here? Julian stepped forward to express their feelings. We didn't want to leave you alone, and there's nowhere safe on this desert anyway, he honestly confessed. Soldiers appeared near where we were. Hearing this, Duhokan couldn't bring himself to be angry with them and was even grateful. It's good that you came. The battle will end soon. Suddenly, Julian's expression tightened. But, are you okay? Seeing him ask so openly made Duhoan feel uneasy. What do you mean? It turned out that Julian saw the three sacred beasts standing tall and fighting heroically, so he was worried about his boss. He revived all three sacred beasts at once. Normally, that's suicide, right? Hearing the unbelievable story, Du-A broke out in a cold sweat. When using relics, power, physical strength, and mental strength are all consumed. I bet you know that even just one relic consumes a lot of energy. Even though he knew he couldn't change Duhoan's decision, Julian couldn't help but warn him. Using too many relics will kill you. Yet, you're still so stubborn. I know. Duhoan could assess his own capabilities, but I can endure it. Look how healthy I am. That inadvertently made Duli's eyes begin to doubt. But how? Duhoan didn't want to mention it anymore at this point, so he changed the subject. Now then, let's clean up, go capture those relics over there. The three sacred beasts actively controlled the enemy's sacred objects, standing up straight. Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. In an instant, Duhoshin had collected a fortune. Now you guys know that fighting is useless, right? All of you are mine now. Tutankhamun looked gloomy as he replied, I will obey your orders. As soon as Duhoan saw him, he recognized, this is Tutankhamun's mask. Are you the commander? He hesitantly replied uncertainly. I guess so. From there, he continued to make a suggestion. Gather all the relics in the tomb. All of them are mine. Tutankhamun shuddered, his face turning pale. All the relics are here already. There's nothing else. Duhoan's eyes sharpened as he growled the question. Really? He looked up and saw a white bird fluttering in the sky. Seeing this, Du Hoan casually asked, "Then what is that bird flying over there?"
Looking straight into his calculating eyes, he concluded, "In my opinion, it's also a relic."
Seeing that Tutankhamun was deliberately hiding something, the rope wrapped around his neck on its own, forcing him to tell the truth. Afterward, Du Hoan grabbed the rope and spun Tutankhamun around at a dizzying speed. "Since you're the commander, shouldn't you bring it back here yourself? If this continues, it probably won't withstand the shock."
My head hurts so much. A second later, Du Hoan threw him high into the air, aiming straight at Thoth without hesitation.
"Go!" Tutankhamun was so scared that tears streamed down his face. "Lord, as long as you can escape,"
Thoth muttered to himself. "Hey, I want to. I really want to." And so, neither of them could control their speed. Tutankhamun crashed straight into it. Thoth screamed out in pain. Quack! In a single moment, Du Hoan succeeded perfectly, collecting Thoth's and Pharaoh's artifacts. The hunt was complete.
The number of artifacts collected from the king's tomb was massive, almost like taking all the artifacts of Egyptian civilization. Starting with the artifacts of the best experts like architects, monks, and officers, Du Hoan's group even obtained artifacts from pharaohs like Cleopatra and Hepsis. And the most important artifact among them was Tutankhamun's. It was the master of the tomb, and the symbol of rage.
A notification window appeared, indicating that Hoan had obtained the ultimate key. The key of rage. He could use the power of rage. As soon as he received this information, Du Hoan was confused. What exactly is the ultimate key? And no more notifications, please.
One must know that it might be because Tutankhamun was a king's son that he could use age transformation magic. Soon after, Sua and Iran's curse was lifted. Both of them returned to their mature, young female forms.
Du Hoan clearly realized there was another artifact he needed to have. Thoth, the artifact of Thoth, in Egyptian mythology. He is the god of knowledge, science, and the moon. Like the medicines in a store, he appears in many stories and helps or gives advice. According to Jen's investigation, he also serves as a secretary when a ritual is held in the afterlife. At this moment, Du Hoan watched Thoth, who was full of injuries, with amusement, thinking, "If I possess the ultimate artifact, my luck must be extremely good." After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke.
"Hey, little bird, stand up straight,"
Du Hoan muttered. "Because you are the god of knowledge, you definitely know everything." Thoth was startled and turned his head, raising his voice. "What?" Immediately after, Du Hoan got straight to the point. "I know where the Pentagon's artifact is. The artifact that was buried under this tomb, so it must be somewhere around here." Thong Hong Hach grumbled. "What do you know?"
He stretched his neck and argued sharply. "Even if I knew, why would I tell a human?" Du Hoan saw that he wouldn't take a friendly offer, and wanted a forced one, so he chuckled. "Oh, are you challenging me?"
His eyes darkened, and he warned with a sneer. "But you chose the wrong opponent." Seeing Du Hoan's terrifying face, Thoth trembled with fear, sweating profusely. Jeha stood aside, knowing his place. So everything still ends as always. Now he wants me to heal him again. As of now, Thoth's whole body was full of wounds. He was threatened by Du Hoan, and had to obediently lead the way. "This way." He smirked. "You should have revealed it right away." Du Hoan glanced at the space inside, a cunning smile on his lips. "Inside were all valuable items," he exclaimed. So they were here. They were decorated like artifacts in the tomb. Du Hoan hurriedly rummaged through this place. "First, we need to find Gavanhi's most important artifact. So from the beginning, we've reached the destination. Look carefully. It must be around here." Jeha sighed in annoyance. "Geez, I need to know what it looks like to find it." Du Hoan frowned but still had to admit, "That's right." A moment later, he suddenly stared at a book, not taking his eyes off it.
Soon, the necessary thing appeared right in front of him. Leonardo da Vinci's sketchbook. Du Hoan happily exclaimed, "Great, found it."
Without hesitation, he threw it to Jeha to catch. "It's yours." He was confused and quickly caught it. "Mine?"
Receiving a precious thing, Jeha kept wondering, "But why? Why did you give me the artifact?" Seeing him keep questioning, Du Hoan shrugged and casually asked back, "Don't need it? And if not, give it back, I'll sell it."
Jeha was startled and reacted strongly in a panic. "How can you ask for it back after giving it away?" He teased and then slowly smiled to explain, "Just kidding. It can only be used by those with artistic talent. Just keep it and use it." Jeha was afraid of it being taken aback, so he held the book tightly like a treasure. Julian, resting his chin on his hand, pondered. "That was an artifact that turned into a puppet king." Sua agreed, adding, "That's right, but we don't know if it'll happen this time."
Excitedly, Du Hoan immediately pulled out a relic. "Now I'm going to take everything here." Seeing this, Julian quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait," Du Hoan muttered.
"Are you making a fuss because I'm using your stuff? Let me drink it. There are already a lot of original artifacts." The other party hurriedly explained. "No, that's not it. Aren't all the artifacts here from the Pentagon? So America owns them, right?"
Hearing this, Du Hoan suddenly paused, rubbing his chin in thought.
"I guess so. Ignoring Julian's protests, he did as he pleased. But it's mine now. Spirit beast, drain it all.
Julian screamed in vain, trying to stop him. Hey, Duhoin!
He seemed a little confused. Why are you trying to make more enemies for yourself? Besides, our enemy is the American government. They are not easy to defeat. Duhoin firmly stated. Are you stopping me from taking all the artifacts? No way, I've thought it through. What did Kara do with those artifacts? As soon as he mentioned this, Julian choked, unable to speak.
Duhoin confidently asserted that she was the one who started the war.
Isn't it better for the hunter team to be on my side? That way I can win.
Julian froze for a few seconds, then immediately reacted, jumping up in anger.
No, wait a minute, Kara's gone, so there's no one to start the war anymore. Duhoin sighed in dissatisfaction. You're not convinced, are you? He bluntly cut him off. Not a problem, no matter what the reason, I won't share the artifacts with you. A world where whoever has more artifacts gains the advantage, right? Julian began to sense a change in Duhoin, feeling like he was becoming more and more evil. And then Duhoin turned away, casually retorting, I'll take that as a compliment, you should get used to it too. A second later, he shouted back, We're getting out of here, follow me! Everyone complied. After a moment, a hesitant voice blurted out, boss. The group moved along behind him, the space quiet and serious, with only Daha's hesitant voice questioning. Why are you going out at this hour? I don't know the entrance, but getting out is simple. In this moment, he even joked playfully. Sesame, open up, is that how you cast the spell? Duhoin laughed and retorted. When did I say that? I never said that. He gently extended his hand, spreading power to lightly touch the wall. It's here, just go through this wall and we'll be out. The next second, a earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out, brilliant flames engulfing the entire space. When the thick dust gradually dissipated, Duhoin smiled contentedly. I thought this tomb would be useful, so I wanted to keep it intact, Julian reminded him coldly. Who knows if taking the artifacts here will cause the tomb to collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of rocks suddenly fell from the ceiling. Duhoin even had the mood to joke. Look, it's reacting right away. He quickly reached out his hand to release a surge of abundant energy. Who allowed this? Duhoin was the one who stood up to solve the problem. I will use tomb preservation magic to prevent it from collapsing, he loudly ordered. Hey, Tombkeeper, come here! Tuan Kamun hurriedly appeared and responded. Yes? He immediately got straight to the point. Use your power to keep the tomb from disappearing. He was covered in sweat, trembling as he asked. Why do you want to keep the tomb on someone else's land? Do you know how much power I have to use to maintain the tomb? Duhoin basically didn't care, arrogantly laughing as he replied, That's your job. Tutankhamun wanted to feel a little wronged. What, don't you think that's a bit much? Why do you have to do this? He only calmly uttered a curt sentence. I really like the traps in here. Tutankhamun was speechless after hearing this, confused. Switching back to the situation on Taekun's side, a hurried voice rang out in the silent space. Director, run! As soon as he saw Seun, the staff member hurriedly asked, The reinforcements have arrived. What are the losses? Where's the chairman? The others also showed clear signs of worry, anxiously inquiring. We received a notification that he was trapped in a coffin, Seun replied gloomily. Yes, that's right. He recalled everything that had just happened, frustratedly stating, But the coffin disappeared. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. What? Seung held his head, helplessly blaming himself. Damn it, I was watching it carefully. The people around him also awkwardly advised, Wait, don't panic. They tried to find all sorts of satisfactory solutions. Use the search artifact. The situation is urgent. We have to find the chairman. At this moment, in some dark place, Tae Dun lay helplessly in a coffin, shouting desperately, You guys, I'm here! He struggled to break free but couldn't, angrily yelling, How can you not find me when I'm right on top of you? How much longer? I'm going crazy! Turin lost his cool and yelled loudly. Even if he tried to break the coffin, it wouldn't budge, and his artifacts were useless. Damn it! He was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, his eyes rolling back, looking utterly terrifying. Duhoin? You bastard! Tae Run screamed, no different from a madman, threatening to himself. I will kill you as soon as I get out. He tried to use the energy around him, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Even my subordinates are useless. Suddenly, Tae Jun heard a commotion. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Is the royal tomb collapsing? His cowardly subordinates scrambled to escape, shouting to each other, Run away! That's right, we need to survive first! They seemed to have all forgotten Tae Jun's existence. He tried to shout for help. What? Wait, no! But no matter what he said, it was useless. No one heard him. Only the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in his ears. Tae Dun, where are you going? I'm right here. You're almost there. Just dig a little more. He angrily shouted in disappointment. How disloyal, you bastards. As soon as I get out, I'm firing all of you. Tae Jun's eyes became fierce. He gritted his teeth and said each word. You bastards! In the next second, a blue light shot straight up from the tomb. Tae Jun's angry scream echoed all around. So, Duhoin? At the same time, Du Hoan on the other side nonchalantly muttered, "My ears are itchy." Rope closely followed him, happily suggesting, "Should I scratch them for you? Should I scratch them for you?" Soon after, the entire event was reported on a special news bulletin, with the title, "Official Announcement from Pandora, the Valley of the Royal Family." As the excavation of the Valley of the Royal Family continues, it is reported that no artifacts have been found. The announcer's voice droned on. Although, there are still many active traps, and even more injured people are being carried out. Pandora announced that from now on they will be more vigilant. They believe that the tomb may not be normal, containing no artifacts but only traps. It will take some time to excavate this Valley of the Royal Family, and nearby residents may be affected. Dale listened intently to the news, suddenly feeling suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? At that moment, Du Hoan revealed the plan he had arranged in advance. "I asked the Tutankhamun artifact to maintain the royal tomb's current state." A sinister smile briefly appeared on his face. "Chairman Gun is locked inside." Dee was shocked upon hearing this. What? As of now, Tae Jun is still trapped. Du Hoan slowly explained the whole story. That trap is really something, only imprisoning the strong. I was once stuck and didn't know what to do, so I thought Chairman Gun should try it out too. Mentioning this, he laughed gleefully. It would be great if he never got out. Jae-ha shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat of fear. How evil. Du Hoan yawned, muttering, "He did so many bad things that he deserves it. I'm going to bed, I'm tired." Seeing this, Rope flattered him. "Master, are you tired? Are you tired? I'll go prepare your bed for you." Du Hoan was quite pleased with that extraordinary enthusiasm. "Okay, sure, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Rope quickly went to prepare. Don't worry, don't worry." A clean, tidy bed immediately appeared. It gleefully waited. "I get to sleep with Master. Sleep together. It's been so long since I've slept anywhere comfortable. I am so happy, so happy." While enjoying the comfortable feeling, Rope suddenly heard a strange noise. Oh my. Who said that? A foot suddenly landed on the bed, startling it. "You, Du Rope," blurted out. Cao Dian irritably retorted. "It's Dan Ji, that's my name. Don't call me Fox, even though I am a fox." She proudly pushed for a spot. "You must have intentions of sleeping with Master. I came here first, so give up on that idea." Rope was bewildered and angrily retorted. What? What? It grumbled. "Stingy. So stingy. I prepared the bed for him." However, Danji didn't acknowledge it, scoffing back. "You're just showing off that you're good at housework." Rope was so angry that he couldn't retort. "What?" Dian proudly boasted. "Do you have a beautiful tail like mine, to look so charming?" Seeing this, Rope also tried to show off. "When I curl up like this, I'm very soft, you know." Danji tried to ridicule it. "What? You're not exactly a softie." Plus, she stuck out her tongue to show off her allure. "How's this?" Right then, a puff of smoke suddenly appeared. Danji was getting ready for her transformation. A second later, a plump lip slowly emerged, followed by alluring laughter. Danji, transformed into a seductive figure, covered her mouth and coyly giggled. "There's no way I'd become human and not catch my master's eye. It'd be weird if he wasn't drawn to such a beauty." She laughed gleefully, convinced she'd already won. "You can't do it, can you? Give up!" The Rope was frustrated but couldn't argue back, muttering resentfully, "I can't." And then, it decided to leave, leaving Danji perched triumphantly on the bed. The Rope thought to itself, "I wish I could become human." Become human? Seeing this, the other woman teased it. "Oh, are you leaving? Good, you made the right choice." Danji lightly licked her lips, smirking smugly. She murmured, "Just for today." Outside the room, Du Hoan saw the Rope, and was surprised, quickly stopping in his tracks. Seeing its unhappy face, he casually asked, "Rope, why are you so down?" It didn't want to explain, just went through the motions and left. "Good night, Master, good night." Looking into the room, Du Hoan immediately realized the problem, then he scolded Danji without mercy. "What are you doing here again? Your fur is everywhere, so I told you not to come in my room anymore." Meanwhile, the Rope was still stuck in a state of endless gloom. "I want to become human. Become human?" After walking a bit, it peeked its head into the doorway, and saw Anubis sleeping soundly. The Rope came to make trouble, whipping at his face again and again. "Wake up! Wake up!" Anubis angrily roared. "What? Why are you suddenly doing this?" The Rope lowered its voice, sounding pitiful. "Teach me how to become human." Seeing the Rope's strange reaction, Anubis hesitantly replied, "What? Is there anything to say? Any S-rank relic can do it?" he casually assured. Of course, anything can become human, no matter the form. The more he spoke, the more pitiful the Rope felt. "That's so weird." Seeing this, Anubis continued, "Only those with unique abilities can." The Rope was unfairly frustrated. "Even though I'm already S-rank, I still can't do it." "Why? Why?" Anubis sulkily turned away, making a guess. "You weren't originally that rank, you might have mutated. You wouldn't know." Hearing this, The rope burst into tearful sobs. It tried to convince Anubis at all costs. But, just in case, teach me. The other, now tired, lay sprawled on the floor and bluntly refused. Why would I do that? You're so annoying. Anubis gradually became harsher. Don't be curious. Just be quiet. You're just a mutation. Seeing that arrogant behavior, the rope was unwilling to give up. It rushed forward, tightening around Anubis's neck and threatening, "Spit it out now! Spit it out!" Anubis struggled to get free, angrily shouting, "Let me go, you crazy thing!" The rope didn't listen, continuously urging, "Spit it out! Spit it out!" Though, standing from afar, shook his head in dissatisfaction. Clearly a low-level relic, yet it's acting that way with a supreme being. Is there no order here? What a mess. In his heart he screamed, I have to escape. I can't stay in a place like this. That crazy rope seems obsessed with transforming. Realizing the rope's weakness, Tho came up with a plan. I have to use that to my advantage. The rope, still fiercely wrestling with Anubis, suddenly heard a voice calling it. Hey, rope! Tho acted kindly, offering, Let me help you. The rope excitedly asked back, Really? Really? Seeing how easily it was tricked, Tho continued. Whether it's true or not, listen to my request. What is it that's blinding the rope to what it desires? Tho glumly looked at the shackles on his feet, seducing it skillfully. Look, your master has chained me up like this. If you can remove the shackles, I'll show you how to become human. The rope was still quite aware. It frankly refused. I can't. I mustn't. You'll definitely run away. Seeing this, Tho thought to himself, looks like it's not that stupid after all. Not stopping there, he continued to manipulate. I need to be released to show you the transformation, right? That wretched human is using power to bind me so I can't move. The rope wavered a little, thinking for a moment. Then suddenly it blurted out. Still God, wait there, I have another way to help you. Thou couldn't help but be curious. How? In just a few seconds, a fragrant box of fried chicken was suddenly brought out. However, Tho wasn't interested, his face wrinkled in confusion. What's this? The rope nonchalantly asserted. Fried chicken! Suddenly, Tho opened his mouth and cursed directly at it. Do you think I'm like those mutts? The rope flinched, quickly scurrying away. Okay. A moment later, it brought over a bag of cereal, leaving Thone speechless. The rope was cheerfully introducing itself. This is mixed grain cereal, you'll like it, right? Right? Thou was so furious he trembled all over, his face darkened as he questioned. Am I a chicken? At the same time, Sak leisurely stepped out and scolded. Tho, you jerk, stop fooling yourself. He glared, warning. Don't you know there are many eyes watching you here? Tho was startled to find himself exposed. The other party spoke in a cold voice. If you run away, we will hunt you down. Tho was still stubborn, raising his neck to yell, You lunatic! Sak didn't bother to argue with him. What do you mean, lunatic? Do you think I have to babysit you? Sak turned his head to glance at the rope. Hey, rope, do you want to transform? It quickly replied without thinking. Yes. Sak didn't mind giving a pointer. Don't mind that bird. Go find the worm instead. He knows a lot of connections, so he might be able to find an artifact for you. The rope immediately brightened up, eagerly asking, Really? Really? With that said, it instantly left, leaving Tho craning his neck and watching in despair. On C-Book's side, he was focused on counting every penny. 1, 2. Suddenly the rope lunged forward, making him jump and fall backward. As soon as he saw the rope, C-Book immediately snapped angrily. You scared me! Open the door quietly! The rope ignored him, rushing straight to the point. I need a favor. Teach me how to transform into a human. Sak said you could help me. C-Book irritably sighed and grumbled to himself. He really dumped everything on me. He himself didn't dare to take on this responsibility. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do that. Transformation is a natural ability. I know it only exists in high-ranking artifacts. The rope struggled, unwilling to give up. He said you might know an artifact that can help me? Do you know anyone? C-Book suspiciously asked back. Artifact? Do you mean a transformation artifact? He uttered a sentence that sent the rope's hopes soaring. If you use that artifact, you can only change your appearance. The rope begged and pleaded. Where is it? Tell me. But before making a decision, C-Book asked sharply for clarification. Do you really want to transform into a human that way? However, the rope didn't hesitate and immediately replied, Yes! C-Book mumbled. It takes me a while to think, but you're too enthusiastic. He planned to use this opportunity to scheme for some extra profit. Wait a minute, look how desperate he is. This could be an easy money-making opportunity for me. After thinking for a moment, he cleared his throat and continued. All right, let me introduce you to the transformation artifact. The rope excitedly leaned its ear closer. Really? Really? C-Book interrupted. But I want a fee. Nothing is free in this world, right? The rope was no longer afraid to pay, eagerly inquiring, How much? How much? C-Book was very satisfied with its reaction, and suddenly let out a cunning laugh. Right after, he nonchalantly threw out a huge number. It's simply 100 million. Cash only. Du-ho could clearly hear every word the other end wanted to convey. I am Jacob. Questions kept popping up in his head. It's unbelievable. He said he's Jacob, the US president. Why is the president calling me? He went straight to the point, not wanting to beat around the bush any longer. I want to meet you as soon as possible. You requested a meeting with me through Matthew, right? Yes. Jacob expressed his own difficulty, seemingly wanting Du-ho's help. But I got stuck in a tomb on the way there. Julian was a bit suspicious and asked again, who is it? So he honestly replied who he was talking to. President Jacob. This surprised the other man even more. What? What does His Excellency want? Du-ho immediately put him on speakerphone so they could both hear what he said. I don't know. Let's listen. Sue was also there to listen in on the situation. The president revealed the information. I apologize for this, but on the way to the meeting, you requested to get out of Matthew's car, right? Du-hoyan seemed frozen in this moment. He couldn't believe his ears. You made that choice. You wouldn't be stuck in this tomb, and you took all of our artifacts. He tried to stay as calm as possible. I have to play this scene through. He knows I took all the relics at the Pentagon. What are you talking about? Jacob clearly knew how confused Du-homan was at this moment. He struck a psychological blow to the boy. Don't try to lie. There is a relic. The Silver Pavilion Temple. Hidden inside the Pentagon. Something that surprised Jae-han even more was the person right next to him. And I also found out that relic is owned by Pandora. The relic was registered by Julian. You've worked with him before, right? He had to demand an explanation from him. This was beyond Jae-han's imagination. What does this mean? Did you register the relics under Pandora's name? Julian also confirmed. That's right. It doesn't violate the law. He really wanted to teach this guy a lesson he'd never forget. Daring to do something so terrible. What are you thinking? Why would you register classified information for Pandora? I only recently regained my memories, so I didn't understand until the last few days. Julian regained his voice. He replied as if he had a clear understanding of it. I thought the laws created by international organizations were kept secret. I'm so proud of you. Jen's anger hadn't subsided yet. You're giving Julian an ultimatum. Sooner or later, you will have to go there and be sure to withdraw the report. Until then, don't use the reported artifacts. Okay, I understand. Jacob on the other end hadn't stopped there. He wanted to make many things clear. All of our relics are being sold on the Pentagon. Jacob seemed determined to do something. His contact is always for a purpose, and everything is sold immediately after it appears. We can prove ownership. Finally, Jacob made the request that Du-hoan had anticipated all along. So please, return all the artifacts to us. Ah, knew it. Okay, we'll return them. Perfect. Well then. We don't need to prolong this any longer. It was time for him to hang up. Jacob concluded with a very gentle sentence. I will give you the time and address for the meeting. Please bring all the relics. He completely agreed with this. Okay. Du-ho immediately pressed the power button. He didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was Shua who was more worried than ever. I thought you would easily agree, boss. Will you return all the artifacts? But things won't be that way. Of course not. Du-han already had a plan in his head, just waiting for the day to carry it out. I'll make fakes of everything and bring them to them. You don't have to worry about anything. Julian tried to speak up to stop him. He didn't want him to take risks. What? You're just gonna make this worse. Du-han had already calculated it. This wasn't difficult for someone like him. Don't worry, I'll make replicas exactly like the real thing. Slave number 1. It's time to work. You have to do it really fast. Do what at this time? Julian didn't understand what Du-hoan's purpose was anymore. If you just want to bring fake things, why do you want to meet in person? He had to make him more alert. You think they won't immediately realize these are fakes? Of course not. Du-ho only wanted to know what he was wondering. He didn't want to get involved. And frankly, I don't want to meet them. I think I can get more information from the president. Du-han followed exactly what he had calculated beforehand. He wanted it to be perfect. The plan to fake the artifacts begins. This is the perfect time to check the relic, the die, that I sent to Jay. The information Du-hoan collected could now be very useful for the investigation. Die can not only mimic the shape of relics, but also mimic their abilities. The fake relics made by the Ven will definitely be exactly like the real ones. He had to keep himself calm in the face of all difficulties, but also hoped it would succeed. I don't expect to achieve perfect results in a short time. Furthermore, it takes persistence and intelligence to use the Van's treasure, because many people have tried but couldn't control it. But the difficulty wasn't that easy to overcome, and it would be very difficult to imitate everything perfectly because it would take a lot of time to use De Ven's sheet. He was surprised when he received the assignment. I have to do all these things? Too much! Boss, first try. Jay looked very worried. Du-hoyan kept looking at that look. The struggle when he doesn't know if he's doing it right? I can't wait to see the birth of a master swindler. Is that right, boss? Am I doing it right? Jae-ha didn't disappoint him. Du-hoyan always knew this, as expected from the master swindler. He finished the job on time. He was very happy when he finished it himself. Is there anything else I need to do? I'm all done, right? Du-hof didn't want to rely on it anymore. You can rest, now it's my turn. As soon as he picked up a statue, Jae-hae quickly recognized it. Wait, isn't this the Calamity artifact? That's right. Do-hoen's expression was really sinister, his head was full of calculations. I'm not just giving them fake relics, I also want to give a priceless gift to the US president. I'm so kind, aren't I? Aren't you going a bit too far? Everything was completed exactly as Do-hoen expected. It was strangely similar. Finally, the fake artifacts that completely resembled the real thing with the Calamity artifact were completed.
Do-han was now on his way to meet Jacob as he had promised, and the meeting with the president was also coming up.
The latest news came on the car while the trip was moving. The news. The excavation team participating in the excavation of the King's Valley was Miss Sua. Sitting next to him, had a question that needed to be answered. She had wondered to herself for a long time. Do Tin Jaefeller has announced a reward of hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm curious why no one realized that those tombs had been excavated. Julian also felt this strange. He completely agreed with her question. You're right. The Americans don't know that we've excavated those tombs. They didn't announce it to the media. Du-ven had his own answer, just waiting to go there to confirm it. It seems like they're just busy thinking about the relics lost from the Pentagon. This may be announced in a day or two, when President Jacob brings the artifacts back. Sua continued to ask more things about him that made her extremely curious. Now I remember. Is President Jacob re-elected 5 years from now? He sincerely agreed. That's right. It seems like the future is changing again. Du-hoen's eyes were full of suspicion at this moment, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his head. It seems like he wants to start another war. Du-hoen hadn't forgotten what Julian had caused. So there was that cold look. I don't know. He only knew a little information about him, but it was enough for him to understand clearly. Jakos came to power when the war between the relic hunters broke out strongly. Finally, he became one of the reasons leading to World War.
Du-han even researched these issues in depth. He had grasped them clearly, and it was the reason why Ka, the god of war, could do all the terrible things he wanted, with the help of the president, who backed Kra in the war.
Du-hoen had long seen through his true nature, just not wanting to expose it. That's Jacob's true nature. He's an extremely cruel and unpredictable person.
He even carefully instructed everyone. Nothing can happen unexpectedly. We'll be there soon. Let's prepare well. We must prepare a steel spirit to fight against anything that could be the worst, because we are about to enter the tiger's den. It was early in the morning, after a long journey, that they had arrived.
White House and Julian, the two of them were waiting in the meeting room, just waiting for Jacob's presence.
Both looked up,
as if he had appeared. Neither was happy. Jacob just walked in, eager to see what he had requested. He was just waiting for that. Where are the artifacts? Prime Minister Jacob Tae. Du-hoen tried to smile brightly. He will communicate with him without hesitation. Unbelievable that that's your first sentence in this meeting. You seem impatient. Du-hoen placed the bag he was holding on the table. Don't worry, I brought the Pentagon's artifacts here. Jacob saw it, and his attitude immediately changed. I didn't think you would keep your promise. There are many rumors about your bad personality, so I have to be careful. You also guessed what he wanted to say? Rumors about me being bad? All nonsense. Jacob seemed to be mocking Du-hoen. It seems so.
Those who followed then stepped into the door one by one, all the people Jacob brought. He crossed his arms, looking at them one by one. No matter how many people come, he wouldn't be scared. Who are these people? They are from the Restoration Institute.
Jacob's intention was exactly what Du-hoen predicted. Not wrong at all. I invited them here to examine if any of the artifacts were damaged. I know you can't lie to me, knowing that he invited them here with the purpose of checking whether the artifacts are real. He understood clearly about these people. People who are very clear about the objects of the past.
Simply put, the Restoration Institute is a place to study prehistory. They come from a group of talented appraisers who claim to understand the world.
Du-hoen had to admit their talent made others unconvinced right away. Their group holds an important factor that makes other appraisers incompetent. Anyway, their abilities are very impressive. He had expected it. Just waiting for him to reveal his true colors.
True to what he had heard about President Jacob, he would not be easily persuaded. Too bad these replicas are of the Denji artifacts. They'll love them. Those people were observing the item that Du-hoen brought up carefully.
Jacob was eager to get the results right away. He couldn't wait any longer. What do you think? Jen and Julian were always in a serious state. In their hearts, they were really nervous. Julian had sweated a lot. He was more worried than him.
They had finished checking and did not find anything strange.
Consider the two of you escaped. There is nothing fake. Sorry for our rudeness. Du-hoen could breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. In the end, the difficulty did not come. It's okay. It's good to be careful these days. Thank you for understanding.
Jacob's attitude became friendly. He no longer showed an unpleasant face. You have proven that those rumors were wrong. Very happy to continue working with you. The corners of his mouth had bloomed into a bright smile, not hiding the joy on his face. This feeling is hard to describe. Let's get some more information.
Du-hoen remembered what he needed to discuss with Jacob. He forgot about it just now. That's right. Can I talk to you about something? Certainly. Please sit down. Greed in Du-hoen's heart began to surge when he saw that he trusted him more. Thank you, the longer the better. But before sitting down, he discovered something stranger. A slightly worried expression. Jacob saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" But he refused. Nothing. In Do-hoen's heart, where did it come from? The feeling like an artifact had just run away. But I have to focus on talking now, I can't miss this opportunity. The aura in his body had been blown out right when Jen just discovered it. Anubis was in pain when he was thrown down. It could not resist this. Anubis must find the one who assassinated it, causing itself such pain. Who dares to throw me out like that? Dust was flying everywhere at this moment. Broken things were scattered all over this place. Manifest, Anubis. It still hasn't realized the danger is near. Someone is intentionally assassinating it. Get out of here, you! What is this? Who? Anubis. Eyes were full of pain. It seems this is what it has to endure. It's done. The blade is plunged straight into Anubis's core. No one can save him, you hear me? Those bastards who brought him to this are so smug. Farewell, Anubis. How dare you do this to me? The powerful master will kill you. They're all standing around, just to watch Anubis's pathetic state. You're gonna die and disappear? Any last words? It pierced right through your core. His body is trembling with every pulse. You can tell how much pain he's in. With that attack, your core is shattered? What? Anubis's eyes are filled with hatred. He never imagined someone he trusted would do this. How dare you attack your own friend? Do you think the master will just stand by after hearing about this? Anubis gritted his teeth, hating them. He just wants to wipe them all out. Who are you calling master? Who else but the one who asked me to do this? Their words strike him like lightning. He can't believe what you've done. The master ordered us to do this. You're worthless by our side. You no longer belong to Do-hoen. Anubis strains to listen, even though he might be falling asleep. The master ordered us to find the remaining Egyptian artifacts. He said they're all trash. Anubis doesn't want his life to end like this. It's so unfair to him. You're dying because of your own fault. Artifacts that bow before humans will be finished by the master. Unfair. I didn't bow to Do-hoen. I even followed the master's orders to kill him many times. One of them grips the sword tighter again. Anubis won't survive this. You think we care? You said many times? Then why didn't you succeed even once? The sword is pulled out as his body is overcome with indescribable pain. Anubis's body went flying far away. A fleeting moment. Farewell, Anubis. He can't move his whole body anymore. This moment marks the defeat of his body. Anubis had to give in. What can he do when he's ambushed? They're fading away. Looks like I'll end up like them. I tried my best, but why am I dying like this? Anubis feels something strange on his head. Anubis doesn't even know what it is. What's happening? Rope suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Anubis can recognize it. The rope? It came here because I'm emitting an unusual energy. The rope is even asking about Anubis's condition. It was so worried. Does it hurt a lot? I'm dying. You need to be healed. Healed? Anubis feels his body clearly. He understands himself better than anyone. I can't hold on much longer. Give my regards to Do-hoen. In his final moments, Anubis still wants to give the best to his master. But I'm afraid I won't be able to convey enough by then. You can't die! Anubis speaks clearly to it, word by word. Anubis wants the rope to convey it. Listen, rope. The most important information about those guys? Don't say any more. Your body is fading away. It's now or never. Someone suddenly appears, startling the rope so much that it doesn't even have time to escape. Hey look, isn't that an artifact? Why is there an artifact here? Looks like today is our lucky day. Don't get close. Anubis hates humans even more now. They're the ones who caused him so much pain. Humans, no, pups, pups! They're overjoyed to find something that will please Jacob. Awesome! This artifact can change shape, so it's easy to take it. The boss will definitely be pleased if we bring it to him. The rope suddenly wraps around their bodies, making it hard for them to escape. Let me go, my arm is breaking. Master, I'm in trouble, big trouble. Jacob is still in discussion with two people. He doesn't know what's happening. Like you said, the United States has asked the god of fate to foresee the future. We have received positive information. Jacob expresses his own point of view. He wants the two to see clearly. The truth is, we can share information with you, but there's something you need to do first. Jacob makes a small offer to Do-hoen. You will help us explore the predicted tomb. You completely agree, but in his head he's scheming. No problem. I'll definitely betray you later. Do-hoen pauses for a few seconds in his heart. Master! Jacob feels confused by his strange attitude. He's noticed twice already. Julian also notices this, and asks Do-hoen quietly. Worried you're in trouble? What's wrong? Is something the matter? No, I thought I heard something. The cries for help keep appearing in his heart. That voice is getting louder and louder. Master, master, I'm in trouble! Do-hoen has to go outside to hear what's going on right away. He seems to sense trouble. Sorry, but I have to stop the conversation for a moment. Something must be happening outside. Sua and Jaha were patiently waiting outside, feeling impatient. They were both overjoyed to see Do-hoen emerge from inside. Jaha immediately asked him about the current situation. Both of them were worried about him. Was the meeting done? Not yet, I want to check something. Do-hoen sensed an ominous feeling. He had a strange premonition. The tether sent me some signals. I suspect something's up out there. Signals? He wants to confirm with you one more time. Because it's too dangerous if you do it. Wait, are you sure about leaving the meeting like this? Yes. Something happened, I have to go check. Du-Hoan decided to go outside to investigate. He couldn't ignore the danger without helping. I can feel the tether's energy nearby. They're definitely outside the premises. Let's go. Du-Hoan followed his instincts, his heart telling him, don't touch it, don't touch it. I can feel its energy nearby, don't go near. The tether expressed its joy upon seeing Du-Hoan. It was happy he came. What's going on? Master, you've finally arrived. Tether, what are you doing here? Du-Hoan saw two strangers in front of him. He had to inquire carefully. You two are from the Restoration Institute, right? That's right. We're here because there have been many reports of damaged artifacts. The objects all fell to the ground, and smoke is still spreading. You're trying to prove it. You can see for yourself here. But this tether is preventing us from getting close. Du-Hoan's face darkened as soon as he saw it. His eyes filled with suspicion. They're all damaged in the body. Who did this? Daha seemed to have noticed something. He shouted, wait, is that artifact? Daha discovered the object he hadn't paid attention to until now. This was truly his keen perception. Anubis? The man picked it up, startling him. Daha immediately spoke up to stop him. You mean this? Be careful, you have to assess the extent of the damage first. Daha was just worried, but they didn't even offer a word of thanks. I'm just holding it, you're making too much noise, and we're more capable of repairing it than you are. They stubbornly refused to listen, wanting to delve deeper into those things. Do you guys have a permit? According to Pandora's law, only professional restorers can repair S2 class or higher artifacts. JHA was furious with these two. They were really going too far. If reckless guys like you hold it like that, the artifact will shatter in an instant. What are you trying to do? What followed surprised him even more. His face showed surprise. Now I guess you're the ones who got Professor Din arrested, right? Jacob's people were looking down on them, treating Jinha like a madman. He's our respected teacher in the restoration industry. You think you're better than him? His hand clenched into a fist, almost unable to bear it. We're going to restore this artifact, so get out of here. Jacob was the one behind this request. He was truly cunning. Go ahead and do it. They're the best in the Restoration Institute, so the results are guaranteed. Du-Hoan angrily challenged him. He couldn't just stand by and watch. If you say so, then you're underestimating my restoration skills too. You're invited then. Jaha was even more enraged. They had provoked his pride. If you think you're so good, then fix the artifact right now. Du-Hoan had to speak up and discuss. What's with you? What if they damage the artifact? Bringing him back to reality? Feeling even more worried inside. But they're driving me crazy. You're right, we can't let this go. Du-Hoan stood tall. If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. Like he said, try restoring it right now. But if my artifact is damaged in your hands, he would make them taste pain. How dare they act so arrogant? Then I won't let you off easy. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Jacob's people remained resilient. They hadn't faced hardship, so they didn't know fear. Threatening us won't work. We are the best restorers left. They were still very arrogant, not knowing what fear was at all. We'll show you what real ability is. Du-Hoan turned to ask Jiha's opinion again. He knew he was becoming more worried. What do you think? If they successfully restore Anubis, won't you be in trouble? JHA believed they wouldn't succeed. He had already planned it out, don't worry. He knew what would happen to these people, and hoped everything he thought was right. Anubis won't be able to be restored. Jiha stepped up to speak to them. He was beyond frustrated with these people. What's with this? How could the restoration fail? I knew from the start you two would fail. Jiha had never been this brave before. He spoke his mind completely. I knew it from the moment you handled the artifact so carelessly. You probably didn't even know where it was broken, did you? Dia approached, wanting to try restoring it himself, sure that he would succeed. It's not just broken, you know. Give it here, I'll try. You can't do what we do, give it to me. You can't do anything with it anyway. Du-Hoan could see the difficulty right away. It's not easy at all, it's really dangerous. Restoring a damaged artifact isn't easy. Technically, it's completely different from repairing a normal antique. He still has faith in someone like Jiha. He's really trustworthy. But if it's him, there's still a chance. He's Jiha, the con artist. The question is whether he can actually do it. Smoke was still rising steadily. Du-Hoan could easily predict what was about to happen. If he fails too, I'll lose Anubis, but what's more worrying is how much it will hurt him. Jet carefully picked it up. He had to think carefully before acting. I've lost all confidence after competing with Jin Richard, but I'm still in control. Ja had observed it very carefully. He mustered the courage to try one more time. Right, I know exactly which part needs to be restored. Let's give it a try. A current suddenly burst out from within as he touched the brush to it. This surprised Du-Hoan. Its power is too intense. Julian didn't understand what was happening. Both of them witnessed Jaha perform. What is that? He felt something new, without any pain at all. What's going on? This feeling. My body is slowly returning to its original state. Jaha was even more delighted. He succeeded in performing it. It's working! Like this, Anubis can be saved. The brush kept emitting a current.
He was even reminded by it. "Master, what is this? It's too difficult. I'll stop here. The restoration process will be completed soon." Jaha announced the situation so everyone would know that he hadn't ruined it. "Okay, I'll stop because I don't have much endurance left. I've stopped Anubis from vanishing." Jaha felt more confident, like a knight in shining armor. "I did it, guys. Anyone want to say anything?" Suddenly, it emitted a strange light. It was gradually recovering. "Impossible. What's happening?" Anubis' body was restored. He was freed from imprisonment. Anubis was filled with hatred for the evil humans who had brought him to this state. "I thought I was dead. But you restored me just in time. Wretched humans, you mutts." Ropes wrapped around Anubis, but he became even more frenzied. "You've been saved. Get away from me, you old geezer." Duhoan had to praise him. "You really didn't let me down. Well done, number one slave. Remember to come to me when there are things to restore." Ja was treated like a lackey again, but he had to try to carry it out. "What are you standing there for? Go restore the rest of the damaged artifacts." "Why are you so mean? You always pile work on me. Consider it gaining experience. I'm sure your skills will increase after restoring them all." "That's true, but it's still difficult." They decided not to stand here any longer, only to be further humiliated. Duhoan said things that humiliated them, daring to look down on his people. "Are you leaving? Shouldn't you say something before you go? You just insulted my restoration worker, who just successfully repaired the item that you—" Duhojan smugly looked at those pathetic individuals. They really had no sense of judgment. "We apologize." After that, they were completely silent. Their honor had been crushed. He taught them a lesson about not looking down on others like that. They were too arrogant and considered themselves the best restorers in the world. It even made them more foolish. Duho turned back to the meeting room and ended the meeting with the president. Duho also had to discuss many more issues with Jacob. Things couldn't end yet. He told him what Shanglong had done in the tomb. That Shanglong tried to seize the artifacts from the Pentagon for himself. This information was also false. Jacob couldn't keep his composure any longer. He wasn't good at suppressing anger. After hearing his false news, he seemed angry. He was sure the government wouldn't let Taejun get away with it. And of course Taejun had to escape from the coffin already. Duho gained more information and learned more about this person. He had sold many fake artifacts and gathered a lot of useful information. At the meeting, he brought back many things. Duhoan lay comfortably on the bed after a long, tiring day, having to fight with difficulties. "I'm so tired, but I have to enjoy today. It's really fun." Duhohe heard a noise outside. Although it wasn't very loud, Anubis was at his house, but he just stood there and didn't express anything. "Puppy, what's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" "No, nothing." Anubis expressed his gratitude to Jen, but he couldn't accept it. "I just wanted to thank you for saving my life. You don't need to thank me, thank Jin instead." Anubis already went to thank him. "That's how he found out how kind you are. I already told him. He said you were the one who brought him to the campus and told me to thank you too." Duho is happy that he could help him. Anubis has no bad intentions and sincerely thanks him. "I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. From now on, I will consider you my master and obey your orders." While you're at it, you'll assign him a task, hoping Anubis can do it well. "You seem sure about this. All right, this is your first command." Duhoan began to interrogate him. He would start with the simplest questions. "That fast? Do you remember the question that finished Duho?" "That's my dark past. Even though it was just a small piece of paper along with your embarrassment, I'm still bothered by those who are trying to kill me out there." Duhan shook his head, denying this. This isn't what he imagined, but it seems he wasn't affected. "Not really. It's so annoying that I sometimes even have nightmares about it." This is what Anubis must do if he wants to repay him. The one who helped him. That's the seed you must sow. Clean up all the trouble that statement caused. This will be your first task. Anubis understood and would follow the plan as instructed. "Understood, master." In a dark place full of cargo containers. This is a warehouse full of old items. The footsteps of someone panting from exhaustion. It seems he barely made it in here. Win's footsteps grew more hurried. He wouldn't let his enemy escape. "Give up, you can't escape me." Wind immediately ordered Rope. He decided to eliminate him. "Rope, bind him! Obey! Obey!" It obeyed the command, immediately binding the person and preventing him from escaping. The one being brought here was Avon. He lay face down in pain. Wind skimmed this person's profile. He held the paper in his hand. Let's see. Avon, 34 years old. Avon was trying to struggle. He didn't want to be tied up like this. "Looks like you're a drug dealer, right? Who are you?" He asked him clearly about his problem, to see if he would answer honestly. "You once received a request to kill Duhoen. Why didn't you act?" Wind introduced himself. He told him with a fake name. "I'm your client." "Ja, what? So it's you?" Avon wouldn't be easily subdued like that. He tried to struggle as much as possible. "Why are you so impatient? I was just finishing the preparations." Avon wasn't even afraid and provoked him, causing his face to change. "If you had waited a little longer, I would have killed him for you and sorted out all of his antiques." Wind had to teach this guy a lesson. He dared to insult him. "You really need to be taught a lesson. How dare you insult my master?" Avon still didn't understand.
What? Master? So Du Hoan is your master? Wait, then why did you make that request? Wind had to ask for Tutankhamun's help. It would help him in controlling him. Deal with him, Tutankhamun. Obeying, you will receive the heavy consequences of disturbing the master. Even was in pain as he had to endure it, he really couldn't do anything. No, stop, it's absurd. You were the one who made the request. Even panicked, not knowing what the purple liquid on his body was. What is this? His body was covered in smoke. He also explained to him that it was Tutankhamun's curse. Now your lifespan will decrease very quickly. After a while, Win noticed that, even no longer had the defiant attitude he had before. He's dead? Enough, release him, Rope. Win gave Rope a well-deserved reward. It completed the task very well. Pay me overtime, pay me! Now you don't think about anything other than money. 500 gold, money! He thought about the moment before when Du Hoan had told him to be careful. Lucky the boss scolded him, otherwise he would definitely run out of money. Got it? Rope demanding money is normal, but demanding too much isn't good. Rope was overjoyed when he heard that it would perform the next task. And I allow you to do a few things. Really? Yes, so don't ask people for too much money, okay? Rope couldn't hide his joy, as he had been rewarded with money from earlier. I got money, who's the next target? Anubis, wait a bit for me to see. At the White House, a quarrel had broken out. They didn't agree. What was really going on? Why were our people suddenly disappearing? Nobody wanted something bad to happen. People were anxiously reporting the situation. According to the report, they were cursed. What curse? Someone must be attacking them. They had investigated the information very carefully. There was definitely no mistake. Each victim had something in common. They all received a request to eliminate Du Hoan. The investigation team gathered information from many different sources, which is how they collected it. Most of the victims were in the process of preparing to attack Du Hoan, but instead, they were ambushed first. Perhaps they couldn't wait any longer. They wanted him to pay. The answer was too clear. Du Hoan is one of us. He's the one who caused this. Sikyun got a headache listening to them discuss this. He didn't know how to solve it. How are you so sure? Isn't it obvious? By the way, everyone's mistake was letting him become the boss. What? You agreed too, didn't you? No, I just said not to follow the system of those artifacts. This is giving me such a headache. Many facts have not yet been revealed. It's too early to conclude anything right now. A lot of complicated things have happened. Chairman Taijun is still missing. Julian decided to step inside. He couldn't let them ruin things. The opportunity is when his subordinates can't remain loyal forever. They're definitely plotting something big against Shanglong. I have to stop them before Shanglong collapses. Julian kicked everything, making the door no longer intact. Who are you? Tell me where the artifact security system is. They were frightened when they saw his attitude. Unsure what Julian would do next. Speak quickly. I need to deregister my artifact. What are you talking about? You think we'll let that happen? Julian was determined not to let anyone escape. If you don't want to reveal the truth, then I'll make you tell me how to use it. Screams echoed from inside the building, and the glass windows shattered. Help me! At that moment, Du Hoan's team's car was speeding down the road. They still didn't know what had happened. Jaeha and Sua were both very worried about this situation. Dragging it out would be dangerous. I don't think Anubis is handling this trouble very well. Is it okay for an artifact to appear like this? Du Hoan had already guessed everything a long time ago in his head. He just wanted to be more certain. This time, there's no more doubt about it being loyal to me. It won't betray me like last time. Letting it handle this also saves us time while we do other things. DHA still had a question for Du Hoan. He couldn't understand it. But boss. He looked at Luis, who was tied up beside him, feeling worried. Does saving time mean this kid is going back to work too? Right, that was a stupid question. Du Hoan explained the benefits to Jaeha. This deal will be very profitable. We'll benefit greatly from America thanks to him. We could also get in trouble if it falls into the wrong hands. He brought up the dangerous memory that had just happened a moment ago. Didn't you almost die because of it too? That's right. Jaeha turned to warn Luis. He wouldn't let Luis be at peace. Hey kid, you better prepare yourself. I'm gonna give you a never-ending nightmare. Okay, your job is to watch him carefully. They received a phone call. It was one of Du Hoan's people. Boss. No, it's a call from the Department of Defense. Answer it. He was annoyed when he heard the noise from the other end of the phone. Why is it so noisy? Julian informed him of the situation. Boss, I completed the mission. Both Sua and Du Hoan were a little surprised to receive this call. He had to ask clearly where Julian was carrying out the mission. Where are you? Why is it so loud? He also informed Du Hoan about the situation there. I'm at Panora. Why did you go there? I came here to request the removal of the item I stole from the list, but instead, they started arguing. Julian actually wanted to convey important information to him. Yes, they're very difficult to come to a conclusion. At least you're okay. But why are you calling me? I just learned an interesting piece of information. Sigyun was still lying unconscious on the ground. He hadn't shown any signs of waking up yet. Someone here was killed by Anubis.
Sigyun is here too.
Julian had also asked for information carefully, hoping he could reveal the truth. I asked him about Shanglong. It seems, sooner or later, something will happen. Julian continued to discuss deeper issues with Jen. Did you ask in more detail? Yes. Do you remember Chairman Turn's child? I remember. He had guessed their actions, but he wasn't sure. I think they'd been aiming for Shanglong's position since the chairman went missing. Du Hoan already knew about this information. You investigated it before. That's right. That Turn guy has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Each of them has their own company and lives without lacking anything. And you know very well that they have nothing to do with this case. They really aren't involved in the antique dealing.
Because Chuzun was too successful at it, they have to live in his shadow.
Du Hoan also knew that he was a very famous figure and truly dangerous. If I remember correctly, they are also very skilled at using artifacts. The eldest son, Shengwon, the 3 of them definitely can't be underestimated. Du Hoan knows more about this family than anyone. He investigated thoroughly, and now their father has disappeared. They're definitely planning something, and I think the 3 of them aren't close. They definitely aren't working together. Du Hoan has already guessed the next move of those in that family. There will definitely be internal conflict. This is a good opportunity. His identity is indeed not to be taken lightly.
Seung works very cautiously, the eldest son Seung-won.
Back then, Bandora even rated him a D in controlling artifacts. And this time isn't too different. In the office, Seung-woo is very angry that what he wanted failed. What did you say? Jiang Chen quietly replied. Miss Du-hin said she isn't interested in artifacts. And moreover, she's still in school.
Seung-won couldn't stay calm anymore. Anger was welling up inside him. Is this the time to be thinking like that? She doesn't even understand what's going on. Jiang Chen could only obey.
Yes. He made a request to Jiang Chen. Someone like Seung-won wouldn't give up so easily. Go back there and persuade her. He replied, yes. Right now, he's feeling extremely troubled. His father still hasn't returned. If father returns safely, I wouldn't have to face so many troublesome matters like this.
Jiang Chen asked Sheng Gui again to make sure, with a hesitant attitude. Sir, are you sure you can't open it? Seung is fully aware of this issue. How many times has he reminded him? Yes, even though I'm his son, I'm not good at controlling artifacts. Why do you keep asking about that? Do you want me to take you out to sea? Jiang Chen said with a fearful attitude.
Sorry. Seung immediately ordered Jiang Chen to carry it out right away. If we don't, it'll be too late. Du-hee might be able to open it, so we need her on our side. Act fast before that idiot Sung Jadia pulls her to his side. Jiang Chen had another question. He had many questions in his head. Can't Sir Seungdia open it either? Seung-won was furious. How would I know? Making him go crazy and slam the table. He was already stressed, and Jiang Chen kept asking. Why are you asking again? You're just making me more insane. He started to get scared. Sorry, boss, sorry. Seung coldly said. If you're done, go to Du-hee. Jiang Chen quietly replied. Understood. Seung is determined to get it back no matter what. He can't let it fall into someone else's hands. Father's artifact must be mine. I'm father's eldest son, after all. Du-hee actually has a natural talent that not everyone has. Unlike the eldest son and second son, the youngest daughter controls artifacts quite well. I'm the one who taught them how to control them back then.
Jiang Chen's car has stopped at a building where Du-hee is present.
He gave her a picture of him so she could have a complete view. This is Du Hoan. You can see what he does in the report.
Jiang Chen started warning Du-hee about his character, only hoping she could believe that he is an unruly person and also a great threat to Shanglong.
Du-hee didn't seem to care, but focused on some issue. We need your power to fight him. Miss Du-hee, are you listening? She was admiring his beauty again, already fascinated just by looking at the picture. I'm listening. He's so handsome, what does he do? He didn't understand what she was thinking, but Du-hee felt interested. Of course, he's an archaeologist. She immediately denied. No, I mean, what is he doing now? Is he an artist or something?
Jiang Chen had to awaken Du-hee's spirit. He couldn't let her be infatuated like that. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. And this isn't the time to be lusting after his looks. He continued to show Du-hee pictures of JHA and SUA to let her grasp the situation. These are his 2 subordinates. The 2 of them are also trouble. As soon as she saw the pictures of these 2, her eyes lit up even more. JHA, I've seen him on TV before. SUA, wait. Does he choose people based on looks? Everything kept making Du-hee surprised, one after another.
Oh my god, even Irin works for them? Crazy. Look at that dress, it's so beautiful. Causing Jiang Chen to call her name directly. Miss Du-hee, making her very flustered. What? He had to remind her about these people. They're not simple at all. We're talking about opponents. Please be serious for a moment. Du-hee didn't care too much about the problem. Calm down. My brother will deal with them. Jiang Chen talked about the plans that Seung-won had previously discussed with him. The problem is that the 2 of them are too different. Imagine if the second brother had exclusive control of the chairman's artifacts.
Everything must be done right now. Otherwise, it will be too late. Can he deal with our opponents with that attitude? You and Xiangzuan are Shangzong's last hope.
Du He really felt that these things weren't interesting at all. They only made her more bored. But I'm not interested in artifacts. He still tried to persuade her. Even so, please come work for us.
Jiang Chen will guarantee all her rights, so that Du He can't refuse. Young Master Xiang and I will solve all the troubles. She was even more surprised. Really? Jiang Chen was smug seeing that change in attitude. Of course, but you have to come work for us to be successful. Their sinister plans were about to be realized, just waiting for the day to be revealed.
That way, all the chairman's artifacts will be in our hands, and we can command Du Hen's archaeological team.
Du Hoen wearily sat down on the sofa.
He wanted to investigate more information. Honestly, I want more information about what Turn's 3 children are doing. Julian didn't understand what he was trying to do, what the real purpose is. But why are you so sure they're fighting each other?
Du Hoen had also guessed the intentions of those children in name only. The eldest, Xiang World, definitely intends to take all of Turn's artifacts. The arrogant second son, Xiang Jie, will try his best to stop his brother from taking them. Du Hochen investigated every piece of information about each child.
He could grasp the situation clearly. The third child, Du Hehin, isn't one to stand between her brothers. She might be taken advantage of by her brother. Du Hen already had a plan in his head.
He knew they also had bad intentions. I'll take this opportunity to exploit them, and will steal Chairman Taejun's artifacts. I know where all of that old man's artifacts are hidden. Du Ho secretly guessed that the hidden things wouldn't be so easy to find.
He hid them inside an impenetrable security system, and he'll hide them in a place no one can find. Du Ho decided he would take advantage of them to get inside.
Even if I find it, I won't be able to open it myself.
Only Turn and his children can open that defense line. Du Hen had already mapped out the path those children were calculating in his head. You're a smart guy. That's why I haven't planned to steal his artifacts yet. But if the 3 siblings fight against someone, that's when the opportunity opens up. Du Hen would turn this game into the most interesting one ever. We'll take advantage of the chaos and kidnap one of them to open the defense line. Julian sighed when he heard what he said. How can you just say everything you plan to do? This also has a heavy risk. If we're not careful, we can easily lose our lives. But to do that, we need to know their situation. Now SUA will volunteer to follow them. Do you want me to keep an eye on them? Du Hoen just wanted her to perform a small task, enough to put him at ease. Can you watch over them all at the same time? Du Ho would try. I'll try. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on their room door. Not knowing who it was, all 4 of them turned around at the same time, bewildered, not knowing who was knocking. Who is it? Dee volunteered. Let me go see. Den could recognize this voice right away. He was surprised by this person's identity. Who is it? It's a Korean. The voice from outside came in.
Excuse me. This voice was Xiong Daenis.
There was a smile on his face. Is Du Hoen in there? Desai informed his boss. He's looking for you, he said boredly. Then why don't you open the door? Daha listened to his words and opened the door. He wanted to confirm who this person was. Why are you looking for him?
Xiong Di's stance was indeed imposing. He wanted to find Du Hoen for something to discuss. Are you Du Ho? He pointed at himself. Doesn't DHA know who this arrogant name is?
He had to confirm his true identity. I'm the one asking. What do you want coming here? He probed. So you're not Du Ho? Tell him. I need to see him. Dia closed the door with a face full of anger. What an ignorant guy, he's still urging. Hurry up, I'm busy. He doesn't understand what kind of person he is. He wouldn't let him get his way. You can't see the boss without an appointment. Please leave. Making Zhengde extremely flustered by this. What? Hey, don't close the door. He was cursing Zhenhe with very harsh words. For not letting him see him. Hey, who do you think you are? He was very annoyed. The strange Du Hoen came out. Who is it? He gently explained to Du Hoen. Far from the angry tone from before. Just a strange guy, don't bother. Zhen Ung Dari still couldn't stop knocking on the door. He was getting even more crazy. Do you know who I am? Du Hoen suddenly opened the door at this time. He wanted to see who this crazy guy was. Who are you? He became happy. You must be Du Hoen, right? You look different from the person just now. Du Hoen could easily recognize that face just by looking at it. He had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, he knew his true identity. It's the 4th son, Seung de Fana. Wait, he was still planning to introduce himself. Let me show you my business card. Zhen Ung Dae offered his business card, but Du Hoen didn't take it. Because he already knew this person. This is my business card. You can recognize me through this. He immediately refused. No need. How could Du Hoen forget this face? One of the people he had investigated. I know who you are, Zheng Jie. He was bewildered. You know who I am?
He was happy that he recognized him. His attitude was extremely smug. Looks like I'm very famous.
Du Hoen glanced over with a contemptuous look. That bastard never changes. Just like the old days. Seyoung made an offer with a very generous price. Enough for Du Hoen to consider. If you want to hire me, you should make a more valuable offer than just a few dollars. He didn't expect.
Hey, 10 million not enough? I offered you 20 million, and you're calling that a few dollars? He even remembered introducing him. This can also be considered a contribution. And I even introduced you to a pretty girl. Jen immediately shook his head in denial. He didn't want this to happen at all. I don't need that. Du Hoan immediately took out the photo he took with Irin for Seyoung to see. I already have someone. I don't need anyone else. Which made him extremely surprised. Damn it, isn't that Irin? Seyoung couldn't believe that someone like him could have such a beautiful girl. You really have the best. Du Hoan reassured. Don't worry, there's still a lot that I want. He wondered. What? He immediately replied. Achievements. Du Hoan had already guessed why Seung had come to someone like him. You want to work with me because you want to take over your father's position, right? Meaning you'll get all the relics he has? He even flaunted his wealth. All valuable items. My father has an excavation team. Du Hoan didn't care. I don't care about that excavation team. Du Hoan, on the contrary, made a condition for Seyoung, making him furious. If you take over his position, you have to give me half. He couldn't believe it. Huh? Half? Are you crazy? He was annoyed when he made such strange offers. If I only have half the achievements, why would I hire you? Du Hoan had to agree. Okay, 30%, but I get to choose what I want. Seung even had to recalculate. He was a little confused. 30%? Wait a minute. 1, 2? He must be helpless to see that look. I shouldn't let him do this. It's taking too long. Du Hoan had to explain it to him. Waiting until now has also taken a lot of time. What are you waiting for? If you're alone, you won't be able to get all those relics, right? Seyoung finally agreed to this condition, but he wouldn't reveal it. Okay, but I won't tell you the effects of the relics you'll take. You'll only get to see them before you take them. Du Hoan felt that his plan was about to succeed, just waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. He could come up with a beneficial request in a short amount of time. Seyoung also agreed. Seyoung clapped his hands. He was very happy to be working with him. This is a big expectation. Good, good. He thought that his decision was right, not wrong at all. So our agreement is sealed. Du Hoan had also calculated the immediate benefits for himself. He wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. GWATN will give me information about all the relics, so this request doesn't affect me at all. Seyoung was very much looking forward to it. Shall we discuss the details? Seung even wanted to order someone to follow him and Du Hoan. Like the others I've hired, you guys should serve me a cup of coffee right now. Hae-ha whispered into his ear. Boss, don't you think it's best not to let him participate? He had a plan. This wasn't a problem. We've accepted the offer, so we have to discuss the details together. He opened the door and invited him in. This was what he had been waiting for all along. Okay, come in. He was smug. This is what you should have done from the start. A muscular bear-shaped can was placed in front of Seyoung. He looked at it with a strange eye, feeling that this was truly ridiculous. Don't you guys have anything other than this? Du Hoan remained calm. That's all we have. It's an energy drink. Jae-ha uses it when he has to overwork. Du Hoan thought that it was time to discuss the plan. There wasn't much time left. Moreover, the drink wasn't the issue right now. Do you already have a plan? Can you explain it to us? He had guessed it a long time ago but wanted to say it to have him confirm it again. I'm sure that your relationship with your brother has been strained for many years. Strung confirmed. That's right. Seyoung told Du Hoan an important piece of information that he probably needed very much. By the way, I've sensed a lot of valuable relics around here. Du Hoan also confirmed this. He didn't want to hide it from him. I sell them here. Seyoung still had suspicions about him. Really? You don't sell them anywhere else? Even we keep the ordinary relics at home and sell the valuable relics elsewhere. Sua and Jae-ha heard those questions, and their faces changed. So you keep them all here? Electricity suddenly flowed from his hand. He had bad intentions. So, Seyoung never came here with good intentions. He had also anticipated it. I'm going to take all of your relics. Du Hoan really wanted to punch this guy. He dared to do such a thing. You bastard, you're never going to give. Hey, are you trying to steal from me? This isn't included in the agreement. Seung's attitude remained very casual. Consider these things reasonable. So what? Is there a problem? Don't you know how this world works? I am the strongest here, so I can freely do what I want. Du Hoan was truly interested in this person. He wasn't angry at all. You're very confident in yourself, huh? Rope couldn't bear it any longer. I told you so, boss. I knew he would do something like this. Alright, go on and try again. What? Seyoung Desengdae is underestimating Du Hoan's inherent power. He doesn't know what fear is. We're weak. No one is capable enough to defeat him. He's even happier. You're not as strong as they say. Jae-hae wants to stop this. He can't let you go astray. Boss, what are you saying? What will happen if he takes all our relics? Set has stepped out. What's wrong? Master, why is it so calm here? As soon as he saw the lightning, his eyes lit up, wanting to possess it. This relic looks amazing. Seyoung can't wait any longer. He has to act fast. You will be mine from now on. Obey? Both Anubis and Boss can't stand this intense current. They can't resist. What's going on? Jae-hae panicked when he saw that they couldn't talk anymore.
The puppies returned to their original forms. Du Hoan saw the power, which made him extremely vigilant. He possesses superb dominant strength. He is indeed a member of the Kuo family, much stronger than the others. All three people outside are waiting, wondering what you'll do next. Simple. I'll start now. The relics flew away one by one. There's a force controlling them. His hand tightly grips the lightning, wanting to control all of your items. Du Hoan will unleash his power. But not at this moment. He's still calculating in his head. Boss, we're gonna lose both. Don't just stand there. Do something. Seung becomes even more insane. He wants to monopolize all your items. But Seung Shengde's expression inexplicably changed so drastically. Boss, do something. Both are. He felt the pain, as if they had no effect. My hand. Damn log. Seungde's hand felt like it was being burned by flames. This is the lesson that boss wants to teach him. He is not easily subdued. How could you do this to me? You must be punished for what you just did. Anubis becomes even more furious. He has provoked its anger. I will end you. Seung couldn't control his body anymore. He's losing control. Looking at his blackened and smoking hand, his attitude faltered. What's going on? My hand? Set faces him and looks at Seungde with eyes full of hatred. Its mouth opens wide, as if wanting to rush forward and tear him apart. Die! Dean, who is outside, is frightened by this scene. It's too terrible. What is happening? Looking at it, Du Hoan can immediately understand the principle. If you dare touch them, you must dare to bear the consequences. Simply put, they won't obey, because his dominating power isn't strong enough. This puppy pair is one of the most powerful relics. Activating them alone takes a lot of energy, and it takes even more to control them. He had foreseen this because of Seung Dimao's greed. Moreover, to control them, he must have supreme power to sever the relationship between them and their owner. He has to lie down to let the lightning gnaw at his head. Although he doesn't want to at all, the more precious a relic is, the more dominating power it requires. Seungde is unwilling. This can't be happening. He asserts, in the Pandora list, my dominating power is higher than yours. Du Hoan is the one who controls everything. So what if you have powerful abilities? Is the reason you're confident in yourself because of that list? Du Hoan's face is full of danger, seemingly plotting something. Now you will feel my inferior power. All of his power is spread outwards, emitting all around. Jaha tries to resist but can't. He completely loses his ability. Impossible. He gently lifts Set's face. He has suffered too much damage. Believing in unfounded information is truly foolish. Du Hoan will, of course, manage the two of them, so he knows their true abilities. You are the one who doesn't know how this world works. You don't understand what Pandora really is. Du Hoan feels like Seung Dimao's mind doesn't think at all. If you were me, would you show all your power to your opponents? The controlling power they know of me is only half of my true power. A person who only acts on instinct without thinking anything through? I can't believe you came here so foolishly. You are truly interesting. Du Hoan's steps getting closer to him was because Seungde came here himself. If it were anyone else, I would have finished them off right here. Du Hoan made a request. He must fulfill it to live. But you are Master Turn's son, so I won't kill you. You must open Master Turn's door for me. Seungde knew well that he had fallen into a trap, and now saw how stupid he was. Du Hoan was smug. You should thank me. He was scared. Damn it, you're even making a deal. Besides that, you must pay for all the damages just now. He didn't expect. What? You won't let Seungde off easily. He must clean up this place. You turned my house into a pile of junk. You have to pay for all the damages. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Weren't you the one who made your own house messy? Du Hoan really wanted to punch him, daring to talk back to him. How can you speak to me in that tone? Call me Hyung. Seungde had to comply. I'm sorry, Hyung, he further demanded. You must buy me new replacements for all the objects here. You'll be dead if you buy the wrong brand. He totally agreed. Yes, Hyung. Rope heard the loud noise, so it appeared too. It thought something happened to him and came here. Rope. It asked. What's wrong, master? What's going on? Du Hoan asked him. You said you need money, right? Ask its name. Rope happily approached Seungde. It was very happy to hear the word money. You'll give me money, right? Give me money. He didn't want to. No, I only needed to pay for the damages. His relics took turns getting angry. Du Hoan saw them demanding justice. You also affected my relics, so you have the responsibility to satisfy them. Scythe demanded justice. You truly angered me. Aren't you going to do anything for me? Rope continued its work. It wouldn't spare him. Until I receive the benefit. Can I ask him for money? Wait a minute. I thought all I needed to do was compensate you for the damages. Seungde fearfully backed away. He was about to not be able to endure it anymore. Too good. Give me money. He didn't want. No. Seung couldn't hold on to anything anymore. He couldn't stop it. No. Rope was overjoyed to see the money appearing in front of it. Money! He tried to stop it. Don't take them out. Stop! Rope didn't listen to Seungde at all, ignoring his cries. It's so fun, he's crying. Why does your relic have a bank card? Seungde looked at the phone screen in fear.
There was a bank transfer notification sound. What the heck is going on? What is this company doing now?
At this moment, Rope became even more excited. Its expectation was satisfied. I received your transfer! Hang in there, Rope, just a little more. You'll get $100 million.
Duhoen ordered it to stop.
Tormenting him until here is enough. You've received a decent amount of money today. That's enough, Rope. You can continue tomorrow. He ordered Rope to go outside, while he had to discuss something else. I have something to discuss with this guy. It immediately obeyed. Understood. Shungdae was angry about what happened to him, but he could only feel helpless. Thank you. Wait, haven't you had enough yet? He made him understand. It was his fault for coming here.
Duhoen didn't want to beat around the bush any longer. It would waste time for both sides.
Now let's get to the main point. Do you have a plan yet to take over your father's position?
Si-Kung will follow whatever you suggest.
Though I don't know if it will be useful, what do you need me to do? An idea popped into his head. Actually, I already have a plan. Sua walked in and cut across their conversation. She had to do it.
Boss, I apologize for the interruption, but you have to look at this.
Information has spread across the internet about the intense power earlier. A strong energy source appeared in some places in France. Investigators believe the cause is one of the 7 tombs, the Tomb of Pride. Everyone listened attentively. Duhoen was the most worried at the moment. The French Prime Minister issued an order to close the areas surrounding the tomb. He had to admit, that's terrible. Why is one of the 7 tombs appearing at this time? Sua had been tracking this content. She and everyone else must find a way to resolve it together. Information is spreading everywhere. The competition to own this tomb will break out. I think focusing on this now is the most important thing, he affirmed.
She's right. Shungdae suddenly received a phone call. He looked very hurried.
Wait, someone is calling. Shungdae picked up the phone. He didn't understand what was going on. Hello? What? Excavation team? Deputy Leader Jiang Chen. I understand. Please wait and closely monitor the situation first. As soon as he hung up, his tone lost its composure. This is even worse than the Tomb of Pride. Who did you interrogate? What did they say?
Shungdae also didn't want to hide anything from him. He decided to say it. My older brother and his capable right-hand man, they're planning to take over the Tomb of Pride. Dun Ho Yan was still wondering about the name from earlier. It sounded a bit familiar. Who is Jiang Chen? The name you just mentioned. Shungdae explained everything. He is the deputy leader of my father's excavation team.
From what he said, he could tell this person was no ordinary individual. He was always sticking close to my brother. It made me sick. He understood now. That was how he survived. He's not someone you can easily go up against. A very cunning guy. Jiang Chen is incredibly ambitious. So much so that he's willing to betray his own teammates. Now he's trying to build a relationship with Seung W. He's definitely waiting for an opportunity.
Duhoen could predict the next move. He always saw through people, and when the opportunity was right in front of him, he would definitely inform Seungdae immediately,
wanting to collaborate with him. Tonight, we're going to the first tomb. I'll retrieve the relics from inside. He didn't want to, but he had to do it for the benefit of possessing the assets. If you want me to help you rise to the position of heir, you have to listen to me. Sung has to lose. You really only like doing what you want.
Seung wanted to give it a try. He decided to agree to this offer.
Okay, I'll listen to you. He quickly discussed it. Good. Then the next goal is approved. There's a relic lying deep in the earth, only big enough to contain itself. There is a hand trying to support itself. And inside, there is someone. That person is Tae Jun. Fearing that he wouldn't be able to endure it any longer, almost out of strength, he was thirsty. How long had he been here? He felt like he wasn't dead yet, still alive and well. Luckily, he always wore the ancient armor of Achilles. If he hadn't worn it, he would definitely be dead long ago.
Turn gritted his teeth. I can't stay inside here forever. No. Now is not the time to think about these things. I have to find a way out of here. I can't endure it any longer. When will the rescue team arrive?
Thousands of questions were raised in his head, but he couldn't answer everything. I formed a rescue team to save me in situations like this. And my family? What are they doing? Why aren't they looking for me? The archaeological team happened to arrive at this place. They are inspecting the situation. This tomb is intact. It really is just like the rumors I've heard. We need to carefully study this tomb.
He really wanted to escape this confinement.
Everything must be liberated. The excavation team is busy cursing and groaning, but we researchers are grateful to him for keeping this tomb intact. What was he wondering? Suddenly, there was a tremor here. Tae Dun hadn't escaped yet. What the heck were they thinking? Earthquake, they guessed. I guess there are still some traps here.
Get out of here. The excavation team was extremely panicked. They hadn't determined the situation yet. Wait, don't go, save me! He shouted angrily. He had never felt so helpless. Hey. It seems like someone is trapped here.
They turned back. They quickly left this place. This place is too dangerous to learn about it. They were quickly preparing for the excavation of the Proud Tomb in France. But there was still a big problem hindering our steps.
Jae-ha had prepared his luggage for the next trip. Xan too. The French government issued many orders to protect the Proud Tomb.
Even the European Union is involved. to monitor excavation teams from other countries. The difficulty suddenly came. Before we could start the journey, all the major airports in Europe tightened security. If they go now, they will definitely be detained. Du Hoyan had to tell them very carefully, there can be no mistakes, so at this time, they will not be able to use private planes. No, then how are you planning to do it? He exchanged information over the phone because time was too short. They had to use regular planes, they had to blend into the group. Irin felt extremely worried as soon as she heard this. But she couldn't help him. The way to travel, he will have some people impersonate. She felt scared. Be careful, Du Hoyan. I'm very worried about you. He reassured her. Don't worry, I'll see you as soon as I get back. As soon as Du Hoyan hung up the phone, his tone changed. No longer gentle. You heard that, right? Do it quickly. Jae-ha was very happy to have someone to accompany him. He really wanted to know who that person was. I won't make you do it alone, so you don't need to worry about anything. Jae-ha rejoiced. Really? Who will help me? It was Louis, who was still tied up with rope like before. He was struggling. You already have a good partner? He will help you speed up the work. They felt that his idea was really crazy, to make them work together. With this family they can complete this work immediately. He's really crazy. It's too much, it's always like this. We will fake it for everyone to go to the tomb. If the two of them follow his instructions, they definitely won't get caught. And we will go to France by regular flight. To facilitate the action, Du Hoyan took first-class tickets. As soon as Jae-ha got on the plane, he felt tired, with no strength to speak. I'm exhausted. So tired he'll let him rest. You can rest comfortably in this first-class cabin. He said everything that he had been thinking for a long time, but didn't dare to express. How can I sleep comfortably? It's all because of you. You always make me work too hard. I'm too familiar with your lies. He had to repeat it. I won't make you do anything else, so shut up and sleep. You have to take care of your health. Du-ho felt bored listening to these words. Not interesting at all. If you really cared about my health, you shouldn't force me to work so hard, should you? He didn't care. Do whatever you want. We'll be very busy after landing, so be prepared. He seemed to have discovered something strange, but wanted to be sure. There was something behind Du Hoyan that he could clearly feel. Wait. Although very faint, this energy is very familiar. You knew this person's identity just by looking. The hunch was right. It must be Jiang Chen, in the economy class. Xiong was uncomfortable sitting on this plane. He didn't feel at ease. Why are the seats on this plane so small? I can't even stretch my legs. Jiang Chen reiterated. This is economy class. Jiang Chen explained what they needed to do. Focus as much as possible. We have to blend into this crowd to avoid any unpleasant issues. You don't want us to be caught and dragged back right after landing, do you? Right? Seung was still mumbling in his head. His anger hadn't subsided. This problem could be solved with money, he reminded. There are many things money can't solve, like what's happening with the 7 graves. The plane is about to land. The staff announced to everyone. Passengers, please note, we are about to land. Finally, this flight wasn't what you'd call too far, but enough for you to observe. Sua then discovered that a familiar person was also on this flight. Jiang Zheng is here too? She immediately confirmed. That's right, Du Hoyan completely affirmed this. You didn't see him wrong, he's hiding in the economy class. Sung is here too. Although I haven't seen them, I can sense their presence here. Sua had certain doubts. She couldn't trust that guy. Are they following us? What should we do now? You weren't sure yet. We still don't know their plan. You had discussed the plan before, and you absolutely must execute it before them, but we definitely have to act first. This could be our chance to end our collaboration with them. Shu Eung-dae was happily listening to music, unaware that his older brother was here. Now, don't let that guy know about this. He might stir up trouble. She immediately agreed. Okay. Damie tried not to let his ears listen. He was already headache enough. She and E are the only two who know about this. Get ready. Got it. He didn't want to listen. I don't know anything. I just want to sleep. No, I am sleeping. Du Hoyan immediately pinched his cheek again. No one is allowed to give up. Wake up. This airplane has become a battlefield. Jae-ha groaned in pain. I don't want to. I can't live in peace. Just for one day? Jae-ha painfully held his cheek. He hadn't even enjoyed a moment of rest. Wait. Why did this plane turn into a battlefield? We're 9,000 meters above ground right now, we could die. You agreed, that's right. Jae-ha knew that and wouldn't have participated long ago. What a wrong choice. That's why I can't wait to finish them right now. He was crying streams of tears. I want to go back to my grandmother's house. He still thought. What do I use to attack them with now? Du Hoyan rummaged through his bags searching for something. You must possess power. Du Hoyan was happy to have the power in his hands, ready for the plan. It's been a long time since I used this thing. Should I? Du Hoyan recalled the past moment. There was a very clear imprint in his mind, having long ago made a contract with Mahamurabi. Du Hoyan held the paper in his hand and thought, this plan will be carried out quickly. I will send this contract to Sekon Gund. After he sees it, he will definitely want to tear it up. Du Hoyan knew well that it wasn't easy to destroy it, but tearing up the contract was also useless, because this contract was written so that if it is destroyed by someone, It will bind itself to that person. He began giving the rope a task. It only had to bring it to him. Rope, bring this to Sekongan. It immediately obeyed. Got it. Dele didn't expect this plan to be so perfect. It has no flaws. Your attack is more terrifying than I thought. He turned around, happy. What kind of attack do you want me to use? He thought your tricks were just that simple. I thought you would just go over and finish them with your fists. Duhoen would never do that. I won't act like that. They observed the surrounding situation. It wasn't an easy position to act. This place is too cramped. We shouldn't draw the attention of the remaining passengers. If we execute the plan right now, it's too dangerous. Too many people will witness it if we act directly now. So Duhoen chose this way. The way he felt was safest. So doing it this way was the most perfect. The main purpose of sending the contract is to provoke him. In the economy class, Xian W was still concentrating on his work, while Jiang Chen turned his face away, not bothering to care. He looked to the side when he heard a strange noise. He didn't know what it was. Take this. This relic. This relic! Xiang's attitude switched to panic when he saw the rope bringing a piece of paper. Both Jiang Chen and Xiang, neither of them could keep their composure. What is this? Jiang Chen easily guessed. A holy artifact. It's like one Du Hoxian has. The rope's only job was to bring it there. And Shengzhu had been diligently reading from the start. The rope also instructed. Read it. Goodbye. He realized Duhoen's name was here. Jiang Chen seemed to be scared of something. Okay, his outfit is very strange, he suddenly said. Jiang Chen rushed to attack the rope while still not understanding what was happening. He suspected this was the holy artifact Duhoen often used. Hey, what are you doing? The rope resisted. Let go of me! He immediately guessed it must be his holy artifact. Must catch it. It continued to struggle. Let go! Everyone on the plane turned their eyes towards them, because the noise was too loud. Let me go! Jiang Chen clenched the rope in his hand. He had to possess this thing. Jiang Chen was so focused on seizing it that he hadn't even read what was inside the paper. I will make this sacred relic mine. Oh, what's the content of the contract? Seong gave in. You're only noticing this now? Seong angrily clenched the paper. This was unacceptable to him. He wants me to give up all my stocks, buildings, and money. Jiang Chen has figured out that your people are here too. I'm sure he's on the same flight as us. He's probably spying on us. Sekyung won't let this go easily. We need to investigate the situation. We can't just sit still like this. Send some guys to check him out. Jiang Chen had already placed his people here to monitor because he had planned it from the start. Some of our people are disguised and mixed in around here. These two are full of insidious schemes. They want you destroyed. Duhoen probably doesn't know, but I'll turn this place into your final resting place. The dishes displayed before him looked beautiful, tempting him to indulge. But Rope still hadn't returned. Daya ate the bread deliciously. He secretly guessed that it seemed Rope was caught by them, but he wasn't worried at all. If so, perfect. I have great faith in Rope. But Du Hoyan couldn't imagine such a scene. No, Si Tianwo and Jiang Chen couldn't be caught so easily. Did they catch Rope? If so, they've probably read the contract. He held the glass of water in his hand, thinking, and maybe he figured it out. If my guess about their personalities is correct, then I've definitely succeeded in provoking them. They'll probably be here soon. Very soon. Maybe even now. Now, as predicted, their people were disguised as flight attendants. Just as Du Hoan guessed, someone arrived disguised as a flight attendant. Excuse me, sir. There's a complaint that someone here is carrying dangerous items. Could we check your passport? He turned around and saw it was exactly who he expected. He carefully observed that face. It was definitely him. I can feel the sacred relic around here. A big smile appeared on that person's face. You guessed right. It seems to be coming from your body. Du Hoan quickly saw through their sinister intentions, but he couldn't act rashly. Your speculations are completely correct. Du Hoan began to adopt a defensive stance. Someone was deliberately attacking him, but Du Hoan quickly raised his hand to dodge the blow, luckily reacting in time. Boss, they became even more smug, thinking they could easily take him down. But Du Hoan was a powerful person. He just hadn't launched an attack yet. You're strong. I can feel the faint source of foreign matter coming from you. Du Hoan had long seen the power of hatred within them, but it couldn't be as strong as his. I bet you guys use cheap energy. How sad. The truth is that your energy comes from stimulants. Du Hoan instructed Luis and Jeha. Now, I have to fight alone. Protect yourselves. I can't guarantee your safety right now. Du Hoan immediately pulled out his knife. This was the fastest way to defend. He slowly retreated, having to be highly vigilant, unable to be careless for even a moment. Come on, you stimulant users. They rushed at him one by one. Du Hoan wasn't afraid at all. Die. His eyes were full of killing intent. He could fight so many people alone, making them extremely afraid. They didn't expect his power to be so great. But unfortunately, one person controlled Du Hoan's arm, and he struggled to resist. Got him. Du Hoan immediately kicked that person away with his foot. He was truly agile in every direction. Holy crap. Now he didn't know how to escape. Holy crap quickly left. If his boss stayed here, he would lose his life. I have to get out of here. I have to run right now. But where should I run? This place is too scary. Du Hoan was now being controlled. Even though his power was strong, it was too much. Get your hands off me. Sua, out of nowhere, grabbed a stick and charged furiously at their opponent. Don't you dare touch my boss.
Instantly, the one controlling him coughed up blood. That blow really packed a punch. She was genuinely worried about Du Hoen's condition. He even complimented Sua. Good job, Sua. She quickly advised him. Boss, you should be careful.
Sua figured that just fighting like this wasn't going to work. We can't move freely here. Du Hoed is such a pain. Du Hoen was starting to get annoyed. This place is so cramped. I've had to dodge so many times now. This plane is too small to fight in. I can't move around. This is so frustrating.
He could only grip the knife tightly in his hand, defending against anyone who charged at him. And most importantly, he couldn't use his relics freely. Du Hoen had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, but he was fuming inside. If this wasn't a plane, I could easily take them down with my strongest relics. He couldn't just act on his own accord. It would affect others. But if I use them here now, the plane will be damaged. If it gets destroyed, so many innocent passengers will die. Du Hoen couldn't bring himself to do it. Doing so would make him feel guilty. Just one strong relic of his could easily destroy this plane. The number of relics I can use is limited. Du Hoen had thought of every scenario to fight those guys. If they use power-boosting relics to fight hand-to-hand, it's a smart choice. His men continued to attack him. It wasn't over yet. Segjung really can't be underestimated. Du Hoen had to quickly figure out the most essential method, or he wouldn't make it. No, this might be exactly what Jiang Chen intended. How am I supposed to attack them now?
Eung-dae was in the bathroom, his tone utterly satisfied. Ah, so refreshing. Seung-dae was still happily singing, unaware of the danger approaching. It's been so long since He stepped out and immediately recognized his father's bodyguards. Are you guys from my dad's excavation team? They were stunned. Young Master Seung-dae, what are you doing here? After all this time, Du Hoen finally found an opening to attack them. At that moment, he landed a powerful blow, pouring all his strength into it. Sorry to interrupt. It was unclear what Du Hoen had planned, but he charged straight at him, stopping him, protecting Eung-dae. He was bewildered. What are you doing? He decided to use the knife to control Seung-dae so those guys couldn't do anything. Listen up, you idiots. He turned pale. Is Du Hoen choosing this method to control and threaten these guys so they don't dare do anything to me? If you don't get out of here right now, I'll kill this guy. Seung-dae hadn't expected this. What? Young Master Seung-dae was truly panicking. He didn't even know what his goal was. Tell me what's going on, quickly. He had to speak up to remind him. We don't know each other.
Zendi was scared when he heard Du Hoen say those words. He really is serious, and I'm not joking.
His whole body was trembling. He was truly terrified. Save me! Do something! The excavators didn't know what to do. If they charged in, Seung-dae would be in danger. Du Hoen, you bastard, let him go! Do you have any idea who you're holding a knife to? How could he not know his identity? They underestimated him too much. Of course I know. He's the second son of Lord Kusan, right? A few drops of blood were already on Seung-dae's neck. Du Hoen meant what he said. And you think I'm scared? He had to stand still and take it. Save me! Stop!
Save me! They had to resort to negotiation, otherwise Seung-dae wouldn't make it out alive. Alright, stop. We won't attack you anymore. He knew they would be afraid. You should have been obedient from the start. See, isn't that all I wanted?
Du Hoen was executing his carefully calculated plan. They were forced to comply. Tell me where Lord Kuan keeps the relics and stop all this harassment. Du Hoen was truly too ambitious. He wanted to take all the assets of this family, ultimately transferring all the presidential shares in the Azure Dragon Group, shocking them. What? They all gasped in astonishment. No one dared to do something so outrageous. Relics and shares? Are you kidding me? You practically want to take all of the president's assets.
He found it very obvious. Why not? Are those things more important than the president's son? He pressed the knife closer to his neck. Seung was even more terrified. And if he's less valuable than Lord Kusian's assets, he should just die. And he couldn't take it anymore. Do it. Give him all my shares too. They couldn't bear to watch this scene unfold without being able to do anything.
Alright, we'll give them to you. Now put the knife down first. We'll fulfill all your requests when the plane lands. Jia and Luis had overheard the entire conversation. They were both caught off guard as well. He wants everything clear. No! Right now! I hate waiting! They didn't know what to do. What can we do while we're still on the plane? At this moment, he became even more smug. Those guys will surely follow through. I wrote the requirements in the contract, the one I sent to your boss.
Du Hoen was deliberately saying this to Seung W. to make him feel truly cornered. You heard that loud and clear, right? If you want to save your sibling, sign that contract, and fast. Seung frowned in annoyance. He didn't know how to resolve the situation. Do you want your sibling to die? I'm giving you 5 minutes.
His own sibling ruined everything. Seung was even more furious. Seung-jae, you bastard!
Jung Zhen felt strange.
How could he just discard such a rare relic? The blood was about to rush to his brain. Everything was going smoothly. But Seung-dae was here. Why was he here? He stammered. I don't know. Maybe he followed us.
At this moment, he was truly in a bind.
choosing between a fortune and family. If he had told me, he'd be safe right now. I don't understand how he could be so easily taken hostage. Seung couldn't think of any other better way. He had made up his mind. There was no other choice. Jiang Chen feared that their plan would fall apart. If he decides to sign abruptly, are you really going to sign it? Seung confirmed. This is the only way. Seung looked at the paper in his hand. It wouldn't do much harm. Moreover, it was just a normal contract. Signing this contract couldn't hurt us. This was the moment he chose his sibling. Instead of the vast fortune, Seung Dia had to be saved first. After we get off the plane, we'll find a way to turn the tables.
Seung ordered Jiang Chen. He had to follow his superior's orders, release the rope, and tell it to bring this to Du Huoyan. The rope was happy that it was finally released, no longer feeling constricted.
Freedom! Finally free!
The rope was angry that it had been restrained for so long, turning to blame Jiang Chen. What did you just do? Do you want to die? Scaring him. Don't worry, we signed the contract, so take this back to your master.
It started demanding payment from him again.
The rope was doing this task just for the delivery fee. Jiang Chen didn't think he was obligated to pay this. You should go ask your master for that.
The rope was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson for daring to say such things. The master told me to get it from you. It was truly angry. This is insane. He went too far. Jiang Chen had to offer a large sum, even though he didn't want to at all. Okay, fine, take it. This is about 2 million. It's all I have. The rope, of all things, even had a bank account, catching both of them off guard.
It's okay, I can pay with a card. The noise from that side caused the passengers to turn and look. Not letting people rest? You have to pay 30 million. The rope became even angrier. What is this? Then a recommend. When did you take my card? Give it back to me. You can't do this here. The rope quickly grabbed the paper and left. It acted extremely efficiently.
Goodbye. He still tried to hold on.
Give it back. Seung was furious inside. Even Jiang Chen wanted to restrain it again. Damn it, he knew this would happen sooner or later. That damned rope. I knew I shouldn't have released it.
Do Hun quickly approached to report the situation. He noticed the oddity. Boss, something's not right. Du Hun was worried about the current situation. He had taken on the responsibility. Can we really land in France safely?
Xunghua didn't know who this person was. Who is he? Jiang Chen had to explain his doubts. He's the foreign excavation team leader I hired. Jiang Chen discussed the confidential matter with Xiang World. Both would find a way to resolve it together. The European Union has started controlling all foreign excavation teams coming in, and I don't think we can excavate the tomb based on the Azure Dragon team alone.
He continued to discuss without paying attention to Hun. Just treat them like whiners, making Zhou Hun extremely worried. What are you guys talking about? Tell me. Seung now paid attention to the person in front of him. He also wanted to resolve this matter. What questions do you have? Du Hun had been listening to the situation. I heard that your people caused a commotion in first class. Do Hun was extremely worried about the current situation. It was truly too difficult to deal with. What will happen if my team gets caught up in that mess? There's over a 90% chance we'll be affected by it.
Jiang Chen didn't think such a thing could happen. I assure you that this won't happen. But Do Hun had to list many possible scenarios. Are you sure? What will happen if this trouble gets bigger and we can't get into France?
He was truly frustrated that the two didn't agree. These things affect the whole team. I agreed to do this with you guys for the money. Jiang Chen even affirmed, don't worry, I'm sure we'll get into France. Do Hun wouldn't give in, but he still couldn't guarantee it, so we'll do it our way. He agreed to let it pass. I'll try my best, so go back to your seat.
Du Hun still hadn't left.
He had to resolve this matter properly. Try your best? With this attitude, please explain in detail to us. Seung's head was already aching. Screw him.
Jiang Chen could understand this.
It's nothing difficult. They often get into trouble everywhere, so they're often sensitive to issues like this. Senjung was angry when he encountered people like this. Then why did you hire such cowardly guys?
Du Hun was still standing there,
unwilling to leave. If you two aren't going to explain, why are you ignoring me? Answer my question now. Seisheng didn't want to prolong this any further.
Alright, I'll tell you everything in detail.
At this moment, the rope brought back the written agreement, happily handing it to Du Hun. Master, I got it. You ordered it around, while still holding the knife and dabbing wax on Semantechon's neck. Good, give it to me. The rope immediately obeyed.
Here. Du Hun examined it meticulously, in case something went wrong, so he could resolve it. This is truly his signature. The excavation team was worried about his condition. They wanted Seung Dian to be safe. Now that the master has signed the contract, release Seung Dian.
Du Hun, who had just received the agreement, immediately changed his tune. I said I wouldn't kill him, but did I ever say I would let him go? Basically, nothing has changed. There's nothing they can do about it either. If you keep threatening me like this, I'll keep him until we land and release him after your boss completes the terms of the contract.
Du Hun happily sat on the plane, with Seung still imprisoned beside him.
Bastard! Then we'll guard this place to ensure Seung's safety. If you carry it out, you'll surely succeed. Just as I predicted. Do whatever you like, but if you want to stay here, clean up this mess first. They actually cleaned it up. To think you came up with such a clever plan, being able to control these people. I can use Seung to escape this dangerous situation. Furthermore, while I'm on this plane, my safety will be guaranteed. Do-hun was still trying to find him. He couldn't let the team be in danger. The problem will occur after landing. Do-hun was getting closer to Do-hoen's seat. He looked so imposing. Excuse us. He turned and asked, why are you guys here? Do-hun didn't follow the plan, and a dispute broke out between the two. I told you to stay calm and blend in with the passengers. He changed his mind again. So, this is no longer useful. You still don't understand what's going on. They're actually having a conflict here. We suggest the pilot change to another cabin. He couldn't understand what he was saying. Do-hun ignored those words. He just did what he wanted. Don't be stupid. The president's son is on this plane. He brushed it aside. That's not my problem. No one told them to create a mess and interfere with our operation. Do-hun decided to order his teammates, both of whom had to resolve this conflict. Charge, guys! Kill anyone who gets in our way! I won't let you pass! Do-hoen had been observing the situation all along. He was good at reading people. Terrorists suddenly appeared and attacked the Azure Dragon group. It seemed like they were on the same side at first. But something went wrong, and now they're attacking each other. Jaha and Luis were hugging each other tightly, scared and unsure what to do. Boss? What do we do now? We're all gonna die! Do-hoen suddenly turned around and cursed Seung-dear while he was still dumbfounded. You stupid idiot! Do-hoen had to wipe out these guys. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Get out of the way! Do-hoen quickly ordered the two people in front. Must ensure that your people are safe. Dua, Jaha, head to the emergency exit quickly. We have to get out of here. He observed everything before leading these people and also listened to the situation around him. We have to get to the economy class. Do-hoen also had to launch attacks to clear a path for his people. He will do something to stop them. Attacks were happening everywhere, not just up there. It seemed like the battle wasn't just taking place in first class. Everyone on this plane was panicking. They were being implicated. The entire plane was a battlefield between the Azure Dragon group and the terrorists, with passengers running around screaming for help. Do-hoen suddenly smiled smugly. Even his teammates couldn't guess what he was thinking. This is truly a disaster. There's no hope for this plane anymore. Making defrayed. What? Des, upon receiving the worst news, knew this situation could easily happen. Are you saying there's no hope for this plane? You don't need to explain further. That's the situation. The announcement from Do-hoen made him lose his composure. The worst case scenario is that this plane will crash. Do-hoen continued to look towards the group of people. They were constantly fighting. Look! They are fighting just because of the relic. Among the people here, one of them probably has a rare relic. He observed the situation clearly. With this eye, there is no mistake. If they get too excited about fighting, they might crash into a part of this plane and make it fall. No, Do-hoen believed there was still hope. If they follow the simulation plan, we cannot avoid this fall. But if we follow the correct steps, we can still survive. Only trust is the best way for everyone to survive now. Listen to me now, I'll explain the plan. The passengers on the flight had to step in to stop them. They couldn't take it anymore. You fools, can't you stop fighting? Seung was just as annoyed. He wanted to punch them. How dare they make noise right behind my seat?
Jiang Chen saw the situation becoming more dangerous.
Sir, I think this situation is very difficult to handle. He announced the difficult news to Seung-gun. The plane is definitely gonna crash. Catching him off guard with this? What? Jiang Chen had a way. Don't worry. We can still use our relics.
Jiang Chen already had a move in mind. He said it out loud for both of them to execute. Just finish off the traitors and those troublemakers. I have a pretty good plan for this. If we're lucky, we might even take down Do-hoen. But this is no time to hesitate.
Seung clenched his fist. You could see his body trembling. Are you worried about the other passengers? Either way, they're all unlucky. There's nothing we can do for them.
Jiang Chen will still carry out the plan. If they all want to be safe, Seung-gun has to agree. Alright, Jiang Chen continued to explain. We'll start as soon as we're ready.
The terrified passengers fled. They couldn't escape from here. As soon as Sua poked her head out, she recognized a familiar figure. Unsure of what he was planning. Jiang Chen. What is he trying to do? She told herself to stay calm, not to act rashly right now. No. The boss ordered me to ensure the safety of the other passengers. There's no time to keep an eye on Jiang Chen. The passengers just hid in a corner, hoping for good luck to come their way. Sua approached, making them think she was a bad guy. No, please. I have nothing. Please don't kill me. But she didn't mean that at all. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Sua just wanted to help them a little. She'll communicate gently. The other passengers are gathered in business class. I can help you get through safely if you want to go there. They were overjoyed. Really? Sua was actually probing the situation to see if anyone else was still here who hadn't been secured. They were very grateful. Thank you so much. Sua has to investigate later. By the way, do you know where the other passengers are? They knew this well. I think there are still many of them over there. They can't leave that place. And I think many people are injured. She was happy she investigated. Thank you, I'll go there. They also instructed, yes, please be careful. Sua decided to carry out this mission. She will do her best to protect everyone. I have to avoid getting involved in their fight and look for passengers who need saving. But deep down, she was still very worried about their situation. I'm more worried about getting them out after finding them. Sua seemed to have recognized a familiar figure. But she had to focus. Isn't that her? We're in a fight, so we'll need it more. We'll use it to heal our teammates. Even a passenger was injured in the arm. They got into a conflict that affected others. Please help me. I'm injured. Wasn't I injured while you guys were fighting? Then immediately denied it. I don't think we were the ones who injured you, so we won't take responsibility for your injury. That's right. I'm sure those bastards attacked you. Even the children who followed had to suffer this. It was unfair to the child. The passengers just wanted to be treated as quickly as possible. Is there a little one following too? I know you're holding a medical relic. They still refuse to help. Are you crazy? But that person is being blocked. If she keeps blinking, she'll easily injure her eyes. Get out of my sight or you'll get hurt, you bastard. Chloe handed out a vial of medicine from behind. She meant well to help this person. Do you need this? You need this medical relic to heal your wound, right? Chloe dripped the vial of medicine without his consent. She wanted to treat the wound. That person was extremely grateful. It's true that when in difficulty, a benefactor has helped. Oh, it's so effective. My wound is healed, they realized. Wait, isn't that a relic? He wanted to beg for one more thing, because there was also his wife following. It's a miracle. Please let my wife use it. She's injured now. She will agree to help. Okay, where is she? Chloe suddenly heard someone calling her. She hasn't even recognized who it is yet. Wait a minute. Du-hun couldn't trust this girl that much? This must be a rare item. Show us that relic quickly. They look a lot like our team's relics. Chloe happily told those people. She wasn't scared at all. Of course, I took it from your hands, catching them off guard. What? All the excavators were lying on the ground. Chloe did this. Look, they're all crushed down there. Did she do it? She felt resentful for the passengers on the plane. Why do they have to suffer injustice? How pathetic. You guys have medical relics, but you don't use them for the injured. They were cursing her. You damn woman. The group targeted Chloe again, because she dared to offend something she shouldn't touch. Finish her off! Hand over our team's relic now! Chloe originally had extremely strong abilities. These people were too mediocre. Come at me if you want. Chloe gave each person a punch in the head. You think I'm scared? She quickly dodged the attack while they didn't even have time to react. Chloe may only be a girl, but she's way stronger than you guys. Too bad, I'm not as weak as you think. You're the first one to go down. She started unleashing her power. It's time to punish these guys. Chloe is here to teach these guys a lesson on behalf of all the passengers. Hand over all your relics. I'll use them to help the other passengers. After a while, Sua realized who she was. Ah, there's no mistaking it. It's definitely Chloe. She's our team's doctor. Chloe's like a real-life hero, helping people without asking for anything in return. I never thought I'd see her here. She's attacking and taking relics from those terrorists, but it doesn't seem like she's allied with the Azure Dragon either. She finally got the relics to treat the other passengers. Chloe needs to treat them quickly, or they'll all die. I'll use the relics to help everyone. Where are the other passengers now? Sua was still watching her. Her eyes were glued to her actions. Look at how she's helping the passengers. We're going to be on the same side. I need to keep a close eye on her. Du-hoan seriously asked his people. He was losing his patience. Hey, you scum, aren't you done yet? Jaha and Luis were incredibly annoyed that they were given such a difficult task again. Of course not. You gave me a mountain of work with too little time. Luis also spoke up. Scum? Oh, why am I being called scum too? He didn't want to hear any explanations. Too much talk. If you're not done, hurry up. Jae started getting annoyed. He's talking like he's already finished his work. He was extremely confident. Me? Of course. Jae tried to explain that everything he had finished was a noble task. I turned all the chaos around here into peace, didn't I? Meaning, I protected all the passengers. He trusted the girl on the team. She wouldn't let him down. Sua will definitely get all the passengers to safety when she returns. I want to punch this guy so bad. Can that count as me completing the job? Dia was trying to finish up. But Du-hoan still wouldn't acknowledge it. It's all good. We'll be done soon. He was a little worried about their health. Not everyone can handle it. But the fake passengers we found aren't exactly perfect. As Du-hoan approached, he broke everything apart. Don't worry, I'll help too. How about this? Like this, right? Making him extremely angry. Stop it. You'd be better off staying quiet. Du-hen saw that the plane couldn't handle the weight anymore. Meanwhile, the chaos inside the plane was getting harder to control. He'll use this opportunity to overturn the Azure Dragon's image. The plane won't be able to land safely. It's just a matter of when the danger strikes. The plane will definitely crash because of our fight. Inside the ghost van, I'll release the fake passengers on the plane so they don't notice anything. Du-hen wanted the people here to survive and return. No one should die. The real passengers will get off the plane with them. Trust in Du-hoan. Thank you so much. He not only wanted to save the innocent, but also do something beneficial for himself.
Jiang Chen's group was still very arrogant. They kept harming people. They all knew that the Azure Dragon group was the main culprit behind this incident.
He started calling out Shengdi's name again. It seemed like he was about to assign him a task.
Jiang Chen had already found Du Hoyan's silhouette, the most anticipated battle. There he is, hurry up, I'll fight with all my strength.
You think I'll let that happen? He was giving him orders. Jiang Chen really doesn't know what fear is. The director signed the contract you gave him, so you have an obligation to hand him back to us.
Du Hoyan wouldn't let them get away easily.
They have to pay for everything they've done. I said I wouldn't kill him, but I didn't say anything about letting him go, did I?
Du Ho also promised, I'll return him when we get to the airport, and I'll make sure the contract is valid. Seung couldn't keep his composure. He wanted to punch him.
You're so cunning.
Jiang Chen wanted him to be quiet. Calm down, director. Jiang Chen had already brought a weapon to eliminate Jie Huan. As long as I save Zhongde, this distance is enough. I'll blow it up. We just need to run into Seongdae when we pass by here. Jiang Chen thought he could easily eliminate him. I'm sorry, Du Hoan, but you won't make it to the airport, and you won't get anything written in the contract.
The reason he brought explosive weapons was because he wouldn't release the person, because the plane was about to explode. A fiery explosion erupted violently, with blinding light and debris flying everywhere. A voice filled with utter confusion. What's that? Something's about to explode. Du Ho frowned, speculating. With damage this severe, the plane will definitely crash. Damn it, I don't even have time for other things. He ordered Jaya. Get all the fake passengers out. We can't waste time, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. Quickly grab the rope. The latter hurriedly replied, okay. Next, Du Hoan said to the rope. Rope, tie up all the passengers and our teammates. Do it until you reach the end of the plane, SUA. And the other passengers were still there. It understood its mission. It quickly replied, yes sir, I'll be back. We'll be back. After that, the rope quickly moved forward, tightly binding the hands of each passenger. They looked at each other blankly, some even screaming in fear. What is this? Zhen Engdae fell to the ground due to the chaos of the crowd, letting out a slight cry.
Gang Chen struggled to get up and then announced, Dae, come here quickly, we'll use the defensive relic.
He stammered back in fear. What? Were you the one who intentionally set up this situation? Gang Chen calmly explained. Yes, that was the only way to escape the chaos on this plane. If you want, you can blame yourself for secretly following us and getting caught. Zhen Engdae angrily replied.
Yes, I have nothing to say. But did you have to blow up this plane? Gang Chen did not reply. He held the switch in his hand and announced, let's begin.
Seongdae and the others fearfully hugged their heads, and bright halos like protective shields appeared around them.
The scorched plane went into a free fall in the sparkling starry sky.
A moment later, it crashed into the sea, creating a strong impact force that sent seawater splashing violently.
The plane was charred under the fierce, fiery red flames. Gang Chen secretly thought, Xiao Du Hoan surely couldn't have survived that accident.
He stood up, thinking of that name, grinding his teeth in irritation. Xiao Du Hoben. Immediately after, Gang Chen suddenly smiled with delight, thinking, you've had it.
Su Young breathed heavily, feeling uneasy after the recent event. He said nearby, good thing we used the defensive relic.
Xiang calmly looked at everything and reminded, let's go now. What's the nearest city here? Shengdae didn't want to leave. He regretfully said, wait a minute. Let me see what happened to Du Hoan. At this moment, Gang Chen was advancing toward the plane. He carefully looked at the pile of airplane wreckage and ashes to examine it. Suddenly, Gang Chen's eyes narrowed, filled with anxiety and fear. He stared at the body sprawled on the ground, his heart uneasy, wondering, Xiao Du Hoan? Did he die?
Gang Chen put his hands in his pockets, his face seemingly more relaxed as he thought. Even if he's still breathing, he will still die right here. Surviving in a situation like this is incredibly difficult. You have to resign yourself to it. Xiao Du Hoan?
Another massive explosion erupted, with the shockwave spreading for tens of meters around it.
Seong Jae and Seong W looked on at the scene before their eyes in disbelief. Seeing Gang Chen stepping out with a sneer in the fading firelight, Seong Dae asked curiously, what are you doing? I guess he blew up the rest with the relic.
Gang Chen stepped in front of them and said, I was just helping them get to the afterlife faster. Seong wasn't interested in that. He asked, what about Xiao Du Hoan?
Gang Chen replied with a delighted smile.
I saw his body, or rather, his corpse. I also checked all the passengers' bodies. Seong complimented with satisfaction. All right, very good.
He continued, annoyed. Let's get out of here. I want to rest a bit. Gang Chen agreed. Yes, after that we'll head to the tombs. Singlung listened to them talking and complained irritably. Both of you are heartless. Seong was furious seeing him trailing along without being useful. He shouted loudly, shut up, you're the cause of this incident. Why are you following me?
Gang Chen noticed the tense atmosphere and spoke up to mediate. Both of you stop it. Let's go, everything's fine.
According to what Du Hoan learned, Kwang and Gang Chen then left
the crime scene. If you had still been trapped there, you would definitely have become the corpse he saw. Unfortunately, Du Hoan had another comeback. He smiled and said, did you think I was dead?
Dae Ha next to him was freezing, hugging his body tightly as he lamented. I think I'm the one who's dead here, or rather, frozen to death. Du Hoden looked at him helplessly and asked, "You couldn't give me a moment to be cool?" "But yeah, you're right." The rope, concerned about Du Hoen's condition, wrapped around his body and asked Han anxiously, "Master, are you cold?" Du Hoen praised with satisfaction. "Well done, rope." Suddenly, Xiongdae appeared out of nowhere, exhaling smoke from his mouth and asking, "Hey Gae, exactly where are we?" Du Hoyen calmly replied, "I guess we're at the North Pole." Rope was still worried about Du Hoyen and asked, "Warm enough?" "It is warm," Xiongdu Kuai angrily declared. "The North Pole, are you out of your mind? I will never stay here for life. You should know that this person is the real Quan Seung Dukwai," Du Hoen kindly revealed. "The people with Kwan Seung Dui and Gang Chen are fake." Reality has proven, of course, that the body he saw was also fake. Du Hoen said, "JHA and Luis not only created fake passengers, but they also faked our team members and Kwan Seung's members. Before the plane crash, JHA let all of them out. Those dummies were enough to deceive them. The real guests are being tied up by Dai Thung." Juen's group all ran away with the relic/invitation of the lonely god. Seeing the passengers suffering from the prolonged bitter cold, Du Hoen worriedly calculated, "But the problem now is that we have relocated to the North Pole. We better do something about them." Sua stepped forward and asked, "Boss, are you hurt?" Du Hoshin replied, "I'm fine. You look fine too, I think." He turned and asked Dai, "Hey, you slaves. Do you want to live here forever? Do something for me." The opponent angrily shouted back, "Again? What time is it now?" Du Hoen naturally demanded, "I need transportation to get out of the North Pole, a train. I think so." Hearing this, Jaha and Luis shouted even louder in anger. "You want me to make a train?" Du Hoen seemed to find this perfectly normal, he urged. "Do it quickly, something like a dormitory." Dekoe angrily stomped his foot and cursed, "No, this is too ridiculous. How can you create an entire train?" Du Hoen asked back, "Why not? Didn't I give you the relic for Van Xia? You can make the train, and your son can make the tracks because it's so cold here. Remember to be fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Sua looked at the current situation and thought, "The boss is busy handling the situation here. I'll report to him about Chloe later. Now I have to keep an eye on her." Looking at her, Sua asked herself, "Can we be on the same team again?" Chloe. The television screen displayed the image of the crashed plane along with the MC's announcement. "This evening, a New York to Paris flight has been reported to have crashed. Traces of the plane were found on a small island in the ocean. Among the 296 passengers, only 16 are confirmed to be alive. Most of them are employees hired by Sang Long using a relic. They succeeded in using the relic right before the plane crashed. Unfortunately, their relic energy was limited. They could only save 2 passengers. Sang Long's director apologized for only saving 2 people. He promised to compensate the families of the deceased with a large amount. As a victim of the incident, he always cared about the families of the deceased. Due to his kind gesture, Sang Long's stock price has soared dramatically." Irin listened to the news report and was extremely worried. From New York to Paris, and the time coinciding like that, she picked up the phone on the table, constantly reassuring herself. No way. Irin picked up the phone and made a call. "Mr. Julian Miller, hello, this is Irin Hen. Have you seen the news?" She recounted that there was news of a plane crash. "I think Du Hoen was on that plane." The other end of the line replied, "Seems so. Check channel B." Irin immediately turned on the TV, which was showing Du Hoen's image along with collected information. It is believed that the plane crash was an act of terrorism. The suspect is the notorious miner, Shoen. The massive explosion occurred at the time Su Hoen's excavation team caused a commotion. The plane crashed due to a major fire and explosion. According to the information we received, all members of his excavation team died in the impact. Hearing this, Iprin panicked and shouted, "What?" She trembled, holding the phone, her face turning pale with fear. "Impossible! Du Hoen! Du Hoen!" Julian on the other end agreed. "Yeah, this is ridiculous. He's stubborn, but he certainly wouldn't commit an act of terrorism on a plane like that. He's sure the news mentioned Sang Long members on the same plane, right? And they were the only ones who were trusted." Julian consoled Irin. "Something must have happened inside the plane. Maybe the members of Sang Long terrorized and took down Shoen." He confidently asserted, "I will find out more information about what happened. I can guarantee that he is still alive somewhere. He won't die that easily." Irin listened to the phone call silently for a moment. Her mind was a mess, her whole body trembling. But only a few seconds later, Irin instantly pulled herself together, picked up the phone, and declared, "It's fine. I will help." The scene shifts to the luxurious city of Paris, now night. The buildings were ablaze with lights. Countless newspapers were laid out on the table with sensational headlines. The end of the Sen Duen excavation team. Next, whose hands will it fall into? Whose hands will the tomb fall into? Sang Long has become the heaviest contender. Seerung praised. "This article in the newspaper is very good. Du Hoen is portrayed as a criminal,
while our company is portrayed as a hero. Jiang Chen stood next to him and said with a smile, "We will attend another interview next time." Xiang was satisfied with this arrangement. He drank his tea and replied, "Okay, do your best." Someone raised a question. "But what about the passengers we rescued?" Jiang Chen remembered. "Oh, that old man? After I promised him a large sum of money, he immediately swore to become a witness in our favor and give Si Duhoan a hard time." Seung was pleased to hear this answer and praised. "Very good." Sheng De felt uncomfortable beside him, so he spoke up. "Are you sure this is okay? What if more passengers survived and they found out about what you did?" Jiang Chen retorted. "I've made sure that no other passengers survived. The only ones who did were our hired hands and 2 other regular passengers," he said through gritted teeth, his face cold as he looked at Seung De and asked, "I don't need to say this twice, do I?" Seeing this, the other party trembled and replied, "No, it's not that I'm not happy to hear that, but why are you looking at me with such a scary look?" Jiang Chen clenched his hands behind his back and thought to himself, "We sacrificed some regular passengers, but this is for the sake of ending Se Duhoen. This is the only way to end someone like him." Speaking of him, Jiang Chen asserted that he could no longer be called a person. "He has become a demon. If I don't kill him first, I will definitely die at his hands," Jiang Chen thought. "But now that he's dead, I can feel a little more at ease." He watched the 2 brothers in front of him arguing back and forth, said. Seung frowned and said, "Your opinion is invalid. When could it be? All this happened because you allowed yourself to be captured by him." Seung De also didn't give in and retorted, "Hey brother, how long are you going to keep bringing up my hostage situation?" Jiang Chen stepped in to mediate calmly. "Let's go and attend the interview." Seung glared at his younger brother and replied, "Fine." Scene changes to the Arctic. Gusts of wind carrying bone-chilling snowflakes blowing in waves. The group of passengers on the plane happily gathered around a large bonfire that had been lit. It was thanks to Hafa Eustace being summoned that the fire warmed everyone. Duhoan stepped out from somewhere, took a sip of tea and called out, "Hey, how much longer, slave?" Duho angrily shouted, "Do you think it's an easy train ride? It's not like you're helping me." Hearing this, he stepped forward and tried to flatter him. "I know it's not an easy task. The mechanism of a train is quite complicated. I'm not even sure if this thing can work." But before the romance could even begin, Duhoan casually asked, "But can you book me a restaurant first? I'm hungry." Jaeha cried silently and cursed, "You bastard!" But in the end, slave number 1 tried to operate the train in the middle of the snowy forest. Not long after, it started running without any difficulty. Dia carefully examined the train. His eyes were overflowing with tears of happiness. "Thank God it's running." Duhoan stepped out and looked at the scenery outside, smiling happily. "With this, we can immediately head south when we get to a city with mobile signal and internet. This game will finally be over." All the passengers on the flight put their trust in him. After all, he had saved them from the plane crash and the cold snow forest. They already knew that Sang Long was responsible for the incident involving the entire plane. He didn't even have to say anything. All of them wanted to expose the truth of the matter. Everyone was very excited at this moment, each having their own opinion, but they all shared one goal. "We must expose everything. Let's boycott Sang Long. We cannot be fooled by them. Let's sue them together." Another person heard this and chimed in, "That's a great idea. Let's do it." This situation made Duhoan extremely happy, the corner of his mouth slightly curving up. Kwon Seung W. That bastard would never have figured this out. Suddenly, something appeared that interrupted Duhosan's wandering thoughts. It made him look serious and glance over. The backpack on the seat suddenly glowed for no reason, making Duhoan curious. "What is this?" He took the glowing thing from the backpack and stared at it without blinking. A stone nestled in Duhoan's hand told him that they had violated the contract. Scene changes to another place. At this time, a piece of paper that was half burned was in the trash can. Duhoan understood everything. The reason why this relic is shining so brightly must be because he violated the contract. Yes, they must have thought I was dead, so keeping such a contract was no longer beneficial. But all that did was activate the relic, and what was written in the contract became reality. Currently, he will request a special restoration. After everything was clear, Duhoan casually sat in his chair, looking at the sky and clouds. Suddenly, Seung Depue came in and called his brother. He realized that the effect of the relic was being carried out immediately. Because at this moment, Seung De said to Jen, "I remember where my father's safe is located." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm not sure why I couldn't remember where it was before. But just now, the location suddenly appeared in my head." Duhoan replied calmly. "Sit down first. Then tell me the details of where it is." He listened silently to every word Seung De said. First, President Kwan's safe location came to him through Seung De's intermediary. He said in a sincere and honest voice, "This is very strange. I'm still confused as to why the location suddenly appeared in my mind." Duhoan urged, "We don't have much time. Let's go." He smiled happily, as if everything was under control. "This is very effective. Now I just need to figure out how to crack that safe." Lost in thought, Sua suddenly came over and called out, "Boss, I've seen a lot of buildings in the Western Hemisphere. Du Hoan ordered. Good, that might be the closest town from here. Let's go there. Sua replied. Understood. After that the train sped forward, transcending all space and time. Du Hoan confessed sincerely, I really didn't expect this plan to succeed. When we got close to those buildings, we actually found a populated place there. But the number of people from Du Hoan's group's flight was too great compared to the population of the tribe. The people from that secluded tribe were very surprised. Although they were willing to help everyone, Du Hoan was finally able to rest a little. It turned out that the group was in northern Canada. He thought to himself, it's not as far as I thought. At this moment, Du Hoan was in the room when Xa peeked her head in and said, Boss, we can use the internet here, and there's mobile reception. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, all right, prepare everything. It's time to strike back. Cut to a city somewhere. Inside a magnificent, brightly lit building, an angry voice rang out. Vice Director Jiang Chen, this is terrible. Another person wondered, what's wrong? On the TV screen, the announcer updated the information. Passengers of the plane that crashed on the remote island in the ocean have been revealed to have survived. Currently, they are staying with a small tribe in Canada. What's even more shocking is the truth of the matter that they have revealed to us. And the truth from their report is completely contrary to what we know so far. A woman was interviewed. She candidly exposed. The attack inside our flight was not caused by Du Hoan but by Blue Dragon. That's right, Hoan was the one who saved us. The newscaster then made an official announcement. Due to conflicting reports regarding the cause of the plane crash, this case will be reopened. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Chen was so furious that his whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and harshly asked himself, what is this? Seung, with a dark expression, walked over from a distance, forcefully throwing the door open and shouting, Jiang Chen! The other person trembled and stammered in response. Ah yes, this cannot be happening. I made sure they all died. Selgung yelled chaotically. Then why are they all still alive? You must take responsibility for all of them. He said everyone is going crazy and trying to boycott us. If things continue like this, we will surely suffer huge losses. Jiang Chen bowed 90 degrees and said, I will clarify this matter. I will handle everything. Seungdae replied with annoyance. Of course you have to handle it. He quickly turned around and left, leaving only a word of warning. Do it carefully. Jiang Chen raised his head, his face full of anger. He seemed to have completely lost his composure. Jiang Chen said each word with emphasis. Siwen Du Hoan? You bastard! In contrast to the chaotic situation on his side, Du Hoan on this side was leisurely scrolling through his phone reading the news, happily announcing, the situation has completely reversed. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated. He exclaimed, Oh, Miller is calling. He must have seen the latest news. Du Hoan stepped outside to answer the phone. He spoke. Hello. The person on the other end immediately asked urgently, Siwen Du Hoan, what really happened? Julian happily said, I was sure that you were still alive, but you really made a scene. Du Hoan joked, Did you think I was that weak? Ekran, hearing the two talking, exclaimed happily, Ju Hoan, what a relief. Julian was still worried. He inquired, Geez, although you're still alive, why did you choose to go to Canada? Du Hoan replied, I used the relic to escape and was teleported to Canada. The other party continued to pry. Is that so? Then what do you plan to do? Do you need my help? He slowly announced. Oh, I have a plan. Too bad this plan doesn't need your help. Du Hoan curled his lips and confidently declared, I will crack President Kwan's safe. In Canada, Sua secretly felt grateful, thanking the people of this tribe for their help. Our group and the remaining passengers have managed to overcome this crisis, but it seems that, in order to get to the mainland from this remote island, we have to cross the ocean. As Dufin observed, the whole group was in a situation where the tribe's food supply could quickly run out, so he had to request that a ship be built. But after learning about their situation, the Canadian government decided to provide food and transportation assistance. All the group needed to do now was wait for help. The passengers kept taking their time to curse Blue Dragon, while you tried to take your time to do something else. At this time, Jae-hae curiously asked Du Hoan, Do you already know President Kwan's safe location? He casually replied with a perfunctory grunt. When they arrived at a house, Du Hoan informed the other two. Kwan Seungdae told me everything in detail, and the good news is, that location is not too far from here. He announced after getting ready, We'll get there by a small plane. Hearing that, J.H. hesitated to speak. Boss, Sua proactively voiced her opinion. I think it would be better if at least one person stayed here to watch over the passengers. I'll stay. Jaha, green with envy, exclaimed. Hey Lisua, are you afraid of going? How can you do that when I want to stay here too? Seizing the opportunity, Jaha crossed his arms, frowned and grumbled. What if a fight breaks out? You're much better at fighting than I am, aren't you? To let me stay and watch over these passengers. Hearing this, Sua's anger flared up. She warned in a cold voice. Don't try to trap me, and just go.
Dia was so scared that he was sweating profusely, stammering, "Ah." The three gathered again to plan their next move. Du Hoan asked Sua, "You must have your own reasons for choosing this, right?" The other person replied, "Yes, I do." Dua hesitated, wanting to explain, "Actually, among these passengers?" Just then, Du Hoan suddenly received a phone call. He turned to answer it and said, "Wait a moment, it's the co-pilot." Sua thought sadly, "I didn't even get a chance to tell him about Chloe. Luckily, all the passengers made it here safely, so I didn't lose Chloe either." Turning to look at Chloe, she reminded herself, "I have to keep an eye on her now." Du Hoan secretly felt lucky that the plane arrived on time. Me, Kwang Jae, and Josejia set off on that plane. Afterwards, Du Hoan recalled their unforgettable journey. "We flew across the ocean and uninhabited islands." According to what Seung-du said, Du Hoan thought it would be close, but it turned out to be quite far. "I hope everything goes smoothly." They traveled through remote lands. Jae-ha, utterly exhausted, complained, "My legs! How long do we have to walk like this? You lied to us. You said it was close." Du Hoan expected him to criticize him, and replied, "Huh? That was just a passing thought." Jaha pointed behind him and said, "Look at that." Du Hoan stated, "Just as I thought. The archive itself is an artifact." He confidently affirmed, "This artifact is a safe." Sua anxiously asked, "No way. What if this is just a trap?" Du Hoan reassured everyone, "It doesn't matter. Let's just go." They stood in front of a large house heavily covered with chains and locks outside. Looking at the massive structure before their eyes, the three simultaneously exclaimed, "It's huge. No wonder they hid this vault on such an isolated island." Du Hoan looked at Seung-dae behind him and asked, "What are you waiting for?" He hesitated. Right, okay then." As Du Hoan approached the safe, he secretly assessed it. "The door is too large. Even if I blow it up, it will still remain sealed. It's lucky I brought Seung here," Du Hoan revealed. The inside of this vault is filled with Kwan's artifacts. It could even be called a mountain of artifacts. When the three managed to enter the safe, which was as big as a house, Jae-ha looked at the pile of gold and silver inside, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, this is insane, there's so much. Your father's position is now yours too. I'm happy for you." Du Hoan looked at the person next to him to remind him, "You would hand over 30% of the shares to me earlier, right?" Seung-dae clicked his tongue and replied, "I haven't forgotten that. You can choose anyone you want." Du Hoan naturally agreed. "Okay, give me some time to choose." He then carefully selected items, as if shopping. He thought to himself, "Kwan Seung-dae must think I am choosing it randomly." In fact, with Javen's help, Du Hoan could scan the capabilities of the artifacts here. Compared to the artifacts Kwon carried, the artifacts here are not on the same level, but Du Hoan can freely choose any artifact he wants. Among the artifacts here, Du Hoan will only choose the most seemingly useful ones and take them right in front of Seung-dae. He secretly speculated, "He thought that I would really hand over 70% of these artifacts to him, didn't he?" After a while, Du Hoan informed Seung-dae, "I'm done choosing, you can handle the rest. Is there a way to take all these artifacts back?" He hesitated. Of course. Do take a while. Finish packing up, I'll wait outside." Seung-dae agreed. "Yeah, I'll be out soon." Then he walked over and sat down in a place filled with sparkling, glowing artifacts. After walking a short distance, Du Hoan suddenly turned his head back, causing Dashui to look stunned and confused about what was happening. His hand gripped the sword tightly, getting ready to fight. Then Du Hoan secretly attacked Seung-dae from behind, giving him no time to prepare. Jen-ha, standing next to him, flinched and stammered a question. "Boss, what are you doing?" Du Hoan explained. "I just made him sleep for a while. Now bring all the artifacts here." Jae-ha was still curious. "Didn't you say you would let him rest?" Du Hoan smiled mockingly. "Of course I lied. Did you really believe it? The opponent exposed you, so why would I choose to have 30% of the artifacts here right now?" Du Hoan explained. "The trick I used was to make him lower his guard. If I had chosen the artifacts first, he would definitely believe me, wouldn't he?" "You told Jae-ha to place them somewhere different from the previous artifacts, to distinguish them easily from the rest." He laughed and replied, "Got it." After stealing all of Kwon's artifacts, Du Hoan's group returned by plane. As for Seung-dae, Du Hoan decided to let him live. He thought to himself, "Even though he is the only witness to our actions, I guess I shouldn't kill him." On her end, Chloe was on the phone. She answered, "Yes, the operation has been stopped." Chloe seemed to be reporting the situation. "No, it wasn't Blue Dragon who started the mess. Yes, the leader must also be responsible for creating the commotion." Sua was secretly standing behind her, silently judging that she was calling someone in a quiet spot over there. Sua wondered, who is she talking to? Quite suspicious. Immediately she called for her subordinates. "Can you sneak up on her and listen to the conversation?" Her subordinate obeyed. "Yes, I'll try." Chloe, on her end, was still engrossed in the conversation, unaware of her subordinate behind her back. She said, I came to the mainland first to find the poet Gom Hang. There was no other choice but to seek help. She seemed to realize something was wrong. Chloe said to the person on the other end of the line, "Anyway, I'll call back if there's any new information." The other person replied blankly, "We're not done yet, Chloe. You can't end the call." She reported the situation. "I feel like I'm being followed." The other person had to compromise. "What? Alright, we'll end the conversation here." The moment she hung up, Chloe decisively turned around to observe the area behind her back. She looked toward the obscured corner of the building, silent for a few seconds with many speculations in her head. Chloe slightly narrowed her eyes. It seemed she had realized something was wrong. Sua, on her end, was holding her breath in fear. She secretly reminded herself, "I knew it. Her instincts are very sharp. I must be more careful." Just then, Sua saw a plane take to the sky, and an immediate thought flashed through her mind. Boss. Du Hoen walked slowly, step by step on the road, covered with a thick layer of snow. Seeing the person across from him, he gave a slight smile and asked about the current situation. "Nothing happened, right?" Sua stepped forward to report. "Yes. But where is Gun Seong-dae?" Du Hoen casually replied, "I threw him out." He explained his action. "There's no point in keeping him. He's useless now, so I threw him out." Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. "Du Ho, what is it?" Seemingly seeing something interesting, he chuckled and exclaimed, "Look at this." Du Hoen smiled and recounted the story. Right after Gun's artifacts fell into his hands, someone's hand slammed hard on the table with a panicked voice. "Our company building has been sold, and so have my father's shares?" Seepersung didn't believe what he was hearing. He yelled, "How could this happen? I never signed it. We're not even sure what really happened." Seong ordered his subordinates, "Get to work and find out what happened. Prepare to take everything back." They flinched in surprise, only able to obey. "Yes, sir." Seong angrily gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it, what the hell is going on with this company?" Du Hoen understood that all of Seong's holy relics belonged to the group now. This was only the beginning. He told himself he had to thank Sikun for destroying the covenant. Thanks to him, the terms in it were coming true, one by one. First, the Cheongyang high-rise fell into Du Hoen's hands at a very cheap price, and the same went for Xian's investment shares. He had a plan ready. Jen had called Edward and Irin there beforehand. He specifically instructed that if there was a strange deal beneficial to the group, especially if it involved Cheongyang, they should accept it. Not long after, the results were in. Seungwon sat in his office, quickly scrolling through the newly updated news. He held his head in self-reproach. "It's getting worse and worse." Seung World's assistant spoke up, calling, "Sir!" The other party replied, "What? Wait, don't tell me. No, don't tell me." The assistant brought news that hit Seung World like a thunderbolt. "Chairman Seung Jae has disappeared." The assistant added, "Our colleague," who was next to him, said he suddenly turned into a statue. Hearing that, Seungwon stood up furiously, slamming his hand down on the table, causing the assistant to flinch. The other party stammered, asking, "I'm sorry, sir." Jiang Chen's situation on this side was not much better. He was frantically making a phone call, sweat glistening on his face, as he told the person on the other end, "No, don't continue. I don't care how you do it. Cancel everything at all costs." Just as Jiang Chen was handling the external mess, Seungwon suddenly approached, his face darkened, his glasses gleaming, and his entire body radiating deadly killing intent. Seeing this, Jiang Chen paused and called out, "Hey!" Seungwon announced, "I have to return to Korea." The other party heard it like a thunderbolt and wondered, "Korea? What about the 7 tombs?" Seungwon insisted. "Everyone here will return to Korea. We have lost too much. We also couldn't go all the way with Seo Du-hoen. What's left for us now?" he declared, as if in complete despair. "Plus, the brother with us is a fraud. This time we really have to forget those 7 tombs." Jiang Chen was startled to hear this, and asked, "What?" Seungwon's face immediately changed when he heard Seungwon explain. "It's clear now. We were played by Seo from the very beginning without realizing it. We were within his control plan." He realized that they had no choice but to return to Korea and fix everything. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his heart burning with impatience, but could only helplessly comply. "Yes, sir." He was bitter about being tricked, gnashing his teeth, his whole body trembling with anger as he cursed, "That bastard Seo Du-hoen." After that, the Cheongyang excavation team decided to leave France. They had once been the strongest candidate for conquering one of the 7 tombs in France. Du Hoyen honestly admitted that the other competitors were definitely stunned to hear the news of Cheongyang's departure. Even he was. He recounted that while he was spending the rest of his time in Canada, receiving news that one of the potential candidates had been stripped of the right to acquire the 7 tombs in France made him even happier. As Du Hoyen was scrolling on his phone, a voice suddenly rang out, calling, "Young man!" The kind old woman walked over. Du Hoyen wondered, "What is it?" The old woman replied with an irrelevant sentence, "The ship that the Canadian government sent will arrive soon. That ship will take you to all the airports. With that, you can finally go home." Du Hoen's anxiety was somewhat soothed, and he happily replied to the old woman, "Thank you very much." The kind old woman smiled and added,
We should help each other in this difficult time. Tell the passengers to prepare to leave. Du Hoan obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." After the old woman toddled away, Du Hoan sat on the steps, smiled, relaxed, and let out a sigh. It seemed that all the worries weighing on his mind could now be lifted. The sky seemed clearer than it had been in the past few days. Du Hoan realized his short vacation was finally over. In the glorious Seong city, the whole street was enveloped in night. High-rise buildings twinkled with lights. Seong-won stood shamefacedly in front of all the company's shareholders, announcing, "First, thank you all for taking the time to attend." An impatient shareholder reminded him, "Now is not the time for greetings. Get straight to the point." Another person agreed, "That's right. What is the situation with Cheongyong? From what I see in the media, it seems quite serious." Seong-won couldn't deny it. "That's more or less true, but we are very sure we will recover everything from its starting point," he asserted confidently. "Could the leaders here lend us a hand? With your help, we are sure to put everything back in place and punish that bastard CEO." Sung-won shamelessly made an empty promise. "Moreover, we are also certain that we will become the most successful company in Korea. No, in the whole world." The other shareholders laughed loudly upon hearing this and mocked him. "Your proposal reminds us of your father." They explained their reason for attending the meeting today. "We couldn't refuse this offer, since we have a close relationship with Cheongyong. That's the reason. We can't eliminate this meeting, but, personally, I feel a little worried about being dragged into this mess with Cheongyong. Are there any other companies willing to help Cheongyong besides us?" Another person spoke up and added, "Of course. First, we received the valuable assistance of the chairman and the entire overseas conglomerate." "Are they large companies?" Seong-won confidently declared. "We don't need to worry about that." A few convinced shareholders agreed. "All right, we will help you resolve Cheongyong's situation." Others followed suit. "I'll help too." Seeing the positive situation, Seong-won happily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all very much," he mused. "Very good. Returning to Korea was absolutely the right move. Seo Du Hoen, you're finished this time." Looking towards the shareholders of Seong World, he calculated silently. "Even though you've taken all the high-rise buildings, achievements, and my father's shares, I still have personal connections." He confidently thought to himself, "I'll show you my true power. Seo Du Hoen, your joy won't last long." Then suddenly, the assistant director rushed into the meeting room in a panic and urgently shouted, "CEO, we have trouble, Group A and B." But upon seeing the crowded room, the assistant regained his composure and hesitantly asked, "Are you in a meeting? My apologies." A curious shareholder asked, "What is it? You just mentioned Group A and B, right?" The assistant quickly denied, "It's nothing serious. Let's get back to the meeting." The shareholder didn't trust the assistant. He pulled out his phone and said, "No, I need to know exactly what happened. If you don't say it, I'll find out myself." The shareholder next to him was also curious. "Director Kim, let me know too." They scrolled through their phones, looking for news about Group A and B. This made Seong-won fall back in horror. He scolded his assistant. "What is really going on?" The assistant hesitantly replied, "Well, that is, the other party had no choice but to announce all investment projects and transactions have been eliminated, and their factories naturally exploded, and most importantly, their CEO had his entire bank balance stolen." Then the assistant held out his phone and announced the last piece of information, and both CEOs of Group A and B received such an email. Seong-won took the phone in his hand and read it. He quickly realized it was Irene Han. She was the one who did it. Everyone was startled by this information and asked again, "What? Bankruptcy by Irene Honin?" The shareholders began to whisper, "If you think that way, is she Seo Du Honin's person? In other words, anyone who opposes Seo Du Honin will go bankrupt." They looked at each other anxiously and wondered, "Wait, so if we help Cheongyong now, will we also go bankrupt like them?" Sung angrily slammed his hand on the desk. He tried to convince everyone, "No, we haven't confirmed the truth of this matter yet. It could all just be rumors." Some people cautiously stood up and put on their jackets. They spoke up. "Sorry, I can't risk my company." Then, each person gave himself a reason to leave the meeting. "Let me reconsider. My company is struggling right now. I suddenly remembered I have other issues to resolve. I apologize." But then they left one by one, leaving Seung alone in the large room. The chairs were in disarray. The lights were dim, and the entire space seemed to sink into a cold void. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." The assistant came into the room carrying a large box. He hesitantly spoke. "Excuse me, Director, we have another problem." The box was full of resignation letters. The assistant reported, "Our employees have been resigning one by one lately. They're afraid of going bankrupt." Seung didn't want to hear anything more. He decisively threw the box of resignation letters onto the floor. The assistant knelt down to pick them up miserably. He asked Seung W., "Sir, what about this pile?" The other party replied in a cold tone, "Leave it." Outside, Darkness had covered the entire magnificent city. In the glittering high-rise buildings, a call suddenly rang out. Do-hee's brother came over to announce, "I just called Seung-jae. He seems to be doing okay." Seung patiently replied, trying to video call with him. "There are a few things I want to say to him." The other party compromised. "All right," Do asked worriedly, his face pale. "Are you okay?" C gently answered. "The company's situation is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Relics, shares, buildings, personal relationships, employees." Do-H wondered, "It's all connected?" Suddenly, Seung-Di's image appeared on the screen with a bright and comfortable smile. He spoke up. "Hello, Do-hai." Seeing his younger brother smiling so brightly, Seung could only freeze for 5 seconds. He gradually became agitated. Just as Do-hee opened his mouth to speak, "Bro," Seung-wearer, sitting next to him, screamed uncontrollably, "You damn little brother!" In the magnificent villa, a piercing scream echoed, "You damn little brother!" Seung-jae on the other side of the screen was startled, and immediately retorted, "You scared me. Why are you suddenly cursing me?" Seung didn't bother to pay attention. He snapped at Seung-di. "Do you know all of this is because of you?" The other party put on an innocent face and retorted, "Hey, I'm a victim too, you know." Seung-di whined, "How could Do-hoen just leave me here to catch a cold? I almost died because of him. Lucky I endured it." Seung asked his brother sarcastically, "Oh really? Then why did you go to the Arctic with him? And why did Se Do-hoen save you along with the other passengers?" Seung-di stammered, unable to explain for a moment. "That," Seung-w angrily exposed, "you two are clearly working together with some kind of conspiracy against your own brother." Do-hee, hearing the conversation between the two brothers, felt incredibly unbelievable. She asked Seung-di on the screen, "Seung-di, is that true?" Do-hee reproached, "Seriously, big brother, it's all because you keep hoarding all of Dad's fortune. Otherwise, how would it have turned out like this? You've lost your mind." Seung-di yelled irritably, "You're the one who's lost your mind. Anyway, I'm still much better at managing all the inheritance than you are." Seung on this side didn't back down either. He shouted back, "You think you can run this company just because of managing the family's inheritance? You're the real moron who's been out of your mind from the start." Do-hee stood between the two men, arguing right and wrong, feeling annoyed. She yelled angrily, "Aren't you two tired of constantly bickering with each other all day? If you two don't stop this, I'm going to end this call right now." Seung finally regained his composure. He spoke up, "Wait." Seung crossed his arms and began to analyze. "Fu Song Long will go bankrupt due to Sen's actions. I think you two should know what the situation is like. That's why we have to focus here today." He made a prediction about Jaehan's steps. First, due to Seon-jae's carelessness. How could Jae Do-hoen easily steal all of Dad's assets? Along with that are the high-rise buildings and shares of Fu Song Long. Estimating how much damage, Seung stated, "It's huge, countless." Hearing this, Do-hee angrily declared, "Ugh, so unlucky. Anyway, it will be in our hands someday." Seung-di on the other side of the screen yelled angrily, "Hey Do-hi, why is everything yours? You think a nobody like you can handle everything?" Do-hee angrily retorted, "Hey, you're going too far. Shut your mouth." Seung, who was silently focusing on thinking, ordered uncomfortably, "Both of you be quiet because the situation is very bad right now. I asked some of Dad's connections for help from them, but the bankruptcy prevented it, and now no one wants to help us anymore." He adjusted his glasses, continuing to talk about the current situation. "What's worse, most of our employees are starting to resign. I really feel stuck trying to find a solution right now." Do-hing asked worriedly, "You know about the boycott, right?" Seung-w hummed in response. The three of them suddenly paused for 5 seconds. They were momentarily stuck, unable to say anything more to each other. Do-hee suddenly realized something was wrong. She asked, "Big brother, don't tell me. You borrowed all my money to keep Thuong Long from going bankrupt?" Seung stammered for a moment. "What?" Seung spoke up, looking for a solution. "Okay, since the situation is like this, why don't we stop looking for Dad?" Hearing this, Seung angrily shouted, "Are you crazy?" Seung-di analyzed the reason. "You also know, if you continue the search and after we find him, we'll all die at his hands." Seung stroked his chin and thought, then felt it made sense. "You're right." Seung-jae helplessly replied, "What else?" However, Seung-w offered a temporary direction in the near future, without completely agreeing with his brother. "Okay, but I won't stop this search. I'll just postpone it for a while and then continue when the situation gets better," he affirmed. "Dad will definitely have a surprise when he sees what's going on. Everything is all for Dad's benefit." Do-hee sighed in relief and asked, "Good, and that's the decision, right?" Suddenly, the assistant opened the door and ran into the room, then shouted in joy, "Director, it's a miracle," he reported. "We found Chairman Kwan. He's still alive." The three siblings were shocked. They spoke in unison, asking again, "What?" Scene transitions to a vast ocean. A giant ship is sailing through countless storms in beautiful sunny weather. Do-hoen was leisurely lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone, when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Boss Jae-ha entered, held out his phone and said, Look at this.
Du Hoan curiously asked.
What is it? Jae-ha summarized the content of the news article on the phone screen. They found Chairman Kwan. They found the coffin and identified Chairman Kwan inside.
Du Hoan smiled contentedly.
They found him, huh? I didn't expect it to be so fast. Jae-hae scratched his head, asking, So, is it true? Are we in trouble? I think he's going to come after us real soon.
Du Hoan replied,
Yeah, but it's not going to be that easy. Hearing that, a huge question mark appeared on Jae-ha's face. He asked curiously, Why? Du Hoan ordered, Make a call. Jae-hae still didn't understand. He asked, Why do you suddenly want to make a call, boss? Du Hoan spoke a name that shocked Jae-hae. The two of them walked out into the hallway, one after the other. Du Hoan said to Jae-hae, He finally found him, huh? I think I should at least say hello to him. Jae-ha chimed in. He'll definitely be happy to hear that.
At a skyscraper, where the sunlight shone with shimmering colors, a voice called out.
Chairman Seung worriedly asked, Are you sure my father is in this coffin? Are you sure you dare answer definitively? Absolutely. According to the fluoroscopy, they determined the body is exactly the same size as Chairman Kwan's and is lying inside. They recounted. And he's alive. We tried to talk to him, and he could answer us. The two brothers, Seung W. and Do Hee Hai, looked anxiously at the coffin and asked, Dad, it's us. Are you okay? Not hearing a response, Seung W. wondered, Why isn't there a sound in there? The appraiser also felt confused. That's strange. He used to be able to answer us. They gave another assessment. Or maybe he's already dead. Hearing this, Seung W. and Jiang Chen were stunned. He shouted and ordered, Open the coffin! The appraiser fearfully replied, We can't. We've tried so much, but it still won't open. If we could, we would have gotten him out already. Soon hastily urged, That doesn't matter. This is an emergency. Maybe the relics can open it. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seung W. picked it up irritably, muttering, What is it? Doesn't he know I'm busy? Seung answered the phone and spoke. Hello? The other end of the line responded, Hello, young master. The other party suddenly asked, tentatively, Has the coffin been opened yet? Seung W. looked suspicious. This voice, it didn't take long for him to recognize Seo Du-hoan. A gleeful, mocking laugh echoed from the other end. Didn't you want to open it? But nothing is free. Tell your father, Du-hoan reminded softly. He has to give up all the relics he owns. Hearing that, Seung W. was shocked and angry. He retorted, What? Seung angrily scolded. You think you could trick me again? I'd be crazy to need your help. Damn it. Du-hoan happily replied, Really? Don't you desperately want your beloved father out of the coffin? And then at least you don't have to buy him another coffin, right? You can just bury him. Seung W. felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. He cursed, Wait, damn it! Looking at the coffin in front of him, Seung Wei softly announced, Dad, I don't know if you can hear me, but Seo Du-hoan can open this coffin. However, he wants you to give up all your relics. The coffin shook violently upon hearing this, and a voice rang out from inside. Damn it! Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. Chairman! Seung W. quickly blurted out, Dad, he's still alive! Suddenly, from inside the coffin, a voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Seo Du-hoan! Seung W. was so scared that he was sweating. His lips moved as he stammered. Dad! The person in the coffin angrily said, Even in this situation, he's still extorting me, that bastard. Fine, but I've hidden all my relics in a safe place. Seo Du-hoan, that idiot, he thinks that giving up ownership of my relics will make them unattached. Seung W. hesitated, wanting to tell the truth. Dad, actually the person in the coffin didn't care at all, and calmly announced, I relinquish them. Du-hoan on this side was still listening to the movements on the other side. He smiled calmly. Everything that happened was within his control. Seung W. on the other side repeated his father's words. Dad relinquished ownership. Du-hoan happily replied, Oh good, I just checked. He explained the reason for his actions. Turun only relinquishes his inheritance when he's in a dangerous situation. The first thing I have to do is make sure he's actually relinquished everything, Du-hoan thought to himself. Although it seems like he's relinquished them, I'm still going to check them one by one. And frankly, he couldn't open the coffin, but if Tuan Kan Mon closes the tomb, the coffin will open by itself. The other end of the line suddenly cheered. Ah, it's open, the coffin's open, congratulations, Dad. Hearing this, Du-hoan felt relieved and said, Okay, I'm hanging up now. In Seung, in the office, the coffin slowly opened, and dazzling light emanated around it. Seung looked inside, and said seriously, Dad. Jiang Chen, standing next to him, also spoke. Chairman! When they could see inside completely, both Jiang Chen, Seung Woo, and Du Hee were stunned by what appeared before their eyes. All they saw was a gaunt man in the coffin, his eyes tightly closed, his whole body withered, just skin and bones. Seung painfully called out, Dad! A trembling hand rose from the coffin. Seung stuttered, his face full of fear, and asked, What is this? Do him. As if not believing her eyes, called out earnestly, Dad's still alive, right?
Don't scare me. Seung then regained his composure and ordered his subordinates. Mobilize the ambulance. Call them here immediately. The assistant replied anxiously. Yes, sir. Tae-dun strained himself, grabbing the edge of the coffin and struggling to sit up, constantly muttering a name. Seo Do-hoen? He strained his neck and roared, his voice full of resentment. Catch him immediately. Seung anxiously urged. Dad, lie down quickly. Tae-dun sat up, his mind extremely clear, and retorted. You think I can be calm right now? Seung tried to persuade. Dad, it's best to have a doctor examine you first. The other party stubbornly refused to listen to anyone, and urged everyone. Bring that guy here, I have to kill him. Tae-dun weakly, his whole body trembling, ordered. Bring him to me, then you can check on my health. All the relics, the excavation team, the diplomatic relations, everything. Seung helplessly watched his father's stubbornness. Tae-dun gritted his teeth and shouted. I will trade everything, just to destroy Seo Do-hoen. That's the only way I can feel at ease. He stood up, looked at his son, and said decisively. I've decided. Eliminating him will be Shang Long's top priority. Seung hesitated, wanting to say, Dad, that. He frowned at his stubborn father. Long was uneasy, wondering, what is this? Why isn't Dad following my arrangements now? Du-hai, standing next to him, was equally worried. She didn't understand what was happening in the tense and suffocating atmosphere. Jiang Chen was also very worried. He looked at the chairman and wondered what was going on with that strange appearance. Tae-dun hurriedly ordered. What are you waiting for, damn it? Prepare everything again. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and advised. Chairman, but first you should go to the hospital. He refused to listen, insisting. No, I have to catch Seo Do-hoen first. Just tell me everything that's going on. Seung felt extremely helpless in the current situation. He thought for a long time about what to do next. Finally, Seung World chose to confess honestly. Dad, all the relics you kept have been stolen, he added. All the buildings and even the shares, everything has been sold off. Tae-dun couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked, What did you say? Seung continued to recount the current situation. All the employees have also resigned. Tae-jun couldn't keep calm. He angrily roared. Don't be so ridiculous! Tae-jun didn't accept this truth, only hoping his son was lying. You're lying to make me obediently go to the hospital, right? Seung helplessly replied. I also wish it was just a joke. The assistant standing next to him tremblingly took out a tablet and reported. These are all the articles that have just been published. You can take a look if you want. Tae-dun still didn't believe what was happening. He replied, Of course, give it to me. After carefully reading the information on the screen, Tae-jun looked at everyone with an incredulous expression and asked, Is this true? His eyes no longer had any semblance of calmness, and the veins on his forehead were bulging incredibly grotesquely. Then, Tae-dun lost consciousness, leaving his son utterly bewildered. He could only helplessly call out, Dad, wake up, Dad! Switching scenes to the ship sailing on the sea, where Du-hoen is resting and recuperating for his next journey, Se-book happily admired the scenery and exclaimed, Wow, watching the sea while sipping coffee with some snacks, it's wonderful. Se-book buried himself in the pile of pastries, feeling extremely happy and exclaiming, I didn't expect those stupid people to give me this special treat. Wow, so sweet and delicious. Suddenly, a rope from outside rudely pierced straight from the outside into the room, causing Se-book to be stunned and ask, The heck? He looked at the rope in front of him and scolded fiercely. Hey bro, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? The rope ignored his words, muttering, Give it to me, give it to me. Se-book curiously asked, What? The rope explained, I gave you $100 million. That's $100 million. You said you would help me become human, become a person. Se-book understood. He scoffed. You really are ruder than I thought. The rope couldn't keep calm, he urged. Hurry up, hurry up! Se-book rummaged. Okay, I'll get it. Let's see, where did I put it? Where is it? Where is it? After rummaging around for a while, it finally pulled out a sheet of paper and said, Here it is. Rope unrolled the paper and read it, wondering, Is this really a relic? The paper read, All relics must not be used or sold to others. If you break this law, both the buyer and seller will be punished with a severe penalty. Rope questioned. What makes us have to follow this? Se-book replied. I was also very intrigued right after. That's why I didn't pay attention to the rules and planned to sell the relic to you. I'm sorry. It continued to admit fault. As for the $100 million I received from you, I can't give it back. Sorry about that. Se-book thought the story ended here. It jokingly offered condolences for what you were facing. I'm busy now though, so I can't stay here any longer. Fix my hanger. Would you like some snack packs? Feel free to take some if you want. Meanwhile, Rope was trembling with anger. It furiously wrapped itself tightly around Se-book and warned. You promised to give it to me. Give it to me. Se-book annoyedly reminded. I'm suffocating. It didn't forget to remind. Let go of me. What are you doing? If I sell the relic to you, both of us will be punished. Se-book stated frankly. So just give up your dream of becoming human. Hearing that, Rope suddenly became even more desperate.
It mumbled mournfully. No way! I can't give up, I can't! Sibuk advised. Calm down, let go of me. Rope was disappointed. Just before letting Sibuk go, it left a pathetic remark. You truly are a master of trickery. A character unexpectedly entered the room. It seemed to have been there, hearing the entire conversation between Rope and Sibuk. Rope was surprised, calling out, You, boss? The other party reminded Rope frankly. Hey, Rope, don't be so naive as to believe those silly laws. Rope held out the paper it was holding and asked again, Is it fake? Is it fake? Boss firmly asserted, Yes. At this moment, the annoyed Sibuk spoke up. Boss, don't interfere with my business. Boss didn't hesitate to expose it directly. What business? You're clearly just deceiving it. Rope realized this, and its anger flared up again. It couldn't control itself, and wrapped tightly around Sibuk, mumbling furiously. You tricked me! You tricked me! Sibuk couldn't bear it, screaming repeatedly. It hurts. After a struggle, Sibuk compromised. All right, I'll give it to you. Just let go of me first. Hearing that, Rope immediately released it. Rope excitedly asked, Really? You'll give it? You'll give it? Sibuk tremblingly pulled out a clove of garlic and some leaves, then told Rope, Here, take it. Sibuk explained. This is the iris plant and guan garlic. You will become human if you eat it. According to the legend, you have to eat it continuously for 100 days without a break. But this relic isn't like that. You will become human instantly after eating it. Rope was half believing, half doubting, asking repeatedly, Really? Really? It imagined the image of handsome Duhoen in a white shirt, happily exclaiming, Finally, I can be right by Master's side, not leaving for a single step. Not leaving for a single step. What should I do first with him? Oh, I'm so happy. Seeing Rope hesitate, Sibuk urgently prompted, What are you waiting for? Eat it quickly. Rope replied, All right, all right. Then, Rope obediently bent down, intending to eat the iris plant and guan garlic. But just a moment later, it painfully realized. What? What? Sibuk stood on the table sneering. I wish you would realize it. Rope fell into despair, its whole body trembling, only able to utter one sentence. No mouth, no mouth. Rope was so disappointed and embarrassed that it kept swaying back and forth. Hardly anyone could describe the despair in its heart right now. Sibuk seized the opportunity to explain. That's right, and that's the problem. Rope helplessly mumbled, I can't. Boss helplessly watched them chatter aimlessly. Rope stubbornly demanded, Do you have a relic that can help me get a mouth? Do I get a mouth? Sibuk replied. Your request is too far-fetched. Boss looked at Sibuk and asked, Are the other relics similar? My God, I remember you said you had everything. Rope was now extremely disappointed, constantly saying, Even if I try to work hard. Boss and Sibuk looked at the sad Rope and didn't know what to do for it either. The scene shifts to Duhoen's location. He recounted. After a long break, we finally arrived in North Canada. There are many large airports here, so we can head to our destination now. After a while, the passengers finally felt relieved, which was understandable, since they had just been trapped in a terrorist attack. Duhoen reminded everyone on board. Please make sure you haven't left any of your belongings behind. Just then, an anxious voice rang out. Boss. Duhoen glanced in the direction of the voice. Sua was ready to leave. The other person stepped forward hesitantly and reported. Boss, there are a few things I need to report to you. Sua took a deep breath and said, Chloe is among the passengers. Duhoen was startled. He asked again. Chloe Lauren, our colleague? Sua confirmed. Yes, she recounted. I saw her before the plane crashed. It seems she's a terrorist element against Thusong law. The voice carried hesitation. I'm not sure which organization she belongs to or what her purpose is. I've been watching her for a while now and I thought it was time to tell you. Duhoen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He said, All right, very good. But are you sure she's a member of that organization? She doesn't seem like she would do something like that. Sua explained. That's why I've been keeping an eye on her. Duhoen asked curiously, Where is she? Looking at the passengers preparing to disembark, Duhoen anxiously pressed again. Where is she? We have to make sure we don't lose track of her. From afar, Chloe secretly watched this conversation. Sua asked Duhoen, Do you want me to use Judd then? He immediately replied, No need. She's very sharp. She'll realize she's being followed. Chloe stood from afar, knowing what they intended, and smirked to herself. Sua keenly glanced around, noticing the unusual gaze of one of the passengers. Chloe, who was standing in that corner, suddenly disappeared. This startled Sua. She stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with suspicion, wondering, Did she just vanish? Sua realized an interesting piece of information. Chloe was one of the passengers on the plane. Chloe is our group's doctor. She is an extremely talented person, and possesses the Nightingale relic. Because the world will be destroyed when the relic appears, it will be very difficult to maintain the current body shape.
All the members, including myself, owe Chloe a lot. But according to Sua's suspicion, Chloe seems to have joined a terrorist organization. We need to quickly find and confirm the truth. But then, there is a problem. Sua came to report to Duhoen. He asked, "She disappeared?" Sua replied, "Yes." She explained, "I was sure I had my eye on her, but she still suddenly disappeared. This is the first time someone has been able to escape my watch." Sua recalled, "She seemed to have noticed it from the beginning." Duhoen asked again, "What?" Sua recounted, "She's very intelligent, plus her sharp instincts. She noticed she was being followed and looked for a chance to escape. You can keep a close watch on her in a small area like on a ship, boat, or in a secluded village. But when we get to the city, where she can hide in the crowd, she can immediately disappear from our sight." Sua was embarrassed and bowed her head, saying, "I'm sorry." Duhoen comforted her. "Don't worry, we just need to search for her again." He seemed to have a new plan, and I am also happy to know that she can escape your watch. It means her abilities are the same as before, or maybe even stronger. As soon as the ship cast off, and we docked at the port, Chloe disappeared. She seemed to have disappeared from Sua's sight. I guess she used the relic to escape. Duhoen frowned in judgment. Chloe definitely possesses some amazing abilities. Behind him, a pair of shaky legs stepped down, muttering, "I can't breathe, master. I can't run anymore." Jay said tiredly, "It's okay, you didn't even run? You should have told me so I could prepare." Duhoen said to Sua, "Let's find a place to rest and take a break. I'll call Julian." She replied, "All right." The phone on the desk vibrated slightly when a call came in. Julian frowned and picked up the phone, asking, "What's up, Duhoen?" He pleaded on the other end of the line, "Please keep an eye on someone." Duhoen leaned against the roadside wall and said to Julian, "I met Chloe, but she suddenly vanished." He curiously asked, "The Chloe we know, right?" Duhoen explained, "Yes, but her actions were unusual. Sua suspects she's involved in a terrorist organization. She also easily escaped Sue's surveillance." Julian was intensely interested in the story. Duhoen added, "I need your help to track her down. We want to find her, but we must go to France to find the grave first." He searched for Turin's information on the computer screen, not forgetting to tell Duhoen, "All right, we must find Chloe before she can meet President Goon." Duhoen asked back, "What? President Goon?" Julian doubtfully asked, "Haven't you heard the news? Chiang Ryong just announced they're looking for someone with healing ability because the president's condition is currently very..." Duhoen recounted the next development. "After we found a hotel, we turned on the TV. There was a lot of news about the return of the missing President Goon. On the TV screen, the announcer reported that President Goon is currently in a very bad condition and is unlikely to recover without the use of a healing ability." Shoen was criticized and held responsible for everything that happened to President Goon. Chiang Ryong said they have already contacted someone with a healing ability and are certain the president will recover soon. Duhoen told Jae-ha and Sua. Julian said the person they contacted might be Chloe. Chloe? That kid? Does that mean you are speculating that? Just like the terrorists who attacked Chiang Ryong on the plane, they were working with Chiang Ryong from the start. If Chloe is helping President Goon, perhaps she has negotiated with the president, he asserted. We can't let her fall into Goon's hands. J.H. looked blank, not understanding the story. He raised his hand wanting to ask, "Who is Chloe?" Sua casually answered from the side, "Exactly. We can't let that happen." Sua added, "And right now, our location is quite close to hers. We must protect Chloe first." Ja, standing in the middle, still didn't understand what the heck was going on. He helplessly spoke up. "Can someone please explain to me who Chloe is?" Sua replied, "All right." Du Hoshen didn't care about Jae-ha. He asked again, "Shall we postpone the plan to go to Paris for now?" Jae-ha still tried to stand between the two, gesturing. "Hello, someone here needs an explanation." Sua replied to Duhoen. "All right." Inside the bedroom, Set walked in and saw Si-book lying on the bed. It sighed in contentment. So comfortable. Si-book rolled around on the soft mattress, happiness overflowing. So soft. So beautiful. When Si-book saw Set approaching, it asked, "Set, did I interrupt your rest time?" It retorted, "I don't care." Set honestly asked Si-book, "Don't you have an ability that can turn its user into a human?" Si-book was curious. "No. Wait, are you asking because the rope Set is being honest?" "Yes. Honestly speaking, I don't really care." It sweated, frowning uncomfortably as it admitted. "But I can't sleep peacefully because its crying sounds incredibly heartbroken." Si-book angrily shouted, "Take care of yourself. Everywhere it goes, it whines, while eyeing the ability you possess." Si was unwilling. It pleaded, "Do something. You have many other superpowers, don't you?" Si-book answered, "No, I don't have any." Set suspiciously asked back, "Really?" "As far as I know, there are many types of abilities that can help the user change their appearance." It continued, "In the world of superpowers, many people like to use shape-shifting spells to kill people, right?
C-Book nodded in admission. That's true, but it was straightforward. That doesn't mean I have what humans need. It's over. Set looked sternly at C-Book, its eyes radiating murderous intent, asking again, Really? Does that mean it's okay if I look for someone else, right? C-Book fearfully turned and ran. It shouted loudly, I won't mention this matter anymore. Set angrily opened its mouth, warning, Running away? The two bickered loudly, alarming even the outside. Duhoyan annoyedly reminded. What is it? Quiet. We're leaving. So keep the room in good condition. Set grabbed C-Book in its mouth and obediently replied. All right, I know. Where did the pearl come from? C-Book spoke up. I should have done it from the start. Set let it go. C-Book rolled on the bed, explaining. All right, here it is. This is the secret to becoming the witch's mermaid. C took it and left, saying, I'll give it to her myself. Selbuk still wanted to plead. It called Selt. Selbuk nodded. Can you return the savior and the garlic? She can't use them. Please. Set angrily turned and left, replying, No, you get it yourself. C-Book begged Set, please. In the corner of the room, the rope was desperately sobbing and crying uncontrollably. Set walked in and called out, Hey, rope. It offered the pearl and said, I'll give you another charm so you can become human. The rope became even happier. It asked again, Really? Boss comforted. You can use it even without a mouth. The rope was happy, not forgetting to say, Thank you. Then the rope juggled the pearl, happily saying to the lightning, I'll use it right away. It looked at the rope, helplessly wondering, Is this the right decision? I hope I can get a good night's sleep. The modern high-rise building of the Shanglong Company, with glass surfaces reflecting light and the clear blue sky. The employees in the company received the order. Among all the foreign henchmen in Basement 1, there's only one girl with healing abilities. We have to find her quickly. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the group of people busy working. He put his hands on his hips, reminding, She took away the abilities of our group. She's the one who can save the president. Suddenly, an employee announced, Manager Jiang Chen, we've found her. This person introduced. Her name is Chloe Lauren. She's now in Canada with the passengers. The employee remembered. Oh right, this person is connected to an organization. Jiang Chen asked again, Organization? He continued asking, Are all the henchmen working alone? The employee agreed. Let me think, she tricked us. The employee recounted the information about Chloe. Chloe Lauren is connected to an anti-materialist organization called NON. Jiang Chen stood up straight, trying to recall. Anti-materialist? The employee explained. It's an organization that opposes all relic users. Their goal is to help the world return to the primeval era, when those supernatural relics didn't exist. Jiang Chen sighed. I didn't know there was an organization like that. The employee continued to explain. They tend to use cruel measures. That organization doesn't hesitate to slaughter people with different views. They don't discriminate based on gender or age either, he affirmed. They almost consider us enemies too. Jiang Chen ordered the other employees. Call her. I can easily control this type of person. He seemed to find a light to save his life. Evilly smiling, he declared. If that doesn't work, then I'll bring her here by force. In the middle of a peaceful pedestrian street, an excited voice rang out. I'm so happy, really happy. It attracted everyone's attention, making them exclaim and wonder. From now on, I can become a human. Another voice suddenly interrupted. Why are you so noisy? The pearl flinched, opening its mouth to shout. Oh my God, who are you? The rope chuckled. Hello, hello. The people around witnessed it and were left speechless, as if they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. A pearl and a rope that could talk were arguing. The rope earnestly pleaded. Please let me become human, the pearl angrily said. Why should I use my power for you? The rope replied resolutely. Because I paid for it. Paid for it? The pearl wondered. What are you talking about? I haven't even received a penny from you. I don't want to talk to you. As soon as it finished speaking, it closed its mouth tightly, ignoring the rope's questions. Why? In the blink of an eye, the pearl zoomed away. I'm leaving. Goodbye. The rope stood there confused. Where are you going? They chased each other through the street, causing confusion for the pedestrians. Come back, I don't want to. Suddenly, out of inertia, the pearl crashed hard into someone's leg and cried out, What's this? With that, it rolled onto the ground. Seeing this, a gentle hand picked it up. The pearl still had the strength to utter a sound. Flailing, who are you? Let me go, you're hurting me so much, let me go. Chloe frowned, looking at it. At that moment, the rope caught up, standing flustered in front of her. That's mine, she speculated. Could this relic be the one that helped me escape the plane? Chloe smirked, looking at the rope. Really? It's yours? She thought to herself. This relic is actually very polite. That's mine, Rope answered decisively. Chloe smiled. All right, keep it then. With that, she handed the pearl to Rope. It cheered. Thanks, Pearl raged. Why would you give me away to someone else? Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and seized Rope tightly. Chinky. Where did he come from and who's with him? Behind him was a black-haired guy. What's he smirking at? This is a new type of relic. Chloe, rope, struggled in his grasp. What? Let go. Let go. Chloe spoke up. That's not mine. Why are you touching it? He said nonchalantly. Oh? Then I have every right to take it. Chloe looked at him with disdain. How embarrassing. Why would you take it when you don't even like relics? Jinky, while swinging rope around, replied to her. Because I need these relics to cause chaos. I guess. If we achieve our goal, the captain will set us free. She was speechless. Rope spoke up. Hey, I'm gonna tie him up, tie him up. It darted in front of the red-haired guy, but froze in fear at his gaze. Jinky's hand exerted strength on Rope. Clack. Rope. That glove you're wearing is also a relic. Rope found him annoying. Hey, stop waving me around. If I use my other hand to grab you, you're done for. Chloe advised. Let it go. Rope still struggled incessantly. No, I won't give up. Hey, stop shaking. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the hand, causing an explosion of visual sensation. Jinky and Chloe frantically covered their eyes because it was too blinding. What is this? The figure of a little girl, enveloped by the rope, gradually appeared in the golden light. That rope slowly transformed into neatly braided, snow-white hair. A lovely little child in a colorful, puffy dress with long braids caused the three to marvel. R.O. exclaimed. A human! It's become a human. The little girl's feet slowly and gently landed on the ground. Then she quickly and nimbly darted away. Jinky hurriedly chased after her, while Chloe still stood there dumbfounded. She escaped. I'll go catch her. Suddenly, a fair foot reached out and stomped hard on his foot. Jinky, who was running, was tripped and lost his balance. He lunged forward, slamming his face into the ground painfully. The little girl's shadow gradually disappeared into the alleyway. Chloe laughed awkwardly. Sorry, my legs are just too long. Jinky angrily snapped. Hey, Chloe, you tripped me on purpose. I lost track of her because of you. Forget it, it wasn't yours anyway. Chloe continued to ask. Are you here to pick me up? The black-haired guy replied. That's right. Let's get started. We all have a mission when we all gather together. Chloe complained. What? I'm so tired. The guy didn't care much about what she said. You have to do it. Meanwhile, the little girl ran to a dilapidated alley and thought, he won't abandon me, will he? He'll come, right? As she walked and thought, her foot stepped on a shard of glass that fell from a broken mirror. The little girl turned to look. The reflection in the mirror made her stop. A child's body, bright orange eyes, with white hair and a hanbok. The rope had now transformed into an extremely cute human. The little girl was surprised, her eyes shining brightly as she exclaimed, Me, in surging happiness. She touched her face with both hands and stared into the mirror. I've become human. She happily skipped around, waving her hands, chattering non-stop. Finally! So happy! A voice interrupted. Stop stating the obvious. Pearl bit her hair angrily. I used up all my power. That's why you became human. The little girl calmly looked down at it. You've been here all along? Pearl jumped up and bit the little girl's chubby cheek hard, causing her to tear up. Of course you think I'd let you just go like that? You've destroyed all my pearls. Do you know how valuable my pearls are? You should apologize to me. The pearls in the clam's mouth had disappeared. The little girl was remorseful. I'm sorry. Pearl angrily. Right. You should feel sorry. And you're also in big trouble. The little girl dejectedly hugged her swollen cheek in pain, tears streaming down. Hearing Pearl's shocking announcement, she sprayed adhesive, no longer paying attention to the wound. If no one recognizes you within 10 days, you will turn into a bubble. The rope screamed in terrified panic. What? Why? Pearl calmly explained to her. Have you ever heard the story of the Little Mermaid? I can't go into detail. It's part of my power, and there's nothing more I can do. Rope looked at Pearl, suddenly realizing something. Wait, you recognized me, didn't you? Pearl snapped. Of course, I recognized you. I mean someone else, you idiot. It's not like you can use human language as much as you want. It's hard on the kid being this sad. Suddenly, the rope stood up straight. But more importantly, I have to go see Master, ignoring Pearl's helplessness. What? That person? Forget it, it won't work on you. Hopefully, we'll have many chances for someone to recognize you. The little girl continued to happily skip along with an optimistic spirit. In a neighborhood with mansions, someone spoke up. Julian just sent information about Chloe. In the alley between those two buildings, Jeha, Sua, and Jen were discussing. He asked, what does it say? Duhoen presented. Julian has collected some information. Chloe used to be a pediatrician, and there are rumors that Chloe is a member of an antimatter group called Noah. Jaha Ban wondered, antimatter? What kind of organization is that? Duhoen continued to explain. This is an organization against the existence of relics. Not only relics, they oppose relic users, tombs, and anything related to relics. They want to destroy everything. Now I understand why Chloe was able to escape SEA's control. All members of this organization are very good at hiding. His eyes narrowed, contemplating. But something happened in the past. If she belongs to the anti-relic organization, then how could she infiltrate the Azure Dragon's estate, the residence of relic users. Du-hoan spoke again. That's Chloe. She really is a dangerous individual. Jae-ha wondered. Why do you want us to find her? Du-hoan leaned back against the wall, hands in his pockets. First, we should prevent her from seizing the power of the president. Moreover, there should be a doctor on the excavation team. Wounds cannot be healed by fruit, only by relic healing. Daya trembled in fear. Is there another way that doesn't involve hurting her? Du-hoan coldly. Don't complain so much, just act. He stood tall, hands in his pockets, a confident smile, and boldly declared, We need to find Chloe. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the little girl rushed towards Du-hoan. The situation was so sudden that Du-hoan's eyes widened in shock, unable to react. Jae-ha and Sua rushed over in panic, asking, Han, boss, who the hell are you? Are you okay? He fell to the ground, not understanding what was happening, clutching his head in pain. What the hell? The little girl lay on top of him, beaming, her face full of happiness. We finally met! Witnessing that scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Jae-ha, so? He continued to ask, Boss, do you know this kid? Du-hoan, helpless in her small embrace. No, help me get this kid off first. Dae-thung innocently and warmly clung to him. Jae-ha, when he finished speaking, he immediately reached out and grabbed the little girl's collar, pulling her away. Hey kid, let go of our boss. Jae-ha lifted the little girl up with both hands. Dae-thung angrily screamed, thrashed, and fought back fiercely. Let me go, let me go, let me go! Daya endured. Don't hit me. Sua asked Han Du-hoan right away. Are you okay? He stood up and rubbed his neck. Dale. He walked closer to the little girl. Alright, so who is this kid actually? Immediately her attitude changed 360 degrees, and she excitedly lunged towards him. Du-hoan calmly asked, You know me? The little girl in Dae-ha's arms replied, Master, it's me, it's me. Dae-ha was annoyed. Stop bothering us. A gentle voice rang out, catching Dae-thung's attention. Idiot, they can't hear you now. She looked bewildered. What? Really? Really? Mangacap had been clinging to her braid for who knows how long. Yep, not only can you not use human language, but they also can't hear you. But before Mangacap could finish speaking, Dae-thung suddenly came up with an interesting idea and reached into her sleeve. Fine then, I'll use this. Let's use this. They'll recognize me when they see this. From her sleeve she pulled out a sketch notebook and a crayon, confusing them. Kid, what are you trying to do? The little girl was lying on the floor, intently drawing something. Sua spoke up. Maybe she's trying to communicate with us. Du-hoan evaluated. Drawing something when she can't speak is a good idea, but the three of them leaned in curiously, focusing on what she had just written, and every face showed helplessness. What exactly did she draw? Jae-ha snapped. Do you think drawing like this makes sense? XA considered. Maybe it's some kind of code. Du-hoan picked up the drawing, a crude picture, neither recognizable letters nor shapes. What drawing is this? I don't understand what you're trying to say, kid. The little girl was happily expecting. But hearing that sentence suddenly made her disappointed. Dae-thung looked crestfallen. Really? Is that so? Her hair stood up, and it seemed like she had thought of another crazy idea. I have an idea. A good one. The moment she finished speaking, she zipped towards Dazzy like a fighter jet, which startled him. What the heck? Why are you running towards me? She was so fast that before anyone could even see anything, something had been snatched away. Dae-thung held Dae-ha's phone, flashed a bright smile, and announced, I'll borrow this, okay? Borrowing this from you. He recognized it, and immediately yelled in anger. Give me back my phone! The little girl held the phone and sat down, absorbed. Now she's trying to type? Sua commented. Dae-ha felt disheartened. Why does it have to be my phone? After finishing, she handed it to Du-hoan. He praised her with a nod. You're a smart kid, aren't you? Now I can finally know who you are and what you want. The three of them intently stared at the small phone and fell silent. On the screen appeared the line, Please give me the relic. Someone wondered, what the heck? The little girl held her two hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, eagerly waiting. Dia was suspicious. Oh my goodness, she must be a pickpocket. XA advised the little girl. Hey kid, you're still young, don't do things like this. Mangacap spoke up again. Hey, you're doing it wrong. Dae-thung was stunned. What? No way, no way! Dae-thung rushed over and threw his arms around Du-hoan's waist, whining and crying. I don't care, I just want to keep hugging my master. Hugging your master? He was startled by the little girl. This kid! Dae-thung's eyes sparkled with tears as he looked up at Du-hoan. Jae-ha cut in. Boss, you should take her to the police station. Du-ah agreed and added, That's not a bad idea either. We can take her there so we can find her parents. Du-hoan was convinced. Jae-ha. You take this child to the police station then. Dae accepted. All right. With that, he grabbed the little girl by the collar and dragged her away, regardless of her thrashing. Let's go to the police station! No! Dae-thung continuously cried out. Let me go. Let me go. Sua and Du-hoan stood there watching the child being dragged away. She wondered, who is this child really? Du-Hoan suddenly flashed a wicked smile. Who knows? As the sky was gradually transitioning between day and night at the police station, Dae-Thung sat obediently on the floor, pouting and observing. The police officer held a cup of water and spoke. All right. Dae turned away. I look forward to your cooperation. Yes, goodbye. Dae-Thung was confused about what was happening, quickly turning his head around. The police officer looked at her and smiled, then gently advised. Little one, you shouldn't cause trouble for strangers, the little girl fiercely retorted. I'm not causing trouble for them. I'm not causing trouble for them. Ngok spoke up. You're in trouble. You won't be able to do anything if you're stuck here. I will help you. Let's get out of here. The police officer asked the little girl again. Little one, do you know your parents? Contact information? She replied. I don't know. Taking advantage of the officer's inattention, Ngok quickly darted away. The police officers chatted amongst themselves. That'll be tough then, because we can't communicate with this child. I know. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling them, and they exclaimed, What is going on? The little girl saw that and beamed. This is a chance? A chance? The police officers rushed to focus on finding the source of the noise, forgetting about her. I heard it over there. Taking advantage of the moment, Dae-Thung and Ngok ran away. Let's run! Night fell, and the streetlights illuminated the entire street. A car parked in front of a small alley. The little girl who had escaped from the police station was now leisurely walking on the sidewalk. The sun had completely set, and the weather was getting colder. Hey, when are we getting there? Rope asked blankly. Getting where? Pearl replied. Aren't you planning on going to your lodging? The little girl turned to look at the Pearl, biting her hair, scratching her head with an embarrassed smile. I don't know the way, so I'm just going wherever I want. The place I want to go, it won't expect it. What is this? We can't waste time. Pearl jumped up and bit the little girl's cheek hard in reproach. Do you want to turn into bubbles? Rope flustered. I don't know the way. The way. Something happening on the other side caught her attention. Rope looked over. Two young men, one holding the legs and the other holding the arms, were carrying a young man into a car. It seemed like the young man was unconscious. The little girl wondered. There's someone over there. Ask them for a ride. That's Jinky and the young man who's always with him. He grinned. Hey, we've had a good harvest for today. This guy has a ton of relics. The young man next to him spoke up. Although it's quite a pain to have a dead body like this. After putting the young man's body inside the car, Jinky instructed, make sure his body can't be seen from the outside. The other one replied, okay, I got it. The little girl's feet quietly moved towards them. Suddenly, Rope was standing next to the two guys, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Horrifying. What are you doing? Startled by her, the two turned around at the same time and exclaimed, what the heck? A kid? The little girl ignored them and earnestly pleaded, give me a ride. The gray-haired guy panicked. Could it be that she saw us murderers stealing his relics? Jinky, sweating profusely, frowned. Are you sure? They grabbed the little girl, covered her mouth, and forced her into the car. She was still dazed. Are you giving me a ride? The car moved down the street. Damn it, my head hurts so much. Jinky spoke up. We have to do something to shut this kid up. The guy next to him sighed wearily. I don't want to kill a child like this. I don't want to become a criminal who kills kids either. I guess the police won't care about reports about this kid anyway. Rope was surprised to hear that. Really? After speaking, she rushed towards the steering wheel where Jinky was driving, shouting, Go there, hey! He exclaimed loudly, startled. What are you doing, you brat? Don't touch the steering wheel. Do you want us to get into an accident? The car swerved wildly from side to side. Jinky shouted, Hey, do something about this kid, knock her unconscious. The young man looked at the struggling little girl in a fluster. Do you think I can bring myself to do that to her? Jinky yelled. Then do you want us to get into an accident? Do something. The gray-haired young man hugged her tightly. Little one, can you stop for a bit? Suddenly, Rope opened her small mouth and bit his hand hard. The guy released her in pain. She then rushed towards Jinky, scaring him. What are you doing? A little kid isn't a shaman. The car was unstable, echoing with screams. Let me out! Get down now! Overwhelmed, the furious Jinky decided to pull out a sharp knife. You damn brat! Pearl opened its mouth wide in horror and screamed. No! Rope was flailing when suddenly blood spurted out of the little girl's mouth. The guy next to him panicked. Hey, are you crazy? How could you stab a child? Jinky retorted. What choice do we have, you idiot? Do you want us to crash the car? Rope had fainted. Suddenly, the gray-haired guy flinched, his eyes narrowed, staring intently ahead. He pointed. Hey, look ahead! Jinky snapped. What now? He exclaimed. There's someone in front of us. Ahead of the car was Du-Hoan, calmly putting his hands in his pockets, blocking the road. It's too late. We can't avoid it. Du-Hoan frowned, his sharp eyes looking at the oncoming car without a hint of fear. Jenny decided. We'll just hit him then. He flashed a smug smile, causing the two driving the car to panic slightly. We'll hit him! In Du-Hoan's pupils at this moment was the image of the car with its headlights on. From his hand he swiftly summoned the Aegis shield. A solid protective barrier materialized.
sending the car flying into the air. In a flash, the car shattered and tumbled across the ground. The man inside, his face etched with fear, was tossed around with the vehicle. Du-hoen smirked, a look of satisfaction on his face as he watched the scene unfold. In mere seconds, the car had flipped dozens of times, landing meters away from it. Looking towards the wrecked car, Du-ho flashed a mocking smile. "You fools!" A familiar voice echoed from within his subconscious. "Ah, Rope! Rope!" His eyes narrowed unconsciously. "Hey, Rope, are you okay? This is bad news. Get up, you can't die like this." A pearl relic crashed directly into Rope's eyes. "If you die in human form, and no one recognizes you, you won't be able to turn back into a relic, and will turn into a bubble immediately." The image of a little girl sprawled on the ground, lamenting to the pearl. "I can't. I'm so sleepy." "Sleepy? Wait, do you really want to turn into a bubble?" "Ugh. I shouldn't have turned you into a human." Not wanting this to continue, it stuck out its tongue, opened its shell wide, and shouted, "No." From deep within unconsciousness, the guy Jinky began to stir. He gritted his teeth, constantly cursing Du-hoen. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing to someone else's car?" Jinkyo smiled triumphantly. "Rest for now. And don't talk anymore. One of my relics is in your car. Hand it over." His words made him bewildered. "What? When did I take something from you?" And then, a spark flashed across Jinky's face. The rope escaped from the car and clung tightly to Du-ho. Master, I knew it was you. Master came to see me. You came to see me, right?" Lying on the ground, the pearl relic gaped, its face a picture of bewilderment. What is happening?" The sight of the rope wrapping around Du-hoen so affectionately made him happy too. The rope's master could recognize her, which is why she didn't die when she was about to disappear into a bubble. Looking towards Jinky, he started to wonder. "Now I've found my relic. I have something to discuss with you." Hearing this, he couldn't help but panic. "What else do you want?" A series of relics appeared sparkling from the back door of the car, and a corpse fell out from the back of your car. Moreover, a crate full of relics also fell out. Du-ho vaguely made a guess, causing Jinky to gape in fear. "Looks like you guys just killed someone and took their relics too." Seconds later, his rope was raised high, facing forward, warning, "That's not right. He's moving the almost dead into the car. I saw it with my own eyes. I witnessed him doing it." "Is that so? Drag this guy away." It quickly wrapped tightly around Jinky, dragging him out of the overturned car. "Okay, tie him to the pole." Not stopping there, the rope wrapped tightly around his neck without letting go for a second. Jinky trembled, hanging his head to the ground. "Damn it, this is crazy." Du-hoen leaned on his hand, smiling, giving him a chance. "I'll leave your mouth open. Now tell me who you are, and explain it clearly." From afar, he revealed sharp eyes, tightly gripping his voice. "Or else you will be given special treatment." A voice from behind made Du-ho turn around. "Boss!" From afar, Dehaha along with Suaa were rushing over, reproaching him. "Why did you suddenly chase after that car?" Seeing them, Du-hoen was a little surprised. Everyone looked at the badly damaged car in front of them. He gaped in shock. "Were you involved in a car crash?" Du-hoen nodded, recounting. "That's what happened. This guy deliberately rammed into me. These are the consequences. You have no other choice this time. Look, my subordinates are here." Then he turned to look at Jinky. "You can't compete in numbers either," making him stammer and beg, "I'm just following orders." He stared at Jinky, then sternly questioned. "You mean someone ordered you to kill people? What kind of person is he?" Looking towards the two people, Du-hoen ordered, "This seems difficult. Sua, take care of the guy who passed out in the front seat. Daha, take all the relics from the back seat. I'm going to give this guy a special treat." Jinky trembled all over at the sight, drenched in sweat. He threw a tight punch straight forward. "I don't care who they are or who ordered them." The punch made Jinky spit out a mouthful of saliva in pain. Scum who just hurt and kill others to take their artifacts are everywhere. On this side, Sua quickly moved to where the guy was sitting unconscious. "I just hate the fact that he touched the rope, and on top of that, tried to stab me. I'll never forgive this guy." Next to his pants pocket was a phone. "But I received unexpected information." A beam of light from the street lamp began to shine down. Her voice rang out. "Boss, look at this!" Sua discovered that these guys are part of a group called Noah. It's also the antimatter group that Chloe is in. Back at Du-hoen's location, Jinky's face was bruised from his punches. "Hey you idiot, do you know Chloe? I know you know her, so answer honestly." Du-hoen's voice echoed, and Sua stood still on this side, listening. "There's no way an antimatter group would come to this city without a reason. I'm sure you guys came here to pick up Chloe, because your group doesn't usually operate in a small city like this. Am I wrong?" Without thinking further, Jinky confessed. That's right. He got straight to the point. "Okay, tell me where you're going to meet her. We have something we need to discuss with her too." Hearing this, Jinky stammered, unable to say anything, then trembled and hurriedly confessed. "We met and gave her some of our summaries. Then we went our separate ways. I don't know where she is now." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately asked, "What's her next mission?" He just hung his head, drenched in sweat.
I'm not sure, but I think she has a plan involving the Azure Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Hoen gritted his teeth and frowned in anger. I knew it! And then he slowly clarified our hypothesis that she, along with people from the Azure Dragon, appeared to meet the military. Hearing this, Daha shouted worriedly. So what should we do now? Du Ho immediately explained. Chairman Gun won't be able to go anywhere with such a weak body. I guarantee they'll meet in America. Let's go to the airport first. Another space appeared. The airport waiting area was empty. We immediately went to the first airport. We searched for Chloe inside and around the airport but couldn't find her. Searching for her all day has drained our energy. After searching for a while, Jae-ha ran back breathlessly to report. I couldn't find her either, even Sue reported in helplessness. I don't see her. Du Hoen stood by, listening, and crossed his arms, looking towards the Camdone Airport waiting hall. I'm sure she hasn't left this place yet. Let's end our search here. Today, we will search around this place and narrow down the area tomorrow. Hearing him say that, Jem breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. Finally, we get a break. Time passed, and the evening around the high-rise buildings was brightly lit. We returned to the hotel and rested a bit. But the next morning, Du Hoen was half awake in his sleep when he was awakened by a scream. Boss, boss, I found Chloe! He quickly jumped out of bed, his face full of surprise. I told you, I saw her! Sua touched her chin, a little confused, and said while speculating. But that must be a deliberately created trap. She has always hidden her whereabouts. But today she suddenly decided to show her face. Du Hoen scratched his head and asked again. Was that Chloe from before? Shua nodded her head firmly. Yes, I'm sure. Upon receiving the urgent news, he hurriedly left the bed. Okay, then let's go. Du Hoen lowered his head, his eyes full of emptiness. Whether it's a trap or not, doesn't matter. The image of Chloe is forever imprinted in his subconscious. We'll be able to see her once we get there, right? A car parked in front of a wide, snow-covered road in that magnificent city. Sua had successfully found Chloe's location. They immediately decided to go to Chloe's location. Sua nestled beside the car door, constantly looking out, as if worried about something. Sua looked restless throughout the journey. It makes sense, because she's her beloved childhood friend. On the top of the building, a person was hiding there, observing their actions. Judo had observed the entire airport but still couldn't find Chloe at all. It's highly likely that Chloe used an artifact to disguise her whereabouts. His group's car quickly rolled away from there, leaving the building. But the person who had perfectly concealed her whereabouts all this time, like Chloe, was naturally discovered by X. Whether they want to or not, they have to suspect whether this is a trap. The car stopped, and Sua took the lead, calling the two of them over here. Jha followed behind, stammering hurriedly. But Xa, what if this is a trap? Then we have no choice but to fight back. A voice interjected. We should prepare ourselves first. This left Jen-ha standing there, his face blank for a few seconds in disbelief. And if we really have to fight, then you should find a safe place to hide. Hiding behind a street lamp, Sua looked into the distance, announcing to the others, there she is, she's right there. The figure of Chloe stood there, carrying a bag on her shoulder. Du Ho looked her over, assessing. She looks very relaxed. Jae-hae immediately chimed in, questioning, Boss, isn't this definitely a trap? Alright, let's test the waters first. The rope from his person, Du Hoen's beloved rope, appeared. It acknowledged. Yes, yes. Du Hoen immediately pointed out the target, Chloe. For the rope to recognize, I need you to tie up the woman over there, but it immediately objected. But that woman is nice. She's a good person. The rope's words surprised him. You've met her before? Du Ho looked at it gently, explaining the reason he wanted to capture her. Yeah, she's a kind woman. That's why I want to save her, so tie her up gently. Where did the rope meet her? The rope, seeing how good he was, nodded and accepted the command without hesitation. Okay, okay. Looking towards Sua, Du Ho immediately reminded her. Sua, we'll wait for the right moment. Sua immediately acknowledged. Okay, he continued. Let's assess the situation before we act. Du Hoen's eyes showed clear seriousness about this course of action. We have to act with the mindset that we are walking into a trap. Jen-ha looked at him, quite surprised by his demeanor. Are you really going through with this? Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he immediately commanded the rope. There's no other choice. Rope, tie her up. It replied, yes, yes. Just like that. It rushed up behind Chloe, who was busy playing with her phone, unaware. Seeing her unaware, the rope thought to itself, doesn't she sense my presence? Quickly, it brought the rope to start the act of tying her up. Alright, I'll tie her up. Tie her up. Seeing its mission completed, Du Hoen happily ran over, feigning surprise. What's this? She was caught so easily? Just like that, the three of them gathered around Chloe, who was struggling against the rope's tight hold. Sua questioned suspiciously. We caught her, but why was it so easy? He casually said. That's good, let's take her somewhere secluded. Afterwards, they took her to an abandoned building not far from the city. The rope quickly loosened, and Chloe's face gradually appeared,
She was annoyed. What the hell is this? How did you guys find me? Chloe's eyes landed directly on the three of them standing in front of her, smiling inquisitively. What are you talking about? You're the one who wasn't hiding well. What? When did I do that? Xua chimed in. Full of doubt, I'm still suspicious if this is a trap. From his pocket, Duhoen pulled out a bottle of Munin's tears, a holy relic, with the intention of using it on Chloe. It doesn't matter, I'll quickly use this. Look, whether this is a trap or not doesn't matter. She'll return to our side when her memories come back. He brought the bottle closer to her. Chloe, this might give you a bit of a headache, so bear with it. Chloe panicked, screaming, What are you trying to do? Following his movement, a drop of water dripped down, falling from the bottle. Immediately afterwards, the drop of holy relic landed on Chloe's face. To her horror, a series of images of Duhoen, Julian, and Sua appeared in her memory. An image of Julian carrying a box of things leaving the company. She yelled, What is all this? Then came the image of a handful of scratches helplessly placed on the ground. With just a few drops of water in the bottle, Chloe was rolling around in pain, which Duhoen watched. What is this? Looking at the scene before him, Duhoen fell into confusion, realizing something. Why does it look so strange? A purple notification appeared in the space. A power emanating from the Glatt relic was interfering with the recovery process. Suddenly, Chloe's tightly closed eyes widened completely. She stood up abruptly, lunging directly towards him in utter panic. A fierce desire to destroy Duhoen was more evident than ever in Chloe's eyes. The girl raised her arm, which was emitting trails of blue smoke from the vial of liquid from before. Just like that, the arm quickly lunged to attack Duhoen, forcing him to step back. His foot pivoted slightly on the ground, rapidly adjusting his body to evade Chloe's attack. From his hand, Duhoen grasped a weapon that resembled a sword. Duhoen immediately swung the scabbard hard, striking the back of the girl's neck. In an instant, Chloe fell backward onto the ground. She was rendered unconscious. Sua then quickly ran over, looking at him as she asked about the situation. Are you alright? What just happened? Duhoen's face clearly showed his astonishment at the unexpected scene. This is truly surprising. I sense Gluttony's power coming from her, they asked suspiciously. Gluttony's power? Hearing Chu's name made Sua freeze up for a few beats due to her fear of the girl. Jin Chuan, you mean? How did she do that? Duhoen put his hand on his hip, looking towards Chloe lying completely unconscious on the ground. In a way, with this, you now understand what is truly happening here. He had been suspicious because Chloe never carelessly revealed her presence. He continued to explain. Actually, the relic of gluttony is what prevented her from concealing her movements. Sua, as if realizing something, immediately interjected. And that's why she couldn't sense us approaching her, right? Jean, who was nearby, immediately and without hesitation interjected to reassure him. But isn't this a good thing? Thanks to that, we were able to catch her easily. His thought was immediately dismissed. Not necessarily. Duhoen glanced to the side, his eyes showing his contemplation. Junche Gun would never act without a reason. She might be intentionally setting us up with Chloe and sending someone else to Kun. I'm certain she is planning to make his situation worse. Why would she do that? Wouldn't that benefit us? Then, he and Jean turned their gazes toward Chloe lying face up on the ground. I guess she didn't want to miss the chance to approach the cautious Chairman Kun. Suddenly, right beside her, a phone unexpectedly rang with an incoming call. She has a call on her phone. The caller is Thuong Long. Sua answered the phone for her. Hello. From the airport, a voice began to ask Chloe. Miss Chloe, this is Thu Song Long. The two men, who looked like bodyguards, standing in front of the crowded airport, continued the call. We have arrived at the airport. Where can we meet you? Sua stammered, quickly making an excuse to the two men. I'm on my way there. Please wait a moment. To which the two immediately agreed. All right, please contact us again once you arrive at the airport. Back at the abandoned house, Sua held Chloe's phone in her hand. Okay. She looked toward Duhen, who was standing there with his arms crossed. It seems Thuong Long has sent his people. And I guess they are here to pick up Chloe, he pondered and analyzed. How cautious they are. Those bastards. Making Shua wonder, and quickly ask for the plan. We already knocked her out, what should we do now? Duhoen's eyes glanced at something with a look of cunning. All eyes turned toward Jin, who was clueless. He spoke up. Ro Jin, you will disguise yourself as Chloe. This made him panic. He quickly shook his head and stammered a question. What? Duhoen crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at him. Disguise yourself and go meet the chairman, and then curse that old man to death. This made him shout. Wait, are you actually ordering me to walk into the enemy's lair? You can't just go. Although he was panicking, Duhoen calmly assured him. Of course, you have to come back alive. Seeing him clutch his head, wailing in despair. How can I do that? No way. Duhoen took a relic map from his hand, smiled, and reassured him. Don't worry, I'll lend you a few protective relics, as well as a relic to help you escape. Try to remain calm. He pointed towards Sua standing there. Forget it. Take this woman instead. She's stronger than me. I'm the weakest member of the team. But Duhoen ignored him.
He still chose Jen to impersonate the woman. It has to be you. You're the only one in our team good at using disguise relics. Sua and I aren't good at disguising ourselves. Hearing this, he buried his head in the ground and sobbed until he was out of tears. Du Hoan placed his hand on Jinha's shoulder to reassure him. He should trust himself. You see, we aren't suitable. You have to believe in yourself, my friend. You can do it. This is terrifying. But Jinha was still crying, assuring him, No! I'm not ready for this. No, wait, how can I pretend to be her? I don't even know who she is. Hearing this, Du Hoan laughed. He immediately reminded Jinha, That's right, you. I guess you'll have to prepare for the possibility of being captured, making him fly into a rage. What does that mean? You bastard. Du Hoan ordered him to look at Sua to gain some life experience from her. You can refer to Sua? They're quite similar. Get straight to the point. Don't say anything superfluous, and don't express too many emotions, okay? Du Hoan, meanwhile, knelt on the ground, holding the pink stone. Get ready. I'll lend you some achievements. Only Jinha looked at him, utterly bewildered. Our plan changed suddenly, but it looks like everything will be fine. The plan unfolded. A pair of feet wearing heels stepped forward. Du Hoan mused that he had to praise his ability. He had successfully transformed into Chloe in a short amount of time. The two guards from earlier were at the airport, searching for Chloe's figure around. If he completes the mission well, he will definitely gain more confidence. Hello. We will also successfully defeat the company in one blow. 2 birds with 1 stone. Did you just arrive too? Jinha was now fully immersed in the role of Chloe, with beautiful hair and a lovely face. Please follow us. The fake Chloe, Jinha, approached the 2 waiting guards. Am I a bit late? Hearing him say that, the 2 guards shook their heads reassuringly. Don't worry, you're not too late. We don't want to waste time. One of the men reminded Jinha. Let's head to the plane immediately, sir. This made him just laugh it off. I hope we missed the flight. Just like that, the 2 guards walked ahead. I'll lead you there. Please follow me. Trailing behind was Jinha, following in high heels. No matter how much I think about it, this is crazy. A moment later, the plane carrying him began to take off into the high sky. I can't believe I'm alone in the middle of the enemy. JH sat in his seat in the plane cabin, constantly trembling with fear. Will I be able to do this well? I want to run away from here so badly. He covered his face with both hands, looking dejected and worried inside. Should I say that I don't feel well? Suddenly, from inside the bag, the unsealed rope crawled out. It looked up and faced him with utter curiosity. What's wrong? Are you sick? Are you sick? Jinha was panic-stricken upon seeing the rope. Why did you come out? Get back inside the bag immediately. He grabbed it, quickly opened the bag, and tried to stuff it back in as fast as possible. You're my only protector. I can only count on you. This confused the rope. What's wrong? What's wrong? It struggled and slapped Jinha hard across the face, which looked extremely painful. Don't pressure me! Don't pressure me! Remembering Du Ho's image, his voice echoed in his ear. I will lend you my most reliable holy relic as your guardian. Back to reality, his hand held his cheek. What kind of guardian is this? Is he trying to make me suffer more? Taking responsibility, the rope reassured Jinha's state of mind. I'm here to do that now, alright. He could only silently agree and warned beforehand. You can do whatever you want, but please don't attract other people's attention. Suddenly, it tightly wrapped a mugwort root in its rope. Don't worry. Don't worry. Next, the rope pulled out a mortar and pestle, intending to grind something. Mugwort and a mortar and pestle? What is it trying to do? The mugwort was placed into the mortar, and the pestle was taken into hand. What are you doing? Just like that, the rhythm of grinding the mugwort was steady. The rope ground continuously. Stop! What is that? Don't tell me no! Stop it right now! Hearing Jinha scream, both items and the rope stopped, looking at each other in confusion. Did we do something wrong? Neither of us did anything wrong. Neither of us did anything wrong. It sadly rushed to explain its reason, and repeated the reason twice. I'm only doing this because I don't have a mouth. I don't have a mouth. Looking at the mortar, the rope stated its goal. Perhaps if both of you are ground into powder, I can use you two. I can then use you two. Hearing this, the mugwort suddenly trembled all over. Powder, you say? Inside the airplane, the mugwort's voice shrieked intensely as it was being crushed by the rope. Wait, no, save me! Back in another location, Thor looked up with a puzzled expression. What do you want from me? The power from your boss's holy relic has interfered with this woman. Find a way to neutralize it. Standing in front of Chloe's bed, Du Hoan quickly asked it a question. You're the god of wisdom, right? Thor immediately confirmed. My boss? Which boss do you mean? His words infuriated Thor until it trembled all over. That hot insect? Her? It stood there, stomping its wings fiercely, shouting a warning to Du Hoan's face. She's the Supreme Commander! You want me to undo what she has done? She'll take my head if I do that. Hearing that, his face suddenly darkened, and Du Hoan's gaze was sharp. I don't care about those ranks or the world of holy relics. I am your master, so you should obey my command. Isn't everything just that simple? Thor's eyes widened. It stammered, completely unwilling to carry out his request. But Du Hogan immediately unleashed a powerful move, surrounding himself with vibrant green smoke. But what? It made it agree without hesitation. Fine, I'll do it. Phil began to fulfill his request. Let's see. A blue circle appeared on Chloe's forehead, along with a larva. Here! If I do this, can you see it? Yes! What is that on her head? It writhed around, looking incredibly creepy. That's a brainwashing relic. We might be able to restore her memories if we destroy it. From outside, Sue entered, looking towards the girl on the bed. She wondered, can we destroy the relic without harming her? Another voice chimed in. It's too dangerous to try something so uncertain on a person's head. Du Hoan and Sua looked at the unconscious Chloe. But we can't just leave the relic there, right? Jin Chw might have planted spies among us too. Without saying much, he placed his palm on her forehead. Well, I'll do my best to destroy this relic. A light emanated from Du Hoan's hand, slowly seeping into Chloe's forehead. Though exhausted, she was still conscious and shouted loudly, "Get away from me!" causing him to grit his teeth and remind her to be quiet and cooperate. Stay still, Chloe. Just a few seconds later, the larva started to emerge from Chloe's forehead. It's coming out! It's coming out! Du Hoan caught it with his bare hand. He squeezed the larva tightly. I got it! Seeing him successfully capture the relic, Domata happily ran over, full of joy. Boss, did you succeed? Holding the relic larva in his hand, Du Hoan used force to destroy it immediately. I don't know yet, let me destroy this relic first. On the other side, Chloe began to open her eyes. She blankly observed her surroundings. Has she regained consciousness? Seeing this, Sua happily went to her bedside to ask about Chloe's health. Chloe, are you okay? Do you recognize us? Seeing her silent, he was slightly worried. We destroyed the brainwashing relic. Her memory should have returned by now. She also nodded in agreement with his opinion. That's right. From the bed, Chloe started to struggle to sit up. She slowly sat up. Where is this place? Du Hoan quickly explained. You're at my place. I quickly brought you here. As if remembering something, Chloe looked at him and stammered. Wait, boss? Look at her? Du Hoan chuckled. He was happy that Chloe remembered. From the way you called me, it seems like your memory is back, right? I'll explain to you. We are now in the place where we were 15 years ago. Suddenly, two arms unexpectedly grabbed Du Hoan's collar by bringing back the memories of all of us from the past. Chloe pushed him down in front of her, so Du Hoan couldn't react in time. Boss! Chloe's face showed concern, shouting and asking about his health nonstop. Boss, are you okay? How's your wound? Standing in front of him, Chloe kept asking about Du Hoan's wound. Has the bleeding stopped? What happened to your lost leg, boss? Making him panic a little, he quickly reassured her. Calm down. You're making me confused, Du Hoan thought to himself. She's saying nonsense because her memories have just returned. Maybe she still thinks her condition is the same as before. The image of Du Hoan lying in a pool of blood, Chloe next to him, screaming and calling out, Boss, wake up, you can't die. I won't let you die. Back in reality, seeing that she was not okay, Sua quickly ran over to reassure her. No, Glow, look around you. But she still insisted. What are you talking about? This is an emergency. Boss is dying. Du Hoan's voice quickly calmed Chloe's previous anxiety. This is not an emergency. He gave her a smile and suggested that Chloe observe her surroundings. Calm down and slowly look at everything around you. Suddenly she was like a different person, looking at Du Hoan and asking, Who are you? He was just standing there listening, stunned and confused. Isn't that a bit too much? Du Hoan once again introduced himself. Is it me? Du Hoan here? But Chloe painfully denied it. No way. How come the Du Hoan I know isn't like this? She looked at him and talked about Du Hoan's appearance in her eyes from the past. He's older and looks like a walking corpse. He has soulless eyes. He heard that and was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. Stop it. Sitting next to Du Hoan on the ground, hand on her knee, Chloe asked, You used some strange relics again, didn't you? But he immediately denied it. No, I didn't. She continued to ask. Then what strange thing did you take? Ah, no. Chloe's voice and expression were full of anger, shouting straight at him. Du Hoan, you're definitely doing something weird behind my back, aren't you? But he didn't care much. You can say that. That's why this happened. Do you have a personal grudge against me? Du Hoan braced himself. He quickly stood up, brushing the dust off his body. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. We've gone back to the past without any side effects, do you understand? Chloe still didn't believe it. The girl's hand reached for the scalpel placed in front of him. You think I'll believe that? Lie down, I need to dissect and examine you thoroughly. Du Hoan was quite shocked. Are you crazy? Why would you dissect me? Sua saw Chloe's action, smiled faintly, and recounted her own similar experience. Chloe, I was just like you at first, but all of this is real. We've returned to 15 years ago. Chloe observed carefully, and realized Sua was right. Now that I look at you, you look younger. The compliment made Sua feel awkward, and she gave a silly smile.
If you look at yourself in the mirror, you'll see you look younger too. Having understood everything, Chloe still clutched her head, utterly confused and in disbelief. Wait, so we really returned 15 years ago? How can this happen? Looking toward the girl, Du-Hoan stated his thoughts on the matter. If a relic did this, then it could happen, couldn't it? Chloe listened and found it plausible. Yes, it's highly likely a relic caused this. Looking directly into her face, Du-Hoan said with a voice full of assurance. The main point is that we've returned 15 years ago, and we also know what the future holds. I won't let us repeat that destiny. He extended his hand toward Chloe, as if wanting to cooperate again. That sounds like a good idea, right? So, Chloe, will you work with me again? He handed her a stack of papers while she was still hesitant. Du-Hoan smiled slightly, suggesting to Chloe, who was staring blankly at the documents. Just sign it. His action surprised Sua quite a bit. You never forget a contract, no matter what happens. The voice of Du-Hoan echoed throughout the hotel building. Get used to signing contracts, no matter how small the issue is. The girl read through it and was a bit flustered. But I guess the content of this contract is a bit prominent. Inside the hotel room, Du-Sua watched intently as Chloe read the contract. Chloe initially complained about the contract I gave her, but in the end, she still signed it. With this, I've finally succeeded in gathering all my old teammates. The girl quickly took the pen and began signing the contract to join him. I just need to sign here, right? That's right. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Chloe picked it up, about to answer. Who is it? Something shot past, flashing across Chloe's face faster than lightning. None other than Du-Hoan snatched her phone. This annoyed Chloe. Hey boss, he quickly explained. Let me see, this is from your friend. Holding the phone, Du-Hoan quickly read all the messages in her device. I'll block all of them. Call me, Chloe, once you get here. It would be helpful if you cooperate with Blue Dragon, as this is beneficial for us. The executive committee is looking forward to hearing from you. Chloe was confused. Block them? I don't think it needs to go that far. Facing her, Du-Hoan still held the device and firmly kept his decision. You're working for me, aren't you? Then you should listen to me from now on. Hearing him say that, the girl looked slightly bewildered. Chloe's eyes suddenly dimmed, her voice and face revealing sadness. I guess you're right. Otherwise, they'll destroy me soon anyway. The words from the girl slightly surprised Du-Hoan, who quickly looked up at Chloe. They'll destroy you? The girl nodded and told him everything. Yes. They planned to hand me over to Blue Dragon. We contacted Blue Dragon before, didn't we? So a similar situation is repeating. Just like before, Du-Hoan still held Chloe's device, hands on his hips, looking at her with curiosity. If that's the case, no wonder I felt something was strange about you. You are an antimatter member, yet you joined Blue Dragon. Without hiding anything, Chloe told the truth. The image of a relic and the shadow of its owner appeared. Everything gradually made more sense, because we know the woman called Benjani will become the Medic King and the leader of Noa Noa. She ordered her followers to eliminate all relic users. Yet, she secretly collected them. In the dark, the flickering, indistinct figures of a group of hidden people appeared in Chloe's narration. The words she often used were that we will use these relics to restore this world to its proper origin. In the end, she was consumed by greed and sided with an all-monopolizing corporation. Then she transferred it to Blue Dragon on the condition that she remains the owner. I was about to say that right as the girl finished her sentence, Du-Hoan frantically tapped on Chloe's phone. Then we won't have to block her. I'll give her some smart advice. His action made the girl grab his shoulder and shriek in panic. Stop right now! What if you send weird messages to her? But she was a moment too late. Du-Hoan had already finished. But I've already sent it. The thoughtless action made Chloe collapse to the ground. She bowed her head in anger. No! What if she blacklists me and hunts me down? In the hotel, Du-Hoan's voice resonated. I guarantee, don't worry, your life will only get better from now on, compared to when you were with them. Du-Hoan's attitude was exactly the same as in the past, making the girl even angrier. Damn it, you're right. But still, in the bathroom, drops of water dripped from above the bathtub onto the floor. I finally have time to relax. Che-Woo was soaking in the bathtub, her face showing the utmost relaxation. Her relaxation was interrupted, Che's voice clearly annoyed. What is it? Please don't disturb me when I'm relaxing, can you? From behind her, something was observing. This is not the time to relax. From the ceiling, a relic was dangling on threads, looking down at the girl. So one of the brainwashing relics implanted in people got destroyed? Doesn't seem all that bad. Is it really not that bad? Its eyes flared red, staring at Che-Guo in the bathtub. This is terrible. I felt Du-Hoan's energy when that relic was destroyed. She's pretty normal when she hears it talk about Du-Hoan. Co Du-Hoan. It's not strange that he could do that. The spider's tone became sharp, emphasizing. That's exactly why I told you to kill him at the last meeting. Che slowly stepped out of the tub, her feet touching the watery floor. Then let me ask you this. Who's the one upset right now? Who's the one who made everything so complicated? I'm so tired of your complaints about that fight. The spider heard this, and could only fall silent, quietly observing her without looking away. Che looked up, wearing a towel around her chest. The spider started to speak, guessing.
Why do you look so interested when you talk about him? Is it because you two share similar personalities? Standing in the bathroom, her whole body was covered in water. Che Guo continued. Personally, I do acknowledge his talent. I'm happy that I get to know someone worthy of being my rival. Her face was filled with delight regarding Du Hoan. Seo Du Hoan, you're becoming more and more interesting. Scene changed to another place. Inside a luxurious hospital in the city, Jae-hae got off the plane and stood in the hospital hallway with 2 bodyguards. Miss Chloe, can you wait here for a moment? I'll come back here and see you once. The chairman is ready to see someone inside, he said softly. Okay, no problem. As a courtesy, he bowed to Daha, thanking her. Seeing them leave, he started to grab his head, pulling at his hair, screaming in despair. I'm actually in the Azure Dragon's headquarters. What should I do now? What should I do now? This is driving me crazy. From inside the unlocked rope bag, it poked its head out, looking at Daha. Hey, I told you not to come out. A scent attracted it. What's this smell? Don't tell me. The rope, I'm covered in mugwort and garlic, is emitting a strong fragrance. You sprinkled garlic powder and mugwort on me? It used a magnifying glass to carefully observe every gap in its rope. Will this be effective? Or should I become a person? I'll become a person! What exactly are you doing? Not wanting to say much, Dee grabbed the rope tightly, stuffing it into the bag. Get in now! You're not allowed to come out when you smell like this. Ignoring its struggles inside the bag, he pointed, giving an order. I'm about to go inside to meet the chairman. Stay still in there. We'll both die if we get caught. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 bodyguards came from behind. One of them called out to her, Miss Chloe, we're ready, shocking him with unexpectedness. Okay. Inside the hospital room, on one side were Seunggu and Do-hee standing there. On the other side were Jiang Chen and the bodyguard, huddled in a corner. On the bed, Taejun was weak, lying there lifeless. The bodyguard opened the door. Jean entered, and he introduced. Chairman, here's Miss Chloe. She will proceed with your treatment. He moved closer to him, surrounded by their gazes. Miss Chloe, you can begin. Yes. Jia carefully observed Taejun's gaunt face on the bed. He looks like a corpse. Is he wearing an Achilles vest? Thanks to that relic, he's been able to live until now. After thinking for a moment, he looked at him and secretly decided, this makes me anxious, but I need to do it. Beside the bed, Taejun stammered. Taejun's eyes never left Daha for a second. He stuttered a response. Yes. Then he hurriedly shook his head, telling him, nothing, please. Making Daha bewildered, quickly responding, yes. He glanced around, feeling anxious because of the surrounding gazes. Why are they staring at the person they asked for help? They haven't realized it, have they? Jiang Chen and the bodyguard's gazes were sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, observing Dea. That guy keeps looking threatening. I just need to curse the chairman and get out of here. His voice rang out, presuming to understand Tetrun's ailment. His condition is very concerning. I need to use a healing relic. Everyone agreed. Okay, go ahead and use it. Jae-ha quickly opened the bag, reaching inside. Now I just need to use the curse relic disguised as a healing relic. Suddenly, the rope coiled tightly around his hand, refusing to let go. Del panicked. It clung tightly, pulling his hand closer to the bag, refusing to release. Something was suspicious. Something was very suspicious. Hey, are you crazy? Let me go! Seeing he was in trouble, the guard offered his help. What's wrong? Do you need my help? But Daha quickly refused. No, there's no problem. He glanced at the rope in the bag, commanding it. Did you hear that? You almost exposed me. Whatever. Just let me go. The rope nodded in agreement. Okay. It released its grip immediately and reminded him to be careful. But you have to hurry. Something's strange here. Something's very strange. Holding the scalpel, he looked at everyone, reassuring them. Excuse me, my bag is a bit messy. This is the relic I need. I'll begin the treatment now. The guard, still somewhat worried, asked him again. So, the chairman will recover and return to normal, right? Dia nodded nervously. Yes. Don't worry. Just 3 minutes will be enough to cure him. He looked directly at Taejun, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. I'll send you to your death in 3 minutes. That scalpel was filled with a blue mist swirling around it from the outside. This looks like a healing relic, but in reality, it is a curse relic personally chosen by the boss. Jae-ha slowly brought the blade towards the man's motionless hand. I feel a little guilty using this relic on a dying old man. That's because curse relics can bring about terrible curses. Suddenly, Daha's heart started racing, his eyes darting towards Jiang Chen and the guard. What is it? Then he looked at Sheng-u and Du-hee and muttered, something's not right. A gaunt hand unexpectedly reached out, gripping his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Daha lowered his head to look. His eyes widened in shock as he cursed inwardly. Crap! Terradun shot up, grasping his hand tightly, his face raised in a false pretense. Immediately after, a burst of light radiated between them, blinding their eyes. A powerful explosion suddenly occurred, flames and smoke billowing around. From outside the hallway,
Footsteps echoed as someone hurried away. The guard ran into the room where Tuan was lying, along with the 4 others, announcing, "The room exploded!" Upon receiving the information, he smirked, laughing gleefully. "Good. Now bring that woman to me." Seo Wong-u heard it and was confused, quickly asking, "What does he mean by exploded?" He saw her brother didn't understand and explained, "Dad never wants to cooperate in the usual way." Lying on the hospital bed, Teda Dun looked at his 2 children and explained to them clearly, "A person using a very rare healing relic. I can't let her treat me once and then just leave. I set up that trap to turn her into someone who's willing to listen to my every command." Jiang Chen walked over from a distance, continuing to explain, "That doctor is currently meeting my clones." Du Hai was shocked. "Oh my god," he continued. "Those clones are designed to explode on a timer." She caught a glimpse and hurriedly questioned further, "But what if that explosion kills her?" Chen Jiang confidently assured, "Don't worry. In the fake room, everything is in pieces after the smoky explosion. We made sure that the explosion only knocks her unconscious." From inside the bag, the rope prodded Daha's hand insistently. "Hey, wake up, wake up!" It tried to call out as it saw him lying flat on his back, unable to get up. "I know you're not dead, so wake up! You're not even injured, so get up quickly!" Seconds passed like that. Dee remained silent, without any movement at all. Suddenly, he lifted his pale face and sprang up from the ground, shouting with joy, "Am I still alive? You're awake?" He sat up beside the pile of relics. "That old man exploded right in front of me." "Ah, the relics!" Ja looked at the IGIS shield and helmet relics before him. "I brought some protective relics personally selected by the boss." "That's right. Ah, that's right. You still protect me, even without my guidance." Memories flooded back. Du Hoan ordered the shield relic and helmet to protect Deha. "Now your mission is very simple. Just protect this cowardly failure." Finishing his instructions, he confidently looked at him. "You don't have to worry. Not even an atomic bomb could kill you." Deha asked back with some confusion, "You shouldn't take me there if you don't want me to die." But Dehan still insisted on his decision. "No, you have to go." Looking at the 3 relics before him, he commanded them again. "So you guys will turn into jewelry." "What? Why do we have to turn into jewelry?" Then, he looked at Deha, who was standing there blankly. "He's about to infiltrate the enemy base by transforming into a woman. You guys need to adapt your forms accordingly." The armor quickly stepped forward, refuting Du Hoan's idea. "Master, we can change our appearance, but our true forms are also our pride. We'll just hide somewhere and appear to protect him when he's in danger." He crossed his arms and unexpectedly questioned them back. "Hey you guys, someone like him can sniff out danger and find help in time, which will probably make all 3 relics a little embarrassed." With that, the 3 holy relics glowed and transformed into jewelry for Jae-ha. "So there's no other choice. What should I turn into then? Earrings? A handkerchief?" Back to reality, Daha raised his head, eyes brimming with tears, and pressed his lips tightly together. "It's humiliating to be underestimated by these relics, but they're all saving my life right now." Unable to control his emotions, he put his hands close to his face. No, this isn't the time to think about that. I need to think about the next step." "The next step?" Ja remembered being at the airport with Turn's 2 bodyguards. "That bastard. If he really wanted to kill me, he should have acted from the start. They had plenty of opportunities to kill me." Thinking of that, he touched his chin thoughtfully and analyzed. "But there's only one thing that could have happened. They were wary of Chloe's healing ability, so that's why they brought me here. But why do I feel like they have another motive for this?" Suddenly, from within the relic, the Aegis shield unexpectedly spoke to JHA. "The purpose of the explosion doesn't seem to be to kill me. I only felt a slight pain." On the ground, the holy relic hat added, "He's right, but I'm a little different from him. I didn't feel any pain at all." "What do you mean?" Hearing them, Jay felt a little sorry. "I don't really understand how you guys feel pain, but the point is, they didn't intend to kill me." He slowly walked to the briefcase lying on the ground. "What I guessed is probably right. They must have another purpose for this. They probably intend to capture and do something with me." Dell's words made the rope and Yish shield look up at him. "That means that old man intends to send his people to catch me." A fiery red book was held in Jay's hand with a scheming smile. "I'll prepare a fun gift for them before they get here. So let's try this." Back in Taejun's hospital room, he was coughing with a sore throat. "Chairman, are you okay?" Tae Jun, lying on the bed, impatiently asked while waiting. "Why are they taking so long? Why are they taking so much time just bringing an unconscious woman here?" Seeing his actions, a woman next to him opened her mouth to question. "If your condition is critical, then why don't you receive some treatment?" "Not necessary for now. I've come this far just to lure her in." Taejun heard that, he chuckled, explaining the reason he needed Chloe. "She'll easily fall into the trap I've set because now she has a reason to save me." As expected, the chairman is indeed clever. From outside the door, 2 bodyguards carried Dahaha in on their shoulders. "Chairman, we've brought her." Seeing that, Tae Dun was delighted, his voice full of pleasure. "Finally getting close, I'll wake her up and make her heal." Daha pretended to act. He bowed his head, listening to what he said. Now I'll have another relic user. The more, the better. Looking towards the 2 bodyguards who were supporting him, Tae Dun said, "At least getting trapped in that damn tomb brought me luck." One of the bodyguards suddenly left him and stepped forward. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." That man passed by Jiang Chen, making him bewildered. "What are you doing?" He raised both hands high, grabbing the collar of Tae Jun, who was lying on the bed. His voice stunned everyone standing there. "What the hell are you doing, old man?" Jiang Chen quickly grabbed the bodyguard's shoulder from behind, shouting and asking him, "What are you doing to the chairman?" Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. He realized something. "Wait, don't tell me." A pink light suddenly appeared and gradually spread in the air. His hand was still holding the bodyguard, not paying attention to the sudden appearance of the air. Behind the bodyguard's mask was the image of Daha's face. "I knew it." His feet quickly moved, immediately running away from that place. "This bastard is S. Du Hoen's minion. Catch him." But Jiang Zhang and a bodyguard chasing after him caught up, causing Daha's face to hit the ground. All 3 people pinned him down and caught him. "You stupid bastard, did you think you could go anywhere without paying attention to a step from behind?" Daha's voice echoed, mocking them. "You guys are the stupid ones." The fake Chloe, who was Jae-ha, stood near Taejun's bed, gripping his collar tightly, which confused the others. "What is it? Isn't she unconscious?" From behind, Kang Cheol immediately rushed forward, his voice shouting a frantic order. "Stop!" A cloud of pink smoke appeared around him, and he smirked. "Goodbye, old man." His hand held onto Jae-ha's arm tightly as he let go, his tone pleading. "No!" The pink smoke grew denser, and Taekadun suddenly fell backward onto the bed. Unable to wait any longer, a bodyguard from behind immediately lunged forward like lightning. He threw a punch straight into Jae-ha's face, who was holding Taejun's collar. 2 bodyguards quickly subdued him. Seo Wong-woo and Du-hee looked at the 3 of them worriedly. "Dad, are you all right?" Kang Cheol looked at him from behind, mocking. "You can't fool me anymore. I know you are the real one. Take her out of here. I'll teach her a lesson later." With his face pressed against the hospital bed, Jae-hae curved a subtle, cunning smile. "The real one? Is that what you truly think?" A stream of golden light immediately burst out, engulfing them, leaving them no time to react. In a flash, a cement statue of Chloe, disguised by Jae-hae, appeared. "Vice President, she turned into a block of cement." The 2 bodyguards looked at Kang Cheol and reported, It seems like she was fake too. Making him furious. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the fake Jae-hae who was captured also turned into a stone statue. This guy turned into cement too. Kang Cheol put his hands on his hips, standing in the middle of the room, visibly enraged by the trick. "All of them are fake, so where did the real one go? We've all been fooled." Suddenly by the bedside, the pink aura made Taejun gasp and spit blood. Seo Wong-gun, standing next to him, supported him, calling out loudly in worry, "Dad." Seeing the critical situation, Kang Cheol frantically shouted for someone to call the doctor. "Get the medical team here and check the chairman's condition. We must prioritize his safety now." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he widened his eyes, remembering something. On this side, Taejun's children were worried about him. "Dad, just hang in there a little longer." Meanwhile, Kang Cheol quickly ran toward the window. "Move aside." He hurriedly opened the window and looked outside. A helicopter caught Kang Cheol's eye. From the helicopter window, Jae-ha sat safely, his face scoffing as he ridiculed him. "I did it! Goodbye, you idiots!" This made Kang Cheol furious. He yelled, asserting about the scamming brat. "You'll meet me soon!" Just like that, the helicopter left the hospital with Jae-hae's voice ringing out. "I'm not afraid of anything, fools!" On the helicopter hovering in the sky, Jae-ha's shout echoed. "Awesome!" He sat inside, clasping his hands together, his face clearly showing excitement. "I can't believe I did it! I succeeded even in the enemy's base!" Looking at the holy relics of Duhoon Gyo he brought along, Jae-ha said smugly. "No matter how strong they are, they were still fooled by the fake trap I set. I guess my ability has leveled up." The 3 holy relics, seeing him like that, could only silently look at each other. "Look how happy he is." Whatever, his skills are still very amateur. Holding his phone, Jae-hae happily planned to call Du-hoon. "I should report this good news to the boss right away." Suddenly, something on a rope slipped past him. Jae-ha stared at it, hastily asking, "What is this?" The rope's voice repeated, "Recovery? Recovery." It was tightly wrapped around a bunch of garlic, along with a handful of mugwort. He mumbled, "These are mugwort and garlic relics, right? But why is there only half a garlic and mugwort left?" Looking at him, Dahaka understood the problem, and hurriedly asked the rope, You're trying to get me to restore this? So you can see it one more time?" It nodded in response. "That's right," but Daha vehemently rejected the offer of help. "Dream on. I'm not doing that weird stuff again anytime soon." Hearing that, the rope, who was also the helicopter's pilot, got angry. What? It manipulated the controls, causing the helicopter to suddenly nosedive towards the ground. "Then I'll crash this helicopter! You'll see." Daha was bewildered by the rope's true nature. "Are you threatening me?" Holding the phone, he ignored it as it pressed garlic and mugwort into his face. Shut up. I have to update the boss first. I'm about to talk to your master.
Can't you leave me alone right now? The rope was still standing there holding the 2 sacred relics, waiting for him to finish. Hurry up and finish your work! Hurry up and finish! That very morning, they returned to the base, a high-rise building in the city. Duhoan answered the phone in hand. Slave number 1 on the line. Daha shouted to him, "Boss, I did it!" Standing in front of the house's door, Duhoan smiled slightly and nodded in praise. "Really? Good. Here." Hearing that, Dahe confidently affirmed, "I guess my abilities have also developed." Facing Duhoan were Sua, Chloe, Irene, and Julian, who were sitting there. "Alright, that's good then. You immediately go to the motel in New York. We'll be there soon too." Genha received the order. "Alright, but will the boss give me a reward?" "Yes," he urged, and he guaranteed, "There will be, so hurry to the hotel." Standing in front of Duhoan, Sua quickly asked. Han Daha withdrew into his pocket. He nodded and recounted.
As expected, the abilities of the King of Swindlers can't be underestimated.
A red switch was held in Duhoan's hand. "Now, let's do a test." He smiled, holding the control panel, his hand near the red button. "What is that sacred relic?" "I'll show you." A hexagonal block appeared, the sacred relic emitting a thick, purple smoke, a 14-sided die from the kingdom of Juryongu.
I just distorted its image a bit to fit the plan.
Duhoan pressed hard on the red button on the controller. To activate it, you have to press the button and roll the Juryonku relic. The Juryonku relic began to spin around, regardless of which face it landed on. It was the reason why Chizun was emitting purple smoke earlier, so something must have happened to Chairman Kwon. What is this? Holding the controller in his hand, he looked at the person in front of him. Jin's mission is to just put a little bit of the die's power into Chairman Kwon's body. Sua immediately understood the issue. Then a purple notification board appeared in the air. The die has been rolled. The penalty has been chosen. Junjinabi. Duhoan looked at the information and suddenly smiled triumphantly. Junjinabi means everyone will punch his nose. A series of bodyguards were surrounded by the purple smoke and controlled. Looks like a good start. Injuring an old man's nose will make him more miserable, right? They all moved closer to Tijun, who was lying in bed, and asked blankly, "What happened to all of you? Why are you rushing over here?" Before he could finish the question, he was slapped across the nose with extreme force. What kind of idiotic expression is that? One by one, they raised their hands, aiming straight for Tejun's nose. "You scum, what do you think you're doing? Punishment, punishment, what are you talking about?" From outside, Kang Cheol opened the door and burst in. He heard Tejun scream, "Save me! Is anyone out there?" He immediately called out worriedly. The chairman returned to Duhoon's side, his hand continuously pressing the red button with delight. Junjin Tabi means everyone will punch that person's nose. Tamjan means everyone will drink 3 cups of water at the same time. Iubelm Gong Oea means standing still without moving, even when being run over. An image of the drunkards wildly waving their arms and legs at the feast table. The core point is that Juryongu consists entirely of drinking punishments. They only use it for fun, while treating it as a joke. On this side, the bodyguards were gripping Taejun tightly, torturing him. Even if they accepted the drinking punishment, they would only be happier. But if the punishment is too excessive, it turns into torture. With a dark face, Duhoan revealed a smile with a clear scheme in it.
"I hope Turin has to endure Gong Jian Xua, which means having to memorize a poem."
Old man, Sua, suddenly spoke. She cut across Duhoan's train of thought. "Sorry, but boss, didn't you have something to say to us?" He quickly returned to the matter. "Right. Where were we?" After sitting in the chair, Duhoan looked at the 4 of them and quickly asked, "Chloe, did you ever introduce yourself to Julian and